Chapter 1 The Birth of Wildlings. Thess of Twelse envelopling Usir says he found herself ensconced in a shroud of darkness, urba de languid and devoid of strength. Hoisit, hoiskreeing? As Ling Yu managed to pre-hear Isapinjustice liver, shabil de woman with a pallid complexion. Upanotai singer awakening, the woman, filled with emotion, grasped Thirmith the man beside her and exclaimed, Shizaliv, mid-otter, my xiaoyu, shaheso penadhais, look, look. The man, holding Thuman tightly, wept silently. This was the last image Lingi wild see. What do ease it me and Toby doter? With an infant's limited cognitive abilities, Ling Yu's accustomed dansmer to be soft darkness. In a dense forest, rain fell gently from the ski, while figures glid in animal skins meandered through underbrush. Among them, one a figure ahead, maintaining a considerable distance from the others. Hey, I must say, thanks stamina ease remarkable has managed to sustain such speed. Eing youth among the animal skinned as remarked casualito accompanion. Humph, how could thought sublibium? Before a word shadfully left his mouth, a voice nearby interjected with a disdain fool's not. The speaker was Sadal, dark-skinned man, with a pair of canine ear sata fishade and ascar thatracid for me ziato carnerophisma. His stone dripped with scorn, there were I, orson the tribe than just him who says fingus destined to the next eater? That woho hadrevious lie exchange edgeland says now not deed in agreement, that's true I believe Yongle so, has the potential to become the tribus leader. Yang ways indeed the dark-skinned Edmund. Up in hearing this, Heffled some way treasured, a cold smirk sing his lips, fin jis imply to ungwick knows if he might me this dimisi longway? Just a willed wolf cub, headed dismissively. This remark struck a nerve. An uncomfortable sigh lens seen sood. His elegant lips moved slightly, sharpiest fixated on the orc. Yong, doy I wish to engage in combat with me once more? Originally in motion, Yang slowed his pace upon hearing these words, distancing himself further from Theoth. His gaze, cold as a serpent's, showed a venomous glance at the boy. Yetha spoke, Fong, you are a truly valiant Nunicancer on a fight. Laughter erupted from the group, mocking Yang's duality. They were a the tribe shunting party, currently in search of trace of prey. Suddenly, Yang comito a halt. The others, noticing a cessation, stopped aswell. What's the matter, Fong? Someone inquired, glancing towards Thunderbrush. Seeing only a wolf cub, they found it somewhat amusing. Fong, you truly are still a child, Theman chuckled, unable to move up and encountering Gamery cub. Thwolf cube appeared to hop and born on Lide Spreer, nestled in the grass, emitting soft whimpering sounds. It's just an ordinary cub, Yong scoffed, casting a dismissive glance. Weshold hurry, winter is approaching, and we need to stockpile mer meat. Let's go, thinks legs resumed their movement. Yong, perplexed, retorted, Fong, enough off these it's merely a common animal cub. How can you expect to hunt like these? I don't know Trekwario or concern, Fong replied, pulling the small wolf cub closer to shield it from the chill wind. The cub, drenched from the rain, was cold and damp, but felt the warmth of Finksistan nestled closer. The air was thick with Thessentof wild boar finks, no set which Adashizayas narrowed slightly. They were already quitini are their quarry. He removed the animal skin from Isa per body, wrapping the small wolf cubs, Nagliba for def Licklimbingatri, placing Thicubut on a sturdy brake. Let the hunt commence. Finji emitted a growl from his throat, and in an instant, his form shifted, transforming into a magnificent white wolf, while at Heathers morphed in touniform grey wolves. They stealthily crept along the ground, and upon spotting the pound said with precision and clarity of purpose. Thuild borzes quilled in panic, fleeing jindisere, but they could no lovus pursuit. In a remarkably brief span, the pack had successfully hunted, reverting to Theraman form Samid's Tessintoff blood, exulting in the-bound thought would sustained, through winter. Yet Feng did not join in the celebration Hesweeft Licklim bed the tree again, cradling the small wolf cube in his arms. The cub whimpered softly, nuzzling against Fong, feeling fedual sensations of warm hand dampness. Fengus the cub, his beautiful eyes curving with gentle delight. Fong, Sumion called out, come help us. I'm coming, he replied, adjusting the cube in his embrace. On sea the hunt concluded, the tribe members utilized their resources at hand, crafting simple tool sand stacking Thuild boar stoge there. These wild boar series significant lie larger and more fearsome in appearance than those found on earth. Feng joined Theather sin pilling the boars. Then they began pulling the ropes, some main front leading the Wiliather spushed from behind. Thesmal wolf Cuban Feng Sarm skirmed ristlessly, prompting him to gent lystro kite shed nasoathingisture. A nearby companion cast several surprisage lances, finally asking, Fong, you can't possibly tin tor Thiscub, can you? Fong nodded. I will raise it. Thiscubus fartusmal, others cautioned, let it goitwant servive. Feng dismissed their concerns, tender lie stroking Thicub swile diet budafulfus, it will servive. Yong, pushing from behind, overheard Feng's declaration and quiet lie scoffed, how could such a tinny cuppa survive? Feng will sure lib weeping gladder. Hebeliev dis voicu a samer whisper, yet Feng's reader tranquillier. Yong, shut your mouth, witches melsif dead rats. Ling Yelena sold in a warm spit, Yetram bled from theckled, herfer damp against their skin. Her anxious little head bumped a boot in search of comfort, winches suddenly heard McThumping. Thud. 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 Shine stinctively pressed her head against the sorciof test sound, feeling gen overwhelming sense of security, as if she had heard it before. Her eyes remained shut, she flailed hurtny hand sand feet, emitting soft whimpers. Something brushed against their head, prompting Lingiudo stretch upwards, yearning for more affection. How warm. Fingen's companion smoothed swiftly, the treacherous terrain failing to slow. The sound doft Huen dwistled past thyrars, and Thecubin Feng's arms grew increasing, lie still, whether asleep or otherwise, causing Feng tar reashagent, lie stroked Thecub. Hey Feng, slow down. Summion called out, struggling to keep pace. Chapter 2 I will trade meat for you. Feng nodded slightly, yet his feet did not relent in their pace. Thecubin his arm shad fallen completely silent, and Feng's sconcer deep in dash felt his fur. No half dry and warm, though it still trembled involuntarily against them. Thuff merrily asmal cub, it ways evident the tight would grow into a magnificent white wolf, just like Feng. Perhaps it would inherit this striking ice blue eyes. With this thought, a faint smile graced Feng's lips. Regardless of whether this cub weighs an orc or not, he was shed to raise it. The group traversed the dense undergrowth, taking care to conceal their presence, styled beast trace their path back to the tribe. Soon, the arrived at a cluster of rudimentary grass huts, where molest were seen sewing garments and dune wolf cubs frolicked nearby. Elders crafted an immel hides sword-dried grains in the sun. Male swiped thesweet from their brows, cradling thyroan wolf cubs and thyrums. Yet Miss Tori engaged in playful competition over a single cub. The females decide their tasks do begin cutting the hunted pre-aside from reserving some fortnight's festivities. Their remainder would be fairly distributed. In this world, females were scarce while males were abundant. Ta femilio fin had several animals, and thief springborn to females were collectively nurtured. Typically, younglings transformed into human form bethias a 5, at which point they could be recognized as orcs. Should a youngling fail to transform bethatage, they became a half-beast retaining a man intellecti gradually regress in gen ordinary animal system past. Moreover, females faced challenges in childbirth, and each cabways a triasur for the tribe, rendering it nearly impossible for an to be bonded. These explained with the hunting party hatest that Thecub Feng had found was undoubtedly noten an orsi youngling. Feng nodded affirmatively, cradling the small wolf Kubashevi passed nearby girl. Histemi nor decided Lyaluf. Hey, where are you going? The girl called out, her keeney discovering Thwykub in his arms. What a tinny cub, Fong, did you offend this? Nani o fi or concern, Fong replied, somewhat irked, as she sidestepped that the girl, keep your distance, Lee. Lismala companion, one ofthenters, watchadash's beloved female tears, unable to resist embracing her, murmuring comfort. Lee, it's all right, Feng will eventually recognize our worth. Lillian against themalis hooter, weeping, why want Feng agree to live with him? I only have Eon Malif had joined us, we would surely be happy. However, Feng had little time for such entanglement. She made highs way to Theshamant's dwelling. Shaman, please take ya look at their condition, Feng implored, presenting Thecub the elderly figure before him. Theshamant Servadast has spiritually drove T-tribe, typically responsible for healing the injured and interpreting telestial signs, command a grey trespect within the commonity. The shaman, anagid female, stooped with age, her visage weathered, yetherai esgamed with sharp brightness. Fong, meteor lad, Theshamongerited warmly upon seeing him. Her expression shifting to surprises Hanada said Thubinhishans, a Norcub? Fong, Didio Uridino third tribe? Itis Iwo founder, Fong remarked, shaking a shade of Shahanded the pup towards Wudat Wu, take a look at her. Usage tungent like caressed the pup, and after a brief mint, he declared, "There is nothing amiss Heismeria sleep." As Hestro Ketthipsfer, she inquired, "Fong, thep you pisquite fragiliri outrul, above Karen for her?" Feng precipice lip there, his beautifulous blue eyes blinking with determination a share plied. "Icon. What is happening?" Fong asked, feeling what bewildered as Hennesold thep up closer, thinking Shemet beckled. Wu, witnessing this, chuckled. "Fong, you're lit lepupishungry." Feng appeared momentarily then haste a lartrivid some jerky, attempting to fade a tuthy pup. Theder krejerky was thus, far from suitable for a toothless lit wolf still nursing. Was lauder grow louder. "Fong, she cannot consume a jerk, you must seek out milk for her." "Milk?" Fong queried, puzzled. "Wounded, only sweet nectar can nurture a bust wolf cub." "You understand," Fong affirmed, nodding before dashingawela kethawine. "Woo, thank you." Wu watched Feng depart, a warm smile gracing her features. Feng first procured a piece of meat, then, cradling the whimpering pup, approached Edagrasi hut. To hesitate at the doorway, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Amalera turned from outside and, noticing Feng, regarded with caution. "Feng, what brings you aware?" I inquired, "Zyangus me mate." Feng shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and displayed thepup in his arms, his expression pleading. "Just now, I have an interest in your may timorly zeek some milk for my pup." "Pup?" Themalist, curiosa type a quadash a glance a day, fulf Cuban Feng's embrace. "Hussy of springus this?" "I found her," Feng replied. At that moment, Theodore swung revealing gaff frail-looking femmoleclid and animal hides, Hanata said Thetwu male suther doorstep. "Gang, Feng, what are you outdoing?" Before Feng could speak, Gang interjected, "Xiang, Feng wishes stork west some milk for his pup." Xiang, perplexed, echoed, "Feng's pup?" She'll look down Tosi, fragalecubin Feng's arms, her expression turning conflicted. "Feng, I would be more than willing to provide you with milk, but me own pup." Feng quickly produced the meat. "Xiang, it will tradeth this for your assistance." The quantity of meat was considerable. Xiang glanced at it, then at the feeble pup, and nodded. "Very well. She accepteth epupan the meat, retreatingent to thought. Gong attempted to follow but washouted be Xiang. Gang, Uriakov blood clean yourself before entering." Gang felt some weight aggrieved, watching his mate close the door, anthem oved clacerto Fong. Huazano orito bathi instead, he nudged Fong. "Fong, tell me about it, which femilized Themothero Thispup?" Gang asked, his face yellow with curiosity. "I found her," Finj explained with a hint of resignation. "Ipicaderup willahun tingify don't believe him. You may inquire with Themeles ho hunted along Sadim." "Truly found her?" Ganj expressed dating Eofinvi. "The beast godfather wonder we haveno t'encounter." Chapter 3 With a round belly, the tiny cub was almost too precious to be returned to Fong. How could such a small creature's belly swell to such an enormous size after nursing? As if it were about to burst, Fong carefully cradled the cub in his arms. The freshly nursed little one exuded a delightful milky scent, nuzzling against Feng's embrace and emitting soft whimpers. Xiang, observing the adorable cub, felt a pang of sympathy. She kindly reminded him that cubs grow hungry quickly and often require milk during the night. He must devise a solution. Fong nodded, acknowledging her counsel. Yet, Xiang remained concerned. The cub was still too young and unable to relieve itself. "Fong, you need to assist him," she urged. Fong looked perplexed, his striking ice-blue eyes blinking in confusion. "What should I do?" Xiang gently stroked the cub and sighed. "Use your tongue, transformed by your wolf nature, or a soft, damp cloth to clean the cub's rear." "A cloth." Fong fell silent, choosing to disregard the earlier suggestion. "I understand." "Thank you, Xiang." The slender youth cradled the cub, his silhouette tinged with a sense of melancholy. Would Fong truly be capable of caring for the cub? Xiang adjusted the beast's skin draped over her chest and leaned against the doorframe. Anxiety gnawing at her. After all, he was still a half-grown cub himself. Just then, Fong pulled Xiang into his embrace, feeling the softness of her feminine skin stir something within him. He had already proven to be stronger than many adults in the tribe. He would find his own way. Xiang nodded, though her brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of blood and grimaced, pushing him away. "You reek of blood. Why haven't you cleaned yourself? What if the scent disturbs the little one?" Fong felt a twinge of guilt. I'll wash up right away. With that, he transformed into his wolf form and dashed toward the riverbank. Feng, slow down, Xiang called after him, her voice tinged with worry. You already a father, yet you still make me anxious. Feng hurried along the path with the cub, bartering meat with the tribe members for soft cotton cloth. You are quite the devoted father to your cub. One tribe member remarked as they handed him the cloth. Feng offered only a faint smile in response, cradling the cotton cloth and the cub close to his heart as he made his way into the woods. Noticing him, another tribe member greeted him. Feng, where are you taking your cub? To hunt, he replied hastily while continuing on his way. The tribe member looked astonished, pointing at the cub in Feng's arms. You're taking a cub hunting? Feng paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. That not allowed. Of course not, the elder female exclaimed, her voice raised. The cub is fragile. Even the slightest danger could be fatal. The old female approached Feng, arms outstretched. Let me take care of it while you're gone. Feng, wary, clutched the cub tightly. You little wolf cub, the elder female chuckled, tapping Feng on the forehead. I raised you when you were little. Do you truly think I would harm your cub? After a moment of hesitation, Feng reluctantly handed over the cotton cloth and the cub to her. Hua received the cub and the cloth. Marveling at the softness of the fabric, Feng, you are so kind to your cub. Feng smiled gently, his ice-blue eyes gazing fondly at the little one as he stroked its head. The cub, sensing an unfamiliar scent, whimpered softly. Hua chuckled, her wrinkles easing as she beamed. Feng, the cub is too small to comprehend your words. Without replying, Feng squeezed the cub's tiny, soft paw before transforming into a massive white wolf, standing before Hua. The giant wolf's ice-blue eyes reflected her figure. The wolf opened its mouth slightly. Hua, the cotton cloth is for the cub. It cannot relieve itself on its own. With that, the giant wolf dashed into the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Hua stood still, cradling the little cub as she watched Feng disappear into the distance. The cloth for cleaning, perhaps, she mused, stroking the cub gently. Feng is truly kind to you. The tiny cub in Hua's arms whimpered incessantly, its little belly round and soft. Dio, you need to relieve yourself? She asked, cradling the cub as she walked and soothing it. There. Lingyu fell from a familiar embrace into an unfamiliar one. Her restlessness palpable as she felt the pressure in her small belly. She squirmed, sensing discomfort within, and cried out softly, feeling distressed without understanding the reason for her unease. In a nearby den, her other cubs were nearing adulthood, and this was her youngest. The rest had already matured and moved out. At that moment, this little cub wobbled its wolf ears, curiously gazing at Lingyu. Mother, have you had another cub? The juvenile cub sniffed the familiar scent on Lingyu, which was reminiscent of Feng from the tribe. Its eyes widened in surprise. Is this Feng's cub? Initially intending to shift into her wolf form to groom the cub, Lingyu reconsidered and instead retrieved the cotton cloth Feng had given her. Cutting a small piece with a bone knife, go fetch some water, Hua instructed her young cub. Warm water, and exchange it with your brothers and sisters. The juvenile cub nodded and hurried off with a basin, excitement evident in its demeanor. Mother, I've brought the water, the juvenile cub exclaimed, placing the steaming basin next to Hua. Hua tested the water's temperature and smiled approvingly. Good, gently, she tended to the cub in her arms. Using the cotton cloth to clean it before long, the little cub began to relieve itself with soft whimpers. Well done? Hua's cub nodded, taking the basin away. The freshly cleaned cub emitted soft sounds, waving its tiny paws and licking its lips with its pink tongue. Eyes blissfully closed, utterly adorable, Hua's heart melted, recalling how long it had been since she cared for such a small cub. She softly patted the cub's back, humming a lullaby, and soon the little one fell asleep in her embrace. Its tiny paws clutching her gently, its mouth moving unconsciously. Shoo! Hua signaled her juvenile cub to be quiet. Upon seeing the sleeping cub in Hua's arms, the younger cub immediately hushed. I left the cloth hanging on the tree. Good child, Hua praised. Chapter 4. Awu. Hua gently placed the cub onto the bed, where it immediately rolled in, curling up into a small, white, fluffy ball, its tiny brow furrowed as it slept restlessly, with a loving touch. Hua caressed the little cub before instructing her juvenile cub. Cubs grow hungry quickly. I'll go fetch some milk from the females. You keep watch over her. Understood, mother. Hua nodded, reassured, and stepped outside. The juvenile cub watched her leave, its wolf ears twitching to confirm her distance. Then, it climbed onto the bed, its light gray eyes sparkling with curiosity as it turned the cub over with a finger. Such a tiny thing. Barely the size of my palm. The juvenile cub chuckled, pinching its voice. Hello there, little cub. I'm sure. After introducing itself, Sure erupted into laughter. Realizing the cub was asleep and could not hear him, Sure playfully teased the cub, leaning in to listen to its tiny snores. The little cub's nose was a soft pink, its paws delicately small, seeming no larger than Sure's palm. How adorable, Sure sighed. I hope my future cubs are just as cute. Suddenly, a noise at the door caught Sure's attention. He sniffed the air, realizing it was not his mother. He covered the cub's belly and approached the entrance. Standing there was another beast man, roughly Sure's age. His wolf ears twitched and his eyes darted around. Though a wolf beast man, he bore more resemblance to a rat. Upon seeing him, Sure frowned, his tone laced with disdain. What do you want? The other beast man, undeterred by Sure's attitude, urgently said, It's bad, Sure. I just saw your mother fall by the small river behind the tribe. It seems she twisted her ankle. How could mother fall? Sure asked, alarm creeping into his voice. I need to find her right away. He took a few steps, but then hesitated. What's wrong, Sure? The other beast man asked, sensing Sure's unease. Sure's face betrayed his inner conflict. Mother told me to stay home and watch over Feng's cub, but I thought he was still just a half-grown cub, feeling utterly lost. Seeing this, the other beast man exhaled, placing a hand on his chest with a serious expression. It's no problem. I'll stay here and look after the cub for you. You? Sure hesitated, reluctant to accept help, but recognizing that this beast man was part of the tribe, he ultimately conceded. The beast man waved his hands dismissively. Not a bother at all, Sure, feeling frantic, dashed away almost immediately as soon as Sure left. The beast man stepped inside, his eyes landing on the sleeping cub. Rubbing his hands together nervously, he approached, awkwardly picking up the cub, which stirred uncomfortably and woke up with soft whimpers. Quiet, quiet, the beast man growled, pinching the cub's mouth shut as he tightened his grip and peeked outside. Seeing no one, he bolted out the door. The cub emitted muffled cries as it was carried away. Sure ran swiftly, kicking up dust along the path. Frustrated with his own speed, he transformed into his wolf form. Sprinting on all fours, Hey, Sure, a sound echoed from nearby, prompting a startled inquiry. Where are you going? Sure immediately halted his steps, turning to see Hua emerging from the grass hut, looking somewhat dazed. Mother, weren't you by the stream? Hua's face was etched with confusion as she held a bowl of white liquid in her hands. What would I be doing by the stream? Upon scrutinizing Sure closely and noticing the emptiness beside him, she grew anxious. Sure, did you leave the cub all alone in the hut? No, mother, Sure replied, his voice dwindling. There are beastmen taking care of the cub. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Panic gripped Sure's wolfish visage as he dashed swiftly. The bed was empty. Both the cub and the beast man had vanished without a trace. Damn it, Sure cursed under his breath, bursting out of the hut, only to collide with Hua. Sure, Hua exclaimed, her heart sinking with a foreboding sense of dread. Where's the cub? Standing before her, Sure lowered his head and softly uttered, Mother, before bursting into tears, his sorrow flooding forth like a river. I'm sorry, I lost the cub. Meanwhile, the beast man cradled the cub, his expression fraught with tension as he navigated through twists and turns, ultimately entering another grass hut. He exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement as he raised the cub high, offering it to the girl before him. Here you go. Upon seeing the cub, a radiant smile blossomed on the girl's face as she affectionately stroked the beastman's head. Well done. The beastman reveled in her praise. During the mating season next spring, you will accept me, won't you? He asked, his hands nervously fidgeting. She meticulously examined the cub, noting it was female, and mused, how foolish of Feng. If he would just bond with me, I could bear him many more splendid cubs. The beastman, taken aback, clutched the cub tightly, his voice trembling. Li, didn't you say you were only going to take a look? Irritated, Li waved her hand dismissively. I've changed my mind. If you don't comply, you can forget about being my mate. Li, please don't be angry. The the beast man implored anxiously. I'll find a way to get rid of her right away. Cradling the cub, he fled the hut, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Would he truly abandon this little one? He glanced at the cub nestled in his arms, its gentle whimpers piercing his resolve. Just as he approached the edge of the tribe, the cub let out a feeble wolf howl, a woo. The sound, though soft, was unmistakable. The beast man was startled, instinctively covering the cub's mouth. Be quiet. But it was too late. A fierce wind swept through, and he felt a sudden blur before the cub vanished from his grasp. Pinned to the ground by a massive white wolf paw, the giant wolf, its stunning ice-blue eyes fixed intently on him, held the cub in its jaws, the air escaping its nostrils brushing against his face. Terrified, he screamed, "Help!" Chapter 5. The little cub drinks milk. The great white wolf stood over the beast man, its sharp, enormous teeth glinting menacingly, its massive claws pressing down firmly. Fong, the wolf, disdainfully lifted its paw and shook it off. The beast man, seizing the moment, scrambled away but was swiftly knocked aside by Fong's powerful strike, producing a loud crash. Without sparing a glance at the beast man, Fong delicately placed the cub on the ground before transforming into a slender, muscular youth. He quickly donned his fur garments and cradled the frightened cub, soothing it with gentle reassurances. The little one nestled in Fong's embrace, recognizing the familiar scent, began to whimper, its tiny eyes shut. Its little nose and mouth rosy pink. The cub, known as Lingyu, clung to Feng's clothing, unwilling to let go, fearful of being tossed about again, especially after the previous individual had been so uncomfortable. She emitted soft sounds through her tiny nose, instinctively seeking milk. Feng's arm stiffened as he endeavored to maintain a comfortable position for the cub while carefully examining her. Noticing she bore no injuries and still had the strength to whimper, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The beast man stood by, paralyzed and uncertain, yet too afraid to flee. Fong narrowed his icy blue eyes, radiating danger. "You look down on me," he accused the beast man. The beastman shook his head vigorously, his expression almost tearful. No, Fong, you are strong and brave. I admire you greatly." Fong tilted his head, taking a few steps closer to the beastman. The beastman stammered, but he was met with a swift kick from Fong. My leg, he cried, rolling on the ground in agony. The beastman lamented, "I had no intention of harming your cub. I merely wanted to abandon her." Fong delivered another kick, causing the beastman to howl in pain. You were leading my cub away from the tribe." Fong glanced down at the squirming cub in his arms, his expression growing colder. "You wanted to discard her." The cub's stomach grumbled, prompting Fong to disregard the writhing beastman momentarily. He bypassed him and retrieved a goat from the nearby woods, its belly swollen and docile as it followed Fong obediently. Almost immediately after Fong disappeared from sight, Li appeared, glancing at the beastman on the ground with a look of disdain. What a useless fool, unable to handle such a trivial matter. The beastman, already racked with pain, felt his heart shatter at the sight of his beloved female's words. "Li, I did this for you. Please help me." He reached out to grasp her leg, but she deftly evaded. Softening at the sight of her suitor's misery, she consoled him. "How pitiful, I'll go find someone to rescue you." Gratefulness washed over the beastman. Thank you, Li. You are truly kind." He seemed oblivious to the fact that his plight stemmed from her. "How wonderful," she sighed, covering her face. "Such a powerful male should indeed be my mate." "Fong, what do you intend to do with a pregnant ewe?" A female beside him playfully swatted his head. "You fool, of course, to feed your cub." "Indeed." Another chimed in. "The cub you rescued is far too young and requires milk." An older, more experienced female called out, "Fong, remember to heat the goat's milk before giving it to the cub. They are very fragile. Sometimes, raw animal milk can lead to vomiting and dehydration, as learned from our tribe's experiences." "I understand," Fong nodded slightly. "Thank you." Such a coarse bed would be unsuitable for the cub, as it could injure her delicate skin. Fong nestled the cub in his arms, then prepared a clean bed of fresh straw, laying down softer furs before placing the little one atop the makeshift bed. The cub's stomach grumbled audibly as she lay on the bed, whining loudly. Fong gently caressed her before stepping outside to the tethered goat, its gentle eyes looking at him with warmth. Fong retrieved a wooden bowl and positioned it beneath the goat, his gaze fixed on its belly. Hesitating to act, the cub's whimpers echoed from within the hut. Closing his eyes, Feng clumsily commenced milking the goat. The creature stood patiently, even shifting slightly to facilitate his task. Before long, the bowl brimmed with the precious liquid. Feng hurriedly heated the goat's milk over fire. Using a rudimentary stone pot, striving to cool it down afterward, laboring for most of the day to prepare it, inside, the cub emitted intermittent hunger cries, prompting Feng to swiftly bring the goat's milk. He lifted the cub, positioning the bowl near her tiny mouth. The cub, with her pink lips, nuzzled against the bowl but refused to drink. Growing anxious, Feng thought, how can the cub survive without milk? He produced a small wooden spoon. Sharpening it until it was thin, then scooped out a spoonful of milk to feed the cub. Thank goodness, although half spilled, the cub finally swallowed some. The ability to eat signified the chance to survive. He carefully fed the cub, wrapping a piece of discarded fur around her to prevent any spills. With each spoonful, the cub's belly visibly expanded until, at last, she pushed her tiny paws against the fur. Nudging Feng's spoon, sated, she nestled in Feng's embrace, her face smeared with milk, and stretched her tiny tongue to lick her fur, letting out a small yawn. Feng gently rocked his arm, lulling the cub to sleep. As she grew drowsy, he continued to sway her, uncertain if she had truly drifted off. It wasn't until his arm began to ache and the cub lay still that he carefully placed her on the bed. Covering her with a fur blanket before standing up, his expression turning cold. Chapter 6. The little cub spits up Feng's sharp, ice-blue eyes fixed intently on the door. Two beastmen stood outside. Hua and Shi. Guilt etched across their faces as they nervously lingered at the entrance. They had hastily rushed to Feng's hut, standing at the door for some time. Shi's eyes and nose were red, standing beside his mother, Feng. Hua's expression brimmed with remorse as she extended a piece of cloth she had clutched in her hands. I am truly sorry. I failed to keep an eye on the cubs. The wind approached the doorway. It silently accepted the cotton cloth. Shi stood nearby, tears streaming down his face once more. I am sorry. Feng. Go ahead and hit me. It was I who ran out and allowed the cub to be stolen by others. Feng rubbed his temples but did not respond to Shi. Hua's aged face bore a look of sorrow. She raised her hand and struck Shi lightly. It's my fault. I went out searching for other females to procure milk, leaving Shi to care for the little cub. She touched her face, which glistened with sweat from her frantic search for the cub, never anticipating that Chong would be so wicked as to deceive Shi and steal the cub away. Chong was the orc who had been beaten by Feng in a previous altercation. I'm sorry, Feng. Shi echoed loudly. I'm sorry, Feng. Feng immediately hushed him, for the cub had fallen asleep. Shi's voice vanished in an instant as he clasped his mouth, his eyes wide with surprise. Observing Shi's dazed expression, Feng sighed. Hua exhaled deeply and handed her bowl to Feng. This is milk for the cub. Feng entered the dwelling. Hua sighed again, pulling the sobbing Shi, who was hiccuping, along with her as she departed with the bowl of milk. The goat tethered to the tree lay docilely on the ground, closing its eyes in slumber beneath the tree. Upon entering the house, Feng found the little cub curled up on the bed, emitting soft snoring sounds from its tiny nose. How adorable! Feng's eyes crinkled with delight as he nudged the cub closer to him before joining it on the bed. Noticing some goat's milk still remaining in the bowl nearby, he contemplated for a moment before rising from the bed and carrying the milk outside, placing an unused bowl before the mother goat and pouring the remaining milk into it. The mother goat, previously with her eyes shut, opened them at the scent of the milk, extending her tongue to lap up the delicious liquid. The days of hunting had drained much of Feng's strength. Usually, after a hunt, he would sleep immediately to regain his energy. However, this time, the presence of a cub had delayed his rest. He was now at the point of falling asleep the moment he touched the bed. Rubbing his eyes, Feng cradled the cub in his arms and soon fell into a deep slumber. Before long, night descended. The female orcs busied themselves with washing and preparing ingredients, while the male orcs chopped firewood. The young cubs, who could transform into their humanoid forms, frolicked about with those who could not. Everyone was bustling with activity. In stark contrast, Feng and the little cub remained asleep. The weight of Feng's arm pressing down on the little cub caused her tiny brows to furrow in discomfort as she squirmed. Emitting soft whimpering sounds, the little cub continued to wriggle, making her presence known with gentle cries. Finally, Feng was roused from his slumber. He blinked open his eyes, his ice-blue irises clouded with confusion, as if he had not fully awakened. The little cub persisted in her whimpering, pushing against Feng with all her might. Gently lifting the cub, Feng stroked her tiny belly, realizing it was now flat. Was she hungry, or did she need to relieve herself? Feng was uncertain. He placed the cub on the bed and began to heat water, preparing to extract and warm the milk. After some effort, Feng first laid a piece of worn beast hide across his thigh, then grasped the cub in his hands, meticulously wiping her down with a small piece of cloth. The cub squirmed in his grip, intermittently releasing some waste. Feng cleaned her up, placing the hide at the door. At present, the little cub only consumed milk, and her waste was not foul-smelling. After tidying up the cub, Feng attended to himself, then set the bowl of goat's milk beside him, feeding the cub with small spoonfuls. Although the cub tried her best to drink, she managed to spill more than she consumed, her little face smeared with white milk. Feng carefully wiped the cub down with the cloth, ensuring all the milk stains were cleaned away. Leaning closer to the cub, Feng's nose twitched as he caught the faint scent of milk emanating from her. It was intoxicating. He buried his face into the soft expanse of her belly. Suddenly, he felt warmth on his head, prompting him to lift it immediately, only to see the little cub regurgitating milk, pink lips continuously spilling forth the liquid. The milk had a sour scent. Now, she was truly a little mess. Feng scowled, thankful that the water he had prepared earlier remained warm. He swiftly used the cloth to clean up the milk the cub had expelled, then offered her some more milk. Only after that did he use the cloth to wipe the milk from his own head. The milk had already begun to congeal in his hair, each strand entangled with the residue. Feng felt a sense of helplessness as he cradled the cub, donning a few pieces of beast hide clothing before stepping outside. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and placed the cub on the ground, covered with beast hides. He quickly undressed and entered the water. The cub was too small to be left alone. Feng stayed at the edge of the lake, washing himself rapidly, paying special attention to his hair, thoroughly cleansing it while soothing the cub. The cub emitted a soft sound, prompting Feng to echo her. As the little cub whimpered, Feng mimicked her cries. The cub closed her eyes, feeling a bit insecure. Tentatively, she let out a whine, and Feng responded in kind. The cub then howled, and Feng followed suit. It was quite amusing. He thought. Feng was pleased, but the cub was not. She rolled over on the beast hide, tumbling toward the lake's edge, causing Feng to panic and quickly catch her, nudging her back toward the center of the hide. The cub began to wail, her voice sweet and tender, alternating between cries. Feng found her both adorable and alarming. He hurriedly climbed ashore, dried himself off, donned his beast hide clothing, and picked up the little cub. Feng's white hair dripped with water, and he draped the hide over his head, wiping it casually before departing. He cradled the cub, laboriously cleansing the clothing, then stood up holding the cub and the damp garments as he left. Feng's exposed legs were fair and strong, allowing him to walk faster than the average person. Chapter 7. The cub and the little ones. The cub in Feng's arms whined softly, prompting him to tenderly kiss her. Nodding, a smile graced his face. Most of the orcs in the tribe frequented the nearby lake for bathing, so upon seeing Feng with his wet hair and clothing in hand, one orc looked on in surprise. Feng, did you really toss such a tiny cub into the lake for a wash? Feng shook his head, showing the cub, now dry and fluffy. No, only I bathed in the lake. The male orc sighed with relief and pointed toward a distant plume of smoke. Feng, will you attend the celebration feast tonight? Feng stroked the little cub, hesitating. The cub was too young to be in a crowded place filled with orcs. Thus, he shook his head, declining the invitation. The orc expressed disappointment, his gray wolf ears twitching. What a pity. I was looking forward to sharing roasted meat with you at the feast. Next time, Feng pondered, when my cub grows a bit older, we can enjoy the meat together. The orc brightened at this, his ears perked up with excitement. You must promise to keep your word. The orc clapped Feng on the shoulder before setting off toward the festivities. As a single male, he sought every opportunity to bond with potential mates among the abundance of females at the celebration. Feng was aware that the mother goat was hungry. He placed the cub on the bed, where her round little belly rolled into the corner. Lingyu crawled about the bed, wagging her tiny tail, moving her left paw forward and right paw backward, yet she could not make any headway. Growing anxious, she craned her neck and let out a nascent wolf howl. A woo. She could not open her eyes, but her little ears twitched as she heard footsteps approaching, prompting her to call out even louder. A woo, a woo! The footsteps drew nearer, and Ling Yu suddenly felt herself lifted into a warm embrace. Hearing her calls, Feng rushed into the room, scooping her up. The little cub immediately ceased her cries, nuzzling into his arms. How adorable! Feng's ice-blue eyes gleamed with delight as he pressed his cheek against the cub. Feng! Someone called out, and Feng looked up to see several little heads peering in at the doorway. They were stacked together, varying in height, their wheat-colored faces displaying shyness, mixed with a few little wolf cubs who had yet to transform into their humanoid forms, all gazing at Feng with bright, sparkling eyes. One slightly older cub bravely stepped forward, curiously glancing at the cub in Feng's arms, appearing a bit bashful. The younger cubs behind him, seeing him silent for too long, nudged him forward, chattering eagerly. You need to speak up. Are you going to say something? The older cub, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the push, finally muttered, All right, I know. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Feng, may we see your little cub? This question acted as a trigger, prompting the younger cubs to chime in unison. Yes. Can we see her? I've never seen a white wolf cub before. This remark came from a timid little female cub, who cast a shy glance at Feng and added, But Feng, you are an adult orc, not a wolf cub. Feng looked into the pairs of sparkling eyes before him, a smile gracing his face. All right, but you can only look. You cannot touch. Okay. We can manage that. The little cubs chirped excitedly, resembling a flock of birds. Feng bent slightly, presenting the little cub nestled in his arms for them to see. The small cub clutched at the fabric of the wind, sensing myriad unfamiliar scents, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Good cub. The wind gently patted the little creature, upon seeing the white wolf cub nestled in the wind's embrace. The other cubs erupted in excitement. Wow, is this the white wolf cub? How adorable. It's so tiny. Its eyes aren't even open yet. Several other wolf cubs, unable to transform into their adult forms, circled around the wind, producing howling sounds and chiming in. She looks so beautiful, unlike us. Indeed. One particular cub stood out, opening its mouth. Woof woof. The other cubs scoffed at him. Why are you barking again? You're a wolf? Yet, the little wolf cub paid them no heed and continued to bark joyfully. Woof woof. After a while of showing the cubs, the wind began to usher them away. All right, the wind straightened up. You may leave now. The little cubs collectively voiced their discontent. They bid farewell to the wolf cub in the wind's arms. Goodbye, little wolf cub, we are leaving. Grow up quickly, and let us play together. One by one, the cubs exited, but the cub that enjoyed barking remained behind. Being quite young, it had yet to transform into its adult form. Its little paws nervously scratched at the ground, inquiring of the wind, What is your cub's name? Hearing this question, the wind fell into contemplation. It seemed he had yet to bestow a name upon the little creature. After a moment's thought, he candidly replied to the little wolf cub, I haven't decided yet. The little cub scratched the ground and said, All right then. It then followed its companions out, naming. The wind stroked the little cub. It was essential that his cub received a melodious name. As he pondered this, he fed the little wolf cub some milk and, using a cloth, assisted it in relieving itself. Raising a cub was indeed no easy task. The wind held his breath, his expression devoid of emotion. By the time the routine was completed, considerable time had passed, and the sky had darkened. In the distance, the sounds of merriment and flickering flames from the tribe filled the air. The wind sat by the bed, lost in thought while cradling the cub. Wind. A young girl entered, carrying a platter of roasted meat, large chunks glistening with oil. I brought you food. The wind's nose twitched as he looked up, his expression shifting from ghostly to frigid upon seeing the girl. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she spoke softly. Wind, you haven't eaten in quite a while, and I was worried about you. So I brought you meat. The wind rubbed his brow and patted the restless cub in his arms. Oh need. The wind felt somewhat irritated. He truly did not wish to be the companion of this female. Yet Lee persistently clung to him, becoming a source of annoyance. Lee, however, paid no heed, forcefully shoving the meat into the wind's embrace. The wind narrowed his eyes and swiftly sidestepped. He still held the little cub. Was this female blind? How could she press such hot meat against him? Seeing the wind evade her, a hint of sadness crossed Lee's face, and she called out, Wind. The wind emitted a threatening low growl, admonishing her to leave. Lee was taken aback by his imposing demeanor, fear flickering in her eyes. She cast one last reluctant glance at the wind, stamped her foot, and ran out. Faintly, the sound of her sobbing could be heard. Chapter 8. A sliver of light through closed eyes. Lee nearly brushed past a male beastman, who was holding meat and looked perplexedly at Lee as she dashed out, scratching his head. He entered the dwelling. He set the roasted meat down, making himself comfortable in a corner, and smiled at the wind. Wind, you are quite generous. You don't even bother to eat the free roasted meat the tribe provides. The wind stroked the cub, a smile gracing his face. I knew you would bring me food. The beastman's large, bright eyes glanced at the cub in the wind's arms, rubbing his hands together. Wind, could you let me hold your cub? He asked, grinning widely, his white teeth gleaming. You focus on enjoying the roasted meat. The male beastman eyed the little cub, his gaze practically sparkling with desire, so small and soft. He longed to hold it. The wind hesitated for a moment before declining. No, my cub is a bit shy. The male beastman sighed, a bit disappointed. Very well then. The wind cradled the cub in one arm while carefully eating the roasted meat with the other. Ensuring no grease dripped onto the cub, the beastman rested his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his handsome face, and then chuckled. Wind, you seem to be like a female caring for her young. The wind took a bite of the roasted meat, countering, no, it's a male caring for his young. Their eyes met, and they both laughed. Lingyu's small pink paws pawed at the wind, her tiny nose twitching as she caught a tantalizing scent, which intrigued her immensely. Saliva pooled in her mouth, dripping onto the wind's leather garment as she squirmed, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Though the wind was engaged in eating and conversing with the male beastman, he kept an eye on the cub. Noticing the cub's whines, he found it curious. He gently patted the cub's little belly, noting it was still plump. It was strange. It had just been fed and had relieved itself. The wind pondered for a moment, placing the meat down, wiping his hands and cradling the cub gently, patting its back soothingly. Good cub. The wind's movements were somewhat awkward, his arms stiff as he soothed the little creature. Is your cub hungry? The male beastman inquired, scratching his head. The wind shook his head, having just fed it. The male beastman stood up, towering like a mountain with his tall stature, his black wolf ears twitching atop his head. He approached the wind, casually taking a piece of roasted meat, savoring it, while leaning closer to observe the cub intently. Lingyu, who had been whimpering, suddenly sensed the aroma drawing nearer. She ceased her sounds, her little nose following the delectable scent. Huh? The male beastman, intrigued, slightly moved the meat to the left, only to find the cub swiveling its head in pursuit. He then shifted it to the right, and the cub followed suit. The male beastman chuckled, a hearty laugh emanating from his throat. Wind, it seems your little cub has developed a taste for meat. A taste for meat? The wind looked at the little cub and, in a sudden motion, wiped his finger across the cub's mouth. In the bright moonlight, the glistening drool became even more apparent. The beastman tore off a small strip of meat and brought it to the cub's mouth. Come here, little cub, open wide. Lingyu, sensing the object near her mouth, excitedly opened her tiny jaws. That's ridiculous. The wind blocked the beastman's hand, somewhat irked. How can such a young cub eat meat? You are being too reckless. Idati stuffed the meat strip into his mouth, chewing as he mumbled, my bad. Lingyu opened her mouth wide, waiting eagerly for something to enter, only to find the enticing scent fading away. She let out a wail, straining to open her eyes, curious about what was so captivating. Lingyu whimpered, her small body trembling as she summoned all her strength, finally releasing a little squeak. At last, she managed to open her eyes just a crack. Excitedly calling out, only to see nothing at all. In frustration, Lingyu bit at the wind's arm, but alas, being toothless, her efforts only left a wet mark of saliva. Yet the wind was astonished. He closely examined Lingyu and called out to E, come look, the cub is about to open its eyes. E leaned in closer, and upon seeing the cub indeed had opened its eyes a tiny slit, he rejoiced. It has truly opened its eyes. What a little glutton! As the sky outside gradually darkened, he lingered in the wind's home for a while before taking his leave. Wind, I'm heading out. The wind stood up to see him off, urging him to take care. He chuckled heartily, thumping his muscular chest, showcasing his physique. Others should be the ones afraid of me. With that, he swaggered away with an air of indifference. The cub in the wind's arms was quite restless. So the wind cradled her, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Being just a little cub, Lingyu, comforted by the wind's tender touch and the gentle vibrations, found it difficult to keep her eyes open. Her head rested on the wind's sturdy arm, her tiny tongue peeking out slightly as she began to emit soft purring sounds. The distant chatter continued, somewhat noisy, but the wind closed the makeshift door. Releasing a sigh, approaching the bedside, he carefully set the cub down, allowing himself to enjoy a moment of peace as he finally indulged in his meal. He picked up the remaining roasted meat, still warm, and quickly devoured it, his lips moving swiftly, teeth clicking together until the platter was empty. Afterward, he stepped outside to rinse his mouth. Initially, the wind had no such habit, but after witnessing a certain tribal member, whose neglect of dental care led to his teeth rotting at a young age, rendering him incapable of eating meat, he became vigilant in protecting his own teeth. The wind gently pushed open the door and closed it behind him. Returning to the bedside, he saw the cub sleeping soundly, yawned, and then turned to lie down. Ally walked along the path, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. Her partner embraced her, constantly offering comfort. "Don't be sad," her partner said, wiping away her tears. "You still have me. I am not like the wind, who cannot appreciate what he has done." Ally glanced at her partner, her sorrow deepening. Her partner's gaze darkened. He consoled her. Yet his hands began to wander. Ally evaded, her tone playful. "What are you doing?" Her partner chuckled softly, pushing her down. "I will comfort you well." Chapter 9. Embracing the stone as dawn broke, Lingyu awoke, tossing and turning in her bed. With her keen instincts, she crawled towards the orc beside her, emitting soft snorts as she laboriously climbed onto his chest. Using her little arms and legs, she clambered up to the orc's handsome face. Lingyu's pink tongue dangled from her mouth as she whined softly before beginning to lick the orc's face, leaving behind damp traces of saliva. The orc beneath her could hardly contain himself. A chuckle escaped his nose, and the breath from his laughter ruffled Lingyu's fur. Momentarily taken aback, Lingyu paused with her tongue hanging out, her pink nose twitching before she tentatively licked again. Another laugh rang out. Lingyu, curious and playful, pawed at her right ear, pondering her next move, then extended her tongue to gently touch the orc's face. Indeed, another laugh followed. The little cub was incensed now. She patted the orc's large face with her tiny paws. Emitting an irritated yelp, woof, it was a clear, high-pitched bark, sweet and innocent. The orc could hold back no longer. He scooped up the little cub from his face and burst into laughter. Feng had been awake for some time. As an adept hunter, he was attuned to even the slightest rustle, let alone the commotion caused by the little cub beside him. Yet, glancing at the still dim sky, he decided to indulge in a moment of laziness. Then he watched as the cub crawled towards him, beginning to lick his face. Feng initially managed to suppress his amusement, but once the cub let out that delightful bark, he could no longer contain himself. "Are you hungry?" Feng sat up, cradling the little cub in his arms, and offered his finger to her mouth, which she eagerly began to suck. "Be good now." Feng shook the cub gently, his face still marked by the impressions of sleep. He then carried her outside, laying down a layer of animal hide on the ground for her to crawl upon, and roused the sleeping mother goat. The mother goat, barely able to keep her eyes open, rolled her eyes before standing up and allowing Feng to milk her. It was no easy task. Feng struggled to extract even a small bowl of milk. He then gathered firewood to start a fire, boiling the goat's milk and heating water. Raising a cub was quite the hassle, Feng mused with a blank expression. Perhaps I should just abandon her. He gently patted the cub to comfort her. As time flowed with Feng's movements, the orcs of the tribe began to awaken one by one after he had seen to the cub's needs. "Feng, will you not come to see the hunting team off?" An orc called out to him. The males of the tribe took turns hunting, and Feng had already gone out recently, allowing him to rest in the village for a few days. The orc nodded and moved on. Feng prepared himself, carrying the whimpering cub as he made his way to where the hunting team gathered. His rapport with the tribe was undoubtedly strong. Many orcs greeted him as he walked along. Soon, he arrived beside the hunting team. Feng, a tall figure bounced in front of him, offering a warm embrace. "Are you here to see me off?" Feng pushed him away, slightly exasperated. You're crowding my cub. The orc scratched his head, revealing a gleaming smile. My apologies. Feng, is your cub all right? She's fine, Feng replied, showing the little cub. The cub squirmed in Feng's arms, her eyes half open, revealing the blue membrane that covered her gaze. So adorable! The orc reached out, stroking the little cub, leaving a drool mark on his finger. Oh, how fierce! He laughed heartily at the drool mark on his finger. The hunting team prepared to depart, and someone in the group called for the orc. It's time to set off. He playfully ruffled Lingyu's fur before heading into the crowd, causing her to emit a dissatisfied grunt. Lingyu squirmed in Feng's embrace, struggling to be set down. Feng, puzzled, touched the cub's belly, only to find it still round and full. What's the matter? He asked, noticing Lingyu stretching her little paws towards the ground. He squatted down, observing her determined efforts to reach the ground. Did she wish to walk on her own? Lingyu's snorting reply confirmed his suspicion. Feng gently placed her on the ground, where she could not see the path ahead, yet she began to flounder, intrigued by the rough texture beneath her paws. Feng followed closely behind, ensuring she wouldn't be stepped on by other orcs. The little cub was so small that she resembled a tiny snowball on the ground. As Lingyu moved slowly. Her little nose sniffed the air, detecting an array of unfamiliar scents. She leaned forward, bumping into a hard, jagged object and, curious, attempted to paw at it, but grasped nothing. Lingyu, she called out loudly, seeking help from her guardian orc. Upon rediscovering the small stone, she hummed contentedly, her tiny paws exploring its surface, her nose inhaling deeply, as if a new world had opened before her. She detected an assortment of strange aromas, pleasant fragrances, foul odors, and many indescribable scents that her little mind struggled to comprehend. Lingyu flipped the stone over and over before clutching it tightly, determined to carry this marvel with her. She looked up and emitted a few soft sounds. Feng understood her intent. He scooped her up along with the stone she had found. Be good. It's dirty, he said, taking the stone from her paws to discard it. Lingyu protested vehemently, her cries echoing loudly as if she were a piglet destined for slaughter. Passers-by orcs glanced curiously, inquiring about her loud lamentations. Feng showed them the stone in his hand. Understanding dawned on their faces, and one orc chuckled. Feng, you ought to prepare some toys for your little cub. Toys? Feng mused, perplexed. Indeed, toys. The orc regarded him with a hint of pity. Poor orphan wolf cub, never having played with toys in her life. Younglings possess an innate curiosity that requires toys for exploration. Feng nodded. Recalling fragmented memories of his own childhood, scenes filled with toys, he had indeed overlooked this aspect. Thank you, he said to the orc, stroking the little cub nestled in his arms. The cub clutched the stone tightly, as though guarding a precious treasure. She appeared both pitiable and endearing, stirring a bittersweet emotion within Feng. Chapter 10. The great bull and the wolf-head. Feng walked slowly, for the little cub in his arms periodically desired to explore the ground. Lingyu's pink nose sniffed around, having abandoned the stone she had once clutched. Her little paws trembled as she attempted to walk, striving to advance, though she might just as easily have been moving backward. Feng promptly corrected her course when she veered off track. Lingyu emitted soft sounds, licking at Feng's fingers, intrigued by their unique taste, prompting her to lick again. Growing weary, Lingyu reached out for Feng to pick her up. Feng! A male orc stood beside him, causing Feng to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. There's something you need? The orc, a suitor of Li, flexed his muscles with a menacing expression. Feng, I advise you not to entertain Li's affections. Feng fell into silence, baffled. Did his refusal not come across clearly enough? Were there truly so many orcs who could not perceive his disinterest? The orc mistook Feng's silence for reluctance and reached to shove him aside, only to be caught by Feng's grip, his expression turning dangerously cold. I have no interest in Li, he asserted, pushing the orc aside. Oh, not disturb me again. The orc stood back, clutching his bruised wrist in fear. Astonished by Feng's unexpected strength, he was newly matured, yet so powerful. Days had passed since Feng discovered Lingyu. During this time, her eyes had fully opened, the blue membrane having faded, revealing a pair of ice-blue eyes akin to Feng's own. She had also gained a considerable amount of weight, growing round and lively as Feng busied himself with boiling milk, He felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw two sparkling eyes gazing up at him. Lingyu stared, her toothless mouth moving in anticipation. Ooh, She emitted sounds from her throat, and upon catching Feng's attention, she lay on the ground, exposing her snowy belly. With a sigh, Feng noted the milk's progress and gave Lingyu's belly a gentle rub. She hummed contentedly, nudging her head into the palm of his hand, her adorableness utterly disarming. What am I to do with you? Feng mused, lifting Lingyu into his embrace so she could observe the boiling goat's milk. Her round, ice-blue eyes widened, captivated by the frothy white liquid bubbling in the pot. A gust of wind blew. Steam wafted towards Lingyu's face, startling her. She instinctively recoiled, burying her head in Feng's arm. Leaving only her tiny behind exposed, her little tail swirling like a whirlwind, a smile crept across Feng's face as he checked the milk. Deeming it ready, he gently set Lingyu down, and she rolled twice before shaking off the dust and standing firm. Lingyu shook her head, dislodging the dirt clinging to her fur. Oh, whoa, she howled joyfully, her voice ringing sweet and youthful. Feng poured the goat's milk carefully into a bowl, setting it aside to cool. The enticing aroma of the sweet milk drew Lingyu's attention, and she stumbled towards it, leaping into Feng's arms with precision. Oh, woo! Lingyu felt a bit dazed, her large eyes blinking incessantly. Then she waved her small paw, indicating her desire for milk. The warmth of the sun enveloped her as the wind gently swayed her. Her expression serene and gentle. Just wait a little longer, she obediently thought. Soon, several little cubs from the neighboring tribes gathered around. Upon seeing Lingyu, their eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Little cub, we've come to play with you. A few playful, dirt-covered cubs joined paws and rushed to the Wind's side, tilting their heads to reveal their bright, dark eyes. Wind, let the cubs play with us. Wind shook his head and, gazing at the adorable pairs of bright eyes, found it difficult to refuse. Not yet, she hasn't had her milk. The cubs were undeterred, calling out in unison with resounding voices, it's fine. We can wait. With that, they settled down in a line, sitting neatly like little radishes. At this point, Wind found it hard to refuse. He placed Lingyu beside the bowl filled with milk, and she immediately began to gulp it down eagerly. The little cubs had grown quite a bit and were already capable of drinking milk on their own. Sparing Wind a concern, Wind, one little cub finally could no longer contain her curiosity, her tender voice chiming in. Why haven't you given your cub a name? Wind, who had been watching Lingyu drink, worried she might choke on the milk, turned to explain, I haven't thought of one yet. You haven't thought of one yet? The cubs exclaimed in surprise, whispering among themselves. One particularly proud little cub patted her chest, proclaiming, my father had already named me before I was even born. The other cubs began chattering in agreement, and my father said the same thing. He named me the most beautiful name before I was born. Me too. I was named before I was born as well. A group of little radishes nestled their heads together, chattering away. In the orc world, cubs are precious. Each little one is a treasure to their parents, and naturally, names are chosen even before birth. Abandoned cubs like Lingyu are indeed a rare sight. As Lingyu listened to the chatter of the little cubs, she couldn't help but huff softly, her small head held high. She too had a name, Lingyu, consisting of two characters, one more than the names of this group of cubs. When Wind noticed Lingyu had paused her drinking, thinking she might be upset by the discussion, he gently ruffled her soft fur, reassuring her, it's all right. Your father will surely give you the most wonderful name. Lingyu snorted through her nose, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at her father. Seeing the look of guilt on his face, she lifted her small paw, attempting to comfort him. However, just as she raised her paw, she lost her balance and tumbled headfirst into the milk bowl, flipping it over. The large bowl landed perfectly atop Lingyu's little head, pinning her down. Woo! Ow! Lingyu struggled, wailing in distress. Wind reacted swiftly, immediately lifting the bowl away and rescuing the milk-soaked Lingyu. Now, she truly resembled a little milk wolf. The little cubs erupted into laughter, rushing over to form a circle around her, eager to see how she was faring. Though still small, Lingyu was beginning to grasp the concept of embarrassment. She buried her face in Wind's embrace, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Wind's face couldn't hide his delight. He first comforted Lingyu and then sent the little cubs away. He wanted to be a responsible father. Protecting his little cub's dignity, Wind was relieved he had boiled hot water. At this moment, He too was splattered with milk stains, courtesy of Lingyu. Chapter 11. Out to play. Lingyu's snow-white fur was damp and clinging to her body as she covered her eyes. Burrowing into her father's side, emitting sharp cries, Wind felt a sense of helplessness. He squeezed the little cub, testing her firmness. Oh, still a solid little ball. He stifled a laugh, careful not to provoke his prideful little she-wolf. Ow, ow! Lingyu batted at her father, her milk-smeared wolf face revealing large, bright eyes filled with grievance. All right, father will give you a bath soon. Wind set the wet little wolf cub down on the ground and then brought in the hot water. Lingyu remained behind, grumbling and curling into a ball. Cubs like me, I can't face anyone. After Wind returned, he scooped up the still morose little she-wolf and carried her inside, taking a clean cloth to gently wipe away the milk from her fur before placing her into the water. Splash! As soon as Lingyu entered the water, it turned a vast area white around her, the colors spreading visibly, accompanied by a rich scent of milk. Seeing this, Lingyu closed her eyes and slumped into Wind's palm. Wind washed Lingyu several times, changing out multiple basins of water before finally getting her clean. He then took a fresh cloth to dry her thoroughly, also cleaning the little cub's ears. Once Lingyu was set down, she stood on the bed, her fur fluffed out like a snowy dandelion. This time, Lingyu learned her lesson. She sat down, curling her tail around her front paws, and called out a few times towards the door. Hearing his little cub's calls, Wind quickly entered the room. He found her sitting upright on the bed, her large eyes fixed on him. Wind approached and pinched her tiny pink paw pads. Ow! Lingyu urged Wind, who looked at her with puzzled eyes. What is it? Ow! Lingyu extended her paw to pat her father. Wind bent down tentatively, bringing his gaze level with his little cub's. Ow! Lingyu's spirits lifted. She stretched her paw out to rest on Wind's soft white head, rubbing it affectionately. Father, this is a belated consolation. Lingyu's wolfish face beamed with pride. Father, you needn't fret over my name. I already have my own. Wind felt a wave of emotion at the sensation on his head. Did the cub realize how hard he worked to care for her? Such a grateful little one, despite her tender age. Perhaps this is the joy of raising a cub. You still want milk. Wind scooped his little cub into his arms, burying his face in her fur and taking a deep breath. So adorable. Lingyu shook her head, her wolfish face showing refusal. For now, she didn't wish to see milk or bowls. Nestled in her father's embrace, Lingyu glanced around, soon locking eyes with the other little cubs. Upon noticing Lingyu looking at them, the little cubs waved excitedly. Let's go out to play. Lingyu recalled her previous behavior in front of them, covering her small face in refusal, yet her tail wagged furiously behind her, leaving a blur in its wake. We're going to pick wild fruits. Are you really not coming, little cub? The little radishes outside the door beckoned. They're very fragrant and sweet. Lingyu's expression showed reluctance, but her tail continued to wag faster and faster. Wind glanced at his arm, now under attack by her tail, and gently patted her. If you want to go, then go. Father will be right behind you. The cubs were still too small. He couldn't help but worry if he wasn't there to watch over them. Lingyu looked up at Wind, nuzzling his arm with her little head, making soft, coaxing sounds. Then Wind set her down on the ground. Lingyu tested her paws on the firm surface and, filled with excitement, dashed towards the little cubs. The little cubs surrounded Lingyu, who spun around joyfully, and then they all held hands, the older ones carrying her. The little cubs all tilted their heads back, sweetly waving goodbye to Wind. Wind, goodbye. We will take good care of the little cub. Don't worry. A gaggle of small ones giggled and scampered out of the house. Wind waited until they had run far before stepping outside. He was an excellent hunter, skilled in tracking prey, even if that prey was merely a gaggle of tiny cubs. The little cubs, carrying Lingyu, scampered into the woods, causing her to sway back and forth, her small head resting on a cub's arm. Along the way, Orcs spotted the little ones from a distance, cautioning them, don't venture too deep into the woods. There are wild beasts. The cubs laughed, radiating vibrant energy. We know, we won't go far, little cub. I'm Chuan. Make sure to remember my name. The other cubs chimed in, introducing themselves to Lingyu in no time. Her little head was filled with various names. She covered her head, exclaiming that she had remembered them all. That it was autumn, and most wild fruits were ripe. Sometimes the women of the tribe would venture out to gather some for food, but more often, It was the cubs who went to help their mothers pick fruits while playing in the forest. Little cubs, come here. Chuan, the male cub, held out a fruit, placing it near Ling Yu's mouth. I've peeled it. It's very sweet. Give it a try. Ling Yu looked at the fruit, licking her toothless mouth, then snorted through her nose and turned her head away. Chuan, puzzled by her response, scratched his head. Doesn't she like it? He then popped the wild fruit into his own mouth and pulled out another. How about this one? It's especially delicious. Ling Yu opened her mouth, hoping to convey that she was just a little cub without teeth. However, Chuan believed that Ling Yu desired to partake in this fruit, and he was about to stuff the fruit in his hand into Ling Yu's mouth. Hey, Chuan, you fool! A female cub rushed to Chuan's side, halting his action. The cub, lacking teeth, would surely choke on such a treat. With a sigh, the female cub declared, "Let me do it." She retrieved a wild berry from her little pouch. Its surface a vibrant red, glistening with abundant juice, and she carefully peeled it. Here, little cub, stick out your tongue. The female cub pinched the berry. Ling Yu blinked and extended her tiny red tongue, with a gentle pressure from the female cub's fingers. Juice oozed from the fruit, dripping onto Ling Yu's tongue. What is this flavor? Ling Yu licked her lips, the sweet taste stimulating her tongue and a wave of happiness rising from her heart. She sat on the ground, her little tail spinning like a propeller in sheer delight. Chapter 12. Delicious berries, isn't it delicious? The female cub beamed with a proud smile, casting a sidelong glance at the daft Chuan. Woo, oh woo! Ling Yu squealed, her excitement palpable, her blue eyes sparkling, ears twitching fervently, and her little tongue extending. Woo! The generous female cub squeezed a few more drops onto Ling Yu's tongue. The small cub, Ling Yu, joyfully rolled on the ground, her short legs kicking with glee. I want to feed her too. The male cub Chuan, impatiently nearby, expressed his desire to feed Ling Yu. The other cubs chimed in, chattering eagerly, each reaching out with their little hands, presenting plump, red fruits, their juices dripping onto their palms. Even a few younger wolf cubs, still too young to transform, clutched berries in their mouths, gazing expectantly at Ling Yu. Ling Yu, a petite figure, drooled as she beheld the array of fruits before her. Overwhelmed with joy, she squinted, her gaze flitting among the eager cubs, each one wide-eyed and hopeful, their faces pleading, choose me, choose me. The little Empress Ling Yu pranced before them, her short legs moving back and forth, and the cubs' eyes followed her every motion. As she swayed left, their gazes shifted left. When she swayed right, their eyes mirrored her. It was a perfect synchrony. Finally, Ling Yu settled on the far right, and upon seeing her in front of him, the small cub's smile widened. Then, the little Empress Ling Yu extended her tongue, drooling as she systematically licked from right to left, repeating the process. The cubs erupted in cheers, and even the wind, lurking at a distance, seemed to chuckle. How adorable! I know a place with even tastier treats. One of the cubs wiggled its ears and pounded its chest with confidence. Really? Some cubs expressed skepticism, questioning, you spend every day with us. How could you know of a place that we do not? The cub huffed, raising its head defiantly. Don't doubt me. I discovered it by chance when I was lost. Then, lowering its voice, it added, but I assure you, the berries there are undoubtedly the best I've ever tasted. The other cubs grew curious. Is that true? I want to go. Me too, woof, barked the little wolf cub, scratching the ground eagerly. I won't go. One cub hesitated, its little claws digging anxiously into the earth. I'm scared. Afterward, several pairs of large eyes turned to Ling Yu, filled with anticipation. Ling Yu, seated on the ground with her tail curled about her legs, nodded. I want to go too. Wonderful. Chuan approached the little cub, ready to lift her. In a way, Mu stepped forward, declaring, I've held her long enough. It's my turn now. Chuan wiped his hands, slightly disheartened. All right then, a group of spirited little cubs followed the one who had spoken earlier, marching boldly into the depths of the forest, one after another, resembling a string of candied hawthorns, completely oblivious to the adults' warnings. Before long, the silhouettes of the little cubs faded into the woods, the wind perched in a tree, swinging its legs, basking in the sunlight. It glanced at the distant little cubs, observing them reveling in their play, and yawned, rubbing its eyes, the faintest hint of blue beneath them. After a brief moment of drowsiness, it opened its eyes to find that the little cubs had vanished, Blinking, it noticed the lingering redness at the corners of its eyes, the weariness still not dissipated. Once it confirmed the absence of the cubs, it swiftly sat up, the tree beneath groaning under the sudden movement. The wind dashed to the spot where the cubs had been, its wolf ears swiveling and its nose filled with an array of scents. It carefully discerned, catching the familiar scent of its little cub, its ice-blue pupils narrowing in alarm. It swiftly followed the trail, disappearing into the dense forest in mere moments. Moo! Where are you, Chuan? The calls for the cubs echoed through the tribe. Urgency etched upon the faces of both male and female beast folk. Damn it, where have these little cubs run off to? I know. The little wolf cub that had initially declined to go was cradled in its father's arms. Stating, Chuan and the others have ventured into the woods. The small cub raised its paw, pointing toward the nearby forest. They said they wanted to pick delicious berries and wandered deeper in. What? Those little rascals. A hot-tempered male immediately began to curse. Chapter 13. The giant snake, the male beast folk, enraged, let out a low growl. His wolf tail flicking nervously behind him. One of his companions patted him on the back, urging, stop talking and let us search for them. Thus, a group of beast folk gathered on the spot, setting off to locate the disobedient cubs. Some males had to remain behind to guard the tribe, as other tribes often attacked, and without sufficient male warriors to defend, a terrifying raid could ensue. Among the female beast folk, some needed to stay behind with their cubs, while others, lacking little ones to care for, joined the males in their search. A throng of individuals, filled with worry and suppressed anger, ventured into the forest. Wow, little cub, come try this. Chuan held out a purplish-red berry, presenting it to Lingyu. This one is truly delicious. Sweet and tangy. Lingyu's nose twitched as she caught the delightful scent, her little tail wagging furiously behind her as she extended her tongue. Chuan rubbed the berry on his clothing, peeled it carefully, and squeezed the juice onto Lingyu's tongue. A different berry, a different flavor. Lingyu's eyes sparkled like stars, her tiny paws tugging at Chuan's hand, indicating she wanted more. Chuan popped the berry he had squeezed into his mouth, grinning. I have more here. He drizzled more juice onto Lingyu's little tongue. The other cubs were particularly attentive to this youngest sister, ensuring that whenever they had something tasty, they would let Lingyu have a lick. Throughout the day, Lingyu experienced a myriad of delightful flavors. Farewell to the bland milk. From this day forth, I have become friends with berries. Lingyu licked her nose, feeling blissfully sweet, her eyes narrowing in happiness. Little cub, wait here. I'll go over there and pick you some delicious berries. You gently set Lingyu aside, instructing her to patiently await their return. Woo! Lingyu squinted, nuzzling Moo's palm, emitting a charming sound from her throat. She obediently sat beside a tree, her little tail wagging back and forth, the entire small white wolf round and plump, resembling a chubby little snowball. A strange, hissing sound emerged from behind her ear, causing Lingyu to scratch her little hind leg furiously as she dug at her small ear, feeling perplexed by the peculiar and somewhat grating noise. Having grown up until now, she had never encountered such an odd sound. And with a hint of curiosity, she turned her wolf head, her small eyes locking onto a pair of cold, slitted pupils. Lingyu tilted her small head, confusion evident on her face. What was this creature with such an unusual appearance? She wrinkled her nose, and a foul, rotten stench assaulted her senses, prompting her to whimper and sneeze several times in succession, her tiny paws covering her nose as she retreated. Yet the massive serpent flicked out its tongue, brushing against Lingyu's face, then opened its maw, lined with sharp fangs, resembling a dark abyss poised to swallow the little white wolf pup whole. Chuan had just gathered a basket of berries when he turned to see the little pup facing off against a gigantic python. He let out a piercing scream, causing the basket in his hands to tumble to the ground. His cry startled the other pups, who turned to gaze in the direction of the little one, witnessing the astonishing sight of the giant serpent with its gaping maw. Just as the little pup seemed destined to perish in the serpent's jaws, a pair of arms swiftly scooped her up, leaving the massive serpent to lunge at empty air. Run! Moo cried out desperately, clutching the pup as she dashed away, hurling the berry-laden basket at the serpent's head. The snake! The little pups scattered in a panic, the older ones each clutching a smaller pup under their armpits. The younger ones transformed into their beast forms, sprinting with all their might, wishing they had more legs to escape faster. The giant serpent swung its head, berries sliding off its face, staining it with shades of red and purple. Its slitted pupils narrowed dangerously, the tongue flicking out as it hissed, fixated on the small pup cradled in Mu's arms. Lingyu, dazed and held by Mu, gazed blankly, a hint of confusion on her face. Ow! She licked Mu's arm, who was currently running, and when Mu glanced down at the little pup, she noticed her tiny paw pointing backward. Turning her head, a chill ran down Mu's spine, the hairs on her neck standing on end as cold sweat trickled down her forehead, dripping onto Lingyu. The enormous, ferocious python relentlessly pursued them, its massive body crashing through the berry bushes. Leaving a path of destruction in its wake, Daimyu gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on the little pup. Sensing the commotion behind her, her body trembled uncontrollably, her features contorted by fear. Her instinct screamed that the serpent only desired the small wolf cub in her grasp. Let her go! Let her go! If she merely loosened her grip, the pup would fall to the ground, drawing the serpent's attention away, and she could escape without exerting herself so much. The serpent would cease its pursuit. Mu's arms quivered slightly as she glanced down at the little pup. Lingyu's tiny paws clutched at Mu's clothing, instinctively fearful, watching Mu's face as she leaned down, nervously licking her nose. The pup's blue eyes, clear as a spring, reflected the distressed face of the young girl. Gritting her teeth, Mu held the pup even tighter. Panting heavily, her pace gradually slowed. Darkness encroached upon her vision as her stamina waned. After all, she was merely a small cub. The foul odor emitted by the serpent grew closer, and Mu could feel the wind it stirred. Ow. Just then, a furious wolf's howl echoed, as a massive white wolf lunged at the python. Its sharp fangs tearing into the serpent's flesh, crimson blood splattering into the air, staining the earth and the surrounding flora. Mu collapsed to the ground. Her lips pale, sweat pouring down her face, her body weakened from the frantic escape. Lingyu emerged from her embrace, nuzzling against her anxiously. Mu, gasping for breath, stroked the little pup's warm fur, exhaling a sigh of relief. What a terrifying ordeal it had been. Chapter 14. The wolf's howl, scales and fur flew. The scent of blood permeating the air as the hissing of the serpent mingled with the wolf's howls. The wind bore sharp fangs, ripping a large chunk of flesh from the giant python. The fur around its mouth stained a deep red. The serpent emitted a pained hiss, its jaws opening to an unnatural angle as it twisted its body, attempting to bite Wind's side, but Wind evaded its strike. The serpent's furious hisses echoed as it flicked its tongue through the air. The wolf and serpent clawed at each other, their massive forms toppling numerous trees, leaving only stumps in their wake. Just as Mu caught her breath, she noticed the two colossal creatures charging toward her, her ears flattening against her head as she swiftly picked up the small wolf cub, fleeing with all her might. Ow! Ow! Lingyu, cradled in Mu's arms, turned to look back at the giant wolf, excitedly howling. Father, go for it! Wind's ears twitched slightly as his icy blue eyes glanced at the distant little cub, then he swerved. Evading the python's attack, running alongside the massive serpent, Wind sank his teeth into its flesh, inflicting one wound after another, before leaping onto the serpent's head. The python attempted to retaliate with its sharp fangs. But Wind did not flinch, allowing it to leave a gruesome gash on his side. Wind roared, seizing the brief moment of the serpent's distraction to bite down on its vital spot. Blood gushing from his mouth. The python writhed in fear, trying to retreat, but Wind held firm. A low growl resonated from the depths of the white wolf's throat, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he tightened his grip. The python squirmed, emitting desperate hisses, until finally, the light in its eyes faded, and its massive body grew still. Wind stood amidst the chaos, his snow-white coat stained with blood, the wound at his flank oozing crimson. Soaking his fur, releasing his grip, he approached the serpent's lifeless form, using his sharp claws to puncture its eyes. In an instant, the python's once gleaming orbs transformed into gory, gaping holes, a grotesque sight to behold. Wind stood atop the serpent's body, his head held high, letting out a triumphant howl. Ow. Upon hearing the sound, Mu instinctively transformed into her wolf form, crouching low and joining in the howl. Lingyu mirrored Mu's actions, pressing her limbs against the ground, fiercely howling alongside her. Ow. Ow. The little pups, faces etched with shock, stumbled from the forest, startled to find the beastmen of the tribe. Had they not been called by the beastmen, they might have continued to flee. They cried out, leaping into the arms of their mothers and fathers, their small bodies trembling, faces streaked with tears and snot. "Father!" Chuan released the 2 small wolf cubs he had tucked under his arms. Rushing into the embrace of a tall male beastman, his body marked with numerous claw marks, the beastmen rejoiced, having found their young ones. Yet at that moment, a female beastman let out a desperate wail. "Moo, where are you?" Her face was etched with worry as her companion searched through the crowd of pups. "Father!" After a brief moment of crying, Chuan immediately urged his father to Yuan and Win's pups are being chased by a giant snake. "Father, hurry and save them!" The other pups echoed in distress. "The giant serpent?" The beastmen were taken aback, immediately springing into action. The giant wolves growled, their gazes sharp. Among them, a gray wolf sprinted ahead, her golden eyes filled with concern and fury as she let out a suppressed roar. Suddenly, a piercing howl resonated through the air, causing the giant wolves, who had been racing forward, to halt in unison, crouching low and howling in response. The gray female wolf's eyes sparkled as she fought against the oppressive howl, desperately running toward the original direction. Finally, she caught the scent of the pups growing stronger, mingled with the unmistakable scent of blood. The mother wolf paused, her face momentarily stunned, before unleashing a howl of despair. Tears streaming down her face, surrounded by fallen trees, the mother wolf burst forth, witnessing the sight of the white giant wolf standing atop the python's corpse. The white wolf's cold pupils met hers. Yet she felt no fear. Her eyes held sorrow as she called out for her pups. "Mother!" The filthy little cub emerged from the distance, her fur disheveled, her pelt tattered, as she dashed toward her mother. Placing Lingyu on the ground before clinging onto the mother wolf's neck. Overcome with emotion at the sight of her cub, the mother wolf lowered her head, licking her offspring, her eyes gleaming with joy at their reunion. Mu climbed onto her mother's back, lying still. The mother wolf, carrying her pups, then spotted a filthy little white wolf cub not far off, the small creature howling as it stumbled toward the white giant wolf. With every few steps, it would tumble and roll, struggling to maintain its balance. The white giant wolf looked down at the little cub at its feet, licking its nose in acknowledgement, while the little one, anxious, scampered around its wounds. Wind settled beside her, lying down and licking his own injuries, while Lingyu mirrored his actions, extending her tongue to fervently lick the fur around Wind's wounds. The wind bore a whimsical quality. With its crimson tongue, it gently licked, causing the young cub to topple over. "Howl, howl!" Lingyu was turned onto her back by the lick. Yet she was not angered. Instead, with tear-filled eyes, she gazed at her father and hurried to lick the wound on Feng's body. The metallic scent of blood spread in her mouth, and with each lick, Lingyu's sorrow deepened. Feng looked at Lingyu with tenderness, reassuring her that all would be well, for her father was present. Lingyu wiggled her little rear end, sadly approaching her father's mouth, embracing it and beginning to wail. The remaining giant wolves also arrived. As they emerged from the forest, they beheld the massive serpent's form. Mu's mother carried Mu beside them. The colossal snake had met its demise at Feng's hands, who was now injured. The mother wolf explained, urging them to quickly take him to the shaman. Only then did the giant wolves turn their gazes to the white wolf not far away. During their sprint, they transformed into human forms and swiftly donned their garments. Feng silently covered the young wolf cub's eyes. "Feng, what has happened to you?" A beastman spotted Feng's injury, noting the severity of the wound. Feng shook his head, indicating he was fine. "Feng, let us carry you to the shaman." Another beastman produced a makeshift stretcher seemingly crafted long before. Feng shook his head, dismissing the need for it, claiming it was just a minor injury. He picked up the small cub nestled beside him and placed it on his back, gracefully weaving through the crowd, ready to depart. Chapter 15. Returning to the tribe, the white giant wolf floated away with the grace of feathers, leaving the beastmen behind in puzzled silence. "Do we still need this?" pondered the beastman holding the stretcher, scratching his head and lifting it aloft. A thoughtful beastman nodded. "Let us take it. We must carry the serpent meat." A few approached the massive serpent, their demeanor subdued. Did Feng truly slay this? One touched the cold scales of the snake, voicing a stunned inquiry. A serpent of such size is no easy feat to kill. Of course it was Feng. Another beastman began crafting tools. How can we lift such a large serpent on a small stretcher? Come, lend a hand. A swarm of beastmen busily scurried like ants, taking considerable time to shift the colossal serpent. This serpent meat is indeed an unexpected delight. Mother, I won't leave. I shall wait here for Moo and the others. A young cub wriggled free from its mother's embrace, scampering onto the ground. I too shall not leave. The remaining cubs chimed in. The beastmen regarded the cubs with repressed anger. They had examined these young ones earlier, finding most to have only minor scrapes. Beastmen were resilient. These were mere trifles. Allowing them to breathe easier, confirming the safety of the cubs, the beastmen ventured back into the forest, for although they had found their own young, others were still unaccounted for. You must wait here obediently. No more wandering, do you hear? The adult beastmen fretted. The cubs nodded in unison, their tears yet to dry, gazing glumly towards the forest, resembling little bitter gourds. Chuan wiped his face, a mixture of sweat and blood smeared across it. He and several older cubs bore the brunt of injuries, as they had to carry the little ones and could not transform into their beast forms for protection, leaving them bloodied from various scratches. Moo, please be safe. Chuan thought back to the scene, feeling regretful. If only he had heeded Moo's words, they would not have encountered the great serpent, and Moo and the small cubs would not still be in uncertainty about their fate. Moo, the little cubs, that he sobbed, wiping away more tears. The cubs huddled together, their cries resonating in a chorus of fear. Feng raced onward with the cubs, soon encountering several tribesmen. Feng, a keen-eyed tribesman, spotted the little cubs on him. Expressing joy when you found the cubs, did you see Moo? Feng nodded and flicked his tail. They noticed the bloodstains on Feng. Feng, you are injured. Just a minor wound. I killed a great serpent, Feng affirmed, raising a paw to indicate behind him. They were just over there. You should go assist. The blood on Feng's fur had already dried and darkened, emitting an unpleasant odor. He sneezed and continued running, stirring a gust of bloody air as he passed the beastmen. Yong was also among the beastmen, his ears perked to listen intently, noticing Feng's voice fading into the distance before he grunted. What great serpent! I see only a small snake. Feng was merely fortunate. The other beastmen exchanged glances with Yong, silently communicating, and chose not to engage with him, instead continuing their journey. Before long, they came face to face with the previous group of beastmen. Upon meeting, they were filled with joy. It's you? The beastmen carrying the serpent were ecstatic. Come help us. It's incredibly heavy. We're here, replied the later group, equally pleased. Approaching the enormous serpent, they were taken aback. Such a massive snake. The serpent's head was bound, its eyes resembling bloodied pits, yet its former majesty and imposing presence could still be discerned. A beastman shivered, and amidst the urging, stepped forward to assist. Upon seeing the great serpent, Yong's countenance darkened significantly, and he silently began to pull down him. You had transformed into a small wolf, standing atop the serpent's body, her tiny head held high. A woo, Moo howled, her voice youthful, drawing low laughter from the other beastmen. The cubs huddled together, sleepy-eyed. Suddenly, they heard a commotion of voices, and they all opened their eyes in unison, spotting Moo standing atop the serpent's corpse. Her small paw rested on its tongue, and upon seeing her companions, she beamed with joy. She nimbly descended from the serpent and was welcomed with enthusiastic greetings from her friends. Moo, are you all right? Moo, I was so worried about you. How did the great serpent perish? Moo transformed back into her human form, donned her clothing, and placed her hands on her hips, her face brimming with excitement. Let me tell you, it was Feng, she exclaimed, her tone fervent, when I and the little cubs were nearly caught by the serpent. Feng rushed out and killed it. Truly remarkable, she said, gesturing animatedly, causing the little cubs to stare in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. The great serpent was laid out in the clearing of the tribe, its enormous body drawing gasps of wonder from the other beastmen. Feng brought the cubs to the shaman's dwelling. The shaman was boiling something when she saw Feng, bloodied and disheveled, and gasped in shock. Feng, dear child, what has happened to you? The shaman rose, her wrinkled face filled with concern. Shaman, please, help me check on my cubs, Feng implored, lifting Lingyu, who nestled in his palm, her little eyes blinking eagerly, emitting anxious sounds. The shaman reached out, gently taking some of the little cubs and setting them aside. Good child, play here. She patted Lingyu and then pulled Feng closer, lifting his fur garment. Feng, you never take care of yourself? She sighed, meticulously cleaning his wounds before applying a mound of green herbs that exuded a fragrant aroma. Feng lowered his head, quietly retorting, I do take care of myself. Oh, you child, the shaman sighed again, her clear eyes gazing at the young man before her, as if she could see the shadow of a battered little wolf through him. Lingyu wagged her tail, sitting patiently beside them, her eyes sparkling as she awaited the shaman's healing touch for her father. Feng shook his wolf ears, remaining silent. Chapter 16. This night Lingyu listened as the elder female praised her, her little tail wagging furiously, her eyes sparkling. Then she stood up and circled around the two, her snowy fur brushing against them. Seeing that the shaman had nearly finished tending to the wounds, Feng scooped Lingyu into his arms and ruffled her little head. Lingyu, slightly dazed from the affection, nuzzled deeper into Feng's palm. Woo! Lingyu licked the aged fingers of the elder female, a smile spreading across her cherubic face, her little tail sweeping against Feng's chest. You mustn't swallow, Feng cautioned Lingyu, it could choke you. Woo! Lingyu nodded. Suddenly, a loud commotion startled Lingyu, causing her to perk up her ears and release the damp meat she had been licking, curiously scanning her surroundings. Mother, be gentle. That hurts. No, no, father. Don't hit. Mother, save me. Help. A group of little cubs, having shed their pants, revealed their tiny bottoms, bracing for the loving discipline from their parents. These were the cubs who had recklessly ventured into the forest earlier, and the pent-up frustration of the beastmen finally erupted that evening. Tonight marked the night of the cubs' wails. Lingyu closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. She stuffed the meat into her father's mouth, shifting positions in his embrace, burying her head deep into the crook of his arm. Leaving only her drooping tail exposed, her little body quivered. Wah! She too was a disobedient little cub. Feng, gnawing on the meat, found it somewhat amusing while I gazed at the enormous serpent before her, excitement lighting her face. Could this great snake truly have been slain by Feng? She walked from the head to the tail of the serpent, her heart racing with admiration for Feng's prowess, while I felt as if a cat's paw were clawing at her heart. If only Feng could become her mate. I wonder how Feng is faring. One beastman spoke nearby. When I saw him, he was covered in blood. I lowered her gaze. Is Feng injured? She pondered, realizing this presented a splendid opportunity. The little cubs were filthy, nearly turning into balls of dirt, as Feng gently patted the pink belly of a cub. Are you hungry, little one? The wind heated the water and warmed the goddess milk, all the while removing the twigs from the cub's mouth. Woo! Lingyu stuck out her tiny tongue and licked her lips, gazing at the wind with anticipation. The wind lifted the cub gently and placed her into the warm water. Almost instantly, the once clear bathing water darkened considerably. The little fluffball transformed into a solid little sphere. Woo! Lingyu covered her face with her paws, feeling a bit shy. The wind, displaying a cold and indifferent demeanor, had grown quite adept at washing the cub. In no time at all, he had finished, lifting the little one out and pouring away the murky water before fetching a fresh basin. Wash, scrub, scrub, wash. Soon, a pristine little dandelion emerged, fresh and pure. Lingyu wagged her tiny tail with fervor, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, and she licked her little nose. Unable to resist, the wind pinched Lingyu's nose, prompting the cub to scratch her nose and let out a tiny sneeze. Yet, her eyes remained wide open, fixed on the wind without a blink. The wind chuckled softly, retrieving the long-awaited goat's milk for the little one. Hooray! Lingyu gazed at the bowl of milk before her, dancing excitedly, her little tongue flailing about. Forgive me, dear goddess milk, for I confess my play with berries was but a pretense. It is with you that I truly indulge. Lingyu hopped around the bowl for some time, her little bottom swaying, her tail nearly spinning like a propeller. Then she began to drink voraciously in a matter of moments. The wind had a satiated little cub in his arms. Lingyu let out a satisfied burp. Patting her little belly, after feasting, she began to feel drowsy. Lingyu stifled a small yawn, her eyelids waging a gentle battle. Sleep now. The cub, thoroughly cleaned, received a tender kiss on her forehead from the wind, his ice-blue eyes radiating warmth. The little cub rolled deeper into the bedding, her tiny paws clutching the wind, sticky and clingy. Woo! Sleep now, sleep now. The wind gently patted the little cub. Lingyu made soft whimpers. Slowly closing her eyes, drifting into a light slumber, the wind tucked her in gently, found some clothes for himself, and stepped out of the room. The moonlight was clear, cascading over the wind, his ice-blue eyes shimmering like sapphires in the glow. He glanced back at the little wolf cub, sprawled in a haphazard slumber, and softly closed the door behind him. Transforming into a wolf, he dashed into the night. Before long, he reached the lakeside, where the moonlight danced upon the water's surface. The wind morphed back into human form, his legs sinking into the lake, and then he plunged entirely into the water, creating small splashes. The green herbs at his waist swirled upon the surface, and he scrubbed them clean before beginning to cleanse the blood from his body. The gaping wound at his side had stopped bleeding. The resilience of Orcs was remarkable, and the wind was among the strongest. The water around him turned crimson as the blood washed away, revealing his pale, slender form. A slight tug at the wound made him hiss softly. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he stepped onto the shore, drying off the droplets on his body before lifting his head to reveal a youthful visage still imbued with boyish charm. The wind, in truth, was merely a newly matured youth, a tiny wolf, resembling a small snowball, moved to his side, emitting soft whimpers. The wind scooped her up, feeling an overwhelming softness in his heart, and nuzzled the cub's fluffy head, planting a kiss on her. The little cub nestled in his embrace. Murmuring contentedly, "How lovely," the wind nuzzled her again, saying, "Let us go sleep with father." He approached the bedside, ensuring to close the door behind him. The little cub clung to his arm, refusing to let go. The wind enveloped her in the blanket, their expressions tranquil and reassured. Chapter 17. Called you outside the thatched cottage. The skies were overcast, the sun obscured behind the clouds. Lingyu wagged her tail nervously. Watching the mother goat lying on the ground, her body stained with sticky fluids, emitting painful gasps. "Awoo!" Lingyu nudged the large paw beside her. This was the wind's first experience witnessing a mother goat giving birth, and he felt a tinge of anxiety. He had already prepared hay beneath the mother goat, waiting for the moment. "Stay here," he said, patting the little cub and stroking her soft fur. "I will go fetch help." "Awoo!" Though still a small wolf, Lingyu had already grasped some understanding. She sat upright, howling to assure she would keep a watchful eye on the goat. Lingyu circled around the goat, her little paws marching in a clumsy manner. Though her path was rather crooked, she looked at the mother goat, and though she did not comprehend the concept of giving birth, she still felt a pang of worry for its painful state. Lingyu wagged her tail, calling out in a comforting manner to the mother goat, "Awoo, you can do it, you can do it." The mother goat trembled in agony, emitting pitiful bleats. Seeing this, Lingyu rushed to the side of the mother, embracing her face. "Awoo." Tears welled in the little wolf cub's eyes, dampening her furry cheeks. The mother goat gazed gently at the little wolf, her pain momentarily forgotten as she extended her rough tongue to lick the cub. As if to comfort her, the little cub rolled over from the goat's gentle ministrations. The mother goat softly nudged Lingyu away with her head, her eyes warm, while gasping heavily. Understanding the situation, Lingyu scurried to the side, anxiously scratching at the ground, dust flying about, causing her to sneeze. She lifted her paw to rub her little nose. The mother goat let out a cry, trembling as she rose from the ground. And soon, a tiny goat's head emerged from behind her. "Bah!" The mother goat emitted a sound that seemed to express relief, and the little goat tumbled out behind her, landing on the ground. Lingyu wagged her tail. Realizing the mother goat had successfully given birth, she howled joyfully. The mother goat approached the newborn, licking the bloody afterbirth from its body, while the little goat bleated, shaking its four spindly legs as it struggled to stand. Yet, the ordeal was not over. With another effort, the mother goat expelled a mass of bloody matter that fell to the ground, sticky and exuding a foul odor. Lingyu wagged her tail again, rushing over to the mother, whimpering softly and growling protectively at the bloody mass. "This one gets a lick, that one gets a lick." When the wind arrived with the elderly beast man who had experience with newborn goats, he beheld the scene before him. The mother goat lay on a relatively clean patch of hay, while at her abdomen, a white kid knelt on its front legs, desperately drinking its first mouthful of milk. Beside the kid was another little snowball, its exposed tail wiggling as it enjoyed its meal. The old beast man chuckled warmly at the sight, saying to the wind, "I believe I am no longer needed here." The wind smiled, walking over to pick up the little cub. Its mouth smeared with milk, its round, glistening eyes gazing at him. The mother goat lay on the ground, bleeding at the wind. He reached down to stroke her head, soothing her. A gentle breeze passed by, and a bird swooped through the sky, dropping a feather. The feather drifted softly with the wind, landing atop the little cub's head, obscuring her eyes. The wind picked up the pristine feather, chuckling softly. He had decided on a name for the cub. The little cub blinked her watery eyes, filled with affection, and licked her nose, letting out a tiny burp. "You. Do you like this name?" The wind stroked the cub's head, smiling. "From now on, you shall be called You." The old beast man had already departed, and the mother goat looked at her little one tenderly. The wind buried his face in the cub's fur, feeling her warmth as she trembled slightly in his embrace. "You, my little one." Suddenly, the wind lifted the cub high into the air, proclaiming to the mother goat, "Look, this is my cub, called You, a woo." Ling Yu was hoisted high, tilting her head back to let out a youthful howl. Suddenly, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, landing on the little cub's head and body. She shook her head, howling in delight. "It's raining." The wind nestled the cub against his arm, then took hold of the mother goat's lead, coaxing her to rise. The mother goat obediently lowered her head, following the wind's movements. The newly born kid bleated, trailing closely behind its mother, its large black eyes curiously surveying the world around it. Though it had been thoroughly licked clean, its coat remained damp. This was a minor issue. Before long, the kid's fur would fluff up, transforming it into a little white dandelion, just like Ling Yu. The wind led the goat into the cottage, first placing the cub on the ground, then retrieving some spare hay to lay on a clear patch of floor. The mother goat bleated, guiding her kid to the hay and bending down to rest in the pile. The little goat, still unsteady on its legs, nestled beside its mother, tucking its small head against her belly and gradually drifting off to sleep. Outside, the rain intensified, pattering against the thatched roof, producing a muffled sound. Ling Yu lay by the door, watching the falling rain with curiosity. If not counting the time when her eyes were still shut, this was her first true encounter with rain. The raindrops fell from the sky, forming slender silver threads that splashed before the little cub, creating tiny droplets. Ling Yu blinked, extending her little paw to catch the splashes, and upon raising it, she found only her damp pink paw print. She, however, remained unperturbed, clutching her paws and laughing heartily. Little splashes, little blossoms. In any case, regardless of her demeanor, she had managed to obtain a flower. The little wolf's tail wagged, and its ears twitched, reveling in the novelty of life's experiences. Chapter 18. Departure. Their faces bore the marks of fatigue, their bodies adorned with scars, most exposing their robust torsos in the autumn chill. Despite the brisk air, they perspired profusely, a group of sturdy males, returning home laden with the fruits of their arduous hunt. Yet beside the spoils lay several severely injured kin, their faces ashen, each bearing various wounds. The wind had arrived early, cradling the cub in its arms, draping a small raincoat woven from waterproof plants over its head. "Though not remove it," Wind instructed Ling Yu, who struggled to adjust the raincoat to reveal her eyes, then nodded vigorously. Wind searched among the beastmen and soon spotted E. He was mingled with the throng, his face smeared with blood and rainwater, his chest a striking honey hue, yet marred by deep claw marks oozing blood. His expression was far from cheerful, shrouded in a frown. Until he noticed Wind, holding the small cub, her white hair conspicuously visible. E's demeanor shifted from gloomy to bright as he approached with a smile. "Wind, I knew you would wait for me." He gently took the cub from Wind's embrace. Ling Yu, dazed, gazed at the somewhat familiar beastman, frozen in place, rigid against his form. Her blue eyes, reminiscent of her father's, peered up at him. He tugged at the cub's tiny paws, looking left and right in astonishment. Scrutinizing the cub's irises, he turned to Wind, whispering conspiratorially, "This little wolf is the one you found, is it?" Wind frowned. "What else could it be if not one I found?" "It was born." He lifted the cub, pressing it against Wind's face. "Look, blue eyes, white fur, exactly like you. How could it possibly be found? In the tribe, you are the only white wolf, and all have blue eyes." What sort of female could have subdued you? Wind pulled the cub closer, noting the blood splattered on its white fur. He casually brushed it aside, his expression darkening, letting out a cold chuckle. Daiti was caught by a bear. The bear tribe crossed the border into our territory to hunt and happened upon us. He explained, rubbing the cub's round face. They coveted our prey and seized it, leading to a confrontation. He glanced at the severely injured kin, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Just moments ago, they had been healthy. Now reduced to this state, he squeezed the cub's paw and discreetly cradled it closer, gently rubbing its belly. Among the hunting party was a particularly robust beastman, who wiped his face, merging rainwater with blood, evenly spreading it across his visage. After a hasty embrace with his female partner, he approached an elder beastman. "Leader," the male bowed his head, his voice laced with contempt. "The bear tribe has invaded our territory, not only seeking to seize our hard-earned prey but also injuring our kin." Intermittent cries arose from the surroundings, emanating from the partners and cubs of the severely wounded males, their wails heart-wrenching as they clung to their loved ones. The males offered pale smiles, attempting to comfort their families. The leader's face, marked by wisdom and thoughtfulness, surveyed the gathering crowd, his white hair stark against the bronze of his weathered complexion. More beastmen congregated. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. "Revenge," a voice rang out. The remaining crowd echoed the call. "Revenge. Kill them." The leader raised his hand for silence. Gradually, the beastmen quieted, even the cries dwindling to soft sobs, punctuated occasionally by the sound of grief. The leader's wise gray eyes reflected the forms of those gathered. Scanning the crowd, he noticed the striking white-haired beastman among them. He exhaled deeply, addressing the assembly. "The bear tribe has harmed our warriors. This enmity must be transformed into a blade that will strike them down." The leader raised his hand high, proclaiming, "We will exact our revenge and make them feel our might." "Revenge, revenge," the beastmen roared, their voices thunderous. The leader regarded them solemnly, declaring, "I will select a brave beastman to lead a portion of our kin into the forest to search for the remaining bear tribe members." A surge of courage rippled through the crowd. "Wind," the leader called, "I appoint you to lead our warriors, to investigate whether any gray bears linger in the forest and to ascertain their tribe situation." The beastmen turned their hopeful gazes toward Wind. Yes, Wind had been conversing with E, but upon hearing his name, he swiftly emerged from the throng, positioning himself at the forefront. He led a cadre of tribal warriors, weapons in hand, prepared to heed the leader's command and set forth. Lingyu, nestled in Yi's embrace, watched as Wind prepared to depart, a sense of daze washing over her. Rising in Yi's arms, she called out towards Wind. Wind glanced back, whispered a few words to those beside him, then approached Lingyu. He gently stroked the cub. Lingyu, still a mere infant, was oblivious to the circumstances, softly whimpering, sensing only that her father was departing. Wind's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Resolutely, he averted his gaze from the small cub. He meticulously instructed E. "She needs to be fed 3 times a day. Do not give her anything unsuitable. Ryu has just given birth. Ensure she receives proper nourishment." E, cradling the squirming cub, nodded earnestly. "I understand." Wind gazed at the cub, steeling himself, and turned away. Soon, a procession of beastmen ventured into the forest, their figures disappearing from view. He remained behind, uncertainly attempting to comfort the cub. Chapter 19. Terrifying the wolf yet, he did not have to console the cub for long. Lingyu ceased her cries, though her eyes still shimmered with round, glistening tears, and her little nose twitched adorably. She patted E, signaling him to set her down. E, understanding her intent, gently placed her on the ground. The small cub was quite diminutive, and he crouched down, his large black wolf tail sweeping the ground, stirring a gentle breeze. Lingyu wiped her eyes with her tiny paw, calling out to E, then raised her paw, trudging toward home. Still too small, she wobbled unsteadily. He half stood, bending low to the cub, inquiring, "Shall I carry you?" Lingyu shook her head, her beautiful blue eyes, reminiscent of Wind's, fixed determinately on the path ahead. Her father had left, and now she must uphold the family. She couldn't be a burden. The ewe must surely be bleeding in hunger. A fresh tear slipped from her eye, hitting the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. The little wolf cub walked with a furrowed brow. The tail that usually wagged vigorously now hung limply behind her. Swaying gently with her movements, I heard your father say your name is you, is it not? He chatted amiably as they walked, keeping a watchful eye on the tiny cub to catch her if she stumbled. He was a garrulous beast man, chattering away, engaging Lingyu in conversation. Lingyu felt somewhat despondent, but did not wish to dampen Yi's spirits. For every statement he made, Lingyu responded with a soft howl. Fortunately, she could manage with mere sounds. Allowing her sadness to dissipate somewhat, it's exhausting to cheer up adults, she mused at you. Did you give birth to a ram or a ewe? He bent low, striving to be close to the small wolf cub. If it's a ram, howl once. If it's a ewe, howl twice. Don't pretend you don't understand. He extinguished Lingyu's hopeful spark. I know you comprehend. You, like wind, are a clever wolf. Lingyu emitted a snort, followed by a howl at you, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. Ewes are splendid. Once it matures and produces offspring, and those offspring have their own, we shall have an endless supply of lamb meat. Lingyu did not appreciate this sentiment. Her ears twitched, and she vehemently protested, howling rapidly in retort. He discerned her meaning. What's wrong? Do you not like lamb? Lingyu fell silent, her mood darkening. She no longer wished to engage with E. The little cub probably viewed the ewe as her mother. Poor little thing, E thought, his gaze softening. Moments later, a larger sheep's head emerged, beneath which a smaller head poked out, occasionally nuzzling its mother's chin. The larger sheep chewed on hay, remnants from its recent birthing. Lingyu joyfully howled, quickening her pace toward the grass hut. He stood upright, stretching lazily, finally able to resume a normal walking pace, trailing behind the small cub. Lingyu reached the ewe in a few bounds, the gentle eyes of the mother sheep regarding her, extending its tongue to lick the cub's disheveled fur, especially where blood had stained it. The towering beast man entered the hut, casting shadows over much of the light. What had once been a spacious grass hut now felt considerably more cramped. The air still bore the metallic scent of the ewe's birthing and the faint aroma of amniotic fluid clinging to the newborn lamb. A mixture that set his sensitive nose twitching, prompting a loud sneeze to achoo. The ground seemed to tremble slightly, causing Lingyu's petite frame to shudder as she instinctively crouched down, curling into a ball and trembling incessantly. The little lamb was equally startled. Having just arrived in this world and yet to encounter many new experiences, it was first frightened by this formidable sneeze. It buried its head beneath its mother's belly, shivering as well. Only the mother sheep remained unfazed. She lowered her head and gently nudged Lingyu's small body, prompting the little wolf cub to lift her head and glare at E, letting out a heavy grunt through her nose. Indeed, that was quite the frightful sneeze for a wolf. He chuckled somewhat sheepishly, his chest marred by ghastly claw marks that were both fierce and terrifying. Yet, unbeknownst to him, perhaps during their journey, he had donned a tattered beast skin garment to cover the wounds. Even the formidable healing abilities of a beast man could not staunch the bleeding in such a short time, and soon a fresh metallic scent of blood spread around YIT that moment. Even a creature with a poor sense of smell would detect the not-so-faint odor of blood lingering in the air. Lingyu, with her keen sense of smell, could not help but notice it. Her anger dissipated significantly as she recalled Yi's grievous injuries. She hurried to Yi's side, pawing at his leg and emitting sounds of concern. Yi, truly understanding Lingyu's nature, discerned her intentions without her needing to exert herself in calling out. "Are you worried about my wounds?" he asked, picking up the little cub and affectionately ruffling her fur, then gently squeezing her tiny paws. Lingyu nodded, her clear blue eyes reflecting Yi's handsome, sunlit face. He squinted, holding her little head still. "Don't move." Lingyu, feeling somewhat bewildered, thought she had accidentally touched Yi's wounds, causing her to freeze in place. He examined the little wolf cub from various angles before finally nodding in satisfaction. Deeming her still the more charming one though small, Lingyu was not foolish. She recognized that he was utilizing her eyes as a reflection in the water. With a playful splat, a tiny wolf paw imprinted itself on Yi's face. He chuckled, releasing her head and playfully enclosing the paw print in his palm, squeezing it lightly. "You have quite the temper, little cub." He pressed his large face against Lingyu's small paw, encouraging her to strike a few more times. Finding it utterly adorable, nearby, the mother sheep quietly munched on hay, while the little lamb nursed beneath her, Chapter 20. Bath time. Lingyu was truly incensed now. She struck his face multiple times, leaving several faint paw prints resembling delicate plum blossoms. Striking symmetrically, the placement was just right. While nestled in Yi's arms, she would hit him softly, cautious not to strike too hard, still holding back some of her strength. The mother sheep, having confirmed that the beast man bore no ill intentions, approached him, her horizontal pupils fixed intently on the wolf beast man, her warm breath brushing against his shoulder. He was thoroughly entertained by the little cub's antics when he suddenly noticed the mother sheep's approach. He turned to find himself face to face with a white sheep. Suddenly, he recalled that Feng had mentioned before departing that the mother sheep had yet to be fed. Through the ajar door, he observed the rain had diminished with a sweeping motion. His palm landed on the fidgety little wolf cub, kneading her as one would dough, left and right. The little wolf cub was tossed about. Appearing dazed, she made an effort to stand on her hind legs, her ice-blue eyes glaring at Yi as she emitted a low, angry growl. Gur, gur. The sound she made was undeniably adorable. Stay right here and wait for me. He instructed the little wolf cub. I'll fetch some grass for your sheep to eat. Lingyu responded with a soft grunt, then leaped down to retrieve the raincoat Feng had prepared, dragging it over to Yi. Whimpering softly, he bent down to pick up the raincoat and draped it over himself. His robust physique made the once oversized garment appear significantly smaller. Lingyu tilted her head, offering her own little raincoat to Yi. You want to need that. He ruffled the little cub's fur before stepping into the rain. An inexplicable aura emanated from him. Lingyu sat nearby, watching for a moment before feeling a twinge of hesitation. The mother sheep gently called out to her, prompting Lingyu to snuggle up against the mother sheep. Bah! The mother sheep bleated, signaling for the little cub to nurse. The nearby lamb was drinking eagerly. And Lingyu felt a sudden hesitation. She recalled Feng's teasing laughter from before while nursing and shook her head in refusal. Seeing her decline, the mother sheep lowered her head, tenderly licking her own young, smoothing out its somewhat disheveled fur. Lingyu watched this and felt a pang of envy. He was quick. Soon a tall figure appeared at the door, the sound of raindrops hitting the ground accompanying him. The little cub's anger faded quickly, and Lingyu wagged her tail in welcome that he entered, arms laden with a large bundle of hay, covered by the raincoat, ensuring most of it remained dry. He, however, was drenched. Droplets of water mingling with faint traces of blood, as they dripped down. He placed the hay before the mother sheep and hung the soaked raincoat at the door, with water dripping from it onto the ground. As rainwater trickled down his hair and across his prominent nose, it followed the line of his throat, disappearing into the well-defined contours of his chest. Goodness, I'm soaked. I wouldn't want to get you wet, he remarked, squatting down to meet the little wolf cub's gaze. Lingyu tilted her head, signaling her understanding. The rain outside had begun to ease, and Yi engaged in a game of making faces with Lingyu, eliciting delighted laughter from the little cub. The sun broke through the clouds, casting rays of light onto the ground, quietly seeping through the door into the room. The air was fresh after the rain. And as he glanced outside, he suddenly scooped up the little cub in his arms. Lingyu, caught off guard, tilted her head in confusion. Huh? He scratched his head, stood up, and lifted the little cub. The rain has stopped, he declared. Lingyu peered outside, nodding in agreement. Would you like to join me for a bath? He lifted the little wolf cub to his nose, inhaling deeply, detecting a blend of blood, amniotic fluid, and an unfamiliar scent. You smell quite foul, huh? Lingyu raised her paw to sniff, indeed detecting an odd odor. Her wolfish face flushed, and she nodded vigorously. Unbeknownst to the distant Feng, who had given countless reminders, he had forgotten to tell Yi to use warm water for the little wolf cub's bath. Thus, the two wolves, one large and one small, joyfully made their way towards the lake behind the tribe, with only Yi running, as Lingyu was naturally cradled in his arms, with the intention of bathing. He was unperturbed by the prospect of getting the little cub wet. They arrived at the familiar large stone by the lakeside, where no beastmen were present. He set the little cub down atop the stone before beginning to remove his garments, peeling off his top to reveal a sun-kissed, muscular chest, followed by his pants, showcasing his powerful legs, leaving only a pair of small cotton shorts. The precious fabric had been procured previously, and he had crafted several pairs of shorts to alternate wearing. Just as he was about to remove the shorts, he suddenly remembered something. Ling Yu was perched on the stone, her head tilted, her bright eyes wide open, her little white tail wagging furiously. He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, I almost forgot. You are still a little female. He adjusted his shorts before leaping into the water with a splash, sending a cascade of droplets that drenched the little cub. Ling Yu transformed into a drenched wolf, immediately standing up and vigorously shaking her fur atop the stone. A hint of crimson spread across the water's surface, yet he paid it no mind, effortlessly brushing it aside as it dissolved into the lake. Like a nimble fish, he swam over to the little cub, scooping her into his arms. What are you shaking for? He laughed heartily, pressing her against his chest. After all, we are both going into the water. Ling Yu found herself in Yi's embrace, initially wanting to let out a cry, but she suddenly froze. Though small, she was already aware of her appearance. He looked down at her, his thick brows raised, his dark, bright eyes gleaming with hints of brown, his facial features sharp and wild, exuding an untamed aura that moment. His gaze bore into Ling Yu's, and she could see a playful little white wolf reflected in his eyes. Ling Yu blinked, and the little white wolf in E's pupils blinked in unison. Being but a cub, her attention quickly shifted, and she focused on interacting with the reflection of the little white wolf in E's eyes. E, however, gently held the cub and submerged her in the water, his face alight with laughter. You little wolf cub, using my eyes as a mirror. What a vain little creature you are. Ling Yu was caught off guard by the icy water's touch and shivered. Her voice rising in protest, a youthful sound of disagreement. E, unable to comprehend her words, remained unfazed, guiding the little cub. Swim, Ling Yu. We wolves are born to swim. He encouraged her to move her small paws. Chapter 21. Learning to swim, the tall beast man floated on the surface of the water, his outstretched palm supporting the tiny wolf cub. Ling Yu's tail wagged energetically, creating ripples that expanded outward, gently lapping against the shore and gradually dissipating in the mud. Growling, Ling Yu was unexpectedly splashed, causing her to choke on water. She struggled to lift her head high, her round eyes gazing at the sky. He exerted great effort to maintain the little wolf cub's balance, noticing that she had choked on water. He gently lifted her a bit higher. The cub's head was now entirely above the surface, yet she still tilted it back, striving to keep her nose away from the water. The sensation of choking was most unpleasant. Move your paws? He encouraged, using his other hand to grasp the cub's paw, swaying it side to side. Just like this, take your time. Ling Yu expelled a mouthful of water, forcefully exhaling through her nose, spraying out the water that had entered. Move your paws, move your paws. Under Yi's support, Ling Yu desperately began to paddle. Initially, her movements were chaotic, with both front paws flailing together or only the front paws thrashing while the hind legs remained still, causing her tail to whip about like a propeller. Not like that, he corrected her, gently tapping the little cub, his eyes, akin to stars in the night sky, gazing at her with a barely perceptible tenderness. 1, 2, 3. Left, right, left, right. At some point, the beastman's hands had quietly withdrawn, and with her eyes closed, Ling Yu's swimming movements gradually became fluid. Her fur, thoroughly soaked, made her bright eyes sparkle. She swam in circles around the beastman, resembling a fluffy cloud atop the water. Albeit one with a little tail, a woo, Ling Yu, eyes still shut and head held high, began to distance herself from the beastman. He laughed heartily, his face radiating pride. I told you, our wolf clan are born swimming experts. His voice boomed with resonance, prompting the little wolf cub to perk up her ears and open her eyes, whereupon she spotted the beastman in the distance. You, pause, move. He swam toward Ling Yu with the grace of a nimble fish, his muscular form barely concealed beneath the water. Left, right, left, right. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. Following the rhythm, she began to synchronize her movements. Gradually, her initial panic transformed into calmness as her paws began to stroke the water with increasing precision. Perhaps, as he had claimed, wolves truly are born swimming experts. Before he came to her rescue, the little cub had managed to save herself. What an extraordinary little wolf cub! He halted beside her, scooping her up into his arms, his excitement palpable. You, I am so proud of you. Ling Yu, too, felt joy, her tail wagging energetically, splashing the water. A woo? Yet, Yi's wounds had not fully stopped bleeding, and when he set the cub down, One side of her body turned crimson, the water around her taking on a faint red hue. Sensing the strong metallic scent of blood, Lingyu swam closer to Yi, pulling at his hand with her paw and pressing her face against him. Yi lifted the cub once more. What's wrong? Are you tired? Lingyu shook her head, extending her paw to touch the area beside Yi's chest wound. Yi understood her concern and chuckled. Are you worried about me? How adorable. He placed her little paw onto the wound. Do you know what happened here? Yi's voice carried a hint of pride as the cub gazed up at him with innocent curiosity. Take a good feel of this wound. Blood seeped from the injury, staining the cub's fur. He extended a hand, curling his fingers into a claw-like shape, playfully reaching toward the cub's eyes, just like this. The cub promptly shut her eyes, pushing against him in fright, letting out startled yelps. His laughter grew louder as he playfully brushed Lingyu's nose. Finally, she comprehended the jest, puffing up with indignation and struggling to break free. He then placed the little cub back into the water, but as she attempted to swim away, he halted her, revealing a piece of cloth resting in his open palm. Lingyu, where did you get that? Don't be upset. I'm going to give you a bath. Okay? He coaxed, holding onto the squirming cub. Lingyu glanced at him, snorting in discontent, yet eventually relented, now with a calm but feisty little cub in his grasp. Began to meticulously wash her, first tackling the dirt-encrusted fur, then gently wiping her ears and eyes. He opened the cub's mouth, feeling the warmth of her gums. Suddenly, he chuckled. I forgot. You are still a little cub nursing. He dipped his fingers into the water to rinse them before meticulously cleaning her eyes. Let us see if the wind has given you a proper face wash. He scrubbed the little cub's chubby face until it gleamed. Lingyu licked her gums, where the budding teeth had begun to form, the sensation quite delightful. In a few days, her little milk teeth would emerge, and she could bid farewell to goat's milk in favor of some meaty mush. The heavy rain had ceased, with only occasional droplets falling from the leaves above, splattering down and drenching those below. In the dense jungle, countless dangers lurked, while a group of agile figures navigated through the trees. Led by a silver-haired youth, Feng crouched upon a branch, tilting his head to keenly sense the scents wafting through the air, discerning them with precision. Although the canopy shielded him, water droplets still fell. Or perhaps they simply dripped from the leaves. The forest remained humid, with rainwater serving as a natural cleanser, effectively washing away dirt and masking scents. Most animal scents had faded significantly, nearly imperceptible, especially the bear clan scent, which was remarkably faint. However, the wolf clan possessed a keen sense of smell. Feng sniffed attentively, quickly honing in on the direction. Chapter 22. The strange Feng. The beast man behind him also sniffed, but found nothing. He approached Feng, whispering, Have you discovered something? Feng's nose twitched slightly, his beautiful eyes narrowing as he nodded. Follow me. After passing a few trees, they arrived at the area with the strongest scent. Feng jumped down from the tree, scrutinizing the bloodstains on the ground. The odors were quite chaotic. Feng's nose informed him that the blood was a mix of bear and wolf. As he approached a particular spot, he noticed drag marks on the ground. The yellowing grass flattened in patches, indicating the dragged object, or rather, the corpse, was substantial. Feng bent down, picking up a tuft of fur scattered on the ground, stained with dark red blood, the strong scent indicating it belonged to a bear. He called out to his kin, and immediately the surrounding wolf beastmen gathered, following Feng's lead. The further they trailed the scent, the quieter their surroundings became. The leaves on the trees thrived vibrantly, yet an air of death lingered. The more they walked, the more desolate the environment grew, suffused with silence. The plants thrived, perhaps too well. The foliage was lush, yet the same species appeared far more robust than those in the wolf tribe. As autumn approached, most animals would fatten themselves to withstand the cold winter or migrate. Yet no place here mirrored that reality. The atmosphere was laden with death, devoid of animal sounds. They crossed a small stream, its waters flowing ceaselessly, yet around it lay numerous decaying animal carcasses, weighing heavily on Feng's heart like a great stone. The wolf clan behind him sensed the abnormality, anxiety creeping into their demeanor. The beastmen understood the value of food. They would never resort to unnecessary slaughter unless absolutely required. They bypassed the stream and the corpses, continuing onward. A sudden crack echoed through the stillness, shattering the silence. The beastmen gripped their weapons tightly, revealing their sharp canine teeth, eyes darting toward the source of the sound. The beast-man who had caused the noise appeared somewhat tense, lifting his foot to reveal crushed animal bones beneath. A skull with darkened eye sockets, half of its face obliterated. Another beast-man cursed, tapping the first on the head, prompting the group to set off once more. The further they ventured in this direction, the colder the air became, and Feng's breath carried the chill, sending shivers down the spines of the beastmen. One beastman licked the cracked skin on his lips, hesitating, while several others shared the same sentiment. Glancing toward Feng, he pressed his lips together, feeling a thirst rising. No. Feng shook his head slightly. We must investigate what has happened to the bear clan. A massive shadow loomed over the beastmen. Their earlier fury had dissipated, replaced by an undercurrent of fear and concern. They anxiously pressed forward, eager to uncover the mystery of what had transpired, as an unnameable dread spread through the wolf pack. After a brief moment, the bear clan's settlement came into view. The wolves approached the entrance of the clan, weapons at the ready, opting not to hide in ambush as previously discussed, but standing boldly before the bear clan. The closer they drew to the bear settlement, the more vibrant the trees appeared, and the number of corpses increased. The air was frigid, biting at their faces. The bear clan's territory was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the occasional quiet of the wolf clan, imbued with a palpable stillness of death. They stood in place for a while before hearing several menacing bear roars, followed by the emergence of several massive gray bears. The ground trembled beneath their immense weight, stirring up dust that hung in the air. Moments later, the gray bears came to a halt, creating a standoff with the wolf pack. The leading gray bear emitted a voice akin to a human's. Hoarse and wary, "Wolves, what brings you here?" The state of the gray bears before them was disconcerting. Their fur appeared dull, noses dry and peeling, gaunt to the point of revealing bones, and their bodies bore numerous fresh scratches. One of the largest bears had a blinded eye, its eyeball hanging out, blood seeping from its socket. As the bear strode forward a few paces, "What transpired here?" The grizzly scratched its ear, its black eyes fixated intently on the orcs before it, licking its sharp teeth with a low chuckle. "What occurred?" The grizzly licked its paw, the pain in its eye causing it some irritation. "How should we know?" It roared at the little wolf cubs, demanding to know what they were here for. "Were all the corpses in the forest slain by you?" One of the wolf orcs could not help but question. The grizzly glanced at the orc with a hint of confusion, breaking into a grin. "Otherwise, who would have killed them?" The grizzly licked its lips as flies danced around its eyes, and it irritably swatted at them with its claws. "These damned pests, if you came merely to inquire about this." Another grizzly growled. "Then you may leave, of course. It is not just this." The clansmen behind Wind roared in anger. "You have harmed our kin." A second grizzly snorted with amusement, bellowing a few commands, and soon several smaller grizzlies dragged a few corpses and tossed them at their feet. "What is the meaning of this?" the orc questioned. "Can you not discern it?" The grizzly continued to smile. "These were slain by your kin." A group of grizzlies gathered, their eyes glowing with a ravenous green light, emitting low growls. "And so what?" Wind transformed into a colossal wolf, the orcs behind him morphing into wolves of various hues, releasing threatening growls in unison. "You trespassed upon our territory first." Wind fixed his gaze upon the leader of the bears. "You breached the rules." "Rules?" The grizzly chuckled, the sight of the white wolf's fur inexplicably reminding him of a black wolf. He licked his lips, feeling an intensifying pain in his missing left eye. "I can scarcely survive, and you speak of rules." "You wolves have grown too comfortable," the grizzly sighed, "occupying the fertile lands without yielding, gorging upon the foolish prey until you are all fat and bloated." The emaciated grizzlies let out furious roars, their cries reverberating through the An increasing number of grizzlies emerged, some accompanied by cubs, wobbling on unsteady legs, clinging to their mothers with pointed faces. Wind felt a twinge of anxiety. A massive wolf edged closer to him, seemingly at a loss. "What now?" "There are too many of them." The grizzlies behind him also roared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chapter 23. Slay the bear. The wolf orcs were momentarily intimidated by the roar, lowering their heads and whimpering. The bear clan recognized this and erupted into laughter. "Cowardly dogs, scurry away, or else your dear bear will slay you as well. Ha ha ha." The laughter echoed like waves crashing upon the wolves. The wolf pack appeared on the verge of retreat, but at that moment, Wind threw back his head and howled, his presence awe-inspiring. Better than you? Wind advanced a few steps, his pure white fur shimmering in the sunlight, exuding an air of majesty, his blue eyes sparkling like translucent crystals. Fools, Wind roared, his voice laced with derision. You two occupy fertile lands, yet due to your insatiable bloodlust, you find yourselves in this predicament, incapable of filling your own bellies. Wind's gaze swept over the bears, his eyes glancing from their dull fur to their protruding bones, letting out a low chuckle. You murderous bears, Wind bared his fangs, unleashing a furious growl. Having slaughtered the prey of your territory, now you come to seize ours. Mere hyenas, Wind's words invigorated the wolf pack, their sharp fangs bared as they followed in his wake, staring down the bears before them. Creatures who know nothing but slaughter, no different from beasts, the wolves retaliated. Their throats issuing venomous growls, the beast god will cast you aside eventually. This was indeed an exceedingly vicious curse in this land. The beastmen revered the great and omnipotent beast god, holding him in awe and worship. It could be said that beastmen were naturally the devotees of the beast god. For them, cursing the beast god to abandon them was 100 times more malevolent than wishing death upon their entire family. What did you say? The bears seethed with rage, their claws leaving deep scratches in the ground. Damn it, I dare you to repeat that. Hear me not? Wind raised his head, his blue eyes icy, filled with fury, and repeated, the beast god will cast you aside. Damn. Damn the dogs. A bear, blinded by rage, charged at the wolves, its face contorted in a grotesque snarl. I shall offer your entrails to the beast god. It raised its claws, the black nails reflecting cold light in the sun, its massive form looming over the wolves like a mountain. Wind chuckled, and so did the wolves, truly seeking death. Yet the grizzly was too consumed by its fury to notice. Its eyes locked solely on the white wolf. Damn, damn. Kill him, kill him. The other wolves stealthily encircled the bear, which remained oblivious, fixated only on the white wolf. This accursed wolf, its eyes blazing with fury, drew ever closer to the white wolf. The white wolf gazed at it, a smile on its face that the bear could not comprehend. The bear clan's leader charged at the foolish bear, its eyes darting wildly. Yet, alas, the wolves were swift. Before the colossal bear could near the white wolf, countless jaws descended upon it. The immense weight overwhelming it collapsed to the ground, its throat torn open, blood gushing forth to form a pool beneath it. The bear's throat emitted a sound akin to a broken wind instrument, its vision dimming in its final moments. It beheld the mocking blue eyes of the white wolf. No. The leader let out an anguished and furious roar. You, wretched wolves! The wolf pack raised their blood-soaked faces, the warmth of blood awakening the primal instincts within them, all sharing expressions of exhilaration. Come, come, join us! The wolves beckoned to the fallen grizzly leader. Fearsome demons. The grizzly leader recoiled, halting its advance, terror coiling around its heart like creeping vines. The remaining grizzlies yearned to rush forward but were held back by their leader's command. The acrid scent of blood filled the air. Sharp and pungent, Wind moved forward, his wolf paw resting upon the bear's head, regarding the grizzly leader with a predatory gaze, licking his fangs. Why not approach? With a forceful press of his paw, the bear's head shattered like a watermelon. Red and white fluids oozing from its ears and nose. I shall slay you. The grizzly leader's eyes bulged with fury, the numbness fading as pain surged anew. You vile, despicable wolf, as the grizzlies had previously stated. The wolves were indeed well-nourished, their fur glossy, their physiques robust, brimming with explosive muscle. Now, they were stained with blood, their bloodied fangs gleaming with lethal intent. Meanwhile, the bear clan members were mostly rough-furred and emaciated. Come forth, Wind growled, grizzly leader. Are you afraid? Why run? The wolf orcs cackled, encircling the grizzly leader, who now resembled a cornered beast. He arched his back, issuing a threatening growl. Stand aside. The bear tribe's beastmen sought to rescue their leader. Growing restless. Who dares move? Wind cast a piercing glance at them, and the grizzlies fell silent, an invisible pressure enveloping them. Bear tribe, you intruded upon our territory first. Wind charged at the grizzly leader, the other wolves following suit. And harmed our kin. We wolves are reasonable folk, thus we shall slay your leader as a warning. Some bears emitted low growls, preparing to rush forward, but were halted by a scarred grizzly. Observing this, Wind squinted and smiled. No, you cannot do this. The grizzly leader let out a desperate roar, struggling valiantly, evading the wolves with half of his vision. The grizzly leader, true to his title, fought fiercely until his last breath, posing a formidable challenge to the wolves, but alas, he faced Wind. But like the previous bear, countless claws descended upon him, tearing at his flesh. Wind's keen gaze swept over the bear, seizing the moment when the wolves restrained the grizzly. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the grizzly leader's throat. The grizzly leader emitted a low growl, disbelief flashing in its eyes. It could not fathom that it had been slain by a wolf. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, meeting the same fate as the previous grizzly. The remaining bears stood in silence, gathering together, not uttering a sound in the face of their leader's demise. They remained utterly still. This is a warning. The wolves left this proclamation, collectively dragging away the grizzly's corpse. By all accounts, wolves should not be able to defeat bears. Yet this group of bears had been starved for too long. Having long lost their former strength and acuity, I warned you not to slaughter indiscriminately. A grizzly shook its head. Now look, there are no prey left, and we have drawn the ire of others. Silence! A massive grizzly with a scarred face swatted the other bear to the ground, his eyes scanning the bears before him with ferocity. What wrong have we committed? He roared. Prey must die eventually. Damnable wolf tribe, he bellowed, a chill in his tone. With the leader slain, I shall assume the mantle of leadership. He exhaled gas from his nose. Who would dare oppose? The grizzlies exchanged glances, ensconced in silence. Chapter 24. The exhaustion of caring for younglings. Under the luminous moonlight that bathed the night, he fed the ewe with hay, unable to resist gently stroking the lamb's head. He then took a deep breath. Placing a bowl beneath the ewe, beside him, the fluffy Ling sat with sparkling eyes, wagging her small tail furiously, causing a patch of ground to gleam. Ow, Ling grunted. Keep it up, damn Wind. He gazed at the ewe, feeling somewhat at a loss, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions as he cursed the wind. The ewe munched on the hay, casting a calm sideways glance at the man beside her. The curious lamb approached the little wolf cub, licking the creature that bore its scent, causing the wolf cub to tumble over. The lamb emitted a sly meh. Afterward, the lamb bounced over to E, its horizontal pupils shimmering like its mother's, extending its tongue. Smack! E pinched the lamb's tongue. The lamb, surprised, let out a muffled bleat. No licking, E said as he released the lamb's tongue. The bewildered little creature, unlike its perceptive mother, joyfully left a drool mark on Ye's handsome face after he relinquished her tongue. A vein throbbed at Ye's temple. He was nearly on the verge of standing up and giving the oblivious lamb a good thrashing. But suddenly, an idea struck him, and he picked up the dazed little white wolf. Ow! Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at the beast man, tilting her head and tentatively licking Ye's nose. At that moment, he felt the dual wetness of cheek and nose. He managed to squeeze out through his teeth. Sister debts, pay back, ow? The little wolf cub was puzzled. What was this sister-brother talk? But before she could comprehend, she found herself placed on Ye's face. He used the fluff of the youngling to wipe his drool-covered face. Yet he neglected to clean the tip of his nose. Ling Yu scratched her neck, indifferent, as she perked her ears and began to chase her tail in circles. He resumed his task. Good ewe. He patted the ew's head. Stay still. The ewe continued to chew her hay, remaining silent. He had already milked her once during the day, yet he still felt a twinge of nervousness. Clumsily, he attempted to extract the milk, managing to fill barely half a bowl while spilling a good portion on the ground. It was no easy feat wiping the sweat from his brow. He also blocked the eager lamb that sought to lick. Shoo, shoo, go over there. He carefully held the hard-earned sheep's milk, boiling it while preventing the oblivious young cub from attempting to steal a sip of the scalding milk. Like a mother hen guarding her chicks, he defended the bowl from the lamb and wolf cub's ambush. The little cub nudged Ye's arm with its head. No. He glanced at the steaming milk. Coldly refusing, he also swatted away the lamb that sought to sneak a drink. The lamb bleated in discontent. No. Ye's demeanor towards the lamb was even more relentless, If you want milk, go drink from your mother. This bowl belongs to Yu. At last, the arduous wait was over, and the milk had cooled to a warm temperature. He placed the eagerly awaited bowl beside the little cub. Lingyu sniffed cautiously, catching the sweet aroma of the milk, and excitedly performed a celebratory dance at the edge of the bowl. She danced joyfully, yet her enthusiasm was repeatedly interrupted by the oblivious beastman. He looked curiously at the little cub making peculiar movements and urged, "Hurry up and drink. It'll get cold." The cub's dance was abruptly halted. She glanced at the beastman and then emitted a heavy huff from her nostrils, annoyed, as she began to lick the milk. He scratched his head in confusion. How perplexing! The thoughts of the little cub were truly difficult to fathom. Lingyu drank rapidly, her tiny belly swelling, as she lay on her back, grunting and unwilling to move. He cleaned the bowl and hastily had a meal for himself. Caring for younglings was indeed exhausting. After swallowing the last morsel of meat, he pushed away the little cub, attempting to pry his mouth open for a taste. "No," he pinched the cub's mouth, "you're too small. You can't have meat yet." The cub, feeling wronged, tried to curl into a ball, but her stomach was too full for her to shrink, leading to further frustration. Lingyu turned her back to Yi. This was her final act of defiance. The temperamental little cub, he climbed onto the bed. His chest wounds long ceased to bleed. He chuckled softly, wrapping the little cub in his embrace. "Tonight, let the handsome me accompany you to sleep." He gently ruffled the little cub's fur. For the first time in her life, Lingyu was not sleeping with the wind in the stillness of the night. Her previously ignored sorrow magnified, and feelings of longing surged forth. "Father." Lingyu sniffled, tears flowing freely from her eyes, saturating the fur on her left side, while the tears on her right fell onto the bed. Forming a small circle, Yi, unable to conceal the little cub's emotions, understood that she was missing her father at that moment. Quite normal, after all, she was still just a little wolf cub, perhaps experiencing such a long separation from her father for the first time. He rolled over, lying on his back, placing the little cub on his chest, gently patting her back. "Don't cry." He soothed the little cub. "Shall I sing you a song?" The little cub continued to weep, warm tears dropping onto Yi's chest before sliding down to his neck, chilling him. The cub twitched her ears and gradually ceased her cries. Clutching Yi's fur, she nestled her head against his chest. In this position, she could hear Yi's strong heartbeat, pressing her ear firmly against his chest to feel the rhythm. The sorrowful feelings faded, and the uncontrollable longing subsided. Moonlight crept through the crack in the door, casting a small beam on the ground, illuminating the two beastmen on the bed. He stretched his stiff muscles and exhaled. Caring for younglings was indeed a challenge. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the wind. Gently, he covered the little cub with a blanket. The cub slept restlessly, shifting her body. Noticing this, he quickly placed his arm beside her, and the cub instinctively grasped it, finally satisfied. The little lamb in the corner had bright, sparkling eyes, inching closer to its mother. The ewe gently licked her. Chapter 25. The Cave Entrance. The next day, sunlight poured into the room, bathing the nearby beastman's face in golden fluff. Lingyu awoke early. She turned over, feeling a bit dazed, and then climbed onto the beastman beside her, being careful to grip tightly with her claws as she slowly inched forward. However, her limbs were too short, and her claws failed to catch hold, causing her to topple over onto her back. "Ow!" Lingyu yelped in fright, covering her eyes with her paws. Though the soft bed was behind her, the little cub still felt a twinge of fear. Yet a warm hand supported her rear, catching her and giving her a gentle nudge upwards. With this boost, Lingyu climbed up and leapt gracefully to the side, only to be confronted by the daunting edge of the high bed. Previously, it had always been her father who carried her down. Annoying little cub, he half propped himself up, slightly rising, his eyes still bearing the remnants of sleep, a hint of annoyance at being disturbed during his rare moments of rest. He pinched the cub by the scruff of her neck, lifting her into the air before facing her directly. The handsome beastman's face loomed closer, his deep black eyes reflecting her image. Lingyu, feeling a touch of nervousness, licked her own nose before leaning over to lick Yi's. The little cub felt apologetic for waking the beastman, displaying a charming smile, her tail wagging incessantly in a display of flattery. "Ow." The little cub clasped her paws together in prayer. "Let me down, please." "Himph," he smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You little rascal." He set the little cub down on the ground, the weight of sleep still heavy upon him as he shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight streaming in. Perfect weather for a nap. He heard the sounds of the little cub scampering about, accompanied by the bleating of the lamb. His ears perked at the sound of the cub opening the door, followed by a rustling noise, after which the bleating and whimpering of the little wolf ceased. It became quite tranquil. He lay on the bed, opening his eyes. "I really owe you," he grumbled, closing his eyes once more as he hastily donned his clothes, not bothering to dress properly, leaving a significant portion of his muscular chest exposed. The autumn winds howled, bringing a drop in temperature. The other beastmen had already bundled up tightly in their fur garments, while save for the winter months, preferred to leave his chest bare. Once dressed, he tousled his hair and stood up, fully opening the door to greet the bright morning sun. Outside, the little wolf cub and the lamb were playing together. He sat down on the ground, ensuring the younglings remained within his line of sight, squinting slightly. Hunting required considerable effort. He yawned, faint dark circles under his eyes indicating his lack of sleep. The tall beastman leaned his head against the wall, legs slightly bent, hands cradling his head. "Ow, ow, ow, ow. Take this," Lingyu shouted as she wrestled with the lamb, the two pressing their foreheads together, each exerting their utmost strength against one another. The ewe emerged from the house, still a bit weak, and lay beside her eyes watching the younglings. "Ow, meh." Lingyu steadfastly struggled against the little lamb, resolute in her determination not to be bested by a mere newborn creature, for such a defeat would be utterly humiliating. The standoff persisted, but suddenly, one of Lingyu's paws became ensnared in the earth, and amid the cascading dust, she heard a sharp, abrupt cry, accompanied by a soft sensation beneath her feet. With a plop, the little wolf cub tumbled to the ground, its paw buried in the mud. "Meh." The lamb, suddenly bereft of its opponent, bleated loudly, the momentum carrying it backward towards Lingyu. Then, with its head down, it fell face first into the dirt. What? This unforeseen turn of events astonished both the wolf and the lamb. He quickly rose to his feet, hastening a few steps forward, his towering form bending to rescue the cub. The mother sheep rushed to her offspring's side, tenderly licking the mud from the little one's head to soothe its startled state. The previous day's rain had left the ground in front of the dwelling still damp, and with Lingyu's fall, her belly became caked in mud, transforming her once white fur into a hue akin to Yi's own dark coat. What was happening? He instinctively wanted to scoop the little cub into his embrace, but upon noticing the mud covering its belly, he reconsidered. Instead, he cradled the cub's belly, lifting it into the air. Startled, the little cub emitted soft whimpers. Pawing at its own face, its tail drooping limply behind it, he turned the cub around, crouching down to examine the small hole now visible on the ground, deep in thought. Lingyu attempted to scrape the mud from her body, striving to clean herself, yet with each swipe of her paw, the mess only multiplied. Her once pink claws now stained black. He cast a glance at the little cub, patting its head. "No need to struggle. We'll wash you up soon." The mother sheep approached with her timid lamb, their wide, round eyes fixated on the dark hole in the ground. After observing for a while, he extended his hand to dig, his strength considerable, quickly enlarging the opening. He paused, not due to fatigue, but because a faint cry emerged from within. "Help! Save me!" The voice, though small, resonated in the silence, amplifying its urgency. "Come out," he urged, crouching beside the hole and scratching the earth, leaving a deep claw mark. All right. The voice responded from within, and soon a diminutive, brown-furred rodent emerged, trembling violently, its black grape-like eyes brimming with tears. "Please, don't eat me." The rodent clasped its tiny hands over its head, its small ears pressed against its skull, appearing adorably pitiful. Lingyu observed for a moment, then tilted her head, extending a paw to gently nudge the little creature. It promptly fell to the ground, curling into a ball. "Don't move," he warned, helping the little creature back up and gently brushing the dirt from its body, scrutinizing it momentarily. "A mouse beast man?" "Absolutely not." The little beast man protested excitedly, then glanced nervously at the fierce wolf beast man. Lowering its voice, "I'm a field mouse." "Very well," he replied, restraining Lingyu, who was eager to lick the field mouse, pulling her back. "What brings you here?" Little field mouse? I. The field mouse stammered, clearly embarrassed. Speak up, he urged, licking his fangs, his temper far less forgiving than with the cub. Chapter 26. Field Mouse, Great Unity. The sharp fangs glimmered, successfully draining the color from the little field mouse's face, which was hidden beneath its fur. Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, it blurted out its tale. The mouse, with tears in its eyes, resigned itself to its fate, closing its eyes in anticipation of death. Hey, no sleeping here. A large paw pushed the field mouse upright. Trembling, it scrambled to its feet, curling into a ball. Damn it, damn it. The wolf is here, and I'm waiting for death, not sleeping. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled, seeing the large paw that had restrained her vanish. She kicked off and immediately pounced on the field mouse. Mouse, I'm doomed. Imagined scenes of being torn apart did not transpire. Instead, the sensation of a tongue licking its fur enveloped it. Little mouse, I'm filthy. The field mouse, half closing its eyes, fur dampened by saliva, managed to rise again. Appearing somewhat pitiful, he had initially intended to confront this beastman, for it had dug a hole that ensnared Ling Yu's paw, a perilous situation indeed. Yet, Ling Yu's actions rendered he speechless. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he addressed the field mouse. Little mouse, is that you? The field mouse nodded. You? He glanced at the saliva-soaked creature, suddenly feeling a twinge of compassion. He sighed. Fine, just go. The little wolf cub continued to spin like a top. The field mouse, bewildered, stammered. You're letting me go? Aren't you leaving? He retorted. I will. I'll leave at once. The field mouse quivered like a quail, preparing to dart into the hole. But suddenly, several more holes appeared in the surrounding ground, closely clustered together. He stepped closer to one of the holes, and with a rumble, the ground beneath him collapsed, creating yet another pit. Ling Yu? Little mouse. This is bad. Terror gripped the field mouse's face, and it immediately attempted to burrow into the hole, but was swiftly caught by the quick-witted little wolf cub, Ling Yu, who, despite her young age, managed to seize the field mouse by its leg, dragging it toward the hole. He rushed to assist the little cub, capturing the obviously knowledgeable field mouse. The field mouse trembled uncontrollably, closing its eyes, sticking out its tongue, and slumping against Yi's hand, fainting from fright. With a crunch, the collapsing ground expelled several dirt-covered rodents, who wiped their faces before letting out a collective scream. A mouse 1 shrieked, You're a. Mouse 2 continued, Evil wolf. Mouse 3 chimed in, Let us go. Mouse 4 pleaded. Mouse 5 remained rather taciturn. Mouse 6 added, Brother. They cried in unison. Silence enveloped the night. With little effort, he captured the oblivious little field mice, instructing the young cub to fetch a rope. Ling Yu, tail wagging in delight, promptly retrieved the sturdiest rope available. He proceeded to tie the field mice together in a line. Mouse 1 screamed, You're a terrible wolf. Mouse 2 exclaimed, Let us go. Mouse 3 echoed. Mouse 5 remained quiet. Mouse 6 passionately insisted, And our brother. They shouted in unison. He shook the rope in his hand, eliciting more screams from the field mice. Mouse 1 cried, If you keep screaming, I'll eat you. Digging in his ears, had reached his limit. The little field mice immediately fell silent. Ling Yu sat beside her tail nearly wagging off. Howl! Ling Yu leaped up. Lunging at the field mice, Mouse 1 yelled. Be quiet, he growled. The remaining field mice fell silent. He led the small rodents to a nearby pit, setting them down on the ground. They formed a circle around the hole, no longer making a sound, their small black eyes glancing nervously at one another. Speak up. What shall we do about this? He indicated the pit, his expression darkening. Mouse 1 squeaked. Truly. Mouse 2 added. Be quiet, he interjected, pinching his brow in weariness. Get a beast man who can speak properly. The field mice exchanged glances, their eyes blinking in unison. They chorused, Brother. The little field mouse, sprawled in Yi's hand, stirred awake, opening its tiny, bean-sized eyes. Brother and sister. Upon seeing the field mice bound together, it shut its eyes once more, teetering on the brink of fainting. If you faint again, I'll eat you. He bared his teeth, feeling even more fatigued. Immediately, the field mouse regained its composure, forcing a smile, adopting a comically obsequious demeanor. Wolf Lord, do you have any commands? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Brother, Mouse 1 urged. Hurry up, Mouse 2 called, with a loud smack. 6 resounding slaps echoed. The field mice fell silent. He barely glanced at the 6 field mice, pointing at the collapsed ground. You handle it. The little field mice looked at the large pit, then at their siblings. Tears welling in their eyes, their rodent faces huddled together, chattering nervously, occasionally glancing at the ferocious Lingyu, subdued under Yi's authority, spun like a top in his grasp, watching the field mice intently. Then, the little mouse stood up. Trembling. Respectable Wolf Lord, the little mouse began. Please grant us 3 days, and we guarantee to fill it for you. Yes. The field mice echoed in unison, stretching their bodies, exchanging glances, their expressions cunning. Ah, Mouse 1 exclaimed. Foolish wolf. Mouse 2 laughed. Mouse 3 continued. We'll deceive you, Mouse 4 added. Indeed, Mouse 5 said quietly. Ha ha. Mouse 6 concluded. We're leaving. The field mice chorused. Chapter 27. How handsome. The field mice, true masters of digging, vanished in mere moments. Leaving only a few small holes in the ground, he fell silent, taking a few steps forward, only to witness the ground collapse once more, revealing yet another pit. He seized the little mouse again, which lay limp in his palm, nearly fainting from the overwhelming situation. He fell to his knees, crying out with heart-wrenching anguish, his tears and snot covering his entire face. No, brother and sister, I'm still here. He grasped the rope, suspending Xiao Su in midair, who curled into a ball like a little fur ball. Xiao Su swayed back and forth. Woo! Lingyu was elated, wagging her tail and bouncing energetically on the ground. With her left paw, she swatted at the field mouse, which squeaked in response. With her right paw, she touched the field mouse again, eliciting another squeak. This was delightful. Lingyu was even happier, a Mouse 1 shrieked. Let go! Mouse 2 followed suit. Shut up, he interjected, capturing the field mouse in his hand. Xiao Su's beady eyes shed 2 streams of tears, the droplets dampening his fur. 6 field mice poked their heads out of the earth. 6 pairs of beady eyes gazing up at the towering werewolf. He was rather disinclined to engage with these foolish rodents. He pinched the field mouse and restrained the eager Lingyu. Lingyu spun like a top beneath his hand. One day, he closed his eyes, veins throbbing on his forehead, brow furrowed. I must fill these 2 pits today, or else I shall devour your brother. Ah, Mouse 1 cried out. What the? Mouse 2 was interrupted, and he squeezed the field mouse in his grip, which emitted a faint "Cry." No talking until the work is done. It felt a bit weary. He grasped Xiao Su in one hand and held Lingyu with the other. Preventing her from meddling, he sat down. With this field mouse in hand, the others had little chance of escape. He closed his eyes. He was indeed quite tired. The field mice exchanged glances, then resigned themselves to their fate. Quickly beginning to fill the earth, dreaded wolf, the 6 field mice muttered quietly. He shot them a glare. The mice immediately jumped in fright, working even harder. The 6 little ones were busy bustling about. He held the rope, while the mother sheep lay nearby, her eyes following her young, leisurely chewing. The little lamb flicked its tongue, curious about everything, its eyes round and bright like a small cloud, peering this way and that, almost licking the dirt beneath it. Xiao Su curled up, eyes closed, muttering softly, his ears twitching. Lingyu understood that he would not allow her to catch those field mice, so she focused her attention on the seemingly timid field mouse before her. Lingyu extended her little paw to touch Xiao Su. Startled, Xiao Su jumped, yet mindful of the resting werewolf, he dared not utter a sound. He opened his eyes to see the silly little wolf. Shoo, shoo, Xiao Su waved his tiny paw. Go away. Lingyu tilted her head, licking the little round creature before her, her tail wagging furiously. She longed to play with the field mouse. Thus, she leaned closer, pressing her face against the field mouse's. Oh, woo! Lingyu vocalized from her throat, making soft sounds. The field mouse, Xiao Su, was confused, wondering what she was up to. Lingyu pressed against him again. The little wolf cub bore a milky scent, and Xiao Su involuntarily inhaled deeply. He patted his chest. That was too close. He almost got too friendly with the little wolf. Closing his eyes, he gazed at the chubby face before him. Noticing the field mouse had closed his eyes again, Lingyu scratched her ear and climbed onto Em. He lifted the cub, still bearing a look of fatigue. What is it? Ling Yu made a few sounds. He understood her well, nodding. All right. Soon after, in the open space before the house, a wolf-riding field mouse appeared. Wow, you, run faster. Xiao Su's rope was tied to Ling Yu, and with a fluffy face beaming with joy, he completely forgot his earlier wariness. This was so much fun. Ling Yu also found it intriguing. She carried Xiao Su, racing across the ground, feeling as though her speed was unmatched by any wolf. Even if father were to come, he couldn't catch her. She was truly remarkable. The joyful laughter of the two beasts echoed throughout the sky. The little lamb chased behind them, occasionally darting ahead, then slowing down to wait for the wolf cubs to pass before sprinting again. Thus, a game ensued, bringing joy to all three little ones. Only the 6 field mice looked on with dissatisfaction. They exchanged glances at their cheerful younger brother, their faces, caked with dirt, displaying anger. Mouse 1 wiped away a tear. He's ours, chimed in Mouse 2 and 3 in unison. Brother. Mouse 4 and 5 continued. He abandoned us. Mouse 6 dropped a small pearl. They glared at the wolf, mouse and sheep, muttering amongst themselves. Hey, let's work harder. The mice shouted in unison. It took hardly any time before they had filled the pits, wiping their faces and tidying their dirt-covered selves before cautiously approaching the werewolf. Look at our surprise attack. Xiao Su's voice rang out from afar, brimming with joy. Little lamb, hurry. The sounds of the lamb's bleating mixed with the wolf's howls. The 6 field mice clenched their fists. The werewolf tilted his head back, eyes closed, golden sunlight spilling over him, casting long shadows beneath his lashes. A Mouse 2 squeaked in admiration. So handsome. Mouse 6 rested his chin on his hand. The high-pitched squeals roused E from his slumber. He opened his eyes to see the 6 tiny mice below. Upon seeing him awake, the field mice stood at attention, their eyes filled with anticipation. Have you finished? E yawned, rising to his feet, his towering form casting a shadow over the spot where the mice stood. The 6 mice nodded in unison. E arrived at the previously dug holes and found them filled level and firm. Satisfied, he nodded. You all did quite well, E praised them. The 6 field mice puffed out their chests. A hint of pride swelling within them. In the distance, Xiao Su's joyful laughter echoed, accompanied by the wolf cub's howls. The mice's resolve hardened. The little cub glanced sideways, pretending not to hear, as she had not yet had her fill of play. She continued to charge forth with Xiao Su. Ling Yu howled and whimpered. A wolf and a mouse bid each other a reluctant farewell. You, Xiao Su said with a hint of longing. I will come find you to play again next time. Ling Yu howled in response. Come on, Xiao Su's 6 older siblings cannot wait any longer. They pulled Xiao Su along, digging a hole right there, leaving without forgetting to fill it securely. Ling Yu lay on the ground, whimpering, feeling chubby and quite sad. Chapter 28. The trumpet flowery found it amusing. He bent down to lift the cub, weighing her momentarily. Dio, you want some milk? Ling Yu immediately looked up. Yes, I want a big bowl. He was truly an exceptionally capable beastman. He quickly became adept at caring for the cub. After settling her, he led the mother sheep aside. He surveyed the surroundings, feeling that something was missing. He took out a bowl and placed it beneath the mother sheep. Alas, he sighed. I'm still a naive little male, and yet I must care for this young cub. Life was not easy, he lamented. Wind, oh wind, remember my kindness. Ling Yu's stomach growled, and she made soft sounds, scratching her left ear with her left foot. Then her right ear with her right foot. How comfortable! Ling Yu squinted her eyes. The fur on her belly had become matted, and feeling somewhat displeased, she curled into a ball, awkwardly biting at the tuft of fur on her chest. The cub was indeed very soft. After nipping a few times at the muddy tufts of fur, she spat them out, repeating the cycle. The cub had found a new amusement. The earth before her stirred slightly, causing the cub to pause her little game, tilting her head in curiosity, her eyes nearly crossing. A tiny mouse head appeared from the dirt. It was Xiao Su. His beady eyes sparkled as he beamed at the little wolf cub. You? Ling Yu was equally joyful, immediately bouncing up and circling around the field mouse before showering him with affectionate licks, causing him to squeak in surprise. Ha ha ha, you. Xiao Su laughed so hard he could barely stand. Stop licking, I brought you something. Brought something? Ling Yu tilted her head, her excitement growing, her tail wagging wildly behind her. How wonderful! I love it when others give me gifts. Then Ling Yu watched as the little field mouse rummaged through his belongings, finally producing a blue flower. Xiao Su, a bit shy, presented the flower to the little cub. You, this beautiful flower is for you. The cub tilted her head, slightly disappointed that it wasn't food, yet still pleased. She took the flower in her mouth and spun around in place to express her joy. Xiao Su cautiously glanced at the distant werewolf, still feeling a bit scared. Goodbye, little cub, I will come find you to play next time. Ling Yu mimicked Xiao Su, waving her paw. Then, only a dark hole remained, and Ling Yu perked her ears, listening carefully, catching faint sounds from below. Hurry, it's frightening, troublesome. Different voices mingled together, causing her ears to twitch. Ah! A tiny voice squeaked in alarm. Eavesdropping. The rustling sounds continued. Ling Yu then looked up to see the hole in the ground had been filled. Aside from the differing color of the soil, there was little else to distinguish it. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before scampering over to the male beast man who was milking the sheep. Woo-woo. Ling Yu, with a flower in her mouth, called out muffledly while tugging at Yi's leg. What is it? Yi looked down and saw the little cub with a trumpet flower in her mouth. He wiped his hands on his clothing and took the saliva-soaked flower from her. Where did you get this? The young cub whimpered softly, pointing towards a small hole nearby. He, following her gesture, glanced over and found the place utterly empty, devoid of anything, and he instantly grasped the situation. He gently patted the cub's head, chuckling. Was it those few little mice that were given to you? Ling Yu paused for a moment, contemplating who the mice were, then nodded and stuck out her tiny red tongue. Owo! Yes, it was Xiao Su who gave them to me. Yi, holding the trumpet flower, pondered for a moment. He gazed at the cub's round face and her soft, boneless ears, then wiped the trumpet flower and tucked it behind his own ear. My dear cub, he caressed the little one, his face brimming with affection. You are still too young for this. Give it to me. The cub tilted her head, noticing how the orc looked even more handsome with the flower adorning him. His features striking and the flower vibrant, making him seem more delicate than the bloom itself. Thus, after some contemplation, Ling Yu nodded. Owo, handsome, it's fine. She was utterly satisfied, gazing for a while before scampering off again. Ling Yu squatted not far away, her blue eyes fixed on the passers-by in the distance. Owo, she lay down, feeling somewhat disheartened. I miss father. I in the dense jungle. The wind concealed itself among the grass, as another pair of beautiful blue eyes fixated on the prey ahead. He licked his fangs, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Before him stood a herd of spotted deer, the winter chill approaching, causing them to grow thick fur, making their original white spots less discernible. They lowered their heads, occasionally glancing around, remaining vigilant while cautiously nibbling the grass. The wind had been lying in wait for quite some time. The perfect hunting opportunity was drawing near. Among the tasks assigned to the wind by the leader was the capture of sufficient prey. The cold wind howled around, and the temperatures had been steadily dropping. Winter was on the cusp of arrival. He pondered whether the little cub still recognized him. The wind was momentarily distracted. He lowered his back and adjusted his breathing. Ling Yu had finished her milk and was being cleaned up by Yi with a cloth, ensuring her fur was spotless. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air on the breeze. Ling Yu twitched her nose, then dashed onto the path, and indeed, not far away, several orcs were hauling the carcass of a large bear, conversing with others who had come to greet them. Ling Yu stealthily crept closer. Listening intently, among this group, she caught a whiff of her father's scent. The orcs were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the little cub eavesdropping nearby. I said, Father? Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she listened closely. Feng? Feng is fine. Yes, the bear tribe has been excessively reckless. Be careful. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared, scooping Ling Yu up, and she instinctively leaned into the orc's embrace. It was Yi who had chased after her. You little cub, you should announce your presence when you come out. Yi feigned annoyance. Owo. Ling Yu affectionately licked him. All right, I forgive you. He chuckled softly. He carried the cub over to the gathering of orcs, openly listening to their conversation. The little cub's claws gripped Yi's arm, her expression serious as she attentively absorbed any news regarding her father. Ling Yu was earnest. Chapter 29. The orc youth. Sure, oh? Yi, you've arrived. One of the orcs beside the bear carcass seemed quite familiar with Yi, expressing joy upon seeing him. How is your wound? Yi, cradling the cub, touched his chest and smiled. It's already healed. Ling Yu nestled in Yi's arms, listening to the orc's chatter, her ears twitching as she realized she wasn't hearing what she wanted, prompting her to struggle in Yi's embrace. He looked down at the cub. What's the matter? Ow, ow. Ling Yu waved her paws, insisting she wanted to get down. He complied and set her down. Stay nearby and don't wander off, he instructed the young cub. Ling Yu nodded and dashed towards the bear. Just as the orc had mentioned, Feng had indeed taken excellent care of Ling Yu. The little wolf was plump and healthy, her fur shining, and her eyes bright. He reflected on Feng and recalled the challenging times he had faced while caring for the cub. Indeed, Feng had nurtured her well. Then his hand brushed against the bear's carcass, his gaze lingering on the creature's eye sockets for a moment. Who killed this bear? He noted the gruesome wound on the bear's neck. We killed it together, one of the orcs said proudly. A few of us restrained its movements, and then Feng bit into its neck. Feng is impressive. Admiration glimmered in the orc's eyes. Ling Yu peered curiously around the carcass, still a small cub, her petite frame dwarfed by the massive bear's body. The familiar scent emanating from the bear drew her closer as she sniffed around at you. An orc youth said shyly, his wolf ears twitching as he awkwardly gazed at the tiny wolf cub. Ling Yu tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. The orc youth fidgeted with his fingers, offering Ling Yu a friendly smile at you. Hello, I'm Sure. Sure appeared somewhat nervous, his face displaying a hint of shyness, and he was captivated by the cub's transformation from the frail creature he once met. Ow? The cub inquired, bemused. Hello? Noticing the orc staring blankly, Ling Yu found it curious, scratching her head in anticipation of what he might say next. You? Sure approached the cub. Can I play with you? Ling Yu tilted her head again, extending her tongue and revealing a sweet smile. Ow, what a trivial matter. Of course you can. She pawed at Shure's leg, signaling him to crouch down. Though puzzled, Shure complied. Relative to the orc youth was somewhat slender, yet he still bore some muscle. Ling Yu powered her hind legs and leapt onto Shure. The impact was not insignificant, but Shure caught her with gentle strength, cradling the little cub, who felt like a soft cotton ball. How adorable, Shure remarked, hesitating to apply too much pressure. Ow, Ling Yu, feeling quite at home, patted Shure's shoulder, urging him to stand. Shure carefully rose, cradling the little cub as if holding a precious treasure, his expression one of utmost caution. You, where are you going? Shure inquired, glancing around. Ow! Ling Yu pointed her tiny paw towards the massive bear carcass. Here? Shure moved closer to the body, his keen nose detecting the scent of decay, prompting him to wrinkle his brow. It's dirty here. Let's play somewhere else. Ling Yu shook her head, adamantly expressing her desire to play right there, standing in Shure's embrace, determined to climb atop the carcass. Ow! I want to go up, she insisted, her adorable demeanor evident. Shure immediately relented, a resigned expression crossing his face. All right, he lifted Ling Yu high, and she eagerly scampered onto the bear's body, her little paws steady as she navigated its surface. Ling Yu dashed across the bear's belly, then glanced down at Shure, wagging her tail in enthusiastic greeting, inviting the youth to join her. Shure understood her intentions but declined, looking around before softly calling out, do you want to come down? A gentle breeze ruffled the little wolf cub's fur as she gazed ahead, shaking her head. Ow! No. Ling Yu stood atop the bear's belly, taking a few steps toward he was still conversing with the orcs. Seemingly unperturbed by the commotion above, a blue trumpet flower adorned his chest. Ling Yu took a few steps, found the perfect angle, and sat upright, tilting her head back a woo. A youthful yet remarkably clear wolf howl echoed, resonating loudly. Shure, standing below, was startled and shouted, You! The cub responded with a howl, then continued her spirited vocalizations. The sun shone upon the little cub, and the breeze rustled past her. Ling Yu felt utterly triumphant at you. He was taken aback, glancing up to see the little wolf cub howling atop the bear carcass, and he felt a familiar throb of pain in his head. I'll have to wash this little wolf cub again. He contemplated snatching her down immediately, but after Ling Yu finished her howling, she stood beside the carcass, wagging her tail and offering him a sweet smile. Never mind, it was rare for the cub to be so spirited. Nearby, the orcs hadn't thought much of it. One patted his shoulder and chuckled. This little cub is truly amusing. Another laughed until he could hardly stand. I see this cub has the makings of a leader. This cub is quite entertaining. Look at her, so small, yet unafraid of the bear's carcass. This is what our wolf tribe's cubs are like. Bold, compliments flowed in, laughter erupted among the crowd, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone basking in the merriment. Ling Yu scratched her ear, feeling satisfied. She trotted away, her little legs pattering as she vanished from Yi's sight. Shi waited anxiously below, scanning the area, and then he spotted a small, round, plump face. Ling Yu, wagging her tail, called out, "Owo!" Shi immediately exhaled in relief, opening his arms wide. Ling Yu leapt into Shi's embrace. "Owo, thank you. Thank you for catching me." Ling Yu licked Shi's fingers, beaming with joy. Chapter 30. Father will bring back another cub. Shi felt a bit bashful. A slight blush blooming on his youthful face, his light gray eyes curving into crescent shapes. "You're welcome." Ling Yu glanced around, her tongue licking her gums. Then she noticed Yi approaching from the other side of the bear carcass. Instantly, Ling Yu's tail began to wag uncontrollably, her face lighting up with joy. Yi remarked, feeling a slight headache, as he naturally took the cub from the embrace of the stone. The stench of the corpse was overwhelming. "Smell your own paws and see how foul they are." He pressed Ling Yu's paw to her own nose, and a nauseating odor assaulted her senses, an indescribable scent that surged straight to the top of her head. "Ugh!" Ling Yu retched slightly. The foul smell that had not been so potent beside the corpse now seemed unbearable on her paws. Instinctively, she reached to scratch her ear, but stopped short, disgusted by the stench. With a soft whine, Ling Yu buried her face in Yi's embrace, exposing only her little rear end while deliberately leaving her paws outside. Yi adjusted his position to make the cub more comfortable, his sharp eyes turning towards the nearby orc boy, his expression cooling slightly. "You are the child of the flower, Shi?" Yi squinted, pondering for a moment. Shi appeared somewhat anxious, nervously licking his lips, overwhelmed by Yi's formidable presence. "You've grown so much," Yi sighed, a smile breaking through. "Thank you for taking care of you." "No, thank you. It's my duty," Shi stammered, his tongue tying in tension, beads of sweat forming on his nose. "Humph," he scoffed lightly, his eyes narrowing. "Convey my regards to the flower." "Well then, goodbye." He, cradling the cub, was about to depart. Ling Yu squirmed in his arms, peering out to wave her paw at Shi. "Woo, goodbye you. I'll come to play with you next time." Shi called out as he saw Yi and the cub grow increasingly distant. He gently set down the little wolf cub, unbothered, and squeezed her tiny paws, muttering under his breath, You lack vigilance," he added, pinching the cub's cheek. "You can't just let strangers hold you." Ling Yu tilted her head, her clear eyes reflecting Yi's figure. She was still too young. In her world, there were no villains. Ling Yu pressed her paw against Yi's chest. Yipping happily, "Humph," he let out a cold snort. "Now you care to inquire about your father? I see you're having such fun. You must have forgotten his name." Ling Yu rolled over in Yi's arms, playfully exposing her belly, her eyes blinking innocently. "Where did you learn these tricks?" he grumbled, yet couldn't help but ruffle her fur. You are a little female. Do not casually expose your belly, understand?" Ling Yu yipped a few times, hinting at something. He freed one hand to adjust his clothing, covering his broad chest, and males shouldn't either. "Oh woo." Ling Yu responded with a few more yips. He truly understood Ling Yu well. The little cub blinked her eyes. "Owo?" Ling Yu's pupils widened in shock. Her mind racing. Father, hunting, found her. Thus, she reached an astonishing conclusion. From this, it could be inferred that her father would likely bring home another little wolf from this hunting expedition. Ling Yu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Realizing this, she flopped back into Yi's arms, appearing utterly despondent. She was no longer her father's one and only little cub. As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed from her eyes, rolling down her cheeks and landing on Yi's arm. The warm droplets fell onto his skin, and he looked down to find the little cub crying. "Why are you crying?" He quickly began to soothe the cub. "What's wrong, Yu?" he asked, shaking his arm with concern. "Are you missing your father?" Ling Yu did not respond, instead crying even harder. Large tears cascaded down, soaking her fur and leaving streaks on her face. He observed the cub, retrieving a nearly crushed trumpet flower to comfort her. "You, look," he held the trumpet flower beside her face. "This flower is just the same color as your eyes." "Owo?" Ling Yu's attention shifted. Her paw raised to touch the blue flower, but she remembered her paws were foul. Disheartened, her ears drooped, and she lowered her paw. "What's the matter? Do you want to touch the flower?" Yi's tone was gentle, his voice nearly cracking with warmth. He placed the trumpet flower in Ling Yu's embrace. "Here, look how beautiful it is." The cub gazed at the blue flower before her, her nose twitching as she caught a whiff of its sweet fragrance, and her spirits lifted. She carefully cradled the flower in her arms. As she held the flower, the little cub yawned, her eyes gradually drooping, emitting soft, affectionate whines. Being so young, Ling Yu was naturally sensitive, and after playing for so long, she became sleepier by the moment. "Are you ready for a nap?" He cradled the cub, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Gradually, the cub's breathing steadied, and she lay still in Yi's embrace. He exhaled, his expression relaxing as he held the little cub carefully. She was indeed quite a handful. Ling Yu curled up in Yi's arms, revealing half of her face, resembling a small snowball. Her tiny body pressed against Yi's chest, the warmth palpable even through his clothing. He glanced down at the cub, suddenly realizing that caring for her was genuinely a source of happiness. Ling Yu's paw clutched the flower, and he cautiously retrieved it from her grasp. The cub was deeply asleep. Oblivious to her surroundings, her position unchanged. "If I crush it, she'll cry again," he muttered, tucking the flower behind his ear. Fresh flowers complement a beautiful wolf. He nodded in satisfaction, his spirits lifted. Chapter 31. Return. It was another cold day, brightened by the sun. The warm sunlight cascaded onto the small hut, painting it in golden hues. Inside the cozy abode, he was attempting to reason with the little cub. "You cannot bite this." He rescued a battered bowl from Ling Yu's jaws. Brandishing a piece of jerky, "Eat this. It's tasty and good for your teeth." Ling Yu dropped the bowl, immediately sinking her teeth into the jerky he held, then lay down to tear into it. Cubs grow quickly, and Ling Yu had already sprouted a few tiny white milk teeth, a discovery he made by chance when she opened her mouth. The little teeth were adorable, and he found himself wanting to touch them. Though he recalled the elders of the tribe warning against it, lest they become crooked, he swapped out his shoes, which had been gnawed beyond recognition by Ling Yu, preparing to head outside. He couldn't wear such footwear or risk being laughed at. He wondered how this little wolf, who could barely handle jerky, had managed to ruin a pair of shoes. Ow! After gnawing at the jerky for a while, Ling Yu had only left saliva on it, the jerky intact, much to her frustration as she rolled on the ground with it. He watched the little cub, a smile breaking across his face, when suddenly he noticed several tiny mouse heads peeking in at the door. Upon seeing they all shivered in unison, and one of them spoke up. "Hello. We came to play with you." A few little field mice gathered beside him, all wearing eager expressions. They recalled Yi's earlier remark about not liking their chatter. Ling Yu was quick to act. She set down the jerky and dashed towards the field mice, her fur flowing gracefully as she leaped onto them, licking each one in turn. The mice squeaked in delight as their fur became damp. But they were all quite pleased. This was perhaps the essence of friendship. The little field mice had formed a close bond with Ling Yu. Ling Yu's ears perked up. She quickly abandoned her mouse friends and rushed back to Climbing up his leg, her entire being radiating excitement, he bent down to lift Ling Yu, casually weighing the little cub. Noting she felt considerably heavier than before, it seemed he had indeed been taking good care of her. He surveyed the plump little wolf with satisfaction. The field mice clustered together, emitting pitiful squeaks, their 7 little eyes gazing at Ling Yu, each more forlorn than the last. The little wolf cub, unaware of their plight, stood up in Yi's embrace, waving her paws at the mice. "Father, father, I miss father," Ling Yu howled. The field mice grew more despondent. They watched Ling Yu but remained rooted to the spot. Winter was fast approaching, and they wouldn't be able to venture out, nor visit the little cub to play. Ling Yu was a clever little cub. She scratched her head and turned to howling once more. Understood, glancing at the little piles on the ground, and crouched down. He reached out and caught one of the field mice. Field mouse. It struggled in the air. The remaining mice huddled together, squeaking loudly. He placed the caught mouse in his embrace and continued to gather the others. The mice were somewhat dazed, lying on the cub, feeling the softness of her fur beneath them, stiffening in surprise. Ling Yu howled at her friends, her blue eyes sparkling with innocent joy. "Yu says she wants to take you to meet her father." he announced, rising to his feet and heading toward the door. His tall stature elevated him above the ground, while the poor mice had never been this high before, each squeaking in awe as they looked down. "So high!" the mice exclaimed in astonishment. He paid no mind to the mice's reactions. As he took a few steps, he noticed a little lamb peeking around the door and casually ruffled its head. He possesses great strength, leaving the little lamb in a dizzying state after being playfully squeezed. The lamb bleated in protest and scampered over to its mother's side. "Ah!" the mice squeaked softly in alarm. "Look, father!" they chattered excitedly. "Father!" exclaimed Yu, filled with exhilaration. The field mice joyfully shouted in Yi's embrace. Ling Yu, too, found herself swept up in the merriment, throwing back her head and howling like a wolf. Cradling one wolf and 7 mice, strode confidently into the crowd of people. They exchanged affectionate kisses with their partners and embraced their young. Feng stood to the side, observing as the beastmen reunited with their families, pursing his lips, his beautiful blue eyes gazing into the distance. "Feng! Oh woo!" Ling Yu could hardly contain her excitement. As soon as she approached her father, she clambered into his arms, disregarding her short, pudgy form. "Slow down," Feng said, taking the little one into his arms. Leaning down to kiss the top of her head, suppressing his longing, Ling Yu stood eagerly on her hind legs in Feng's embrace, leaning in to lick his face, leaving glistening trails of saliva in contrast to the mature beastmen. The innocent young expressed their emotions in a far more direct manner. Feng held the excited little one still, noting her unfamiliar weight, a smile spreading across his face. You have grown," he said with a hint of pride. Showcasing the 7 field mice to Feng. "Of course, just look at who brought them." A few field mice in Yi's arms discreetly eyed Feng. Their gazes met, and then their heads huddled together. "Father, you look so young," exclaimed Xiao Su, somewhat animated. "Indeed," murmured Shu Wu, somewhat reticent. "So handsome," squealed Shu Er and Shu Lu, equally thrilled. The field mice's chatter caught Feng's attention, and his icy blue gaze swept over them. Are these your pets?" Feng inquired, extending a finger to gently poke at a few of the field mice. The field mice, instinctively fearful of carnivores, trembled in Yi's embrace, too frightened to move. "Certainly not," he replied, glancing down at them. "They are Yu's friends, who came along with her." "Oh woo," Ling Yu confirmed, nodding eagerly. "Is that so?" Feng's expression softened immediately. "Hello there." The field mice were taken aback, trembling as they greeted Feng. Chapter 32. A father's deep affection. Yu's friends are quite adorable. Feng, with an affection for all, smiled as his beautiful eyes crinkled. "Stop being so cute," he yawned, dark circles under his eyes betraying his lack of sleep over the past few days. "Your young one is relentless." He playfully shoved the field mice into Feng's arms. "They're all yours." "I'm utterly exhausted." Feng accepted them all, while the poor field mice found themselves in yet another unfamiliar embrace, quivering in fear. Feng glanced at Yi. Noticing he was neatly dressed, with no sign of his robust chest muscles exposed, and was momentarily taken aback. "Your clothing." Feng pointed to Yi's chest, furrowing his brow. "Are you seriously injured?" He adjusted his attire. Slightly puzzled, "It's already scabbed over." "Why do you ask?" Realizing Feng was focused on his chest, he suddenly understood and pointed to the little one snuggling against Feng, a hint of resignation on his face. "It's not my fault. It's this little one." He ruffled Ling Yu's fur, sighing. "She learns everything too quickly. I'm afraid she'll imitate me and expose herself like this when she grows up. It's all for the sake of the young." He lamented. "This is indeed a testament to his profound paternal affection for you." "Oh woo!" Ling Yu cried out from Feng's arms, seeing he preparing to depart. "Stop calling out," he said, digging into his ears, stretching his back. Revealing his striking muscles, he added, "Even if you keep calling, I won't go with you. I need to sleep." "Listen to your father," he said, ruffling the little wolf's head, then spotting 7 pairs of wide eyes. He sighed, ruffling their fur too. "Don't be afraid. Feng is very gentle with that." He propped his hands behind his head and left. Feng stood rooted in place, watching as he walked away, then leaned down to kiss the little ones. His expression softening. Do you miss your father?" Ling Yu elongated her tones, expressing her deep longing, then rolled over in Feng's arms, inadvertently squashing a few field mice who squeaked in protest. The little field mice struggled to move in Feng's embrace, desperately trying to evade the weight of the energetic young one. Come here, Feng said, placing one field mouse on his shoulder, followed by the remaining ones, 3 on one side and 4 on the other. The mice settled neatly, gazing forward. Seeing that they were all securely perched, Feng began walking in the direction of home. This marked the tribe's final collective hunt of the year. The weather was gradually turning colder, and many prey animals had migrated. Winter was fast approaching. Upon entering the house, Feng gently set Lingyu down. The little one had matured remarkably, now standing firmly on the ground without needing to roll around to find her balance. Feng then lifted the field mice from his shoulders, and they obediently sat on the ground. Feng observed the little ones with a smile, suddenly retrieving a few small trinkets from the furs. They were toys, carved wooden animals, and woven grass items. Your father brought you some gifts, Feng said, his white eyelashes casting a shadow over his starry eyes. Take a look and see if you like them. Lingyu was pleasantly surprised that her father had brought gifts, joyfully performing a little wolf dance, while the field mice curiously poked and prodded at the items. A woo. Lingyu's exuberance provided ample emotional value. I love them so much. Seeing the little ones so delighted, Feng's previously tense hand relaxed slightly. Lingyu nudged the toys with her nose, thoroughly enjoying herself. But suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Her tail ceased its wagging, and she stopped playing with the toys, her expression turning serious as she circled around Feng, sniffing intently. No, there's no scent of other wolf cubs. What's wrong, you? Feng asked, puzzled by the little one's behavior as she sniffed around him. A look of confusion on his face. Lingyu glanced up at her father, satisfied, and let out a hum of contentment. Then she happily resumed playing with the field mice. Wolf cavalry, officially making an entrance. Xiao Su rode atop Lingyu, holding a wooden carving, looking quite regal. Following Lingyu was a long line of field mice. The little ones dashed into the yard, frolicking wildly. The behavior of the young was truly perplexing. Feng watched the frolicking cubs from a distance, bewildered. In the shaman's dwelling, the leader of the wolf tribe sat cross-legged across from the shaman, his expression grave. Shaman, if you lack any herbs, please be sure to inform me. The leader sighed, aware that winter's arrival would bring sickness along with it. The shaman, as usual, was brewing a pot of soup, steam rising, obscuring her face in the mist. She chuckled softly, ladling out a bowl and offering it to the leader. The weather is chilly. Drink some ginger soup to ward off the cold. The leader accepted it, sighing in resignation. Shaman, have you been listening? The shaman served herself a bowl, gently blowing away the steam. I have heard. She said, taking a sip. You need not worry about the herbs. That is the one thing I have in abundance. That is good to hear, the leader nodded, taking a sip of the ginger soup. Lightly lamenting, it's still as unpleasant as ever. You child, the shaman squinted and smiled. You still speak as poorly as before. Ha ha, the leader chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. The shaman stirred the pot. Outside, the cold wind grew fiercer, chilling the bones. You are getting older. Have you considered who the next leader will be? The shaman suddenly inquired. The leader fell silent, finishing the soup in his bowl. I still feel quite young, he replied. Somewhat bashfully, Hemph, the shaman rolled her eyes at him. The leader set down his bowl, pondering. Among the new generation in the tribe, I value Feng the most. He is both brave and clever. I believe he can lead the tribe to greater heights. Feng is not suitable. The leader's words were cut off by the shaman, her expression calm. The beast god has revealed to me that Feng's fate does not belong here. Does not belong here? The leader was taken aback. Why? You will understand in time. The shaman poured another bowl for the leader. Drink more. Look, you've got a runny nose. I do not have a runny nose, the leader muttered. But still drank another bowl. You truly worry too much, the shaman sighed. You are my child. If I do not worry about you, who else will? The shaman trembled slightly as she stood, scooping the remaining ginger soup into a small statue. Beast God above, I offer my prayers. May you be blessed with health. Chapter 33. See you in spring. As the weather gradually turned colder, the little field mice could no longer visit Lingyu as frequently. Today marked their final meeting of the year. We will miss you, Xiao Su said, stretching up on tiptoes, struggling to ruffle the young one's fur, all while Lingyu bent down. Let us go, Shu Yi urged, poking his head out of the burrow, prompting his brother. I will miss you, Xiao Su said, holding the wolf cub. See you in the spring. Don't forget me. The young one licked Xiao Su, her icy blue eyes sparkling like gems as she flashed a little wolf smile at the field mice. "Let us go," Shui urged again. "Mother," Shu Air chimed in. "Wait," Shu Sin added. "We." Shu Si trailed off. Shu Wu and Shu Lu joined in, pulling Xiao Su along as they headed towards the burrow, not forgetting to bid farewell to Ling Yu. Several little voles poked their heads out in succession to bid farewell to the cubs. "Goodbye. See you in spring." Ling Yu sat on the ground, lifting her paw and waving a woo. "Goodbye. See you in spring." Her time in this world had been too brief for her to grasp the concept of parting. In her innocent mind, she perhaps believed that the little voles would return to play with her in just a few days. Ling Yu picked up a small stone and approached the little burrow. The voles informed her that they wished to keep this burrow for their visits in spring, and so Ling Yu placed the stone at the entrance. With a gentle pat of her small paw, she secured the stone, ensuring that the burrow would be shielded from the rain. Then, she called out and scampered over to Feng, who was busy preparing a meat soup. He tore the fresh deer meat into shreds and tossed them into the pot, releasing an enticing aroma as the meat simmered. Tea needed to be cooked tender as the cubs were beginning to grow teeth and would soon venture to taste meat. As Feng stirred the soup, he cradled Ling Yu in his lap. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, drawn to the fragrant pot, and saliva slowly dribbled down her chin. "Such a little glutton," Feng chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he wiped her chin clean with a cloth. Outside, the chilly wind howled, and the sun was nearing the horizon. The house was illuminated by the warm glow of the fire, with bubbles rising in the pot of soup, and the yellow flames danced against the bottom of the pot, reflecting in the blue eyes of the little wolf. The bright yellow light cast a halo around Feng, turning his white fur into a golden hue, his face tinged with a soft blush, mirroring the flames that flickered in Ling Yu's eyes. In the frigid outdoors, the cozy little home, the fragrant meat soup, and the warmth of the cub nestled in his arms made Feng feel a sense of belonging he'd longed for. He held the cub close, an inexplicable happiness enveloping him. He set Ling Yu down and ladled out a steaming bowl of soup for her. "Be careful. It's hot," Feng warned as he gently pushed the eager cub away from the steaming bowl. He stirred the soup and blew gently to disperse the rising steam before placing it down. Almost the moment he set it down, Ling Yu leapt forward, eagerly licking at the soup. "A woo. How is this meat so delicious?" Ling Yu exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. The deer meat, slightly salty and tender, left a lingering flavor on her lips. Ling Yu believed this bowl of soup to be the most delectable thing in the world, far surpassing even her previously favored berries. "Slow down. I'm worried you might choke," Feng cautioned. "Would you like some milk?" He offered a bowl of creamy milk, its aroma wafting through the air. "A woo." Ling Yu gazed at the milk, contemplated for a moment, and then immediately discarded it in favor of the meat. "A woo," she chirped. "Why is this meat so scrumptious?" Feng set the milk aside and served himself a bowl of soup. Just as he brought the bowl to his lips, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who could it be at this hour? He placed the bowl aside and approached the door, finding Li standing outside. Feng's brow furrowed immediately. "There's something you need." Li's delicate face bore a faint blush as she fidgeted with her fingers, a bit shy. "Feng, is your wound healing? I wanted to see you, but I didn't expect you to be out again." "It's much better," Feng replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he prepared to close the door. "If there's nothing else, I'll be shutting the door." "There is something," Li interjected, pressing her hand against the door to halt his movements. "Feng, could you be my partner during next spring's mating season?" "No," Feng replied sharply, his head pounding with frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, he rejected her offer. Seeing the door begin to close, Li hastily pleaded, "Feng, don't you want cubs of your own? I promise I'll be a wonderful partner if you agree. I'll give you many cubs, more than any of my other partners. I don't need that." Feng firmly shut the door, sighing deeply. "Had I known, I would have closed it sooner. I already have a cub." Li, visibly agitated, pushed against the door, trying to prevent its closure, but Feng's strength was overwhelming, and it shut with a decisive thud. "Feng, Ling Yu is not even your biological cub." Li's voice seeped through the crack in the door. "Why do you treat her so well? Sooner or later, you will have your own cubs. That's none of your concern." Feng replied coldly, "If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite." Outside, Li stamped her foot in frustration, yet fear of Feng's potential wrath made her retreat in anger. "It's all that little wildling's fault." Li seethed, thinking that without this cub, Feng might have considered her courtship. Such an annoying cub. Her sharp voice startled the little cub, causing her to pause in her meal and nuzzle against her father. Lingyu circled around Feng's feet. "What's wrong, Lingyu?" Feng inquired, scratching the little wolf's head. He picked her up, noticing her worried expression, and offered a gentle smile. "It's all right. Father is fine." Lingyu whimpered softly, nuzzling against Feng's chin. The soft fur brushed against his neck, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Feng placed Lingyu before the soup, coaxing her. "Lingyu, let us eat together." Lingyu tilted her head, observing Feng. He lifted the bowl, taking a hearty sip, then showed her the soup. "Look, father drank so much." Seeing Feng enjoy the soup eased Lingyu's worries, and she immediately buried her head in the bowl, slurping up the delicious broth, her delighted sounds echoing in the room. Feng took another sip, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed their little lamb sneakily approaching, sticking out its tongue to lick the milk bowl, occasionally glancing at him. Amused, Feng reached out to pat the lamb's head. Chapter 34. Adding layers of clothing. The weather grew increasingly cold, with the biting wind carrying scattered snowflakes that drifted down gently. Lingyu had been bundled in a thick layer of fur by her father, making her appear even rounder than before, resembling a little meatball. Feng helped the little cub, who had fallen and struggled to rise, back onto her feet. "Are you wearing too much?" he asked, adjusting the furs draped over her. Yet, he felt she might need even more layers. "Perhaps I should add a few more?" "Oh, whoa." Lingyu wriggled free from Feng's grasp, rolling to the other end of the bed to express her discontent. She wagged her tail and, with some difficulty, hopped off the bed, making her way to the door, her little paws clawing at the crack, signaling her desire to go outside. "Humph, a woo," she called out to her father. Feng, of course, did not disappoint her. He approached the door, feeling the frigid air from outside. "Dio, you really want to go out?" he asked the little cub, concerned about the cold. "A woo," Lingyu persisted, pulling at the door seam, her resolve unwavering. "I'm not cold, father. Hurry and open the door." "Very well." Feng cracked the door open just enough for her to squeeze through, cautioning, "Just a little. It's too cold outside, and the chill will seep in." The cold breeze rushed through the narrow opening, ruffling Lingyu's fur. "Why is it so cold?" she exclaimed, glancing outside. The biting wind made her sneeze several times, and she rubbed her nose but still took a step forward. Feng waved at her from behind. The little lamb peeked out, looking at Lingyu as if she were foolish. "What a silly little wolf, running out on such a cold day," the frigid wind howled, knocking the little cub down as she stepped outside. Lingyu quickly regretted her decision, lifting her paw to feel the cold earth beneath her and licking it. She glanced back at Feng but stubbornly turned away. The ground was so cold that she found herself alternating her feet. "A woo." Lingyu shook her head defiantly, enduring the chill while curiously observing the world before her. The sky was overcast, a dull gray, and snowflakes fell, landing on the ground, melting into water that disappeared into the earth. The young Lingyu had never seen snow before. She gazed up at the sky, her face blank with wonder. A snowflake landed on her nose, cool and refreshing, slowly melting into a droplet of water. Lingyu's eyes crossed as she stared for a moment before sticking out her tongue to lick the droplet away. She savored it, finding it tasteless. The little wolf cub sneezed again, her feet lifting off the ground. She tilted her head and wiggled her tiny paws. Feng, unable to resist, scooped up his plump little cub, cradling her cold paws in his warm hands as he turned back toward home. "Oh, whoa!" Lingyu squirmed in his embrace. Feng wiped her runny nose, concerned about the cold. "It's too chilly. You might get sick." Lingyu licked the snowflakes that had settled on Feng's fur, making soft whimpering sounds. The little lamb, feeling left out, bleated in discontent, circling around Feng. Like a fluffy white cloud, it trotted back and forth around him. Feng gently patted the lamb's head, which made it beam with pride as it glanced at Lingyu. However, Lingyu, resting on the mother sheep, felt drowsy and paid no attention to the lamb. Feng rekindled the fire as mealtime approached. The weather continued to grow colder, and the sight of their kin outside had dwindled. As everyone sought refuge indoors to weather the winter, another winter had arrived. As the snow fell, the scarred gray bear twitched its ears, glancing at the gathering kin with a somber expression. "What shall we do, Chief?" one anxious bear inquired. "We haven't prepared enough food." Mother bears, burdened with their drowsy, swaying cubs, wore expressions heavy with concern. The scarred gray bear paced restlessly, but then suddenly broke into a smile. Who said there weren't many left? Our old neighbors are still around, aren't they? Chief, are you suggesting a gray bear grasped the chief's intent, though he was somewhat perplexed? The white wolf named Feng from the wolf tribe was far too formidable. How could a single wolf possibly kill a bear? The former chief had grown old, and the scarred gray bear felt somewhat dismissive. That wolf was in its prime, bolstered by the pack's support. Reflecting on the past, the gray bear felt a twinge of gratitude toward Feng for having slain the former chief. Otherwise, he might not have ascended to power so easily, and as for the chief, really, at such an advanced age, still clinging to the position of authority. Well, now he's been killed. A smile crept across the gray bear's face. He gazed at the sky, sensing that this matter needed to be resolved swiftly. He was still waiting to feast and then hibernate while I reclined at the edge of the bed, a male beastman beside her, diligently massaging her shoulders, while another male busied himself with household chores. As the beastman kneaded her muscles, he cautiously observed Li's expression, feeling a bit anxious, yet he mustered the courage to ask, "Li, will you accept my courtship next year?" Li, somewhat impatient, offered the beastman a soothing kiss. "Let us talk about it later," she said, caressing the beastman's face, though her thoughts were occupied by another visage, contemplating his performance. The male beastman, filled with excitement, flushed deeply, nearly stammering, I will make sure to impress you." "How easy it is to manage him," Li sighed, leaning to one side. If only Feng were that easy to handle. She recalled Feng's pale, handsome face and licked her lips eyeing the beastman tribe. Most had dark or wheat-colored skin. Few were as fair and striking as Feng. She closed her eyes, reveling in the male's ministrations. The beastman, timid yet eager to please, ventured, "Li, may I stay tonight?" The male immediately understood. His ears drooping with disappointment, and his tail ceased its wagging. Chapter 35. A sudden attack in the stillness of the night. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees could be heard. Shadows darted through the woods, indistinct and elusive in the wolf tribe. Some of the night watch beastmen yawned, lazily gathering around the fire. Feng was among them, lost in thought about the cubs left alone at home. The fire crackled brightly, radiating warmth. One beastman extended his hands toward the flames, shivering from the cold. "Who would dare to attack us on such a frigid night?" he complained. "I miss my female." He rubbed his hands together and then tucked them beneath his rear. "Didn't the chief say the bear tribe might launch an attack?" An older beastman remarked, roasting a piece of meat and savoring its aroma. Delicious. But in this cold, I doubt the bear tribe will come. After all, bears hibernate. True enough, in this chill. The bear tribe is likely already asleep. The beastman relaxed his trousers. "I'll step outside for a moment." Understanding, the beastman hurriedly made his way to a secluded corner, his figure gradually fading from view. The crackling fire illuminated the faces of the beastmen, their eyes glinting in the night. Each one was relaxed, the atmosphere congenial. The scent of meat stew wafted through the air, enveloping them in a pleasant ambience. Suddenly, a breeze brushed against one beastman's nose. He sniffed cautiously, frowning, an unfamiliar scent. Bear. His eyes widened in alarm, and just as he was about to shout, a large hand covered his mouth. A sharp crack echoed in the night. The beastman slumped lifelessly into the arms of his assailant. Moments later, only the dragging traces in the snow remained in a small cabin. Lingyu lay in bed, mimicking her father's earlier actions, gently patting her back until drowsiness began to overtake her. She curled into a ball, her movements gradually slowing, emitting soft murmurs as she slept fitfully. A noise outside alerted her, and she immediately raised her head, gazing toward the door. Soon, the shouts of the night watch beastmen pierced the air. "Not good. The bear tribe is here." Accompanying their cries were the roars of bears. Lingyu sensed the abnormal atmosphere enveloping them. She recalled her father's words about hiding beneath the bed in times of danger. Gathering some items, she placed them in front of herself, covering her entire body before feeling reassured. Then she wrapped herself in a fur blanket, cocooning herself. If she couldn't be seen, she wouldn't be afraid. The gray bear's ambush came swiftly. Despite the night watch beastmen's quick reactions, several gray bears managed to breach the tribe's defenses. Feng killed one gray bear, his fangs stained with blood, panting heavily as anxiety gnawed at him. Thoughts of his cubs at home flooding his mind. The cacophony of battle cries surrounded him. Feng lunged to the side, emitting a low growl as he pounced on a gray bear attacking the cubs. The bear, caught off guard, let out an enraged snarl. Run! Feng and the gray bear wrestled, their roars echoing through the night. The wolf cubs, quick-witted, darted away, disappearing from sight. Feng's eyes blazed with fury as his sharp fangs sank into the gray bear's throat. The bear struggled weakly, letting out a shattered roar. Feng released his grip, and the mortally wounded bear collapsed, blood gushing from its throat and splattering Feng's effort. In a frenzy, Feng dashed towards the house, his heart racing with urgency. The scarred gray bear prowled to a nearby cabin, sniffing the air, his eyes brightening as he swiftly opened the door. Inside was dim, but the beast man possessed excellent night vision. He listened intently, ears twitching at the faint sound of breathing, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. A bleat echoed. He saw a goat charging toward him. Confused, he pondered how a wolf could keep sheep. The vast disparity in strength allowed him to effortlessly swat the goat away. Chuckling, he swaggered to the bedside, and with a mighty paw, he struck down, the bed collapsing under the weight with a resounding crack. As he cleared the debris, he spotted a pile of furs, thickly imbued with Feng's scent, an odious smell. He casually clawed at the furs, ripping them apart. Suddenly, a commotion behind him caught his attention. He turned to see a flash of a white backside darting past. The gray bear licked his nose. Feeling a surge of excitement, he seemed to have discovered Feng's most precious treasure. With a low growl, the gray bear bolted out the door. Run! Run! Lingyu was nearly paralyzed with fear. She had been hiding beneath the bed, heeding her father's advice. However, he hadn't warned her what to do if danger breached the door. Seizing the moment when the goat charged at the gray bear, she emerged from her hiding spot, circumvented the bear, and dashed out of the house. What should I do now? She felt the vibrations behind her and the bear's roars, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. She had never seen such a creature. Its massive body, sharp claws, and teeth. Lingyu was terrified, skillfully dodging the remnants of the battle, seeking narrow passages and areas filled with obstacles. Exhausted, her paws were sore. But she pressed on. The vibrations behind her grew ever closer, and she could smell the bear's scent intensifying. What to do? What to do? She ran desperately until she collided with a paw. Lingyu covered her head and looked up to find a massive black wolf sinking its teeth into a large bear. The wolf, sensing the commotion, lowered its head and saw Lingyu. You! What are you doing here? The familiar voice belonged to Yi. Lingyu recognized him and felt as if she had found a beacon of hope. She rushed toward the black wolf. Get away. To her shock, Yi pushed her aside. Lingyu was taken aback, and then she saw a massive bear paw land where she had just been. The gray bear and the black wolf were locked in a fierce struggle. Blood splattering through the air. Run, Yi gasped, urging the cub to go find the shaman. The shaman will protect you. Lingyu had been to the shaman's dwelling before. She barked at Yi and immediately dashed in the direction of the shaman. Tears streamed down the small wolf cub's face, falling onto the muddy snow beneath. Chapter 36. The cliff. The gray bear was held back by Yi, while Lingyu, small and nimble, darted into crannies and corners. Evading the surrounding dangers, she felt a surge of fear. Following the memory of her surroundings, she stumbled along, her paws battered and bloodied. Each step felt like walking on a knife's edge, pain stinging her eyes with tears. Ouch, Lingyu whimpered softly. You. A voice called from nearby, uncertain. Is that you? You? Lingyu halted, turning toward the source of the voice. There, partially concealed, was a female, peering curiously at her. Lingyu recalled her vaguely. She thought her name was Li? Lingyu wiped her face and approached the female. Li glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. As soon as Lingyu reached her side, she immediately scooped her up in a protective embrace. Li felt a surge of excitement as she gazed at the cub nestled in her arms, her mind immediately racing with thoughts. A wind. You claim to have cubs and no need for me. I shall see what you do if your precious little one were to vanish. A smile involuntarily graced her face as she reveled in the delightful notion. Owo? Lingyu, puzzled, nudged the female. What are you laughing about? The cub, warm yet filthy, bore the stains of blood, which inevitably smeared onto Li's own fur. With a hint of disdain, she frowned and promptly set the small wolf cub down. Li approached the cub, guiding her gently. Would you like to find your father? The little wolf immediately lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ow, ow. Her paws rested on Li's leg, her tail wagging with enthusiasm. You know where my father is? Li, maintaining a calm facade, continued her fabrication. Your father specifically instructed me to tell you that if you see him, you should head north. He awaits you there. Li recalled that there was, indeed, a cliff to the north. She secretly hoped the cub would meet her demise there. Lingyu, unable to comprehend the underlying motives, believed Li's words, despite their many inconsistencies. Yet, she hesitated, torn between following Yi to find Wu or trusting Li to locate her father. After much contemplation, Lingyu ultimately chose to believe the beautiful Li, for such lovely females exuded an undeniable charm, easily gaining the trust of the little cub. She nudged Li once more. What now? Li expressed her annoyance. Can't that wretched little wolf hurry up? Lingyu pleaded with her, urgency evident in her eyes. Dio, you want me to accompany you? Li speculated. Lingyu nodded vigorously. What a bother, Li sighed, rolling her eyes as she concealed her annoyance under the cloak of night. Very well, I shall guide you. Her tone softened. Ow! Lingyu, elated by the acquiescence, felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, which promptly fell to the ground with a soft patter. Such a kind female. Li scooped up the cub, carefully avoiding the ongoing skirmishes between the beastmen. She walked slowly, searching for a place to hide. Despite her caution, she was soon discovered. A gray bear broke free from the wolf pack's clutches and charged toward them. Damn it! Li cursed softly, clutching the cub as she sprinted towards the northern woods. The gray bear roared behind them, reveling in the thrill of the chase as it pursued the female beast. Damn, 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 Li muttered, increasing her pace as she swiftly entered the forest. The bear swatted aside any trees in its path, their splintering cries echoing through the night as they fell. The cold wind grew stronger, whipping snowflakes against Li's face. After a while, a sudden realization struck her. Why was she running with this cub? Wouldn't it be wiser to abandon her to the bear? In a heartbeat, she hurled Lingyu toward the direction of the bear and darted away in another direction. Lingyu, bewildered by the sudden toss, tumbled several times before regaining her footing, the bear closing in rapidly behind her. With no other option, she randomly chose a direction and ran. The bear growled menacingly, its speed relentless. Lingyu relied on her small size to navigate a more challenging path for the bear. She panted heavily, her legs growing weary, each paw feeling as though it were weighed down with lead. What to do? What to do? She gradually slowed, emerging from the forest into an open space. The moonlight illuminated her surroundings, revealing a precipice before her. Breathing heavily, her stamina depleted, she halted at the edge, the abyss behind her dark and unfathomable, the bear steadily advancing. Come here, little one, the gray bear chuckled. Your mother has abandoned you. Now there's no escape. Its deep voice melded with the winds, reaching the cub's ears. Ow! Lingyu called defiantly from the cliff's edge. Blind beast, she is not my mother. The bear, unlike a wolf, could not understand the cub's cries but sensed they were not kind words. Even in death, you remain defiant. The bear, growing displeased, charged toward Lingyu, its heavy footsteps thundering. Ow! Lingyu began to weep, tucking her tail between her legs as she shouted at the bear, mimicking the roar of the wind from her memories. She hoped to intimidate the bear, yet it was akin to grasping at dreams. The bear ignored the cub's cries, its pace quickening, the rush of wind accompanying its approach. The ground trembled as the menacing bear drew near. Lingyu retreated, dislodging loose stones that tumbled down the cliff. Fear gripped her heart as tears streamed down her face. The bear was upon her. Terrified, she stumbled back, losing her footing and hanging precariously with only her forepaws clutching the ground. How pitiful, the bear laughed, flexing its claws, ready to crush her small paws. Ow! As the bear's paw loomed closer, Lingyu released her grip. Father! Her cry was swept away by the chilling wind as she plummeted, vanishing from sight. At least you have some spirit. The bear chuckled before turning away in disinterest, recalling that another female lurked within the forest. The moonlight illuminated the cliff, revealing several deep scratch marks where Lingyu had clutched moments before. Mingled with glistening, reflective claws stained with blood. Chapter 37. Vanishly dashed through the woods, transforming into her wolf form, her limbs pounding the earth as she sprinted with remarkable speed. A rustling behind her caught her attention. She licked her nose. It was that accursed bear, hot on her trail. The wind howled around her as she raced, her snow-white fur glistening in the moonlight, though marred by patches of dark red blood. Wind was undeniably a skilled hunter. Long before he reached the dilapidated cabin, he caught the foul scent of the gray bear, mingled with that of the sea. An overwhelming panic threatened to engulf him as he ran for what felt like an eternity. Finally spotting the broken door of the house, he entered. Bah! A little lamb scampered out from who knows where, trembling as it circled Wind. He paid it no mind, scanning the surroundings until he noticed the ewe lying on the ground. Blood pooling beneath her, Wind approached the ewe, nudging her gently. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes, her damp gaze meeting the giant wolf's. She extended her tongue, offering a comforting lick to Wind. He remained silent. Recognizing that the ewe was beyond saving, the little lamb returned to its mother, curling up beside her in despair. Wind moved to the bed, softly calling out. The bed lay in ruins, planks strewn haphazardly. Despite a flicker of hope, he cleared away the debris with his massive tail, searching for what he longed to see. The scent of the cub was strong, and he sniffed the ground intently. The wolf's keen nose led him on a frantic chase, his inner anxiety nearly overwhelming him. The anguished cries of his kin filled the air as Wind faced several gray bears, engaging them in a fierce struggle. His urgency surged. He did not linger, waiting for an opportunity to break free and follow the scent. Time passed, and Wind heard Yi's voice. Wind, he called, but Wind was too consumed by his own urgency to respond. Wind, I sent you to find Wu. Yi, battered and bruised, evaded the bear's assaults while speaking. The mingled scents around them were chaotic. Yi's words provided a precious moment of clarity, prompting Wind to adjust his course toward Wu's dwelling. He continued to analyze the air, confirming that the cub's scent remained in that direction. As he ran, he suddenly halted, his nose twitching as he detected another unwelcome odor. It was Li's scent. Anxiety gripped him. The mingling of the cub and Li's scents left him disoriented. He followed the trail, soon arriving at a thicket. Help! Help! Li's voice echoed nearby. Wind dashed toward the sound, only to finally engaged in a fierce battle with a gray bear. It was clear she was no match for the beast, dodging its powerful strikes. Li's body bore numerous scratches, patches of fur torn away to reveal gruesome wounds. Upon spotting Wind, she cried out, Wind, save me. In his frantic search for the cub, Wind realized he did not see Lingyu by Li's side. Anxiety gnawed at him, but he clung to the hope that the cub was nearby. Li was on the verge of collapse. And upon seeing Wind, she felt a glimmer of hope. That wretched cub. Li fumed inwardly. If only she could have delayed the bear a little longer, she wouldn't have been pursued so swiftly. It's all that wildling's fault. Li spotted Wind's white form lunging at the bear and quickly shifted back into her human shape, taking cover nearby. Wind charged forward, engaging the bear in a fierce struggle, dust swirling around them. Trees cracked under the force, and Wind poured every ounce of strength into the fight. He was frantic, overwhelmed with worry. Unable to find the cub, he felt as though he might lose his mind. Thus, he fought with unparalleled ferocity, nearly overpowering the bear. Blood streamed from the bear's mouth and nose as it begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me, yet Wind paid no heed to its pleas. Continuing his relentless assault, the grizzly bear was beaten to the point of lamentation, yet possessed a modicum of cunning. Upon noticing the snow-white fur of the Wind, he immediately recalled the earlier encounter with that cub. Thus, he cried out urgently, Cease, cease. I know the whereabouts of your offspring. Exhaling a breath laden with tension, the grizzly was gambling, wagering that this white wolf indeed had some connection to the young one. The Wind's ears twitched, and he almost instantaneously halted his assault, pinning the grizzly beneath him, baring his sharp fangs. Where is she? The grizzly felt a flicker of relief. He had guessed correctly, confronted with the specter of death. He hastily divulged all that he knew. She, the grizzly swallowed hard, is being held by a female, just like the one over there. Struggling to indicate the anxiously, he continued, it was she who, upon seeing me pursue her, cast the cub before me and fled. The wind cast a fierce glance at Lee, yet his focus remained on the cub's whereabouts. He clenched the grizzly's throat. Where is she? The grizzly felt the piercing sensation of fangs embedding into his neck. Pain surging through him, eliciting a cry of agony. I don't know, he lamented inwardly, fully aware that revealing the cub's fall from the cliff was not an option. However, that female must surely know. The grizzly spun a web of lies, intent only on diverting this male to save his own life. Just a lone wolf, he cursed inwardly, astonished by the brute's formidable strength. Time had elapsed, and the wind and snow had buried all sense. The wind could no longer detect the cub's presence. He lowered his head and, in the grizzly's incredulous gaze, severed his throat. The grizzly's throat emitted a series of broken cries, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the wind's fur. Gradually, the grizzly succumbed to silence. Eli trembled, her heart stabilizing somewhat upon witnessing the wind slay the grizzly. However, soon after, a massive paw pressed down upon her, pinning her to the snow, where she felt the bone-chilling cold seep into her being, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The warm breath exhaled from the wind's nostrils brushed against her face, instilling within her a sense of dread. Where is you? The wind's patience waned. Lee, shivering with fear, replied, I don't know. The wind's pressure intensified, fracturing Lee's arm. He said he sent the cub to seek the shaman. The cub is ever obedient. Yet now, it is entangled with Lee. Appearing here, far removed from the shaman's direction, the wind's eyes reddened. He pieced together the puzzle. Eli emitted a piercing scream, her gaze meeting the wind's glinting eyes, realizing that this male might indeed kill her. Clutching at a lifeline, she thought, at the cliff. You may have fallen. Do not deceive me, the wind growled. The cliff. He was aware of its location, and he seized Lee, racing towards it. Eli shrieked in the wind's grasp, her injured arm flailing painfully in the air, but soon her mouth was filled with snow, rendering her unable to cry out. As they reached the cliff's edge, the snow had thickened significantly, blanketing the ground. You, the wind called out, my cub, where are you? The howling wind echoed like a mournful wail. Lee, overwhelmed by pain, could only whimper, her sounds fading into the wind. The wind's nose twitched at the cliff's edge, and at last, he caught a whiff of the cub's scent beneath the shallow layer of snow. He cleared away the snow's surface, revealing blood and tiny claws hidden below, nearly disappearing in the next moment. Tears welled in the wind's eyes as he carelessly tossed aside what he had in his mouth, transforming into human form, and grasped the few remaining claws tightly in his hand. He gazed down into the abyss of the cliff, a dark void obscuring whatever lay below. His wails erupted, soon morphing back into the colossal wolf, determined to descend to the depths in search of his cub. Eli lay on the ground, her soft moans echoing her torment. Regret washed over her. Had she known the wind cared so deeply for his cub, she would have kept her distance, sparing herself this anguish. Regret consumed her, but alas, there exists no remedy for remorse. The beastfolk's physique was resilient, and after a brief moment of recovery, Lee struggled to rise. Ling Yu plummeted downwards, eyes shut, embracing the unknown of death, though she remained oblivious to its true nature. As she fell, branches had caught her fleetingly, yet she continued her descent. Eventually, she landed upon a cold, soft surface, but the tremendous impact rendered her unconscious. At the cliff's base, an unfortunate giant serpent slithered forth, snowflakes cascading upon its form, adorning it with a veil of white. Suddenly, an object fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the serpent's back, halting its progress. It flicked its tongue, hissing in response to the jarring blow. After a brief pause, the serpent resumed its journey, too cold to remain still. Perhaps it was merely a falling rock. It had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. The serpent, numbed by the chill, continued to weave its path, leaving behind a long, massive indentation. Snowflakes fluttered down, swiftly concealing the trace, restoring the area to a pristine white expanse. There was no pathway leading to the cliff's base. The wind ran for an extended period before discovering a slightly lower spot from which to leap down. The impact forced him onto the ground, and he scarcely paused before rising to sprint towards the cliff's depths. Soon, he reached the bottom. The tempestuous snowstorm that night was particularly fierce, layering the ground with snow in mere moments. All traces on the surface were buried. The wind searched meticulously, hoping the cub might be ensconced within the snow. Awaiting his rescue, he scoured the area, nearly overturning the earth, the snow mixed with soil strewn about. All woo! The wind threw his head back, emitting a desperate howl. He realized, with a sinking heart, that the cub's fate was likely dire. The piercing howl reverberated, startling the distant serpent. It seemed to originate from this direction. The serpent twisted its body, shifting course. The distant cries of wolves resonated, but the serpent paid no heed. The cold was simply unbearable. Back in the tribe, he had severed the grizzly's throat, blood coated his mouth, and he bore numerous wounds, his fur stained in streaks of crimson. The surrounding battle had nearly concluded. He threw his head back, releasing a wolf's howl, the remaining wolves echoing his call in a harmonious chorus. Initially, he intended to disregard the matter, yet the familiar scent emanating from Lee piqued his curiosity. "Lee, are you well?" Lee regarded the towering black wolf with cautious wariness. "What do you want?" She had never been fond of Lee. The black wolf closed the distance, sniffing intently at her scent. "Wind. Have you seen Wind?" The black wolf licked his nose. "Where is he?" Lee swallowed nervously, feeling an inexplicable fear of the being before her. At the cliff, the thought of Wind evoked a bittersweet amusement. His cub had fallen to its demise, and he was likely still there, frenzied with grief. The cliff, his gaze fixed on Lee, his dark eyes seeming to pierce her very soul. "You has fallen?" He surveyed the scene, noting that the grizzly's ambush had been largely dealt with, and he promptly dashed toward the cliff. "How could this be at the cliff? I remember sending you to find the shaman." Ye's thoughts turned to Lee. Her scent was heavily laced with that of the young one. He pondered, yet his primary concern remained for Wind. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, he found no trace of Wind. He raised his voice in a call, and soon, a howl rose from the depths. It was Wind's voice. Ye's ears perked, yet, still, he found no sign. He exhaled softly, licking his cold nose and sneezing. His black fur seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. Prompting him to run further, he sought a lower terrain and jumped down. Splash! The fall was jarring, yet he stood, shaking off the snow that clung to him. He sprinted towards the cliff's base. Wind. Before long, he found Wind, who was still digging at the cliff's base, his claws nearly bloodied and raw, the tips broken. Hearing the call, he paused briefly, lifting his head to see sprinting towards him. Wind, panting heavily, resumed his search. He reached Wind's side, immediately pinning him down with a bite to his neck. "What are you doing?" Wind struggled, growling threateningly. "I don't care." Almost driven to madness, Wind writhed beneath wailing, "My cub is waiting for me to save her." He clamped down on Wind's nape, his fangs piercing and drawing blood, the pain quieting the beast folk momentarily. "Calm yourself." He licked his lips, his demeanor devoid of warmth, but a fall from such a height would injure even you or I. Let alone a mere cub. Face reality. You was likely gone. Wind stilled, a hint of that very fear creeping into his heart. Though he was reluctant to accept it, he sank to the ground, emitting sounds of sorrow, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then, the formidable white wolf vanished, leaving behind a bare youth. Youth felt a misnomer. Perhaps young man was more fitting. At this moment, Wind's youthful visage, devoid of color, bore pale lips. He raised his paw, sighing, transforming back into human form, enveloping the youth in the furs he had brought, shielding his exposed body. Wind lay utterly motionless, shielding his eyes with a hand, allowing the tears to flow freely. "I am but a wretched being, utterly devoid of strength, allowing the wind to carry away as it pleases. I am unable to protect anyone." He bit down hard on his lower lip, nearly drawing blood. "Regardless of whether it is my mother or you, I find myself incapable of safeguarding them." He could hardly bear the Wind's words. He halted abruptly, spinning around to hoist the beast man onto his back. "It is not your fault," he said, narrowing his eyes, as the icy snow against his face was far from pleasant. "Neither of these matters is your fault. Wind, do not take all the blame upon yourself," he sighed, attempting to console his dear friend. "Close your eyes and rest for a while," he added with a sigh. "If you continue speaking, I might have to knock you unconscious." The wind fell silent. The only sounds surrounding them were the howling winds and the rustling of the trees, echoing like the wails of spirits. Chapter 39. The white dog hiss. The black serpent's golden slit pupils fixed upon the small snowball before him. a touch of confusion evident. He flicked his tongue and tilted his massive serpent head. This appears to be a dog? After all, in his memory, there seemed to be no white wolves. The black serpent's eyelids fluttered with fatigue. The temperature within the cave was not particularly high. Typically, he would shake off the snow outside. But today he had succumbed to laziness, only beginning to shake off the snow upon entering the cave, and thus, he had inadvertently unearthed a troublesome pup. Such a bother. Perhaps I should quietly dispose of it. He flicked his serpent head, attempting to shake off the drowsiness, so drowsy. The black serpent squinted his golden pupils, letting out a huge yawn. Although serpentine beastmen no longer needed to hibernate, they still felt sleepier than ordinary beastmen during winter. He lowered his head, biting down on the pup. This little dog is a beastman. The black serpent encircled the bloodied pup, even providing a bit of dry hay beneath her. How troublesome, he thought, closing his eyes. If she dies, I shall simply find a place to bury her tomorrow. As a cold-blooded creature, the black serpent's body temperature matched that of the environment, remaining quite low. Yet, he had formed a circle around the pup, creating a small space within which the temperature was slightly warmer than the outside. The howling wind and snow were kept at bay by the cave, and the entrance was blocked by the serpent's massive form, allowing the interior to maintain a semblance of warmth. The following morning, he was awakened by the movements of the creature in his embrace. He lifted his head, his golden eyes still hazy, not fully free from the clutches of sleep. After staring blankly at the cave for a moment, he recalled that he had rescued a dog yesterday. Remarkably resilient, the black serpent mused, despite her grievous injuries. He looked down at the pup. Lingyu's ice-blue eyes fluttered open, and she gasped softly, blood spilling from her mouth, staining the hay beneath her crimson. Is she not about to die? The black serpent considered scratching his head but remembered that he had no hands at the moment. Lingyu struggled to breathe, pain coursing through her entire being. She was still unsure of her surroundings and emitted soft whimpers, hoping her father would sense her call. Whimper, whimper. It hurts so much. The black serpent observed the pup for a while, noting her seemingly lifeless state, yet she showed no signs of imminent death so strong. The black serpent glanced outside. The cave's entrance was blanketed in white. The snow had ceased to fall. After contemplating for a moment, he closed his eyes again. If he awoke to find the pup still alive, he would fetch some herbs for her. If she had perished, the black serpent pondered, she would still need to be buried outside, lest she begin to stink. The black serpent's sleep was deep, unperturbed even by the presence of a whimpering pup beside him. He adjusted his body to completely block the cave's entrance, and soon, darkness enveloped the cave once more. It was quiet, save for the black serpent's steady breathing and the pup's pained whimpers. Lingyu, still a mere infant, cried out in agony, for apart from tears, she had no other means of expression. The black serpent's slumber was not long. When the sun fully rose, it marked the time for him to awaken. He opened his sleep-laden eyes, yawned, and extended his long tongue, emitting a hissing sound. His rest had not been particularly refreshing. The massive serpent's form twisted, gradually transforming into a robust male. He stretched his muscles and confidently walked to where he usually stored his belongings, retrieving a short length of rope to tie up his cascading, seaweed-like black hair. His long hair formed a high ponytail at the back of his head, cascading down behind him, while stray strands framed his face, casually pinned back. Thus, a handsome visage emerged, characterized by deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. His skin radiating a honeyed glow, akin to sunlight streaming through honey, gleaming with warmth. Yet, at that moment, he furrowed his brow slightly, dark circles beneath his eyes, eyelids drooping, and his golden slit pupils appeared perpetually half-closed. Exuding an air of dejection, he pulled out green herbs and scooped up some snow, setting about to make a fire and brew a medicinal concoction. A strong, bitter aroma permeated the cave, filling every crevice. The male clearly disliked the scent, occasionally stepping outside for fresh air before returning to check on the brew. Soon, a steaming bowl of medicine was in his hands. He approached the feebly breathing pup, placing the hot concoction near her mouth. The broth was steaming, and after a moment of thought, he stepped outside, setting the bowl on the snow. Before long, the temperature of the medicine cooled, and the male crouched down, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. He nonchalantly flicked it aside before offering the medicine to the pup. Lingyu struggled to breathe, her eyes fluttering open as she took in the sight of the beast man. Seemingly grasping her current predicament, she lifted her head slightly, burying it into the medicinal broth, gulping it down, occasionally coughing from drinking too quickly. Before long, the bowl was empty. Whether it was the effect of the medicine or not, Lingyu felt warmth enveloping her, and her wounds began to heal. She closed her eyes once more and drifted back to sleep. The male set the bowl aside and gently lifted Lingyu from the hay, which was soaked in blood and needed replacing. He promptly switched out the old hay for fresh, stacking the bloodied remnants in a corner for future use as kindling. The pup seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, or perhaps lost consciousness. It mattered not. His golden eyes scanned the pup's abdomen, noting its smoothness, devoid of any masculine protrusions. His eyes widened slightly, quickly covering the pup's head with a hide, enveloping her completely. A female pup. How troublesome. The beast man muttered to himself, wrapping his body in the hide, concealing his handsome, well-proportioned form. The cold wind gusted in from outside, prompting him to swiftly block the cave entrance with pre-prepared stones, allowing light to filter through the cracks along with the flickering fire, illuminating the interior of the cave. Chapter 40. Fishing by the lakeside, a serpent and a wolf stood in silence, their expressions grave. Suddenly, the black serpent raised his tail, bringing it down heavily upon the ice-covered surface of the lake. Creating a hole. Go on, the black serpent said to the little wolf, flicking his tongue. It is time for you to repay me. The little wolf howled excitedly, a woo. Why does it still sound like that? The black serpent shook his head. You are a dog. You should bark. He demonstrated. Woof, woof, woof. Then he nudged the little pup. Now you try. The pup was pushed over, rolling once before standing up and clearing her throat. A woof, woof, that was better. The black serpent praised her, then dipped the tip of his tail into the water, stirring it. Now, like this, dip your tail in it. If you catch a big fish, I'll cook it for you today. As he spoke, the black serpent flicked his tail, and soon, a greedy fish was pulled from the water, landing on the shore. The fish quickly became frosted over, flopping a few times before lying still. Oh, whoa! The pup wagged her tail excitedly, bouncing around the large fish. What a big fish! She gazed at the black serpent with admiration, her tail spinning in joy. The black serpent, maintaining an air of composure, let out a satisfied hum. Lingyu scampered to the lake shore, mimicking the black serpent by turning her back to the water and extending her little tail. The icy water immediately dampened her tail fur, sending a chill through her body, causing her to shiver. This water is so cold. She glanced over at the black serpent, who had coiled himself into a heap, his serpent head resting upon his body. Golden eyes half squinting as he observed her. Noticing her gaze, the black serpent gave her a slight nod. Well. Excited, Lingyu's tail began to spin uncontrollably, creating ripples across the water's surface, shadows dancing beneath. In no time, something had bitten the tip of her tail, and her heart leapt with joy. She immediately attempted to mimic the black serpent's actions to reel in the fish. Yet, it seemed she had overestimated her own strength. With a loud splash, Lingyu tumbled into the water, sending a spray of droplets everywhere. She struggled, the rushing water engulfing her mouth and nose, and as she opened her mouth to cry out, the frigid water rushed in, filling her belly. Suddenly, a massive black serpent tail emerged, coiling around her and pulling her back to the surface. She coughed violently, her ice-blue eyes barely opening, only to find herself face to face with the black serpent's head, the golden slit pupils reflecting her disheveled form. Woe is me! Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, crying out to the black serpent, Wu Wang. The black serpent felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that the diminutive creature before him would be so fragile, nearly becoming a meal for the fish. Closing his eyes, he let out a sigh. The cub immediately followed suit, shutting her eyes in response to the biting cold wind that made her shiver. Before long, a soft hide enveloped her, and when Lingyu opened her eyes, she beheld the black serpent transformed into a strikingly handsome young male beastman. The serpent sighed again, lowering his head as he meticulously wiped the cub's fur with the hide. His long, unbound hair cascaded around him, curling black strands falling over the cub's face, causing her to inadvertently sneeze as the locks brushed against her nose. Huh? The serpent immediately reached out to touch her forehead. Was she falling ill so soon? Lingyu shook her head vigorously, nuzzling against the serpent's palm. emitting a dejected whimper. The serpent felt her forehead, finding her temperature to be normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fever, he smiled, deftly tying his long hair up with one hand, the motion fluid and quick. Having already suffered amnesia from a head injury, he pondered the consequences of a fever. What if it left him utterly foolish? Like a simple dog. His seaweed-like tresses were loosely gathered at the back of his head, obscuring his beautiful back. Lingyu, feeling a bit indignant, let out a huffy sound. You're the one who's become foolish. After diligently drying the cub's fur, he wrapped her in fresh hide and made his way to the shore, cradling her in his arms, his golden eyes curving slightly with a hint of satisfaction. There lay a large fish at the water's edge, its silver scales glistening under the sun. Already covered in a layer of translucent frost, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky. Look, the serpent pointed at the fish. You caught that? Indeed, it was Lingyu who had hooked the fish. At the time, it had clamped onto her tail, dragging her into the water. When the serpent rescued her, he found the fish still clinging to her. So he struck it dead and tossed it onto the shore. Upon hearing this, Lingyu's ears perked up, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief as she glanced between the black serpent and the fish. Owo, woof! She was overcome with excitement, immediately leaping from the serpent's embrace and scrambling onto the fish, proudly proclaiming, I caught it! I caught this big fish! The serpent stood by, quietly observing the little wolf's boastful display. He sighed, Oh, you silly pup! He gazed out into the distance, lost in thought. This troublesome little creature had endured 3 days and nights of fever, awakening to find she could only remember her name, you, and nothing else. With this thought, the serpent sighed again and looked down to see the cub desperately attempting to dismount from the fish, her paws sticking stubbornly to its surface. She tugged fiercely, whimpering for help. Such a fool, the serpent face-bombed. He was a solitary beastman, lacking a clan, and thus could not find another beastman to assist him. Each time he approached other clans, he was often met with hostility and driven away. Consequently, he had taken the cub under his wing. Stay still, he instructed, pinning the struggling cub down. Dio, you want to lose your paws? Seeing that he had her attention, Lingyu immediately began to whine, tears glistening in her eyes like little pearls. Plopping onto the fish's body, Lingyu sniffled, her bright eyes filled with grievance. Indeed, it was true. The serpent tied another large fish with a rope and used his knife to free the cub's paws from the sticky fish flesh. Once liberated, Lingyu promptly leapt onto the serpent, who caught her in his arms and wrapped her in hide once more. Chapter 41. Mischief. The serpent cast a glance down at her, adjusting his hold to cradle her closer. Hidden within the hide, Lingyu could only smell the fishy scent clinging to her paws. She lifted her foot to inspect it, noticing the fish flesh glistening white in the light, appearing irresistibly delectable. Thus, she slowly inched her head closer to her paws under the hide. After a while, the serpent arrived at the cave. Although he was not slow, he ambled lazily, exuding a sense of languor. Upon entering, he tossed the large fish onto the ground, then lifted the hide, allowing Lingyu to tumble onto the floor, rolling around before standing upright. The fish flesh on her paws had been devoured, leaving her 4 little paws damp with her saliva. Lingyu barked a few times, then dashed around the serpent, leaving a trail of wet paw prints on the dry ground. Good appetite, the serpent remarked as he settled onto the bed, observing as Lingyu finished her meal. He lazily praised her. Leaning against the wall, he appeared utterly relaxed. You entertain yourself. I shall rest for a while. With the compliment, Lingyu's tail wagged excitedly, and she began to bounce around joyfully. When she noticed the serpent closing his eyes, she tilted her head and scampered over to the large fish. The cave was considerably warmer than outside, and soon the frost on the fish began to melt in no time. It transformed from a rigid, lifeless creature back to its soft, former self. The fish no longer stuck to her paws. Lingyu sniffed at her feet, the strong fishy odor assaulting her senses, prompting her to pull away in distaste. What a foul smell! She wrinkled her nose. Initially planning to turn away in disgust, a clever idea suddenly sprang to mind. Taking a deep breath, she flopped her entire body onto the fish, rolling back and forth to envelop herself in the fishy scent. Ding, ding, ding! A little wolf, now infused with the aroma of fish, emerged. Lingyu herself was unaware of the bravery that surged within her at that moment. With her short legs, she trotted over to the serpent's side. The serpent, reclining on the edge of the bed, had his legs twisted together like a pretzel, his pale yet muscular calves presented before Lingyu. Unlike other beastmen with thick fur, the serpent's legs were smooth and delicate, with barely visible pores and only a sprinkling of black scales adorning them, perhaps a characteristic of scale-like beastmen. Noticing the serpent stir, Lingyu realized he was awake and hesitated momentarily, having already made her way over. She felt a bit reluctant to retreat. Her paws grasped the hide skirt as she advanced and then lay against the serpent's abdomen. He readily complied. Reclining back onto the bed, Lingyu grinned, her paws traversing over his defined abs and onto his chest. Although she was not particularly heavy, her tiny paws left faint imprints as she walked, which quickly faded away. Lingyu stumbled a bit, her footing unsteady and occasionally slipping. The serpent kept his eyes closed, but his nose twitched, catching whiffs of the overpowering fish odor. His expression shifted, brows furrowing as he engaged in an internal struggle. However, soon enough, his countenance returned to calm, only to be met with the sensation of the cub bouncing onto his face. Her fluffy presence overwhelming him, accompanied by that strong fishy scent. The serpent held his breath. Having accomplished her little prank, Lingyu quickly hopped off his face and hid nearby, watching him with a hint of guilt in her previously blue eyes. Now revealing some whites, the serpent sat up, gagging slightly before reaching out, seizing Lingyu by the scruff of her neck, hoisting her up effortlessly. Suspended in midair, Lingyu squinted her eyes, avoiding his gaze. The serpent's golden pupils fixed on the cub, and he couldn't help but chuckle, naughty little pup. Recognizing the serpent's tone was not one of anger, Lingyu's tail spun into a whirl, and she let out a few playful yips, extending her pink tongue to shower him with affectionate licks. The serpent chuckled a few times, placing the cub back on the ground as he began to heat water. He tossed a few sticks into the fire, causing the flames to leap higher, illuminating the cub's eyes and casting a golden hue upon her white fur. "Stay back," he cautioned, nudging the cub away slightly, wary of her becoming a charred little dog. Lingyu watched the crackling fire, its brightness and vibrant colors captivating her, and she tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at the serpent, who was engrossed in the flames in an instant. Her eyes gleamed with mischief, and her paws darted like lightning toward the fire. "Huh?" Caught off guard, the serpent was quicker, seizing her paw and spinning her around before setting her down again. "Woo, woo!" Lingyu felt a twinge of guilt, rolling onto her back and exposing her pink belly to the serpent in a display of innocence. "Naughty," he poked her belly. "Tonight, we feast on roasted little pups." Lingyu instantly curled up, rolling on the ground in playful defiance, inching closer to the serpent. "Ow, ow!" She let out another uncontrollable bark, circling around the serpent's legs, her eyes still fixated on the fire, eager and restless. The serpent glanced at her, producing a particularly hot stick and presenting it before the cub. Lingyu tilted her head in confusion. After a few glances at the serpent, she cautiously extended her paw, only to have it swatted away by him. The serpent sliced a piece of fish, showing it to the dim-witted cub in front of him. Lingyu assumed he intended to feed her and opened her mouth wide. However, after waiting and waiting, she received no offering. "Lingyu, behold." The black serpent flicked the fish meat, pretending it was your flesh. Lingyu, perplexed, could not comprehend. Regardless of her understanding, the black serpent pressed the fish meat against the firewood. Soon, the meat began to shrink and turn white, emitting smoke and a tantalizing aroma. Lingyu licked her lips. "Ow!" Lingyu yelped, immediately retreating while clutching the meat pad. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lingyu grasped her paw, and before she could drop her little pearl, the pain vanished. The black serpent devoured the meat, chewing with satisfaction. Chapter 42. "The snow pile, does it hurt?" asked the black serpent as he swallowed the fish. Lingyu, still holding the meat pad, nodded, with emotions heightened. Even without pain, it felt painful. The black serpent sighed, pulling the cub closer, gently rubbing her little paw. "Fire is perilous," he warned. Lingyu blinked her eyes, glancing at the crackling fire, and nodded. Seeing her acknowledgement, the black serpent set her down and went outside to process the two fish. The little cub hopped from one foot to the other, following closely behind the black serpent, leaving behind delicate paw prints in the snow, resembling clusters of plum blossoms. The black serpent paid her no mind as he walked to a snowy area far from the cave entrance. Wielding a stone knife to gut the large fish, his movements were skilled and fluid, and in an instant, the fish's belly was emptied, leaving a pile of assorted entrails nearby, exuding a fishy odor. Once finished, he dug a small pit, buried the entrails, packed the earth firmly, and covered it with a layer of snow. Lingyu wagged her tail excitedly, her tail tip bobbing as she shoved her little nose into the snow. Pushing it forward like a bulldozer, in no time, she had created a small mound of snow. Proudly, she summoned the black serpent over to admire her work. Ow, woof! She opened her mouth to bark, but suddenly recalled she was a dog, and quickly changed her tone. The black serpent squinted, yawning in place. The cold weather made him drowsy. He should have washed the fish in the lake while catching it. Otherwise, there was no need to venture out again. As the cold wind blew, the black serpent felt drowsy. Ow! Noticing the black serpent's lack of response, Lingyu barked again, her little paws tugging at him. Sleepy, the black serpent finally noticed the cub at his feet. "What's the matter?" he asked, looking down as his soft fur fell gently. Ow! Lingyu tugged at the black serpent, wanting him to follow. The black serpent, still holding the large fish, trailed behind the little cub until they reached a small snow mound. Lingyu barked at the snow pile, alternating between woofs and howls, her voice a cacophony as she gazed expectantly at the black serpent eyeing the biting wind. The black serpent pondered sluggishly before breaking into a smile. He understood the cub's intentions. He raised his large foot and flattened the small snow mound, meticulously ensuring every spot was pressed down. All done, he nodded, satisfied with his thoughtfulness. The once soft, lofty snow pile had transformed into a firm, level surface, adorned with the black serpent's overlapping footprints. Lingyu appeared somewhat dazed, as if struggling to comprehend. The snow pile she had toiled to create seemed to have been flattened, leveled. Almost instantaneously, as realization dawned upon her. She began to wail, tears streaming down her face as her little legs stomped the ground, spinning around like a whirlwind. Ow! You bad guy! Ow! You big bad guy! Her relentless cries echoed painfully in the black serpent's ears, sharp and sorrowful, rousing him from most of his drowsiness. What is it now? The black serpent, quick to react, grasped the cub by the scruff of her neck, lifting her into the air. Why are you crying? His golden slit pupils shimmered with innocent confusion as he held the wailing cub. Bewildered in that moment, Lingyu's temper flared. She cared little for anything else, wailing at the black serpent, her tears and snot flowing freely. Her little paw pointed accusingly at the flattened snow pile. Even the black serpent, despite his usual sluggishness, grasped the situation. He held Lingyu firmly and built a large snow mound with his foot. Placing her atop it, the snow pile, he indicated, gesturing to the mound beneath her. Lingyu sniffled, her eyes reddened, feeling the coldness beneath her. She promptly stood up. The snow was soft, and as she rose, her paws sank into it, leaving only her pudgy body exposed, blending seamlessly with the snow mound. Now, Lingyu ceased her cries. She squirmed within the mound, attempting to pull her little legs free, but being so small, she lacked the strength. Only sinking deeper. Ow! Lingyu cried for help. The black serpent bent down, extending his hand, swiftly rescuing her as if pulling a white radish. Ow! Terrified, Lingyu nestled into the black serpent's embrace, burrowing her head into him, leaving only her round little bottom exposed. Another snow pile? The black serpent glanced at the mound with 4 little holes, inquiring of the cub. Lingyu immediately shook her head. It was too frightening. The snow pile had nearly consumed her. She patted her head, still shaken, realizing that had the black serpent not rescued her, she might have become a little dead dog. Seeing the cub's refusal, the black serpent nodded and, with the large fish in tow, headed back towards the cave. Together, the one serpent and the little wolf, accompanied by 2 large fish, gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving only the disarrayed snow pile in their wake. Suddenly, low panting sounds emerged, and a massive foot stepped forward, flattening the snow pile, leaving behind a deep footprint. Within the warm cave, the fire blazed brightly, and the roasted fish glistened temptingly, wafting a delightful aroma. The black serpent sat cross-legged, deftly flipping the fish with a stick and sprinkling unknown seasonings, enhancing its fragrance. The enticing scent filled the cave and gradually wafted outside. Lingyu lay beside the black serpent, her nose twitching in delight. Clearly entranced, on the ground by her mouth lay a small dark stain. Woof! Lingyu pawed at the black serpent's foot, growing impatient. Cocking her head, saliva flowed uncontrollably from her mouth. It smelled heavenly, utterly irresistible. Soon, the fish was ready. The black serpent took a bowl, tore off a large chunk of fish meat, and placed it in front of the cub. Yours, he indicated, signaling that it was for her. Lingyu could hardly contain herself. She inhaled deeply the aroma of the mouth-watering roasted fish and immediately opened her jaw wide to take a huge bite. The texture was entirely different from jerky, crispy, tender, and delectable. Lingyu hardly chewed before swallowing it whole. Chapter 43. The Fishbone Crisis. As Lingyu swallowed the fish, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her throat. "Ow!" she called out in confusion, only to find that the more she vocalized, the more it hurt, as if something was lodged in her throat, causing immense discomfort. Sitting upright, she desperately gulped, hoping to dislodge whatever was stuck. Yet, it was futile. The obstruction remained lodged, and panic set in. She extended her paw into her mouth, frantically trying to dig it out. It was excruciating, truly unbearable. Her throat ached and felt nauseous, saliva dampening her fur. The black serpent, enjoying his fish, was relaxed and at ease, but the commotion from the cub caught his attention. He swallowed a mouthful of fish, glanced at Lingyu, and immediately set down his meal, rushing to her side. "You? What's wrong?" The black serpent scooped Lingyu up, examining her closely. That moment, she was retching continuously. Her paw pressed against her throat, her expression pained. Upon seeing the black serpent, she began to whimper and cry softly, her throat too sore to wail loudly. Her pitiful sounds tugged at the heartstrings. She opened her mouth, pointing inside while tears streamed down her face. "It's all right," the black serpent comforted her, gently patting her head. "Let me take a look." Lingyu's mouth was agape, saliva uncontrollably spilling, dampening the surrounding fur as she whined in discomfort. The black serpent grasped her face, his expression serious as he scrutinized her, soon spotting the clear fishbone lodged within the mass of red, tender flesh. "I'll be all right," the black serpent reassured the cub. And with swift precision, he extracted the fishbone from her mouth. It was a tiny bone, yet it had caused her great suffering. The black serpent, upon examination, tossed it into the fire. Lingyu barely noticed the swift motion, but the pain in her throat significantly diminished. Held by the black serpent, she started to gag uncontrollably. Once she finished retching, a bowl of water was placed beside her. Lingyu extended her tongue, licking a few drops before collapsing into the black serpent's embrace. Feeling utterly drained, the black serpent felt a pang of guilt as he gently patted Lingyu's back, noticing she had no interest in drinking anymore, so he set the bowl aside. The black serpent felt a twinge of fear. Holding the cub tightly. "I'm sorry." Having lived a life of hardship, he had raised himself in a rough manner, surviving on raw flesh and blood until he encountered other beasts and gradually learned some semblance of normalcy. Yet, he had never cared for a cub before, and he never anticipated that a fishbone would cause her such distress. Regret washed over him for not having removed all the bones beforehand. Lingyu was feeling quite unwell. At this moment, she still experienced a slight urge to vomit, and her throat remained somewhat sore. However, sensing the sorrowful and guilty emotions emanating from the beastman beside her, she extended her claw and gently patted him, offering comfort. "Woof woof, it's all right, I'm fine." Lingyu lay on the beastman, beginning to feel drowsy. She yawned, her little head starting to droop. "Sleep now," the black snake said, patting Lingyu's back and beginning to soothe her. Lingyu's eyelids began to flutter. She nestled into the black snake's embrace and slowly drifted off to sleep. The black snake walked to the edge of the bed and gently placed the cub down. Following his movement, Lingyu rolled a few times onto the bed, curling herself into a small white ball. Diminutive in size, the black snake carefully covered her with a blanket, leaving only her pair of tiny ears exposed. He lowered his head and gently stroked the cub's ears, which instinctively twitched at the touch. The soft ears brushed against the black snake's palm, bringing a slight tickling sensation. Standing upright, the black snake added some firewood to the hearth, the bright yellow flames crackling warmly within the cave. He flicked his forked tongue, sensing the air around him, before his pupils narrowed slightly, prompting him to stride towards the cave entrance. As he stepped outside, a biting wind swept over him, accompanied by a howling sound as it raced away into the distance. The black snake's body tensed, the black scales upon him multiplying and gradually covering his exposed chest. He tightened his long, curled hair, securing it behind his head, revealing a face shrouded in scales, one that carried an air of unfamiliar danger. The black snake flicked his tongue again, discerning the scent carried by the cold wind. He meticulously analyzed it. To his surprise, something foolish dared to approach. His eyes fixated on the expanse of white snow before him as he surveyed the surroundings for a long while before retreating back inside. The roasted fish had already cooled, and the black snake sat down on the ground, unbothered, and began tearing into the fish meat. He then took the cub's bowl, devouring all the fish inside in one go. The hardened fish bones stood no chance against the black snake's fangs, being effortlessly severed and swallowed, sliding down his throat into a stomach filled with corrosive fluids. The sky gradually darkened, and the black snake rose to block the door, leaving only the bright glow of the fire within the cave, where the flames crackled as they consumed the wood. He flicked his tongue again, detecting a strange scent that stirred unease within him. Thus, tonight, he transformed back into his serpentine form, encircling the cub in his embrace. The black snake's massive body coiled around Lingyu, with only a small portion resting on the bed while the rest filled the cave. The bed itself had been crafted by the black snake specifically after Lingyu's arrival. With a swift flick of his tail, he extinguished the flames, plunging the room into darkness, save for the soft sound of breathing. In the depths of night, within the gray wolf tribe, Feng stepped outside, clad in a bear's skin, while the little lamb that had grown considerably nestled affectionately beside him. Feng lowered his head to gently rub the lamb's head. It had been a long time since the cub had gone missing. With a sigh, Feng reflected on the beast god, the deity revered by the beastmen, who preached unity, love, and mutual assistance. The gray wolf tribe held steadfast to their faith in the beast god, adhering to these principles, which is why they had taken no action against the gray bear tribe despite their previous transgressions. Moreover, the gray bear tribe's strength paled in comparison to theirs. They never anticipated that the bears would dare launch a surprise attack. Although it had not resulted in significant losses for the tribe, it had caused Feng to lose his cub. As thoughts of the cub filled his mind, tears began to well in his eyes. Days had passed without a trace of the cub, and he had searched high and low, yet to no avail. Neither living nor dead had he found any sign. His kin speculated that the cub had likely perished. Yet Feng could not bring himself to accept this. Without seeing the cub's body, how could he easily conclude that the cub was dead? It seemed he would need to search even farther afield. Feng coughed a few times, his complexion somewhat pale. Chapter 44. Midnight snack. The night was shrouded in darkness, with snow blanketing the landscape. Feng patted the little lamb's head and entered the dwelling. He would not give up until he found Yu's body. The little lamb shivered. Ever since its mother had been slain by the gray bear, it had grown timid. Sneezing, it followed Feng inside with soft footsteps. In the snake's den that night, Lingyu awoke in the middle of the night, sitting up and scratching her head with her hind legs, feeling somewhat hungry. "Woo!" Lingyu pawed at the massive body of the black snake, which was covered in scales. Hiss! The black snake was enjoying a deep slumber but remained vigilant. He awoke when the cub scratched him. "What's wrong?" Lingyu patted her belly and pointed to her mouth. Having been doted upon by Feng since childhood, she wouldn't let herself go hungry, even in her amnesiac state. "Hungry?" The black snake yawned, his excellent night vision enabling him to see the cub's movements clearly. Lingyu felt a bit embarrassed but still nodded. The black snake yawned again, his eyes slightly squinting, a hint of drowsiness evident. He flicked his tongue, closing his eyes. Lingyu was already well acquainted with this routine. She swiftly wrapped herself in animal hide. "Woo!" Her voice emerged muffled from the blanket. The sound of flesh and bone rubbing together echoed, and soon, a large hand emerged to shake her free from the animal hide. The black snake, with his hair cascading loosely, tucked a few strands behind his ear and gently rubbed the cub's chubby face. "Wait." His movements were quick and efficient, gathering firewood, lighting a fire, and preparing meat broth in one fluid motion. Before long, The enticing aroma of the broth wafted from the bowl to Ling Yu's nose. She sniffed, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, landing on the ground. Woof! She nestled against the black snake's leg, only to slide off into a fluffy little ball of snow-white fur. Oh woo! Ling Yu sat up again, tilting her head back at the black snake and began howling, oh woo! I'm starving, I'm starving. Stop, the black snake said, pinching Ling Yu's mouth shut before presenting her with a steaming bowl of broth. The broth shimmered with oil, the meat tender and perfectly shredded for the little cub to consume. Woof, oh woo! Upon seeing the meat broth, Ling Yu immediately ceased her cries, shaking free of the black snake's hand and pouncing at the meal. Plop! Ling Yu took a few steps back, slightly dazed. Oh woo! She gazed at the enormous hand before her. Puzzled. What is this? The black snake cradled her in his arms. Let it cool a bit. His voice carried a hint of sleepiness as he curled his legs, setting Ling Yu atop them, resting his face against her. Warm and fuzzy, Ling Yu lay on the black snake's knee, her 4 legs dangling in midair, maintaining a calm expression as she eyed the delicious broth, ignoring the black snake, clearly accustomed to his endearing antics. Does your throat still hurt? The black snake rubbed his face against the soft, fluffy fur for a while before lifting his head in concern for Ling Yu. She glanced at the broth, dismissively shaking her head. Oh woo! Meat! Meat! All right, the black snake said, lifting the broth to taste it. Finding it at an acceptable temperature, he placed it down, letting the drooling little wolf cub down as well. Ling Yu was already ravenous, marching over to the broth with an unrecognizable gait. Plunging her head into it, oh woo! Her words muffled, the fur around her mouth quickly soaked with broth, glistening with oil. She chewed and chewed. Why is this broth so delicious? Ling Yu wondered aloud. Perhaps it was the lack of food during the day. As she devoured several bowls that night before finally reclining back, her belly full and immobile with a whimper, Ling Yu flailed her delicate paws, attempting to roll over, but having eaten too much, her efforts were in vain. And she merely shifted a little from left to right. Silly pup, the black snake chuckled, extending a hand to effortlessly flip the struggling Ling Yu onto her back. Ling Yu lay on her belly, lazily remaining still. Oh whoa! She wobbled her little legs, awkwardly turning towards the black snake and extending her front paws, signaling for a hug. The black snake grunted, lifting her up and then wiping the remnants of broth from her mouth. You've made quite the mess, he mumbled, tilting his head. Ling Yu, obediently turning her head, revealed the broth-stained fur. The black snake meticulously cleaned the grease from her face, and after finishing with her cheeks, he folded the cloth used for wiping, revealing a slightly cleaner section, grasping Ling Yu's pink paw and carefully wiping it clean. Ling Yu cooperated, spreading her little toes to allow the black snake to clean between them. The black snake brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across his face, though a few remained, cascading down to Ling Yu. With her free paw, Ling Yu playfully tugged at a strand, then began gnawing on it. Woof, woof. Ling Yu was so engrossed that she switched from one side to the other, leaving the black snake's hair damp and darker still. Suddenly, a long finger moved, and Ling Yu felt a blur before the hair in her mouth vanished. Following the motion, she saw the black snake holding the strand with a look of disdain. You? The black snake shook the hair. Do you like this? Ling Yu felt a twinge of guilt, licking her nose, her blue eyes wide and slightly averted as she glanced at the black snake. Woof. I like it. I like it. I like it. The black snake understood, smiling as he stood, tossing Ling Yu onto the bed before squatting by the water where she had just washed up, slightly tilting his head as he submerged the small strand of hair into the water. He used his fingers as a comb, delicately parting his hair, which glided smoothly against his fingertips. The glow from the nearby fire illuminated him, casting a soft golden hue over his black locks. The sound of rushing water echoed, prompting Ling Yu to wrap herself in animal skins, transforming into a small dumpling. The black serpent dried a small strand of her long hair, then casually tossed it back, allowing it to blend seamlessly with the mass of seaweed-like tresses. He extinguished the fire and, aided by his exceptional night vision, approached the bedside. The black serpent stretched lazily, showcasing his elegant back muscles. Lowering his gaze, he rolled onto the bed, lifting the animal skin, revealing a small white pill that rolled out. Ling Yu, still awake, let out a tiny yawn before quickly burrowing into the embrace of the black serpent. Although his arms were not particularly warm, Ling Yu found great comfort in them. The black serpent lay on his side, gently patting the cub's back, lulling her into a drowsy state. She nudged him slightly. Snuggling closer, oddly, the cub scratched her head, feeling that the warmth of the embrace was not quite right. It should be warmer, even more so than her own body heat, cozy and inviting. With her eyes closed, the room was silent, yet a voice resonated in her mind. You will catch a chill if you don't cover yourself properly. The voice was gentle, both unfamiliar and familiar. It was neither her own voice nor that of the black serpent. Chapter 45. The familiarity of fish meat. Ling Yu scratched her head, lying in the black serpent's embrace, wagging her tail and drifting off to sleep. Gradually, she succumbed to slumber. Upon noticing her deep sleep, the black serpent affectionately stroked Ling Yu's small head, then transformed into his massive serpent form, coiling around her protectively. His serpent head rested upon his serpent body, eyes half closed, teetering on the brink of sleep. The long winter was uneventful, and Ling Yu, being so small, merely followed the black serpent. While she learned little, she grew increasingly lethargic. As the black serpent slept, she lay beside him, dozing off too. The serpentine creature curled into a ball, yawning, lowering his head to nuzzle the cub, causing Ling Yu to tumble around on the ground. Ow! Ling Yu found it strange, her eyes half closed and drowsy. You. The black serpent flicked his tongue. You are still a cub. You need to be more active to grow. Ling Yu tilted her head and shook it, expressing her reluctance. Ow! 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 She no longer felt the need to bark. The black serpent paid no heed to her protests. His sharp teeth glinted as he picked up Ling Yu and swam towards the cave entrance. Lowering his head, he nudged her into the snow. Ling Yu struggled with her small paws, rolling over, her head popping out of the snow. Her fur was pure white, clean and beautiful, almost blending into the snow itself. Observing her, the black serpent flicked his tongue, and from within the cave, he skillfully uncoiled something with his tail. The black serpent fashioned a collar from his own hair. Perfectly sized for the cub, infused with his scent to deter other predators, he coiled around the cub, placing her on a nearby patch of ground before retreating into the cave. Ling Yu's paws pressed against the snow as she shook off the powder. Eager to dash back inside. No, you cannot, the black serpent warned, extending his head and flicking his tongue. If you come in, I will swat your bottom. Ling Yu immediately drooped, halting her steps, with a forlorn glance at the black serpent. She turned and slowly shuffled away, a dejected little bundle. Ling Yu approached a pile of snow, first extending her paws to sift through it, then gathering it into a small mound. The cub's emotions shifted rapidly. Having completed her snow mound, she immediately yelped with joy and buried her little head in it. Lifting her gaze, her happiness multiplied. Snow covered her white face, and she licked the snow from her nose. Puffing up with pride on the snow mound, an impression of a clear little wolf face emerged, with tiny ears and a round visage, looking utterly adorable. Ling Yu pressed her paw down to leave a paw print, sealing her masterpiece before merrily continuing to build her snow mound, burying her wolf head within it, thoroughly content. The black serpent yawned, glancing at the cub from a distance, finding joy in her playful antics as she frolicked in the snow. This was his territory, and with the cub bearing his scent, she should be quite safe. With that thought, his eyelids began to droop. The snow-covered ground was dotted with various snow mounds, each adorned with a charming little wolf face. Alongside a delightful paw print, Ling Yu lifted her face, exhaling warm breaths, her visage dusted with snow. She patted her cheeks and shook her fur. Ow! She licked her icy paws, shivering slightly. Ow! 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 Ling Yu leaped and danced, joyfully howling her own little wolf song. Filled with delight, suddenly, a deliciously roasted fish flew before Ling Yu. She tilted her head, puzzled. Looking around and finding no one, her curiosity deepened. She knew that outside food was best avoided, especially anything of unknown origin. Ling Yu nodded, swallowing her saliva. She was a cub of strong willpower, after all so tempting. Now faced with this mysterious piece of fish, her heart wavered. Another piece of fish landed nearby, still steaming, its tender, white flesh appearing delectable. Ling Yu hesitated. To die under a peony is to be a ghost of elegance. This phrase aptly encapsulated Ling Yu's current mindset. Adjusting the collar around her neck and feeling its constriction, she found a slight comfort in it. Ling Yu approached the fish, finally taking a bite. Chomp, chomp, it was delicious. Ling Yu squinted in satisfaction, licking the fish-flavored snow from the ground. Lifting her 2 paws, she took a step forward, causing her entire body to flip backward and fall to the ground. Motionless. Just then, a head emerged from the snow beside her. His complexion was pale, lips tinged with purple, clearly frostbitten. Yet a smug smile adorned his face. He glanced around, cautious not to rise openly, and extended his cold arm from the snow, dragging the unconscious Ling Yu into the depths of the snow. Flurries of snow fell from the sky, layering over her. The once pristine white landscape was now obscured, leaving only a few small wolf head prints in the snow. Moments later, a massive serpent appeared. The creature wore a human-like expression of urgency as it gazed at the small piece of fish before it. Letting out an angry hiss, it flicked its tongue and immediately set off into the distance. Not far away, a white wolf, hearing the serpent's hiss, crouched down, uncertain. After standing still for a moment and sensing no immediate danger, it resumed its movement, its snowy fur blending seamlessly with the ground, rendering it nearly invisible from afar. The winds howled, and the snow blanketed the mountains in white on the pale ground. A gray bear clutched a small cub in its jaws, the cub seemingly unconscious, its body limp, shaking slightly with the bear's every stride. Chapter 46. The Duel of Beasts. Once he was certain no one was pursuing him, he felt a wave of relief. Finding a secluded spot, he carelessly dropped the cub and leaned against a large tree, closing his eyes. The gray bear had run quite a distance, only daring to pause once he was out of the black serpent's territory. He rested against the tree, not worried about the cub waking up and escaping. After all, it was just a small creature, no faster than he. The gray bear fell into a light slumber beside him. The previously unconscious white cub suddenly opened her eyes, lifting her head. Ling Yu felt a bit dizzy, shaking her head to clear her mind. The sound of heavy breathing filled her ears, and when she turned to look, she saw a gray bear resting against the tree, deep in slumber. Ling Yu tilted her head in confusion, having lost her memory and unaware that this was a bear. Observing the oddly shaped creature beside her, she became wary, feeling uneasy in the unfamiliar surroundings. Noticing that the gray bear appeared to be asleep, she turned her eyes, quietly lowering herself and stealthily retreating 1 step, 2 steps. The cub distanced herself from the gray bear, feeling a sense of glee, but suddenly, a tremor resonated behind her, startling Ling Yu and causing her fur to bristle. In a panic, she quickened her pace. However, before she could escape, a large paw pinned her down. With a casual press, the massive claws bore down, causing Ling Yu to yelp in pain, blood seeping from her mouth and staining the snow, creating small red splotches. "Let you run," the gray bear grunted, lifting his paw and preparing to carry the nearly lifeless cub away. Ever since his tribe was annihilated, he had wandered the wilderness, enduring countless hardships, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the gray wolf tribe. Recently, while roaming in the black serpent's territory, he had inadvertently spotted Ling Yu trailing behind the black serpent. Upon seeing her snowy white fur and icy blue eyes, he immediately recalled a white wolf beastman from the gray wolf tribe who had been searching for a missing cub. White wolves were rare, and a white-furred, blue-eyed wolf beastman was even rarer. This cub he held was likely that beastman's offspring. With a grunt, the gray bear sank his sharp teeth into the cub's body, staining her pristine white fur with specks of red. "This wretched cub is just as annoying as her father." The gray bear sprinted towards the gray wolf tribe, intending to use this cub to exact vengeance on the white wolf. Ling Yu was bitten on the mouth by a grizzly bear, blood continuously dripping from her mouth. The entire wolf's body trembled incessantly, emitting faint whimpering sounds. The grizzly, a massive creature, lumbered across the snowy terrain, leaving behind a series of colossal footprints, yet he paid no heed. Showing no inclination to conceal his presence, to encounter such a beast here was unexpected. The bear's voice was muffled as he tilted his head to survey the surroundings, promptly changing direction in an attempt to depart. However, it was too late. An anguished wolf howl pierced the air, and a white figure, nearly blending with the snow, darted forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, the distance between the two had diminished significantly. causing the grizzly to appear notably more composed. He released the cub from his jaws, pinning it down with his paw, before casually turning his gaze towards the white wolf, coming to a halt. The wind howled around them. With a slight exertion, the cub struggled beneath him, letting out a brief, mournful cry. The wind, wary of the situation, came to an abrupt stop, his icy blue eyes reflecting a chilling intensity as he regarded the grizzly. "What do you want?" the wind inquired, fixating on the small cub beneath the bear's paw. "I can offer you anything I possess." The grizzly, however, responded with a derisive snort, toying with the cub beneath him. Malice evident on his face. "Did you ever consider the consequences when you slaughtered my kin?" The bear's laughter was boisterous and arrogant. "I want you dead now." "Very well," replied the wind, his gaze still fixed on the cub. Filled with concern. "Just release her, and I will give you anything." The grizzly was taken aback, scrutinizing the wind from head to toe, revealing a mocking smile. "You and your daughter share a profound bond." He pawed at the small cub. The wind cautiously took a few steps forward. "Don't come any closer," the grizzly bellowed, the distance between them having shrunk considerably. Ling Yu lay beneath the bear's claws. Her breathing faint. "Be cautious with that cub." The wind howled fiercely. The grizzly and the white wolf locked in a tense standoff, eye in the distance. The snow-covered ground shifted subtly, yet the sound was faint. Both creatures oblivious to it. "Are you not going to make a move?" The grizzly laughed, pressing down on the cub beneath him. The wind stood resolutely opposite him, exhaling deeply, casting a glance at the grizzly. "I hope you honor your word." The wind extended his sharp claws towards his own throat. The grizzly, now visibly agitated, widened his eyes and took a few steps forward, eager to observe closely. Vengeance is at hand. But the wind suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance between them in an instant, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike at the bear's face. "You?" the grizzly gasped, finally realizing that the wind's true target was the cub. Gritting his teeth, he decided against lingering and attempted to retreat. Yet behind him, a gigantic serpent's head emerged from the snow, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs, which promptly clamped down on the grizzly, tossing him aside. The bear's cries of agony echoed as blood gushed from the wounds, pooling silently in the distant snow. The black serpent, unfazed, fixed its golden slit eyes on the white wolf, flicking its tongue as it issued a threatening hiss. "Return her to me," the black serpent demanded coldly, eyeing the cub in the wind's grasp. The wind frowned, suspecting that the serpent sought Ling Yu, but he had no intention of yielding. Sensing the serpent's formidable presence, the wind held the cub tightly, preparing to withdraw without engaging. "Return Ling Yu to me," the black serpent hissed, its anger palpable as it witnessed the white wolf's intent to flee, immediately coiling its body and lunging toward the wind. Its scales glistening ominously, the wind scoffed, refusing to glance back at the pursuing serpent, determined to escape with the cub. The winter chill was severe, and the serpent could not endure for long. Yet the black serpent was swift and soon caught up to the white wolf. Its fangs bared, ready to strike. As the wind saw this, he swiftly dodged, causing the serpent to miss its mark. "Return her to me," the black serpent roared in fury. The wind, still holding the cub, was unable to articulate his response but emitted a low, threatening growl, his stance unmistakably clear. "Not a chance." Chapter 47. Avalanche. The snowfall gradually lessened, with only a few stray flakes drifting down from the sky, blending seamlessly with the white expanse below. The wind cast a concerned glance at the cub, who lay motionless in his jaws, eyes closed. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of her belly, she would appear lifeless. The wind dashed forward with the cub in tow, while the black serpent relentlessly pursued him. Their struggle was fierce and loud. Suddenly, they both came to an abrupt halt, exchanging astonished glances. The snow beneath them began to shift, and a thunderous rumble echoed from the nearby mountain as snow cascaded downward. Rushing towards them, the white powder, accompanied by debris, obliterated everything in its path, the sound of destruction resounding relentlessly. It was an avalanche. Without hesitation, the wind prepared to flee with the cub, and the black serpent ceased its pursuit, closely following the wind instead, occasionally sweeping its massive tail to clear away rocks and timber, ensuring that nothing would harm the cub in the white wolf's jaws. Hissing, the black serpent called out, the snow behind them surging like a tidal wave, layer upon layer, ever rising. Its colossal form appeared diminutive in the face of such a monumental avalanche, reduced to a slender black line. The avalanche moved with alarming speed, nearly brushing against their backs, exuding an air of annihilation. Suddenly, the wind stumbled, losing his footing as he fell into a snow-covered pit, twisting his ankle. His massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a flurry of snow. Yet he clutched Ling Yu tightly, refusing to let her be thrown loose. Feeling the tremors behind him, the wind desperately sought to rise. He could not perish here. He had only just found the cub. He must indeed give her to me, the black serpent implored, drawing near with urgency as the avalanche loomed ever closer. The wind's body sank deeper into the snow, becoming one with it, gazing at the black serpent. Tears glimmered in his eyes as he relinquished the cub into the serpent's care. He perceived that the serpent harbored no malice towards the cub, or rather, its intentions mirrored his own. The black serpent took the cub, ignoring the imminent danger threatening the white wolf, raising its head to hasten its pace. The wind found himself buried beneath the snow, nearly completely concealed, and he lacked the strength to struggle any longer. He gasped for breath, icy blue tears streaming down his face as he emitted soft whimpers. He had only just found her. A long, resonant wolf howl escaped him. The avalanche continued unabated, the snow surging like waves, layer upon layer, engulfing the wind until he was no longer visible. Once he finished howling, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The black serpent, too, was not faring well. They were far too close to the avalanche, and despite its incredible speed, it could not outrun it. Unexpectedly, it accepted its fate. The serpent's golden eyes reflected bitterness as it ceased running, coiling itself into a circle, tucking its head within, maintaining that position as the howling snow buried it. Time passed, though how much was unknown, until the avalanche finally subsided. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the vast, white expanse below. All was blanketed in white. Trees, stones, and creatures alike lay buried beneath the snow. Near the snowdrift, a group of unfamiliar beastmen appeared, all the males sporting thick, unruly hair, while the females displayed sleek locks, revealing semicircular ears. How terrifying, one female exclaimed, patting her chest in fear. This avalanche could have cost me my life. Shoo! Another female with beautiful golden hair chimed in, her locks glimmering in the sunlight. Keep it down, or we might summon another avalanche. The first female nodded, covering her mouth, her eyes curving with amusement. Everyone be careful, a robust beast man warned, lowering his voice. There may be depressions beneath the snow. Tread lightly. Understood, the others echoed. Protect the goods. We can't let them be stolen by rogue beastmen. The foremost male scratched his head, exhaling a breath of cold air. It's freezing. He huddled into his fur attire, covering half his face to reveal only his sharp eyes. However, they had encountered a group of rogue beastmen along the way, which had delayed them, compounded by the relentless snowfall making travel arduous. Cautiously, they navigated the snowdrifts, careful not to inadvertently sink into them. Suddenly, one beastman let out a shriek. Shoo! The others glared at him. The beastman scratched his head, calling out to them, Come look! There seems to be something black in the snow, hard like a treasure. What treasure could possibly be here? Someone laughed, yet they still approached. Others, equally curious, gathered around to help unearth the object. What is it? Someone asked, disappointment evident. Just a dead black serpent. The other beastmen also appeared disheartened. Before them lay the massive black serpent, coiled tightly, frozen solid, its scales glistening dully in the sunlight. This poor snake? Sighed the golden-haired female, patting the serpent's body, which produced a dull thud upon contact. Another female, curious, examined the serpent closely, her large eyes scanning every inch. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise. Everyone, come here. The other beastmen clustered around her, chattering in confusion. What is it? I see a cub in the black serpent's mouth. It seems to still be alive. The beastmen erupted into a frenzy. Is that true? They scrambled in haste, turning the black serpent onto its back, only to discover the young cub nestled within its jaws. Indeed, there was a cub. Hurry, quickly, extricate her. After a flurry of activity, Ling Yu found herself swathed in animal hide, cradled by an elder female, her body resting against the female's chest. Her small belly gently rising and falling, breaths faint. "All right," the other beastmen responded in unison. "What shall we do with this black serpent?" Someone kicked it twice. "Forget about it," the female replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. The black serpent must have been buried in the snow while attempting to consume the cub. What a villain! The other beastmen expressed their anger. The cub was precious, and this black serpent had dared to devour it, truly deserving of death. The lion beastmen, carrying the cub, moved away in a throng. Left behind was only a large, frozen black serpent and a chaotic scatter of footprints. Chapter 48. Snow wolves amidst the vast expanse of white snow. Only a striking patch of black remained as the clouds dispersed. Warm sunlight bathed the snow-covered ground, casting a gentle warmth. "Oh my, what a large snake!" An intrigued passing vagabond beastman reached out to touch the frostbitten black serpent. He bore wounds upon his body, his face marred with bruises. This beastman prodded the black serpent, suddenly struck by an idea. "Air, come here," he called, and two robust beastmen emerged, their appearances fierce and intimidating. "What is it, brother?" Ada asked, a long scar running from his forehead to his chin. Air, too curious, patted the massive serpent, exclaiming, "Such a size, it must belong to a beastman." Beastmen, blessed by the beast god, transformed into creatures far larger than ordinary beasts. He scratched at the serpent's scales, but they proved unyielding, hard and tightly interlocked, leaving no gaps. "This snake's skin is rather tough," Aer remarked, finding his fingers unable to make an impression. So he resorted to gnawing at it. "This snake's skin," Aer mused, contemplating his teeth. At that moment, a beastman from the lion tribe looked up and saw a large gathering. It was the beastmen who had ventured out earlier, their spirits high as they quickly rushed to greet them. The remaining beastmen soon noticed as well, erupting into cheers as they came forth to welcome their comrades. The returning beastmen were equally elated, delivering goods to the tribe and warmly embracing their partners or cubs, expressing their longing. Amidst the jubilant clamor, the female holding Lingyu hurriedly kissed her partner before arriving at the shaman's dwelling. She appeared somewhat anxious but respectfully knocked on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing an elder, imposing female beastman, her face etched with the marks of time, a ring of fierce scars encircling her neck, and her white hair neatly coiled atop her head, with only a few strands cascading down her cheeks. This was the shaman of the lion tribe. With both hands, the female presented Lingyu to the shaman, her demeanor reverent. "This cub has sustained grave injuries. I beseech you to heal her." The shaman lowered her gaze, extending her hand to rest upon Lingyu. She gently stroked the cub's disheveled, blood-stained fur, her fingers pressed against Lingyu's abdomen, feeling the faint rise and fall of her breath. "Come inside," the shaman beckoned, turning to enter the dwelling, her back hunched as she coughed several times. The female swiftly cradled Lingyu once more and followed her inside. The cub of the snow wolf tribe. The shaman sat down, lost in reminiscence as she tossed a piece of firewood into the hearth, the flickering flames greedily licking the wood and illuminating the room. "Bring it here," the shaman instructed, gesturing towards her bed. "Place her upon it. She shall be well in no more than 3 days." Overjoyed, the female approached the bed and carefully laid Lingyu down. The small cub nearly vanished amongst the layers of animal hides. "May the beast god bless you," the female whispered, bending to gently touch Lingyu's brow with her finger, imparting her sincere blessing. Standing upright, she placed a hand upon her shoulder, expressing her respect to the shaman before departing. The door opened and quickly closed behind her. The shaman remained seated at a distance, her murky gray eyes fixed upon the fire, the flames casting bright reflections in her gaze. To her surprise, a snow wolf had survived. The shaman smiled softly, her round ears twitching slightly, as if in high spirits. What wonderful news indeed. The shaman rose and approached Lingyu, meticulously examining the cub's condition, white and plump. "Well cared for," she murmured, her delicate fingers brushing through Lingyu's fur as she sought out the concealed wounds. At the vagabond beastman encampment, several beastmen huddled together, their faces painted with fear. They shrank into a tight cluster, desperately attempting to minimize their presence, hoping to evade the notice of the imposing beastman before them. A smoldering fire pit lay in front of them, still emanating warmth, yet at this moment, A colossal serpent lay atop it, beside which were broken stone knives and ropes. The serpent bore down on the fire, seemingly unfazed by the intense heat, flicking its tongue as its golden slit pupils narrowed, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The golden eyes locked onto them, the enormous serpent's head tilted slightly, conveying its curiosity. Where is this place? The vagabond beastmen huddled together, trembling, afraid to speak. They exchanged fearful glances until, at last, one beastman, his face bruised and battered, stammered, This is the border between the Tiger tribe and the Black Panther tribe, as well as our hidden refuge." The beastman trembled, bitterness lacing his words. "Had I known I wasn't dead, I would have delivered a few more cuts. How could I have frozen solid, only to awaken after a few moments by the fire?" Regret flooded the beastman. The border. The black serpent contemplated, recalling both tribes, realizing this place was exceedingly distant from his territory. Yet another important matter lingered in his mind. The serpent's tail flicked, wrapping around the beastman before it. Have you seen a white cub?" The beastman dangled in the air, visibly anxious. Upon hearing the serpent's inquiry, he immediately shook his head. The serpent flicked its tongue once more, casually tossing the beastman to the ground before bolting away. Its tongue detected no other sense within the cave apart from these beastmen. "The cub was not here at you, foolish cub. Where are you?" The serpent's tongue flickered, its speed increasing. The black serpent bore traces of charred scales, remnants of the flames from the beastmen, but it had no time to dwell on such matters. Chapter 49. Tiger and Leopard in the Lion Tribe. The shaman sat by the bedside, deftly administering medicine to Lingyu by forcing it into her mouth, the liquid trickling down her chin and staining her white fur with brown. Lingyu remained unconscious, yet instinctively swallowed the medicine, producing soft gurgling sounds, her paws pawing at the shaman's hand, driven by a strong will to survive. The shaman wiped the cub's fur nonchalantly before retrieving crushed herbs. The vibrant green paste applied to Lingyu, transforming the little white wolf into a small green wolf. The air around Lingyu became saturated with the pungent scent of medicine, yet the shaman appeared accustomed to the aroma. Her fingers brushing over Lingyu's forehead, checking her temperature. "May you endure through this night," the shaman murmured, touching Lingyu's brow. "May the beast god protect you." The shaman relinquished her bed to Lingyu, then settled beside the fire. Occasionally adding more wood, she sat in silence, seemingly resolved to remain there for the night. Outside, darkness enveloped the land, the moon hanging high in the sky. Moonlight streamed through the window above the bed, casting a halo around Lingyu. Though unconscious, she slept uneasily, her brow furrowed, soft whimpers escaping her lips, tears streaming down to dampen her fur. Unbeknownst to her, the shaman had taken a seat at her bedside. Observing the restless cub with a sigh, she extended her hand, gently patting Lingyu's back. That night, Lingyu navigated the perils unscathed. On the following day, the shaman prepared a nourishing meat broth, carefully feeding it to Lingyu, who had awakened but was still too injured to eat independently. Lingyu gazed up with her blue, glistening eyes, expressing gratitude towards the shaman, and no longer was she the blind cub. She had begun to comprehend certain truths. The shaman smiled softly, stroking Lingyu's forehead, relieved to find her temperature no longer high. "Snow Wolf Cub, do you have a name?" she inquired, placing the bowl aside and wiping Lingyu's mouth. "How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Lingyu recalled the events, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Unable to speak the common tongue of the beastmen, she resorted to her wolfish howls. "Awoo, awoo!" Lingyu exclaimed passionately, pawing at the shaman's hand, attempting to relay her tale in a jumbled manner. Although the shaman belonged to the Lion Tribe, her extensive knowledge allowed her to grasp the essence of Lingyu's cries, piecing together the storied "I see." The shaman murmured, stroking Lingyu's green fur, sighing, "Poor why you die in that case. You shall recuperate in our tribe." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lingyu nodded in agreement. Injured and still young, she soon drifted back to sleep, curling up tightly and burying her head in her belly. The shaman gently patted her, covering Lingyu with an additional layer of animal hide before stepping out of the dwelling. "Come," the shaman called to a passing beastman. The beastman, seeing the shaman beckon him, hurried to her side, his demeanor respectful. He slightly bowed, offering a greeting. "Shaman, go fetch Xiang," the shaman instructed the beastman. "I have matters to discuss with him." The orc received the command and immediately dashed into the distance. The shaman did not wait long. The orc's speed was remarkable, and soon Shirshiang was summoned. The shaman, with a humble demeanor, clasped his chest with one arm and bowed. "You called for me?" Shirshiang, with tranquil eyes, gazed at him and inquired, "When you discovered the cub, were there any other orcs nearby?" However, Shirshiang continued, "The giant snake was completely rigid. It is already deceased." Confounded, Shirshiang withdrew. The shaman watched as Shirshiang departed, her aged visage marked by sympathy. Although she was perplexed about how Lingyu, a small wolf cub, had come to be entangled with the snake, she surmised that the cub must have held a profound emotional bond with it. Otherwise, it would not have immediately inquired about the snake upon awakening. The shaman pondered in her mind, contemplating the cruelty of directly revealing such news to the cub. She lifted her gaze to glance at the small form on the bed and let out a gentle sigh. However, having just recovered from severe injuries, Lingyu resembled a deflating balloon, her once round body rapidly thinning, transforming from a sphere into a mere line. "Yuan, it's time to eat," called a female orc. Lingyu responded eagerly and promptly approached. This tribe bore the surname of Lion. "Yuan, good girl," Lion Gang chuckled heartily as he embraced Lingyu, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He was an exceptionally robust and formidable orc, Awo. Lingyu submissively nestled in his embrace, allowing him to guide her to the food. Lion Gang took some jerky and, not forgetting her, tore off a piece for Lingyu. "Eat more, Yuan. You are too thin." Lionlon smiled gently, taking Lingyu from her companion's arms. "Gang, you still have wounds," Lionlon remarked, tearing the jerky into smaller strips and placing a bowl of goat's milk in front of Lingyu. "Yuan, eat more. Gang is right. You are too lean." Lingyu eagerly responded with a few sounds and immediately began to feast. As she licked the goat's milk, she found its taste oddly familiar. After a moment's thought, she dismissed it, perhaps having consumed something similar before. Lionlon and the others treated Lingyu with great care, almost as if she were their own cub. This goat's milk was specially exchanged by Lionlon with other orcs, seeing how frail Lingyu had become. Lion Gang chewed on the jerky, swallowing it, but the action tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. "Be careful," Lionlon approached with concern. Yet, Lion Gang remained indifferent, merely laughing heartily before resuming his meal, a ghastly claw mark visible on his chest. Lionlon nodded slightly. "Tigers and leopards are always at odds. We have grown accustomed to it, but you?" She gazed at her partner's wound with tenderness. "The tiger tribe seems to be in trouble this time. They have even sought our tribe's help." Lion Gang nodded, affirming the tiger tribe's predicament. The leader of the leopard tribe has formed an alliance with the leader of the wandering orcs to jointly attack the tiger tribe. Had they not allied, the leopard tribe would have been no match for the tiger tribe. Chapter 50. The leader of the wandering orcs? Lionlin's face revealed her confusion as she casually placed some jerky into Lingyu's bowl. "Eat more. You must finish the goat's milk." Lion Gang nodded and also added some jerky to Lingyu's bowl. Indeed, a particularly formidable orc has recently emerged, rallying the wandering orcs into a significant force. So, how does this leader become entangled with the leopard tribe? Lionlon pondered, attempting to add more meat to Lingyu's bowl, but Lingyu, clutching her bowl, resolutely refused to allow Lionlon to add any more. "It's so cold. Who has the leisure to fight? I cannot say." Lion Gang sighed, rubbing his chest wound. He wanted to secretly procure some jerky for Lingyu, perplexed by their intentions to engage in conflict on such a frigid day. The two conversed. Lingyu, a diminutive wolf, sat on the ground, munching on a mountain of jerky. Being so young, she felt lost amidst the dialogue between Lionlon and Lion Gang, only grasping bits and pieces of their conversation. Lingyu gnawed on a piece of jerky, chewing away, occasionally sipping from the goat's milk. The gathering point of the wandering orcs, Heish sat drowsily on a stool, propping his head up with one hand, his raven-black curls cascading carelessly, languidly listening to the reports from below. Report, leader. An orc knelt on one leg, his face tense, unable to meet Heish's gaze. "Despite our prolonged search, we have yet to locate your cub." Heish wound a strand of hair around his finger, his expression betraying no hint of joy or anger. "Then continue searching." Heish yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm tired." "Yes." The orc bowed his head respectfully and withdrew. Soon after, another orc entered, Kneeling in reverence, the orcs from the leopard tribe have come again. Does the leader wish to meet? Heish, battling drowsiness, contemplated briefly and nodded. I will go shortly. Yes, the orc retreated. Before long, the room was left with only Heish. The fire crackled as he rose and approached the hearth, adding more firewood. The flames greedily licked at the logs, growing ever larger. Heish, bare from the waist up, displayed his muscular physique, marred by extensive burns on his back. The deep crimson scars from the burns jutted out against his skin, spreading irregularly, encroaching upon the areas obscured by animal hide. His sun-kissed back was marred by these scars, disrupting its inherent beauty. The discomfort from the healing burns caused Heish to furrow his brow slightly. He shrugged on a piece of animal hide before stepping outside. Yuan, you still appear so tall and handsome, greeted the orc from the leopard tribe, a smile gracing his face. I bring greetings from our leader. Heish nodded and took a seat. The conflict between our tribe and the tiger tribe has intensified, the orc sighed, casting a glance at Heish. We hope you will continue to assist us. Heish fiddled with his fingers. As I said before, I will help you fight, and you will assist me in finding my cub. Indeed, the orc replied with a forced smile. We have made some progress in our search. Found it? Heish pulled a thorn from his palm. The orc evaded the question. Yuan, our leopard tribe possesses excellent reconnaissance skills. It won't be long before we locate your cub. Not yet. Heish wiped the blood that oozed from his finger. We have a general idea of the location, the orc assured. Soon, we will find it. I hope you will continue to assist us. The orc's face brightened with a sycophantic smile. If our leopard tribe emerges victorious and the tiger tribe no longer poses a threat, we will devote even more resources to searching for your cub. All right, Heish nodded, displaying indifference towards the temporary alliance he had formed with the wandering orcs. Otherwise, he would not have become a leader at all. Thank you for your generous assistance. The orc's expression grew more sincere. Having achieved his aim, he prepared to leave. May the beast god bless you in finding your cub soon. The cub, so small and unable to transform into a human. Heish had no choice but to slip the bracelet onto Lingyu's neck, which fit perfectly. Heish ran his fingers through his hair, his expression darkening. It had been quite some time since he awoke that day, and he had been tirelessly searching for his cub. Yet, inexplicably, orcs continuously challenged him. After being defeated, they expressed a desire to follow him. Naturally, Heish was unwilling, as he still needed to search for his cub. He declined these bewildering orcs' offers, intending to go alone, but upon learning of his decision, they insisted on helping him find his cub. After contemplating, Heish did not refuse. Thus, he set off with these orcs, inadvertently gathering a following along the way. Consequently, he found himself leading a not insignificant force. In any case, it was best to sleep for now. The moonlight was dim, and several wandering orcs gathered together, passing the time idly. What do you think? One orc scratched his head. Our leader is a snake. How could his cub be a dog? Humph. Another orc scoffed. How could you not know? It must be adopted. How could a snake give birth to a dog? Sigh. Another orc daydreamed. If I find that cub, the leader will surely appreciate me. You? Give it a rest. An orc with particularly fluffy hair laughed. He had been driven out by the lion tribe, however. I did hear from a friend in the lion tribe that they found a cub. A white wolf. What a pity. The orc sighed heavily. If only it were a white dog, I would soar to great heights. After all, wolves and dogs look alike. Another orc chuckled. Go capture that cub, present it to the leader. Perhaps he won't even notice the difference, and you'll be set for life. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Another orc waved his hand. Our leader is valiant and unmatched. How could he possibly confuse a wolf with a dog? If you go, remember to take me along if you strike it rich. Chapter 51. Eating snow. The cold wind howled as snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Lingyu lay on the doorframe, utterly bored. Feathers, do not obstruct the doorway. Sherlon lifted Lingyu and placed her in the corner, suggesting she rest there to avoid being trampled. Awoo, Lingyu exclaimed, yielding to Sherlon's placement as she squinted her eyes and rolled to the side. Adapting to her surroundings, Lingyu nestled by the door, gathering the delicate snowflakes that fluttered down before her, molding them into a peculiar snowball. After toying with it for a while, she found it lacking in amusement. With a swift motion, she opened her mouth and devoured the snowball, its chills spreading through her. Lingyu licked her lips and playfully touched her moist nose, finding the taste unexpectedly delightful. Smacking her lips, she instinctively shaped a few more snowballs in her paws, consuming them all with glee. "What a thrill!" she exclaimed as Sherlon approached with something in hand. She caught sight of the little cub reveling in her snowy feast. Hastily, she swatted the remaining snowball from Lingyu's paws, admonishing her against eating snow, lest it upset her stomach. Lingyu, unfazed by the loss, extended her paws toward Sherlon, yearning for a hug, a woo. She tilted her head, her bright blue eyes sparkling with joy as her little tail wagged vigorously behind her. "Oh dear, what am I to do with you?" Sherlon mused, gently tapping the cub's nose before setting down her belongings to scoop Lingyu into her arms. She affectionately patted the cub's little belly, inquiring, "Are you hungry, my feather?" Though Lingyu's belly was usually warm, the excessive snow she had ingested had caused it to cool slightly, feeling a bit chilly to the touch. Lingyu nodded enthusiastically, mischievously pressing her icy paws against Sherlon's chest. "Naughty cub," Sherlon chuckled, feeling a shiver run through her as she grasped Lingyu's paws, her warm hands quickly warming the cub's cold extremities. Lingyu, feeling the warmth, joyfully licked Sherlon, her tongue still cold from the snow. Sherlon, noticing her cheek being licked, suddenly felt a pang of concern for Lingyu. Although she and Shergon were partners, they had yet to rear any cubs, leaving them inexperienced in nurturing. She was uncertain of the consequences of Lingyu consuming too much snow. While adult beastmen could handle it, the cub was fragile and susceptible. Sherlon gently touched Lingyu's cold nose, promptly deciding to take her to the shaman for an examination. With impressive agility, she wrapped the cub in furs. Securing her snugly with only her little round head peeking out, Lingyu tilted her head in confusion. "Awoo?" Sherlon patted the cub reassuringly and cradled her close. Soon, they arrived at the shaman's abode. The area in front of the shaman's door was spacious. The snow meticulously cleared to the sides, not by the shaman herself, for her esteemed position in the Beastman tribe warranted others to perform such tasks. Each day, dedicated beastmen came to sweep the snow from the shaman's doorstep. With a few knocks, the door opened promptly. The frigid air intensified, and the shaman was clad in heavy furs, layered thickly as if to envelop her entirely. She coughed a few times before casting her gaze upon the duo, ushering them inside. "What brings you here?" The shaman settled into a chair, accepting the cub from Sherlon, lifting the furs to begin massaging Lingyu's small head. Lingyu cooperatively extended her neck, allowing the elder female to caress her. The shaman noted the coolness of her belly, palpating it gently, then ruffling Lingyu's head. "Show me your tongue," she instructed. Upon hearing this, Lingyu promptly stuck out her tongue, panting with excitement. Her bright red tongue flickered playfully, slippery and elusive, as the shaman attempted to grasp it multiple times without success. "No need to be so cheeky." The shaman playfully swatted Lingyu's backside. With a blink, Lingyu withdrew her tongue, pouting as if wounded. The shaman pinched Lingyu's tongue lightly and, using the cub's fluffy fur, wiped her saliva-covered fingers. Despite the time Lingyu's tongue spent in her mouth, its temperature had risen but remained cooler than normal. The shaman squeezed Lingyu's little paw pads, dismissing her concerns. "There isn't much to worry about. You may experience a bit of diarrhea. Just keep an eye on her afterwards." "Thank you, wise shaman," Sherlon sighed in relief. Bowing in gratitude, Lingyu relaxed in the shaman's embrace, enjoying the gentle touches as she began to doze off, her eyes half-lidded. "She appears ready to sleep," the shaman remarked, stroking the cub's forehead and then her belly. "In that case, we shall take our leave." Sherlon reached out to retrieve Lingyu, apologizing for the intrusion. "There's no rush," the shaman replied, shaking her head. She cradled the cub and approached the bed, gently placing her down. Lingyu rolled over like a small ball, quickly curling up within the blankets. "I have something to discuss with you," the shaman said, covering Lingyu with the furs. The little wolf cub, unbothered, tossed and turned, wrapping herself snugly like a cocoon. The shaman observed, her expression serene, knowing that the truth would eventually come to light. Rather than conceal it, it was better for her to learn sooner. Yet, this knowledge felt unbearably harsh. Sherlon fidgeted with her fingers, her face reflecting her reluctance. Beneath the thick furs in the darkness, a pair of eyes gleamed. Lingyu. She had not fallen asleep. Rather, she had been on the verge of slumber, but the conversation between the shaman and Sherlon captivated her. Dispelling her drowsiness, Ling Yu's little mind swirled with confusion as she strained to grasp the fragments of their dialogue. An unsettling feeling crept over her. What was it they were withholding from her? Why did it seem cruel? Ling Yu perked her ears, straining to listen. The truth could not remain hidden forever. Amidst the hushed tones, it seemed they were trying to avoid waking her, their voices lowered considerably. She will know eventually, she thought. Ling Yu caught Sherlan's voice. I know, I will tell her, but not now. Best to reveal it sooner rather than later. The shaman coughed lightly, sipping some water. The black serpent that raised her has perished. She has nowhere to turn, I understand. Sherlan replied, I will be her support. I will care for her well. Chapter 52. Pretending to sleep, a wolf living alongside a serpent, the shaman sighed deeply, her wrinkled face adorned with sympathy. Surely, her parents had. The shaman's words trailed off, but both understood the unspoken implications. Nearby, the fire crackled, sending sparks into the air with a series of pops. Sherlan pursed her lips, bowing respectfully to the shaman. May the beast gods bless you. As she moved away, she soon found herself at the bedside. Ling Yu, hidden beneath the furs, sensed Sherlan's approach. For reasons unknown, she refrained from lifting the covers to seek a cuddle, opting instead to close her eyes and feign sleep. Unaware that her little cub was pretending, Sherlan gently extracted Ling Yu from the furs and cradled her in her arms, leaving only a tuft of white fur exposed. Sherlan draped the furs over Ling Yu, tucking them in to shield her from the cold drafts. Sherlan shook her head, tossing her neatly braided hair behind her. She exited the shaman's dwelling, heading home. The snowfall had ceased. Yet the biting wind still assailed her, reddening her cheeks and leaving a rosy hue on her nose. Beastmen passing by greeted Sherlan warmly, and she nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging a few pleasantries before long. She stepped into her home, moving toward the fire to dispel the chill from her body. Once warmed, she unveiled the furs around the cub, lifting Ling Yu from her embrace. Ling Yu's eyes remained closed, tears glistening at the corners, as if on the verge of spilling. Did you have a nightmare? Sherlan gently wiped away the tears and cradled Ling Yu once more, softly patting her back. Ling Yu nestled against Sherlan's shoulder, her eyes still shut. Sniffling a couple of times before becoming still, concerned, Sherlan patted the cub, relieved to see her emotions settle and her breathing normalize. She lovingly stroked Ling Yu's face, noting that her fur remained damp. There's no need to be afraid. I'm here, Sherlan comforted, gently patting Ling Yu's back while humming a soothing tune, enveloping the cub in warmth and tenderness. After a considerable time, when her arm grew weary and her palm felt powerless, she finally laid Ling Yu down on the bed. Ah, Sherlan sighed. Now that you've fallen asleep, we'll have another long night ahead. She playfully tugged at Ling Yu's ears, a smile gracing her features. Rising to check the time, she estimated it was nearing mealtime, deciding to let Ling Yu rest until the food was ready. It was essential that she not sleep too much during the day. Sherlan muttered to herself, clutching a strip of jerky as she stepped outside. A moment later, the beast's skin covering the bed began to stir, revealing a white wolf cub's head, followed by two bright blue eyes illuminating the dim room. Ling Yu's eyes were red-rimmed as she sniffled, rubbing her eyes with her paw, valiantly resisting sleep as she yawned widely. Sherlan's gentle and patient demeanor had almost lulled her into genuine slumber. The little white wolf lowered her head, brushing against the black braided ring around her neck, instantly revitalizing her spirit. The young cub deftly extricated herself from beneath the blanket, carefully maintaining the slightly elevated shape of her nest. Thank the heavens, her petite form rendered the slight bulge of the animal hide almost inconspicuous. Light as a feather, Ling Yu leapt gracefully from the bed, akin to a drifting feather that landed soundlessly on the ground. The audacious little cub cast a furtive glance around her surroundings. Finding no one in sight, she promptly donned the small animal hide cloak that Sherlan had crafted for her. Her delicate, clawed paws lacked the dexterity of an orc's fingers, rendering her unable to fasten the cloak's ties. Yet fortunately, Sherlan had thoughtfully included 2 sleeves to prevent it from slipping off. Oh, be precise. This garment ought to be referred to as a windbreaker rather than a cloak. Nevertheless, the petite cub Ling Yu was unconcerned with such details. She managed to secure the cloak snugly around her. Tada! The little wolf hero made her grand entrance. This exquisite attire, meticulously fashioned by Shergan, had been crafted from the pelts of several snow hares he had hunted, tanned with care, and tailored by Sherlon to fit her diminutive frame. The garment was a pristine white, smooth to the touch, with densely packed stitches, and lined with a layer of cotton that Sherlon had specially selected. Lingyu traced her paw over the cloak, suddenly engulfed by hesitation. She held deep affection for Sherlon and Shergon, as well as for this place. Perhaps she could seek their assistance in visiting the corpse of the Black Serpent. However, moments later, Lingyu clambered onto the window ledge. Casting one last glance in Sherlon's direction before leaping into the open air, a muffled thump echoed as she landed, creating a small indentation in the thick blanket of snow. Feeling a bit dazed, Lingyu shook off the snow that clung to her and trod through the drifts, her steps uneven. The innocent cub, unscathed by the trials of life, remained blissfully naive, her mind filled with simple, childlike thoughts. Chapter 53. The White Rabbit. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the expanse of white snow, illuminating a small wolf clad in a rabbit fur coat, trudging along with some difficulty, leaving behind a trail of tiny circular impressions that were quickly buried by falling snowflakes. The snow continued to descend in an unending flurry, layering the ground thicker with each passing moment. Lingyu gazed longingly into the dark abyss of the distance, tears welling in her eyes. She blinked rapidly, hastily wiping them dry with her paw, for otherwise they would freeze, forming tiny ice crystals that would obstruct her view, making it impossible to see the path ahead. The chill of night was far more biting than that of day, and Lingyu found herself sneezing repeatedly, her breath forming a misty plume in the frigid air as she pressed on. From day to night, Lingyu's journey was punctuated by moments of pause, her steps growing increasingly sluggish, her little paws growing ever colder. Extracting her feet from the snow, she shook them in frustration. The poor little white wolf, feeling somewhat defeated, lay down in the snow, her tail drooping despondently, as if she had lost her way. She was simply too tired. With her eyes closed, she felt drowsy, her rabbit fur coat now thoroughly soaked with snow, the smooth fur heavy and cold against her skin. Lingyu's small belly rose and fell slowly, her icy nose exhaling a cloud of white vapor that settled onto the snow before her. Just a moment's rest, she thought, before drifting off. Lingyu yawned, feeling as though the snow beneath her had transformed into a soft bed, and the rabbit fur had become a warm blanket. The sounds around her seemed to fade, growing increasingly louder. The cacophony roused Lingyu from her slumber, and she found herself locked in a gaze with a white rabbit that was munching on something. The rabbit tilted its head, seemingly pondering, before its three-part mouth moved, and with a soft gulp, it swallowed whatever it was chewing. Lingyu tilted her head, fighting off her drowsiness, unsure of the rabbit's intentions. The three-part mouth of the rabbit sniffed around her, and after a moment, it finally recognized that the creature before it was a small wolf and not one of its own kind. With a short squeak, the rabbit sprang up and kicked Lingyu on the forehead, bolting away like an arrow loosed from a bow. Ouch! The kick sent Lingyu tumbling backward, landing flat on her back in the snow, feeling the pain on her forehead, and finally jolting her fully awake. The crescent moon above was obscured by clouds, transforming into a blurred silhouette, while the little wolf rubbed her forehead, her irritation mounting as she rolled over. Lingyu twisted her body deftly, but the audacious rabbit had long since vanished from sight. The drowsiness that had enveloped her dissipated with the rabbit's departure, and she surveyed her surroundings, all a uniform blanket of white. The traces left by the rabbit were still visible in the snow before her. The soft drifts trampled into disarray. Lingyu pondered for a moment, then lifted her paw and set off in the direction the rabbit had fled. The icy snow enveloped her cold paws, and she hurried forward. Not daring to pause, her large blue eyes narrowing into slits against the cold as she trudged along. She yawned widely. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her after an entire day without food. Time passed unmeasured until Lingyu found herself cloaked in a thick layer of snow. Transformed into a small snowball ahead, she spotted a flickering fire, its flames dancing merrily. Over the fire, succulent skewers of golden meat sizzled enticingly, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Nearby, several orcs of varying heights sat around the warmth of the fire. One slender orc with long ears was diligently turning the skewers, ensuring that the meat was evenly cooked. With snow-white hair and a delicate, pale face adorned with strikingly beautiful red eyes, he gazed intently at the roasting meat. His expression tinged with anxiety. This was a handsome male rabbit orc. The rabbit orc seemed unaccustomed to the smell of meat. His brow furrowed tightly, and he could no longer resist the urge to retch. Damn it! A hand, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck the rabbit orc's face, sending the skewers tumbling to the ground. Clumsy, the other orc scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at the exquisite rabbit orc before gesturing dismissively. Hurry up and pick that up. Throw it away. Yes, yes, the rabbit orc replied, lowering his swollen face as he gingerly collected the steaming skewers from the ground. Fortunately, not much had fallen, and it did not take him long to gather them all. Holding the skewers, he gradually moved in Ling Yu's direction. Herbivores are useless, a tall orc sneered, taking large bites of the roasted meat, grease glistening on his lips, oblivious to why the leader had them bring along these herbivores. Isn't this good? Another orc interjected, halting the disparagement. The leader has his reasons. He then patted the shoulder of another herbivorous orc, who had shown a lack of awareness. Can't you see the meat is almost gone? The herbivorous orc stumbled forward, not uttering a word, quickly rising to take over the cooking duties by the fire. Humph! The tall orc snorted in disdain. I'm just speaking the truth. We even have to bring along these herbivores for patrol. And what's wrong with that? An orc said, playfully patting the herbivorous orc at the fire, a smile on his face. There are so few females nowadays. Though these herbivorous males are weak, they're quite good-looking. You must be hungry, another orc chimed in, laughter echoing among them. Though most of the chuckles came from the carnivorous orcs, the orc at the fire turned pale, nearly dropping the skewers in his hands. The rabbit orc, clutching the skewer, felt his face grow whiter, while the side of his face blushed a fiery red with pain. He forced a smile, seeking a place to set down the skewers. Preparing to dig a hole, a rustling sound nearby caught his attention, but the rabbit orc paid it no mind. Lost in his thoughts, he was a rogue orc, exiled from his tribe, having believed that joining an organization would make life easier, only to find it even more challenging than before. The rabbit orc touched his face, feeling the blood rush to his cheeks, a burning sensation. After digging the hole, he intended to place his roasted meat inside, thinking it too good to waste. Rubbing his hands together, he began to search the snow beside him, only to encounter a moist nose and a greasy, fur-covered mouth filled with roasted meat. The white-haired rabbit orc turned, his red eyes meeting the blue ones peering out from the snow. Ling Yu, with her mouth full of roasted meat, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hello? Chapter 54. Missed opportunity. The snow beneath them still bore traces of meat oil, a testament to the presence of roasted meat not long ago. The rabbit orc twitched his long ears, suspecting that the frigid temperature was playing tricks on his mind. How else could a small white wolf be here, devouring the meat he had intended to bury? Rubbing his hands, he noticed how red and frostbitten his fingers had become, with several bright red chilblains accentuating their whiteness. Yet his hands were not delicate. They bore rough calluses and scars of various sizes. Ling Yu, feeling the weight of the rabbit orc's gaze, grew increasingly shy under the scrutiny of his beautiful ruby eyes. She tugged at her rabbit fur cloak, attempting to conceal it. Long ears, red eyes, without needing anyone to tell her. Ling Yu recognized that this was a rabbit orc. The rabbit orc began, observing the trembling cub before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Have you eaten enough? Ling Yu shyly nodded. The roasted meat had been delicious and quite filling. That's good to hear, the rabbit orc said, rising to his feet. Then I shall take my leave. The rabbit white, adjusted the fur cloak draped over his slender frame. Unlike other towering beastmen, he appeared almost fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. He paid no heed to the small wolf cub that had appeared from nowhere. After all, the custom of caring for young ones was a shared understanding among tribes. As a wandering beastman without a tribe, he bore no obligation to do so. Ling Yu finished her roasted meat and nestled back into the snow, revealing only her bright, round eyes. This was a tactic she had learned from the black snake. Hiding in the snow could help her evade many dangers. Ling Yu watched the rabbit beastman gradually recede into the distance, tilting her head before quietly following him, burrowing through the snow. The aroma of roasted meat wafted from the fire, as the surrounding beastmen engaged in lively conversation, their voices booming. Rabbit White noticed that his previous spot had been taken by another herbivorous beastman. He reacted with indifference, instead retreating to a corner where he mingled with a few other herbivores, thus appearing more sociable. A few herbivorous creatures huddled together amidst a throng of carnivorous ones. Seeking warmth as they formed their own small group, whispering amongst themselves, Rabbit White, feeling drowsy in this environment, tucked his hands into his sleeves and curled up, quietly listening to the chatter of his companions. The air grew colder, prompting someone to exhale, lamenting the hardship of standing watch in such frigid weather. Indeed, another chimed in, his half-circular ears adorned with a pale pink hue, revealing him to be a rodent beast man. But the higher-ups say that if we win this battle, we'll have enough food to last through the winter. Do you think this is sufficient for us? One beast man pointed toward a group of robust carnivores gorging themselves. Let them be, another muttered. We should have enough. Remember, we eat grass. Rabbit White felt a twinge of annoyance at their conversation and shifted slightly away from the crowd, though not too far. Ling Yu poked her head out from the snow beside him, pawing at the nearby beast man, who promptly lowered his head. Rabbit White, with his reddened eyes, looked down to see the small cub buried in the snow gazing up at him with watery eyes. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback by the fluidity of the interaction. After a brief daze, she emerged from the snow, lifting her rabbit fur hood to reveal her small wolf head. Her black strands of hair cascaded down her neck, exuding a potent, dominating aura that belonged to the black snake. Rabbit White's keen sense picked up this scent, startling him, and he instinctively wrapped Ling Yu's head back up in her hood. He covered her snugly with more snow, carefully instructing her not to stick her head out. The cub, though confused, complied obediently with the beast man providing her with food. A surge of warmth filled Rabbit White's heart as he recalled that the cub the chief had been searching for was one with blue eyes and white fur. Although the chief was looking for a dog, this was a wolf. Yet, the distinctive black snake scent emanating from the cub's fur could not be mistaken. It carried a fierce aggression, a snake-like odor. Rabbit White mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive expression. Our rabbits are far better, sweet and soft. Rabbit White, what are you doing all alone over there? A beast man called out, noticing him isolated. Come over and have something to eat. It's too cold out here. Hide and don't let anyone find you. Rabbit White urged Ling Yu softly. I'll come looking for you later. Feeling her body warm again, Ling Yu nodded and snuggled back into the snow. In the lion tribe, Lion Lawn, with tear-streaked eyes, searched every nook and cranny of her home, yet found no trace of the white cub, as if it had vanished into thin air. Where could it have gone? She pondered, frantically scouring her surroundings. In her desperate search, she also discovered that the cub's favorite rabbit fur was missing. Lawn, a lion beast man shouted her name. Turning, she saw a friend of her partner calling out to her. Wiping her tears, she approached him. What is it? A sense of foreboding washed over her, causing her heart to race. Her friend, bearing wounds and a sorrowful expression, informed her that he had just been captured by the Black Panther tribe. What? Lion Land's eyes widened in shock, her hand clutching her chest as she nearly collapsed. Her friend's concern intensified as he steadied her. Lawn, are you all right? Don't scare me. Gazing at him, Lawn opened her mouth to speak but was suddenly overwhelmed by a multitude of unfamiliar scents, one of which seemed eerily familiar. Her astonishment mirrored in the eyes of the beast man beside her, both sharing a look of confusion. The black snake stood before the lion tribe, flanked by a group of beast men. His expression inscrutable, he had received word that the lion tribe had found a blue-eyed white wolf cub. Although his own cub was a dog, the possibility that this wolf cub could be his own was not to be dismissed. After all, the black snake mused, blue-eyed beast men were rare, and even rarer were those who were both blue-eyed and young. Chapter 55. The disappearance of the black snake showed no intention of concealing his purpose. Standing amidst the darkness with a group of followers before the lion tribe, indicating no desire to enter. The tribe's leader soon emerged, a robust lion in his prime, his mane thick and lustrous. The sudden arrival of the black snake stirred unease within him, prompting him to approach with a few equally sturdy beastmen. What brings you here? The leader asked, his displeasure evident as he emitted a low, threatening growl. We mean no harm, the black snake replied. His gaze lowered as he toyed with his fingers. I have heard that your tribe has found a young cub, and coincidentally, I have lost one. We have heard, the lion leader replied, scrutinizing the black snake. However, as far as I know, your lost cub is a dog. Is that so? The lion leader's interest piqued. Do you truly believe such words? Would our leader lie? A beast man beside the black snake interjected passionately, urging, "Bring out the cub for us to see." "Very well," the lion leader whispered to a nearby beast man, instructing him to fetch Lon and have her bring the little white wolf over. "Understood, Chief," the beast man replied, dashing into the depths of the tribe. "Please wait a moment," the leader said, bowing slightly. Of course, the black snake nodded. Meanwhile, the beast man arrived at Lionland's home. "Lon," he called out, spotting her silhouette and waving his hand in greeting. "What is it?" Lon, still preoccupied with her search for the missing cub, had not approached the tribe's entrance. She had a growing suspicion, glancing at the open window where she had found a strand of white fur. The beast man stepped inside, and as Lon turned, she felt a strange intuition. The scent she had just detected matched that of the fur around the cub's neck. Perhaps the cub's parents had come looking for her. The young beast man, blushing upon seeing Lon, spoke. "A group of wandering beastmen has arrived, and their leader wishes to meet you." The mention of you sent a wave of anxiety through Lon, draining the color from her face. But with her, noticing her distress, the young beast man asked, "What happened to you?" "She has gone missing," Lon admitted, spreading her palm to reveal a few strands of Lingyu's fur. "She must have slipped out through the window. I don't know why she would run away." "Missing?" The beast man was taken aback, reassuring her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll inform the chief. He will know what to do. I'll go with you," Lon insisted, grasping the young beastman's arm as they made their way to the tribe's entrance. Though the young beastman was gone for only a short while, it felt like an eternity. The black snake's companions began to grow impatient, their gazes wandering until they spotted the returning beastman, which stirred excitement among them. "Chief, they are here," one beastman exclaimed eagerly to the black snake. "I know," the black snake replied, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the newcomers. Sensing a familiar scent, he flicked his tongue to confirm its used scent. "I cannot be mistaken." The black snake's golden slit eyes locked onto Elian. "Why you is with you?" It was a statement, not a question. Lon met his gaze and nodded. "She was here earlier." "What do you mean?" The black snake's brow furrowed, a sense of dread creeping in. Lon took a deep breath. "You is missing." Chapter 56. The little mouse nervousness gripped Lion Lon as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet the eyes of the towering beastman before her, the black snake surveyed the gathered beastmen. "When did she go missing?" he inquired. Lon swallowed hard, feeling the tension rise within her. "Not long ago. Just before sunset." She gestured in the direction she believed the cub had gone. "That way I understand." The black snake nodded. Appearing unnaturally calm, he turned, his long, curled hair cascading over his shoulder. "Some of you will follow this path, while the rest will disperse and search the surroundings." "Yes, Chief," the beastmen responded, immediately scattering in different directions. Without further inquiry, as if he wholly trusted Lan's words, the black snake prepared to depart. "Wait," Lon summoned her courage. "What is your relationship with you?" The black serpent did not pause in his stride. Tilting his head in contemplation, he mused, "Feathers are my offspring." What he had found and nurtured for so long rightfully belonged to him. The young orcs surrounding the lion chieftain stirred restlessly, their eyes glinting with eager anticipation as they gazed at the black serpent. Chieftain. One orc lifted his eyes to glance at his hands, rubbing them together. "Can we defeat him?" The lion chieftain cast a sidelong glance at the reckless youth. "With so many of us, if the young orcs refuse to yield, we shall simply capture him, and the Black Panther tribe will naturally pose no threat to us." "Humph," the chieftain chuckled, wrinkles appearing on his face. "When has the Black Panther tribe ever been our match?" "Ah," the orc was bewildered. "Aren't we fighting them? And what of it?" The chieftain scoffed. He regarded the naive young orc with a sigh, lamenting their youthfulness. The black serpent moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the lion orcs. However, he did not stray far, arriving at a spot not far from the lion tribe, where several rodent-like orcs emerged from the snow. They cleared away the snow to reveal a large stone beneath, laying down hides to ensure the black serpent's comfort as he settled down. The black serpent gestured toward the rodents before speaking a few words to them, producing a small item previously used by Lingyu to aid their memory. The rodents sniffed it one by one, their expressions solemn as they nodded in understanding. They scurried underground, heading toward the lion tribe. The black serpent watched them depart. These little creatures, whose winter food had been stolen, should have perished in the cold, but he had saved them, earning their unwavering loyalty. The black serpent examined the fur he had received, turning it over in his hands before stowing it away. He stood up, brushed off his backside, and pointed to the rodent that had brought him the fur, signaling it to lead the way. The chosen rodent, brimming with excitement, puffed out its chest and glanced at its companions with pride as it hopped through the snow. Guiding the black serpent along, the unselected rodents were disheartened, chattering amongst themselves before burrowing back into the snow. The chosen rodent led the black serpent to a shallow pit, gesturing for him to take a look. With his long hair cascading down, the black serpent leaned slightly, examining the pit closely and reaching out to sift through it. As he did, the shy rodent jumped into the palm of his hand, whereupon the black serpent placed it upon his shoulder. Though the lions were generally carefree, they possessed a measure of wariness and keen senses. If the rodent orcs ventured in, they were likely to be discovered. Nevertheless, the black serpent stroked the rodent on his shoulder. This particular one was different. It had a natural talent for concealment, capable of gathering information despite not being able to venture too deeply into the tribe. Moreover, the lion's attention was drawn to the black serpent and his companions, allowing the rodent to delve even further inside. The black serpent paid little heed to the lion's opinions, trusting that the rodent would uncover the necessary intelligence. Within the lion tribe, there were indeed no signs of offspring, yet one room was suffused with the scent of younglings. The rodent scoured the area, specifically seeking out some of the younglings for to present to the black serpent. As his tongue began to morph into its beastly form, elongating and splitting at the tip, he sensed the air around him and followed a particular direction as he commenced his journey. He did not trust these temporary subordinates. It was best if he located the offspring himself. "What are you up to?" a low voice inquired. Tubai, clutching his stomach, bore a somewhat embarrassed smile. Feeling a touch of discomfort, the beast man nodded. "You must be in a hurry. Please, be swift." After dealing with the beast man, Tubai sought a secluded spot, avoiding the others, and nestled behind a tall mound of snow, the downwind area. He lowered his gaze to the blue-eyed youngling, gently stroking her head. Lingyu, hidden beneath the snow, obediently nestled her head into Tubai's palm, allowing him to caress her. She thought the beast man before her was handsome and likely a kind soul. Lingyu glanced at the inky night sky, deciding to rest here for the night and set out at dawn to search for the black serpent. Having suffered severe injuries previously, she had taken a long time to heal. Otherwise, she would have sought him out sooner. Suddenly, she recalled Ceylon and the others, feeling inexplicably guilty. Tubai, cradling the youngling, was lost in his own thoughts, while the chieftain was indeed searching for offspring. Some beastmen believed it unwise to expend their efforts on such pursuits. They reasoned that the chieftain, being young and strong, could easily sire more. Tubai had overheard several beastmen discussing that if they found the offspring, they should quietly eliminate them and present the corpses to the chieftain, ensuring he could lead without distraction. Furthermore, Tubai's darkened gaze harbored ambitions. If he could present the youngling to the chieftain, he would earn recognition and elevate his status considerably. Should the other beastmen discover the youngling, however, he feared the credit would be snatched away from him. Tubai resolved to hide the youngling well. Lingyu, nestled in the animal hide, remained blissfully unaware of the beastman's intentions. "White," a voice called from afar. "Hey," Tubai patted the youngling, urging her to conceal herself, then stood up and stepped out from behind the snow mound. "What is it?" "Your patrol team is about to commence. The captain is looking for you," a kind-hearted beastman informed him. "All right," Tubai nodded and walked past the beastman. "Where have you been? You're so slow." A towering beastman shoved Tubai, his expression one of displeasure, his robust muscles straining against his hide. Tubai stumbled slightly, nearly falling, yet managed to maintain a smile on his handsome face. My stomach is unwell." "I can't help it." The muscular beastman laughed heartily, so small and weak, yet with such a troublesome belly. With that, he flexed his arm, showcasing his biceps through his clothing, casting a disdainful glance at Tubai's slender form before scoffing. In response, Tubai hunched his shoulders, lowering his head, his long white ears drooping in a display of subservience. This only served to amuse the beastman further, who erupted into laughter before swaggering off to join the moving patrol team. As the patrol changed shifts in the dead of night, the returning beastmen bore faint expressions of fatigue. After exchanging pleasantries with the incoming team, they settled beside the fire to rest. Tubai remained silent. blending in with a few other herbivorous beastmen as they joined the patrol group. Having previously been drifters with no fixed abode, they were accustomed to a loose lifestyle, often following a minor leader and living day by day without much structure. After Black Serpent gathered them, he did not impose strict discipline, so they still harbored a free-spirited mentality, respecting only the Black Serpent's formidable prowess while lacking a sense of belonging to the organization. In other words, their group epitomized the notion of every beastman for themselves in times of crisis. 2. By followed the patrol team, occasionally engaging in conversation with nearby beastmen. Being a rabbit beastman with little strength, he naturally blended in even more. As he walked alongside the group, he glanced back at the flickering flames, his eyes blinking. The night had grown dark, with only the cool, hazy moonlight casting a faint glow upon the snow. The beastmen possessed decent night vision, yet they still lit torches. The scattered flames in the snowy night resembled fallen stars or fireflies glowing from behind. Viewed from above, they appeared as a line of ants moving in orderly fashion. 2. By held a torch, his long ears pressed against his head, adopting a rather low profile. White, why aren't your beautiful long ears up today? A voice chimed in, accompanied by a hand adorned with fur that reached out to stroke 2By's ears. However, 2By quickly turned his head to evade the touch, pulling out a hat from seemingly nowhere to cover his ears before engaging in light banter with the unwitting beastman. Oh, my memory fails me. I thought I had a hat on. Thank you for the reminder, bang. The hyena beastman, bang, rubbed his fingers together, somewhat disappointed at missing the chance to touch 2By's sensitive ears. His narrow, glistening eyes scrutinized the rabbit before him. Matching 2By's laughter, a hat is a good idea. It's quite cold. You don't want to catch a chill, Bang said, patting 2By on the shoulder. If that happened, I would be heartbroken. Haha. 2By kept his head lowered, trying to avoid making eye contact with them. The nearby herbivorous beastmen, who were also rabbits, perked their long ears, turning slightly as their faces displayed sympathy for 2By. Oh no, Bang is after White again. How frightening, a soft voice remarked. 2By pressed down on his hat, lowering it further, suddenly irritated by his acute sense of hearing. Several rabbits subtly distanced themselves from 2By. Indeed, another rabbit chimed in. Although White is male, he is undeniably attractive. Bang and the others are likely drawn to him since they cannot find a female. Poor White, the beastman whispered, understanding that if this continued, 2By's fate would not be a pleasant one. What is there to pity? One rabbit sneered, suggesting that perhaps White had already joined them. How nice. Just lie down, a mere wiggle of the rear, and food will come without much effort. Slap. The rabbit's words were abruptly cut short as a strike from another caused its face to twist to one side. The creature stumbled backward, losing all control, and collapsed onto the snowy ground. Rabbit By delivered a swift slap, quickly mounting the unfortunate creature, unleashing a flurry of punches that fell upon the rabbit's face like relentless raindrops. In no time, the rabbit's visage was marred with shades of blue and purpled. Oh dear. A brawl has broken out. A few other rabbits, witnessing the imminent peril of their companion, rushed forth to intervene. They scrambled together, managing to separate the two combatants. You, the rabbit, now resembling a battered calico cat, shrieked in agony. Rabbit By, just you wait. Just you wait. What on earth is happening here? The hyena beastman, who had been observing from a distance, approached after ensuring Rabbit By had finished his bout. A bunch of useless fools, always causing trouble. Bang. The beaten beastman, now resembling a weeping pig, drew closer to the hyena and lamented, By is about to beat me to death. Turning his head, he spotted the pig-faced rabbit and was taken aback. He retaliated with a swift slap, warning, stay away from me. His strength far surpassed that of the rabbit's. With that blow, the rabbit crumpled back into the snow, unable to rise. How pitifully weak, the hyena remarked, shaking his head dismissively. You rabbits are nothing but a hassle. Without a glance at the rabbit sprawled on the ground, he approached Rabbit By, reaching for his hand. By, are you hurt? Rabbit By turned his hand away, slightly bowing his head, revealing the faint red mark on his delicate skin, a remnant from the earlier scuffle with the beastman. It's nothing, Rabbit By replied in a barely audible voice. Seeing the mark, the hyena felt a pang of sympathy. Such a beautiful face should not be marred. Known for his amiable nature among the carnivorous beastmen, he occasionally indulged in laziness. Rabbit By stepped back, evading the hyena's touch, murmuring a soft acknowledgement before speaking again. The hyena shook his head. I'll stay with you. Rabbit Bai, still looking down, offered no response at that moment. Another towering carnivorous beastman approached, even larger than the hyena. He glanced at Rabbit Bai before wrapping an arm around the hyena's shoulders. Afterward, he playfully squeezed Rabbit Bai's face, leaving new red marks that overlapped the previous ones. As the tall beastman noticed Rabbit Bai attempting to depart, he promptly released the hyena, pointing a finger at him with an air of menace. Bai's mind. With that, he disregarded the hyena and followed the direction Rabbit Bai had taken. The hyena wore an expression of resentment but swallowed his frustration. After a while, Rabbit Bai squatted down, gathering snow in his hands, rubbing it against his recently pinched face. He lowered his gaze, scrubbing vigorously, as uncontrollable retching surged from his throat, nearly forcing his stomach to expel its contents. How revolting! Chapter 58. Plucking your eyeballs, the snow in his hands gradually melted away, the white flakes dissolving into clear droplets that fell onto the ground, creating small voids in the otherwise pristine snow. Rabbit Bai flung the remaining snow away. The icy chill seeped into his hands, which had been cradling the snow for too long. He touched his equally cold face with his frigid fingers, the biting cold transferring between his skin and cheek, each vying for the non-existent warmth. A chilling breeze swept across Rabbit Bai's porcelain-like face, causing him to blink rapidly. He perked up his long ears, which dislodged his hat, letting it fall into his embrace. The snowy night was eerily silent until Rabbit Bai's keen ears detected an unsettling sound, deliberate footsteps and the rapid breaths of someone overly excited. His fingers tightened around the hat, turning pale from the pressure as he composed himself, taking a few steps before breaking into a hurried run, leaving frantic prints in the snow behind him. The lurking tall beastman let out a low growl, catching on to Rabbit Bai's intentions. Still maintaining his human form, he sprinted swiftly, extending his strong arms to envelop the rabbit in his embrace. However, a thick hide suddenly fell from the air, unable to sustain its human shape. A small, snow-white figure tumbled out of the clothing, darting swiftly across the snow. The towering beastman clutched Rabbit Bai's garment, letting out a frustrated roar as he inhaled the lingering scent left behind, then promptly chased after the quick-moving white shadow. A massive snowdrift shielded him from the brunt of the cold wind. Ling Yu curled up, nestled in the clothing Rabbit Bai had provided. She dared not sleep on the snow, so she dug a small pit, placing the hide beneath her. Her. The enormous hide was just sufficient to cover her tiny body, serving both as a blanket and a cushion. Ling Yu squished herself tightly under the hide, leaving only a small hole for ventilation. Outside was frigid, yet inside was warm. Ling Yu covered her eyes with her tail. Preparing to doze off, her ears twitched slightly, and her nose continued to wiggle. Though young, she remained vigilant, maintaining a light sleep while keeping an ear out for any disturbances. Run. Capture them, don't be afraid. Fragmented voices drifted through the cold wind to her ears, prompting the little white wolf to lift her head instantly. Ling Yu raised her head high, straining to decipher the scattered information, her little ears perking up as she expanded the previously small opening for airflow. The sound she heard grew louder. Let go, I beg you. Confusion washed over Ling Yu's face as she poked her head out from under the hide, her paws following suit. Emerging from the warmth, she sniffed the air, recognizing a familiar scent, Rabbit Bai's. Yet, there was another unfamiliar odor that piqued her curiosity. With her little body still concealed in the snow, she stealthily crawled toward the source of the scent. Moving cautiously yet swiftly as she drew closer to the familiar aroma, the noises intensified. I will be good to you. Bai, trust me. Stay calm. Rabbit Bai's trembling voice rang out. We are both males, it's all right. I don't mind, came the syrupy words, coiling around the pristine white rabbit like a venomous serpent. Ling Yu peeked out from the snow, her blue eyes blinking as she beheld a towering beastman pinning a white rabbit to the ground. The rabbit's eyes glowed red, intermittently shifting into human form before quickly reverting to its diminutive rabbit shape. The rabbit emitted sounds that Ling Yu recognized as Rabbit Bai's voice, though unaware of the situation. Her instincts told her something was amiss. Transform into human form, Bai, the tall beastman surveyed the white rabbit. You won't last much longer. The beastman's sticky gaze roamed Rabbit Bai's body, who was helplessly grasped by his delicate ears. Unable to move, despair flickered in his eyes. In the realm of beastmen, when two encountered each other, regardless of gender, Should one exhibit intense reproductive desire, the other, if stronger, would remain unscathed. However, if weaker, they would succumb to transformation into human form. Rabbit-Bai, evidently weaker than this beast man, could not hold out for long before involuntarily shifting into his human shape. The beast man's face lit up with excitement as he let out strained breaths. Pressing the white rabbit beneath him into the snow, the biting cold seeped into Rabbit-Bai's back, rendering his body rigid, goosebumps erupting uncontrollably along his arms. His gaze drifted upwards, revealing only a pitch-black sky with a blurred moon hanging above. His ruby-like eyes blinked, a tear escaping the corner and sliding down into his hair. Rabbit-Bai closed his eyes, trembling uncontrollably, unable to discern whether it was due to the cold or fear. As the tall beast man prepared to make his move, suddenly, a fluffy little paw tapped his shoulder. Startled, the beast man turned to find himself staring into a pair of large blue eyes. Where did this cub come from? At that moment, the beast man was consumed with desire, unable to spare a thought for the cub. He raised his hand to swat the cub away, but upon seeing those blue eyes, a realization struck him. Blue eyes, white fur, a cub, resembling both a wolf and a dog. The beast man's mind exploded with revelations. This cub matched the description of the one their leader had lost. His thoughts raced as he gazed at the cub before him. Poised to speak. Yet, Ling Yu blinked her eyes and tilted her head in an instant. She flicked her eyes to the snow. Her white paws stained red with blood, leaving behind small red blossoms on the white canvas beneath her. Some were incomplete, while others remained whole. Having successfully struck, Ling Yu swiftly twisted her body and bolted away. Ah! The beast man screamed, clutching his eyes. I will kill you. Chapter 59. I will strangle you with my tail. Blood seeped between his fingers, cascading down his hand and pooling beneath his arm, dripping into the beast hide below. The tall beast man rose from atop Rabbit-Bai, shouting loudly as he waved his other arm, pursuing Ling Yu across the snow. Rabbit-Bai had already opened his eyes when Ling Yu had attacked, still somewhat disoriented. Once the powerful beast man departed, he sat up in the snow. Completely exposed, Rabbit-Bai had spent too long in the cold wind. His once rosy lips had turned a deep purple, dry and chapped. Feeling anxious, he nervously licked his lips, the moisture from his saliva bringing back some semblance of hydration. He rose to his feet, his pallid form nearly merging with the snow-laden ground, trembling incessantly like a rabbit. After a brief moment of respite, he transformed once more into a mere rabbit and pursued the direction in which Ling Yu and her companion had departed. With a swift leap, Ling Yu skillfully widened the distance between herself and the orc, her diminutive and agile frame allowing her to evade him, leaving the orc momentarily powerless against her. I shall slay you. The orc's visage was marred with blood, resembling a malevolent specter, his hair disheveled and cascading haphazardly behind him, the strands mingling with the crimson liquid upon his forehead. There was a heavy undertone of derision in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, the orc's eyes turned a deeper shade of crimson, his curses spilling forth vehemently. Suddenly, he stumbled awkwardly and fell into the snow with a resounding thud. Ling Yu turned upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the orc sprawled on the ground, she let out a brief, mocking laugh. After all, it was she who had painstakingly dug that pit. Ignoring the orc behind her, she ran with fervor, quickly increasing the distance between them. Damn little demon, stand still, I shall kill you and skin you alive. The orc's hide was torn away, scattering in all directions. His form began to swell, gradually losing its humanoid shape as his fingers morphed into claws and coarse fur began to emerge. In an instant, the towering orc vanished, replaced by a ferocious bear. Its black visage twisted in rage, revealing sharp fangs from its lips. It let out a furious roar and charged toward Ling Yu. An ineffable terror spread from the depths of her heart. She suddenly felt as though this scene was eerily familiar, the bear behind her appearing to overlap with a shadow lurking deep within her mind. The same shape, save for the differing hues of fur, caused a wave of dizziness to wash over her. She bit her tongue, which helped to clear her mind somewhat. How strange! Ling Yu veered away in a wide arc. Suddenly, the bear behind her stumbled again, its forelimbs sinking deeply into the soft snow. With considerable effort, it managed to extract its arm from the snowdrift. The distance between the bear and its prey began to diminish. What are you doing? The bear roared in anger, observing as a white rabbit bit into its leg before darting off in a different direction from the cub. Infuriated, the bear found itself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to pursue the wretched cub or to deal with the audacious rabbit. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, and he resumed his chase after Lingyu, the agony in his eye sockets nearly incapacitating his thoughts. Cursed, damnable, detestable, that wretched cub. The grudge of my blinded eye shall not be forgotten. The bear lumbered after Lingyu, its massive form causing the ground to tremble with each heavy footfall. The speed of an adult bear was unparalleled, far surpassing that of Lingyu, who was but a juvenile. Though obstacles momentarily hindered the bear, the gap between them continued to close. Tears welled up in Lingyu's eyes, her body quaking uncontrollably. Yet she remained resolute in her course. She dared not glance back, the weighty sound of the bear's breaths drawing ever nearer. She reached a towering mound of snow and vanished from sight. "Can you run?" The bear scoffed coldly, its claws sweeping like a fan, toppling the snow mound, scattering the loose snow in every direction. Lingyu, hearing the commotion above, crouched low, almost flattening herself against the ground. Crawling through the thick snow, the bear's demolition prowess was remarkable. With minimal effort, it toppled the snow mound and caught the scent of the cub. A glimmer of delight crossed the bear's face as it dug vigorously, unearthing a rabbit fur coat. "What is this?" The bear tossed the garment aside, digging even deeper. The blood streaming from its face had frozen solid in the frigid air, yet its remaining eye still perceived the faint undulations of the snow beneath. The relentless pain in its eye sockets clouded its ability to think clearly, and the bear quickly lost patience, if it had ever possessed such a trait. Its acute sense of smell guided its direction as it emitted a series of ragged breaths, warm air escaping its nostrils. Lingyu lay hidden beneath the snow, the chilling air surrounding her, both protecting and hindering her movements. A sound above startled her, prompting her to retract her head just as a colossal hand plunged into the snow, sharp black claws glinting ominously. Lingyu gasped in surprise, unable to suppress a soft whimper. "Found you!" A devilish voice echoed from above, causing Lingyu to startle and attempt to retreat, but it was evidently too late. The massive claws swept through the snow as if shoveling sand, unearthing Lingyu and lifting her into the air. She let out a terrified cry, quickly ensnared in the bear's grasp. "Run!" the bear sneered. "Try running again!" Pain flared at its feet, yet the bear paid it no mind, lifting its paw to kick the rabbit aside. "What's the rush? You'll get your turn soon enough." The rabbit tumbled several times before colliding with a cold, rough object, an oppressive aura bearing down upon it, causing it to instinctively curl into a ball. The bear continued to gloat nearby, relishing the sight of the cub in its grasp, satisfaction etched on its features, even as fresh blood flowed from its hollow eye sockets. "Let us see how you escape." The bear's words trailed off as it suddenly noticed the trembling cub in its grip had fallen silent. Lingyu, gazing at the towering shadow behind the bear, felt an unexpected surge of courage. The bear sensed something amiss. Its heart began to race uncontrollably, a hissing sound resonating from behind. The wind rustled against its face, blowing the fur back, and the bear swallowed hard, realizing it was in the downwind position. A colossal serpentine tail coiled around it, tightening with immense force, eliciting a howl of agony as its bones cracked under the strain. The bear could no longer maintain its grip on the cub, its paw opening, causing Lingyu to tumble free, only to be caught in another embrace. "Are you hurt?" Chapter 60. So you weren't dead after all. A robust and powerful arm enveloped Lingyu tightly, the black serpent lowering its head to focus on the small snowball in its hold, indifferent to the nearly suffocated bear. Snowflakes clung to its long, curled hair, hastily tied behind, evidence of its hasty journey, while flakes dusted its lashes, tinged with a hint of red at the corners of its eyes. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." The black serpent gently caressed the cub, soothingly patting her small head with its icy hand. The bear's cries continued in the background, prompting the serpent to grow irritable. With a powerful flick of its tail, several short cries echoed, blood spilling from the bear's mouth as it gasped for air. The serpent flung the bear aside, ensuring that blood did not splatter onto its tail. Upon inspecting the cub in its arms, the serpent noted she was uninjured, her spirit somewhat lifted, easing its concern. The serpent pressed its face against Lingyu's, suppressing its own surge of emotions. "You've lost so much weight." Although Ling Yu had been well cared for in the lion tribe, with Lion Lan and others ensuring she received ample food, she had nevertheless quickly thinned out, transforming from a round little cub into a slender figure. A woo, woo. Ling Yu blinked rapidly, her emotions overwhelming as she grasped the serpent's face, examining it closely, tears streaming from her blue eyes. The tears cascaded down, soaking her fur on either side, the dampened hairs unable to absorb any more, allowing the droplets to roll off onto the back of the serpent's hand, sliding down to its palm. Ling Yu sobbed heart-wrenchingly, having overheard the earlier conversation between Lion Lan and the shaman. She had come to grasp the meaning of death long ago. Thus, when she learned that the black serpent had perished, she resolved to seek out its remains. She truly believed the serpent was dead. The small white wolf cradled in its embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "I missed you so much." Ling Yu smeared her tears and snot onto the serpent's fur. "Where did you go?" "They all bullied me." Ling Yu wailed, pouring out her grievances to her protector. "Don't cry. Don't cry." The black serpent's eyes glistened with moisture as it held the cub close. "It's my fault. I should have found you sooner." Ling Yu nestled against the serpent's chest, still sobbing, her young age hindering her ability to articulate the common tongue of the beastmen. Their communication consisted of cries and gestures. Even her name derived from a feather she had waved at the serpent. Ling Yu wailed loudly, aware that the serpent might not fully comprehend her words, yet she had countless things to share with it, enough to fill 3 days and nights. The serpent, now in a half-beast, half-human form, bore a human upper body, while below the waist, a robust black serpentine tail adorned with neatly arranged scales. It held the cub, patiently listening to her. The cub cried heartily. But soon she sniffled and wiped her tears away. A woo. After enough weeping, Ling Yu, still hiccuping from her sobs, pointed excitedly at the nearly lifeless bear in the distance, voicing her complaints to the great black serpent. The serpent followed her tiny paw's direction, spotting the bear on the snow, barely clinging to life, its blood mingling with flesh as it continuously seeped into the white snow. The vitality of beastmen is remarkably resilient. Despite most of the bear's bones being shattered and its insides crushed and deformed, it still clung to life. The black bear's nose twitched, surrounded by the pungent scent of its own blood. The only remaining eye of the bear was bloodshot and hazy, revealing a vast serpent's tail in a crimson-tinged field of vision. The bear gasped laboriously. It could no longer lift its head. "Spare me, I beseech you," it pleaded. "Let me go. I promise I shall not dare again. You. What do you think?" The black serpent gently stroked the little wolf's head, his attention fully focused on the young cub before him. "Oh woo!" Ling Yu observed the wretched condition of the black bear on the ground. She snorted from her nostrils, showing the black serpent her blood-stained claws, remnants from when she had gouged out an eye. "Do not let him escape." Chapter 61. The mysterious death of the rabbit. The black serpent nodded, cradling Ling Yu as he turned to leave, his robust tail swaying in the snow. Seeing the black serpent carrying her away, Ling Yu grew anxious, whimpering and gesturing for him to turn back. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a horrific howl. Ling Yu was startled and immediately turned her head, only to witness the once-breathing black bear being crushed into the ground by the serpent's tail. Blood sprang forth. The bear's shattered bones protruded through its fur, remnants of flesh and sinew clinging to the stark white of its bones. In the serpent's embrace, Ling Yu flipped onto her back, patting her little belly and blinking at the black serpent. "Oh whoa!" The black serpent chuckled softly and placed his hand on her belly, beginning to rub it. He had become quite adept at the art of petting. Starting from the cub's tummy, he worked his way up to her ears and along her back. Ling Yu reveled in the sensation, sprawling comfortably in the serpent's hold, her eyes half closed in bliss. But suddenly, she opened her eyes, tapping the serpent's arm and vocalizing a few urgent sounds, signaling him to stop. The black serpent, though puzzled, complied. Ling Yu leapt from the serpent's embrace and scampered to the nearby snow mound, where the black bear had just fallen, straining to grasp a rabbit fur coat in her mouth. Is this your coat?" The black serpent glided over to Ling Yu, lifting her up while deftly extracting the damp garment from her jaws. Ling Yu nestled back into the serpent's hold, her fur soaked, her bright eyes sparkling. She pawed at the fur coat, indicating that the black serpent should stow it away. The wet coat draped over his shoulder, and the serpent tucked the damp little cub into his own pelt. while the interior of the pelt was not particularly warm, as serpents are cold-blooded and their body temperature fluctuates with the environment. Ling Yu squinted her eyes, determined to warm the black serpent with her own body heat. As the snowfall gradually subsided, Ling Yu felt a sense of peace nestled within the black serpent's embrace. The massive tail trailed through the snow, and Rabbit Bai, hiding nearby, swallowed nervously, struggling to steady his trembling legs. Cautiously, he approached the black serpent, testing the waters, his ruby-red eyes reflecting the serpent's imposing figure. Rabbit Bai pondered how to initiate conversation. Fully aware that the black serpent was his leader, a figure whose scent he could never forget, he glanced at the black serpent, noting his apparent ignorance of Rabbit Bai's presence, and his heart began to race. "Fear not, for I did not mean to intrude," Rabbit Bai stammered, his voice trembling with apprehension. "I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue tonight." The black serpent narrowed his eyes, glancing at the small white rabbit beside him. "No need for thanks. Hasten away," he replied, contemplating the inexplicable gratitude of the rabbit he barely acknowledged saving. Ling Yu, on the verge of slumber in the serpent's embrace, suddenly perked up at the sound of Rabbit Bai's voice. She recognized it, excitement bubbling within her. It was that handsome male who had previously shared roasted meat with her. Ling Yu wriggled free from the black serpent's hold, her little paws resting on his outstretched arm as she stuck out her tongue to peer down. Her keen eyes cutting through the dim light, she spotted a small clump of white fur and red eyes in the snow. She tapped the black serpent, signaling for him to set her down. She wished to reconnect with Rabbit Bai. The black serpent caught her before she could leap down, shaking his head at the innocent cub. "No, you may fall ill with that." He lowered himself slightly, gripping Rabbit Bai by the scruff of his neck and lifting him effortlessly. Taken by surprise, Rabbit Bai began to kick his legs in protest. "Another movement and I shall consume you," the black serpent warned, holding Rabbit Bai aloft. "I apologize, leader. I am simply a bit too anxious," Rabbit Bai admitted. Lowering his gaze, embarrassed, if one were to overlook his tremors, he was managing quite well. The black serpent nodded, revealing the little cub in his arms. "My child wishes to converse with you." Upon seeing Rabbit Bai, Ling Yu's joy was palpable. Her tail nearly spun to the heavens. "A woo!" Rabbit Bai, equally thrilled, expressed gratitude to Ling Yu for his survival, acknowledging that without her, he would not have escaped his perilous fate. He shivered at the thought, not wishing to be perceived as overly effeminate. "Thank you, little wolf cub." Rabbit Bai sincerely thanked Ling Yu, stating, "Without you, I could not have dealt with him alone." Hearing Rabbit Bai's gratitude, Ling Yu raised her head proudly, her tail practically wagging to the sky. "Wolf cub?" The black serpent echoed Rabbit Bai's words, a hint of confusion on his face. "I asked the cub, not a dog?" This left Rabbit Bai bewildered, glancing at the black serpent, whose expression confirmed his ignorance. They rabbits had an intimate understanding of wolves, perhaps stemming from a deep-seated enmity. Rabbit Bai took a deep breath. It was time for him to shine. "Is this one in your arms?" He gestured to the little cub. "Leader, observe her developing canine and carnassial teeth. Such sharpness is unmatched in dogs." The black serpent silently pried open the cub's mouth, examining her tiny milk teeth, and it seemed to be true. Rabbit Bai pointed out more features, noting the cub's tapered head, protruding snout, and sharply erect ears, all distinct traits of wolf cubs. Listening to Rabbit Bai, the black serpent gently stroked Ling Yu's muzzle and ears, lost in prolonged contemplation. It appeared that his cub might, indeed, be a wolf. He affectionately patted the little wolf's head, subsequently placing Rabbit Bai back on the ground. Realizing the leader had tacitly accepted his presence, Rabbit Bai obediently followed, falling silent. "You." The black serpent finally spoke after a long pause. "I have put you to the task of learning to bark. My apologies for the difficulty it presented you." Chapter 62. The assault of my big rear. Ling Yu lay nestled in the black serpent's embrace, her tail wagging exuberantly. She lifted her head and began to lick the serpent's palm enthusiastically. "Oh, whir!" Ling Yu draped her front legs over the serpent's arm, emitting an authentic wolf howl. Not far from their location lay the gathering place of the beastmen, and as the black serpent carried Ling Yu, they soon encountered a patrol team. The group was rather disorganized, with the beastmen scattered, chatting and laughing, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor. They ambled past the black serpent, who, in his half-human, half-serpent form, loomed impressively. The patrolling members craned their necks, cautiously observing him. Is that the leader? One beastman exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. The black serpent cast a glance at him, prepared to ignore the remark and continue on. However, the shout acted like oil poured into a hot pan, igniting a flurry of commotion among the group. The leader? Is that really the leader? The beastmen jumped back, their steps aligning in an instant, their previous nonchalance replaced by a unified respect as they gazed at the black serpent, collectively exclaiming, "Hail the leader! Hail the leader! Hail the leader!" Their voices rang loud and clear. The black serpent nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The remaining beastmen echoed sentiments of gratitude, expressing their appreciation for the leader's efforts. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing them to continue their patrol. "Yes, leader." The patrol team became remarkably organized in the presence of their leader. The black serpent exchanged a few perfunctory words before resuming his journey with the cub. Rabbit Bai, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, inched closer to the black serpent, keeping his head down and hopping quickly. Once the black serpent had moved on, the patrol team finally began to murmur among themselves, their whispers bubbling with curiosity. "Is that Rabbit Bai beside the leader? It looks like him." "Indeed, it is Rabbit Bai. There are few rabbits like him," another beastman remarked, rolling his eyes. "I never expected him to be so fortunate." Managing to befriend the leader, a rabbit beastman with bruises on his face covered his features, glaring at the direction Rabbit Bai had gone, his teeth grinding in envy. How does that Rabbit Bai have such good fortune? Though they believed their conversation to be hushed, their voices only grew louder, revealing their jealousy. Rabbit Bai, trailing behind the black serpent, ears drooping, heard every word, his acute sense of hearing picking up on their gossip. The black serpent moved swiftly, his tail sweeping through the snow, while Rabbit Bai, despite his own reasonable speed, found himself lagging behind due to the exertion from earlier, gradually falling behind the serpent's pace. Lingyu nestled in the embrace of the black serpent, her gaze falling upon the somewhat dejected Rabbit Bai. The young creature blinked its beautiful eyes and emitted a series of soft whimpers towards the black serpent. Lowering his head, the black serpent endeavored to comprehend the meaning behind the cub's sounds, then nodded and gently tapped the rabbit's nose, acknowledging its kindness. After speaking, the black serpent bent slightly while cradling Lingyu, extending a hand to grasp the scruff of Rabbit Bai's neck, lifting him effortlessly. The rabbit, oblivious to the impending action, was suddenly lifted, eliciting a startled cry from him. The black serpent, holding him securely, placed the still squawking rabbit into his embrace. The rabbit's petite frame nestled alongside Lingyu, creating a snug fit. Lingyu rubbed her ears, extending her paw to gently pat Rabbit Bai's head, emitting a cheerful sound. Rabbit Bai, having quieted once cradled by the black serpent, felt a soft pat from the cub above him, and a hint of embarrassment washed over him. "I am fine," he stammered, relieved that his beastly form concealed the flush on his face. Lingyu, still somewhat concerned for Rabbit Bai, tilted her head in contemplation, then opened her paws to embrace him, reassuringly calling out, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The black serpent, initially gazing ahead, caught sight of Lingyu holding Rabbit Bai and immediately let out a few coughs from his throat. Cough, cough. The black serpent's gaze turned ominously towards Rabbit Bai. Sensing an inexplicable aura of menace, the rabbit trembled and cautiously raised his head to glance at the black serpent. At that moment, their eyes locked. Rabbit Bai understood. He promptly extricated himself from Lingyu's embrace, maintaining a relatively safe distance from the cub. Only then did the black serpent nod in satisfaction, acknowledging the rabbit's prudence. Lingyu, tilting her head in confusion, took a tentative step forward, only to witness the rabbit frantically retreating. Had it not been for the black serpent's support, the rabbit would have likely stumbled. "Huh?" Lingyu frowned, huffing at Rabbit Bai before presenting her rear to him. "Humph, take that, my big butt attack." Rabbit Bai cautiously expressed his gratitude to the black serpent, finding a comfortable spot in his embrace and settling down as he observed the cub presenting its rear towards him. A smile graced his face. He realized that the leader likely did not possess such a tender heart, and that it was probably Lingyu's influence that led the leader to include him in the embrace. "What a delightful little wolf!" Rabbit Bai felt a swell of emotion, knowing that without Lingyu's intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. The black serpent moved swiftly, arriving at the camp in an instant. He casually set Rabbit down and retreated into his dwelling. Along the way, many beastmen greeted the black serpent, who acknowledged them with a slight nod. Once on the ground, Rabbit surveyed his surroundings before swiftly kicking off and vanishing from sight. In an unknown place among unknown people, in a dimly lit chamber, flickering lights cast shadows over a tall beastman seated in a chair, eyes slightly closed. Beside her stood several young, robust males attending to her with great care. "So stubborn," the female remarked, pinching her brow. She was an undeniably captivating figure, with sun-kissed skin and short, sleek black hair, her physique radiating explosive strength. Yet, at that moment, she appeared quite pained. "If he continues to fight, I refuse to believe his bones are truly that resilient," she sighed, waving her hand dismissively. "But Chief, someone is stopping us. If we continue, he may die," one pointed out, gesturing towards a bloodied beastman. "Look at him. He can barely catch his breath. And what do you propose we do?" The female embraced one of the males, kissing him lightly on the cheek. "Come to my room tonight." The male, visibly excited, nodded in agreement. Before them lay a beastman bound tightly with sturdy ropes, his face pressed to the ground, eyes closed, his pallor alarming, the only sign of life being the slight rise and fall of his chest. "You truly are unaware of your precarious situation?" The beastman shook his head. The one on the ground gasped for breath, remaining silent. "Forget it," the female declared. "Administer him some drugs and cast him into the slave market. He must serve some purpose." Yes, you're right, Chief." With a bow, the beastman signaled for two others to drag the bound figure away. Chapter 63. A skyward braid. Early the next morning, the energetic Lingyu roused the black serpent from his slumber. She pranced upon his chest, playfully covering his nose with her paw until he finally awoke. "What is it, you?" The black serpent hoisted Lingyu under his arm, still bearing traces of sleep, his long hair tousled about him. "Let me rest a little longer." Outside, dawn had barely broken, and the black serpent blinked his eyes shut once more, attempting to drift back into slumber. "Howl!" Lingyu wriggled beneath his arm, emitting wolf-like sounds, when the black serpent ignored her. She quickly transitioned to barking like a dog, "Woof woof." This finally roused the black serpent, who sat up in bed, pinching Lingyu's snout. "Enough barking. I'm awake now." The black serpent's head throbbed at Lingyu's canine imitation, and he rolled out of bed, clutching her as he headed for the washroom, with Lingyu dutifully allowing herself to be carried. With a yawn, the black serpent obediently assisted Princess Yu with her morning routine. After she had finished, it was finally his turn. He splashed cold water on his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, using a small knife to detangle the knots in his hair. He untangled what he could with his fingers, resorting to the knife for the more stubborn knots, as his thick hair concealed any unevenness. The discarded hair varied in length. The longer strands he planned to use for crafting, while the shorter ones he intended for the princess to play with. Once he had tidied his hair, the black serpent skillfully braided it into a side plate, his voluminous locks appearing even more striking. Lingyu patiently awaited the completion of his grooming, and upon seeing the new hairstyle, she was instantly elated, leaping around his legs and tugging at his trousers. "Your pants are falling." The black serpent grasped his trousers, lifting Lingyu into his embrace. Once in his arms, her eyes sparkled as she reached out to touch his braid, emitting excited sounds. "What is it?" He assumed she wished to play with his braid and teased her with it. However, Lingyu shook her head, brushing aside the braid and pointing to her own head. Then to his "I want one too. I want one too. You wish to have a braid as well, you?" The black serpent smiled, feeling his fatigue dissipate. "Then I shall craft a beautiful braid for you." With determination, he fashioned a short, delicate skyward braid from her fur, securing it with a fine string he produced from seemingly nowhere. "All done. Now you can feel it for yourself." He placed Lingyu back on the ground, encouraging her to touch her new hairstyle. "Howl!" Lingyu was utterly delighted, spinning in place, but hesitating to touch the little braid atop her head. "Huh!" she called out to the black serpent, lifting her chin proudly while her eyes darted towards him. "So beautiful!" The black serpent understood the cub's sentiment, showering her with compliments. "Whose adorable little cub is this?" He lifted Lingyu into his arms and kissed her gently. "Oh, it appears to be my little one." Flushed with pride, Lingyu covered her face with her tiny paws, mumbling bashfully. "So, what is this lovely little cub doing up so early?" The black serpent, now feeling like a limp piece of meat, collapsed onto the bed. Lingyu immediately adopted a serious expression, sitting upon his chest as she gestured and howled for a considerable time before jumping down and tugging at his pants to signal him to follow her. "Slow down!" The black serpent scooped her back into his arms. "With those little arms and legs of yours." Carrying Lingyu, the black serpent stepped outside, where the sky was still dimly lit. The snow-covered ground, previously muddied by Beastman's footsteps, had transformed into a pristine white blanket after the night as snowfall. As he emerged, he spotted a handsome Beastman standing by the door, dressed warmly, with a fluffy hat atop his head. A closer inspection revealed that most of his furs were somewhat worn. The black serpent recognized the familiar scent emanating from him and nodded. "You're that rabbit from yesterday. What brings you here?" Rabbit Bai's nose, chilled by the wind, had turned a rosy hue as he sniffled. "Chief, you and the little chief have shown me kindness. Please allow Rabbit Bai to follow you." With that, he knelt, forehead touching the ground. "I can wash clothes, cook, and perform any task you require. Please allow me to accompany you. I am willing to give my life in service." The black serpent restrained the curious cub in his arms, choosing not to engage in idle conversation, instead walking past Rabbit Bai. The rabbit, understanding the leader's silent response, stood up with a gleam of determination in his eyes, trailing behind at a respectful distance. The black serpent strode briskly, the sun having just begun its ascent, as he made his way towards the lion tribe. Alongside him lay a hefty wild boar, its long fur providing warmth, yet it lay there bleeding from its snout, eyes nearly bulging from its sockets. This was a gift from the black serpent, having hunted it to express gratitude for the care bestowed upon his cub. He recalled that the lion tribe was an ally of the tiger tribe, while he had a partnership with the black panther tribe. With the cub safely found, and the lion tribe having saved the cub's life, they were now friends. Naturally, a friend of a friend was also a friend. A headache plagued him as Heish rubbed his brow, yearning for hibernation. Dragging a wild boar through the snow, Heish moved with a languid grace, while Lingyu dutifully followed at his side. Behind them, two Bai struggled to push the boar forward. Without the need for further words, the lion tribe had already caught wind of the distinct scent of snake on Heish, and a group of orcs emerged, their gazes fixed on him with palpable tension. Upon noticing Lingyu beside him, and the large wild boar he dragged along, they were left utterly perplexed. "Thank you for saving my young one," one of the orcs from the lion tribe expressed with gratitude. "I have come today to offer my thanks. This wild boar is my gift." Heish positioned the boar a short distance away before stepping back. The lions exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Spotting familiar faces brought joy to Lingyu, who let out a few excited yelps before darting into the gathering of lions. "You scared us half to death." One of the orc females sighed. "You're such a tiny thing, yet your courage knows no bounds. We were all so worried about you." After Heish left the previous day, Shirlan had relayed the news, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke. Lingyu lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. Before long, Shirlan arrived, her urgency evident. Upon spotting Lingyu, she scooped her up from the arms of the orc, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you frightened me to death." Shirlan held Lingyu tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lingyu, in turn, licked Shirlan's cheek, offering soft apologies. Chapter 64. The spring market. Shirlan pressed her small face against Lingyu's, sniffing back her tears. It's all right, she reassured. Stroking Lingyu's braided hair, a look of reluctance crossed her face, for she understood that the young one might not remain with them much longer. This visit was likely a farewell. Shirlan glanced at Heish, who had been dozing with his eyes slightly squinted. Noticing her gaze, he nodded politely. Gently, Shirlan caressed the little one's head and produced a pendant, featuring a finely polished animal canine tooth. She adjusted the necklace and placed it around Lingyu's neck, saying, "The shaman said this is for you." "Huh?" Lingyu touched the pendant, a hint of confusion on her face. "What is it for?" As Shirlan carefully adjusted the length of the pendant, she explained, "This is a wolf's tooth. The shaman said it serves no purpose here, and since you are such an adorable little wolf cub, it is yours." Lingyu, ever polite, began to express her gratitude with enthusiastic yelps. The pendant was indeed beautiful. Its upper half enveloped in an unknown lustrous metal, adorned with several lovely beads strung along a black line, exuding a sense of symmetrical beauty. Sherlon kissed Lingyu, feeling as if she could never kiss her enough. My dear, I will always remember you. Her eyes reddened again as she pressed against the little cub. You must remember me too. Lingyu licked away Sherlon's tears, promising, I will come to see you, I swear. She exchanged affectionate gestures with the orcs of the lion tribe, some young females with tear-filled eyes showering her with kisses, leaving her dizzy with delight. With her unruly hair sticking out in all directions, Lingyu joyfully climbed onto Haish's leg and then into his arms, her cheeks puffed up as she emitted muffled sounds. Still chewing on something, she made crunchy noises that were quite satisfying to hear. What are you eating? Haish inquired, pinching her cheek to indicate she should share. Haish's eating habits were quite casual. He belonged to the type who ate when hungry, without fixed meal times, which often led Lingyu to follow suit. At that moment, Haish produced a bag filled with jerky and dried fruits, its weight proving too much for Lingyu as she nestled in his embrace, unable to lift her head. Haish opened the bag and sampled a piece of dried fruit. Savoring its sweetness, I'll keep it safe for you, he declared, taking Lingyu's bag from around her neck and hanging it around his own. The innocent wolf cub, unguarded, playfully patted his arm. Don't overexert yourself. Haish retrieved another piece of dried fruit, chewing contentedly. It's not hard work, just sweet and enjoyable. With Lingyu in his arms, he turned and began to walk, too, by following closely behind. Lingyu clambered onto Haish's shoulder, waving her paws back at the retreating figures. Goodbye, you? Wishing you happiness, called out one of the lion orcs to you. You? We'll meet again, right? Lingyu waved more vigorously, affirming, we will meet again. The Black Panther tribe, caught off guard, suffered a significant blow from the combined might of the lion and tiger tribes, leaving them unable to emerge for quite some time. Winter gave way to spring. Time passed swiftly, ushering in a new season. Haish meticulously draped a beautiful cloak over the young cub, concerned about the lingering chill of early spring. Lingyu was reluctant to wear it and let out a small grunt before beginning to roll on the ground. Haish chuckled, crossing his arms as he extended 3 fingers. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, you won't be going today. Immediately, Lingyu complied, standing up obediently and wagging her tail in a bid for approval. With winter's end, life began to flourish anew. The orcs held a spring market not far away, a place for barter and trade. Lingyu had heard Haish mention it before and felt a surge of interest, especially upon learning of the many delicious treats available. Licking her lips, she reached for Haish. Seeking a hug. No, Haish denied her request, lifting the plump little wolf. The shaman of the lion tribe says you're too heavy. You must walk on your own now. Lingyu sulked at this, lying back on the ground and grumbling. Super-duper little wolf whirlwind. Haish shook his head. You can take your time. I'm leaving first. With that, Haish set off, and the now-grown Lingyu sprang to her feet, scampering to keep up with his strides. Snow remnants still lingered outside, and Lingyu's little paws quickly became dirty as she trod through the muddy snow. Yet, she followed Haish, her complaints contrasting with her earnest movements. I'm so tired, she wailed as they walked, thanks to his commendable behavior. Tubai had been granted special permission to accompany Lingyu, carrying a bag filled with dried fruits and a water bottle around his neck. Lingyu occasionally paused to drink or snack, sharing tidbits with Tubai. Ensure she drinks enough water, Haish's voice called from ahead. Tubai obliged. Albeit slight in stature among the orcs, he found the task manageable. The group moved swiftly, and soon Lingyu heard the cheerful sounds of bargaining and chatter, which grew louder as she advanced. Step by step, she saw a vibrant array of orcs, foxes, rabbits, dogs, cats, bears, tigers, and lions. Each retained some animalistic traits, fluffy ears and tails, with hair colors mirroring their fur. The kaleidoscope of colors was truly enchanting. The lions, belonging to their tribe, greeted Lingyu with bright smiles. You've come. A tall male orc, with a slightly high-pitched voice, approached her. Come, eat as much as you like. Don't be shy. He produced some dried fruit from his goods, and Lingyu's eyes lit up with joy as she devoured them eagerly. Delicious, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. What fun! The lions took turns ruffling Lingyu's fur. Chapter 65. The Slave Market. After exchanging affectionate gestures with the lion orcs, Lingyu continued to follow Haish's lead into the bustling market. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with an array of sights captivating the young white wolf. As she looked around, she inadvertently bumped into an orc. A stunningly beautiful fox lady, adorned in exquisite fur garments and sparkling hair ornaments, swayed her fluffy tail gracefully. Upon realizing she had collided with a little cub, she quickly helped Lingyu to her feet. "Are you all right?" The fox lady's delicate fingers radiated a sweet fragrance that left Lingyu in a daze, her eyes nearly glazing over. Lingyu grasped the lady's hand, her gaze lost in wonder. "Hello, little one?" The fox lady called out several times, but Lingyu remained oblivious. Haish, shaking his head at the scene, scooped up the infatuated cub from the ground and apologized to the fox lady. "I apologize. The cub was just playing and accidentally bumped into you." The fox lady chuckled melodiously, brushing her fingers through Lingyu's fur'd, "No harm done. Your cub is quite adorable." With that, she gently patted Lingyu's head before departing, her fluffy tail standing out prominently amidst the crowd. Lingyu stood there, dazed, as if her spirit were about to float away with the fox lady. Haish looked down at his silly little cub, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger, producing a loud sound. Lingyu rubbed her head and responded with a series of yelps. She mimicked a bathing gesture before shaking her head. Having spent considerable time with her, Haish quickly understood her meaning. "You don't want to bathe tonight?" "Why not?" Lingyu touched her head again and feigned a look of ecstasy. "Ugh, I can't deal with you," Haish chuckled, reaching out to pat her head, but she dodged away. Lingyu waved her paws, indicating that she wished to maintain the hairstyle the fox lady had given her. Haish, on the other hand, simply shrugged in response. Upon entering the bustling market, it became imperative to ensure that Lingyu did not wander off unaccompanied. The market, teeming with a diverse array of beings, posed risks, as there were always unscrupulous orcs lurking to abduct unattended younglings, only to sell them into slavery. Often, those sold into slavery were not destined for local buyers. These orcs had their own networks, engaging in a series of transactions that transported local young ones far away, while bringing outsiders to the local market. Despite widespread condemnation of such practices, many individuals still took the perilous plunge for the sake of profit. Haish, for instance, had been abducted by orcs in his youth, passed from hand to hand until he found himself here. Although he eventually escaped, the haunting memories left a profound psychological scar. Cautiously navigating this unfamiliar terrain, Haish busied himself with the dual task of satisfying his hunger while remaining vigilant against potential predators. Although accompanied by Lingyu and Tabai, many of Haish's subordinates were also present in the market, engaged in bartering with other orcs to procure new supplies. Lingyu, however, remained oblivious to Haish's sudden melancholy. Despite her elevated status among the wandering orcs, she had yet to evolve her mindset. As she meandered about, her eyes flitting from one stall to another, she hesitated to make any purchases. "Why not buy something?" Haish inquired, puzzled. Lingyu merely patted him and emitted a series of sounds. Haish, unable to decipher her meaning, continued to wander with the youngling in his arms, deciding to make a purchase for himself instead. Haish was not one to neglect his own needs. After a thorough exploration of the market, Tabai had acquired a collection of miscellaneous items, while Lingyu adorned herself with a plethora of exquisite trinkets, such as bracelets elegantly encircling her paws, each adorned with stones of varying shapes and hues, vibrant and visually striking. The once plain little wolf cub was transformed into a charming little Christmas tree by Haish's thoughtful embellishments. Furthermore, decorative items crafted from bird feathers were casually placed upon Tabai's head, enhancing his already delicate features and fair skin, making his face appear even more refined. Today was meant for leisure. Haish, accompanied by a wolf and a rabbit, ambled through the market, pausing intermittently until they had nearly exhausted their exploration. Suddenly, Haish lifted his gaze to a distant point, his golden eyes narrowing as he froze in place. After what felt like an eternity, he summoned Tabai and whispered a few words, to which Tabai nodded slightly before disappearing into the crowd. "Huh?" Lingyu observed Tabai's departure, puzzled. "Where is he going?" Understanding dawned upon her, and she nodded in response. A peculiar expression crossed Haish's face as he continued forward with Lingyu in his arms, eventually stopping at a place enclosed by mud walls. Where two imposing orcs stood at the entrance, he approached and presented an item. This token, bestowed upon Haish after he ascended to the rank of the wandering orc leader, granted him special privileges at the slave market, signifying their amicable regard towards him. Upon recognizing the token, the two orcs' demeanor shifted immediately, and they bowed respectfully, allowing Haish to enter. This was a renowned local slave market, which also served as an arena for beast fights. The spring market was held in proximity, with security maintained by the slave market. Though Heish initially had no intention of entering, he detected a familiar scent wafting from within, subtle yet unmistakable amidst the myriad of odors. Intrigued, he decided to venture inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by a vast open space, encircled by sturdy, high railings, presumably erected to prevent the occupants from escaping. Heish was promptly shown to a prime seat, affording him an unobstructed view of the arena. Nearby, several cages housed orcs, some lying down while others stood, obscured by a large hide draped over the top. "Welcome, everyone. Last time, many of you expressed dissatisfaction with the excitement level," announced a diminutive orc, his face beaming with cheer, eyes nearly squinting shut. "Our leader has heard your pleas and sent me to bring you an even more formidable selection of beasts to enjoy." He brandished a stick, striking the cage, unleashing a cacophony of roars from within. "What a spectacle! Enough chatter. Let us get started." An orc shouted impatiently, excitement palpable in his voice. All right, the small orc chuckled, "since you are all eager, I'll release a couple to entertain you." His threats bore fruit as the creatures within the cages fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. With a creaking sound, the doors of 2 cages were slightly ajar, and 2 agile orcs cautiously approached, refraining from entering the cages but shouting commands. Soon, one orc pulled a beast from each cage, a term that referred to their own kind. The orcs, bound by thick ropes around their necks, stumbled forward into the arena in the brisk air. They were scantily clad, with only tattered hides covering their loins, exposing their robust muscles to the chill. Their bodies bore numerous scars, remnants of past wounds. Both large and small, as the ropes were released, a signal from the small orc initiated a swift charge towards one another. Their faces twisted with rage, they emitted low growls from deep within, and soon, the air was filled with the sound of flesh striking flesh, blood splattering as they fought ferociously before quickly retreating. "Bravo!" cheered the audience, their excitement mirroring that of wild dogs catching sight of meat buns. Their expressions a blend of fervor and madness. "Fight! Yes, just like that. Finish him off!" The clamor of voices echoed, each cry fueling the chaotic energy of the crowd. "I bet on the meat." "Come on," bite his chin. "Damn it! You should have listened to me. If you had, you could have dodged that." The air, still tinged with cold, was filled with the heated breath of the orcs, their faces flushed with exhilaration as they waved their arms. Enraptured by the brutal spectacle before them, the combatants fought with primal ferocity, their roars resonating through the arena as their hides fell away, revealing their true forms. Driven by instinct, they unleashed their claws and fangs, leading to a bloody conclusion, one beast collapsing in defeat while the other stood triumphant, howling in victory. The gamblers below erupted with cheers, while others slumped in disappointment. A tall female, having lost her wager, unleashed her fury upon her male companion, striking him across the face, leaving a bright red mark. Though, due to his dark skin, it was scarcely visible. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't told me to bet on that worthless one, I wouldn't have lost," she shouted, her expression dark and menacing. The male, feeling the sting of her wrath, could only bow his head in submission, aware that many others were eyeing his position, eager to take his place. Furthermore, the female's strength was not to be underestimated, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Heish held Lingyu in his lap, typically disinterested in such displays. However, this time he was compelled to attend. Suspecting that her father might be among the throngs, Lingyu peered out from Heish's embrace. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the brutal cycle of life and death among the orc younglings, a reality that Heish deemed necessary for her to witness. Yet, as the violence unfolded, she soon found herself retreating into Heish's arms, overwhelmed by the intensity of the spectacle. Nonetheless, the young princess would inevitably evolve. Just as Heish had, emerging from the blood-soaked trials stronger and unafraid. Heish rested his chin on his hand, his gaze wandering amidst the mingled scents of the slave market, which eluded precise identification. The vibrant array of orc fur, red, yellow, green, and every hue imaginable, created a dizzying display. The ensuing fights mirrored one another, with Lingyu nestled in Heish's arms, her ears covered against the raucous cheers of the crowd. Gradually, she acclimated to the chaotic atmosphere. Lingyu sat upright, a small snowball in Heisch's embrace, having transformed from a timid observer to a steadfast watcher of the unfolding battles. A woo. Lingyu furrowed her brow. Sympathy and confusion etched on her face. They are so pitiful. Why must they fight? It must hurt so much. The young Lingyu, still innocent, failed to grasp the harsh realities of their existence. The voice of the diminutive orc echoed with excitement from the stage. Behind him, two battered beasts of battle were dragged away, their robust forms reduced to a limp state, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. The two combatants about to take the stage next were truly formidable. Elite among the fighters here. To be frank, their mere presence nearly struck terror into my heart. The small orc's exaggerated expression conveyed his exhilaration as he waved his arms vigorously, declaring that today our leader had specifically tasked him with bringing them forth for everyone to enjoy. Cheers erupted from the orc crowd, their red faces steaming, hands clapping fervently. Beast fight! Beast fight! It seemed they were oblivious to the fact that these so-called beasts were, like them, sentient beings capable of thought and speech. The wooden cage creaked open once more, producing its familiar, jarring sound. The small orc brandished a stick, shouting commands, and soon, a beast emerged from the cage. This was a young beast, with a still somewhat innocent round face. Disheveled black hair, and large, golden eyes that were also round, he pressed his lips together, revealing dimples on his cheeks. "Hurry up and come out," shouted an orc, urging him on. The young beast expressed his dissatisfaction with a low, threatening growl directed at the orc. "Quite the attitude," the orc exclaimed, startled, and without hesitation, struck the young beast on the back with his stick. The young beast yelped in pain and lunged towards the orc. But someone seized the rope attached to him, made of resilient material, which passed through one side of his shoulder blade. Suddenly yanked, the young beast let out a wail, but fell silent almost immediately. "Behave yourself," the orc holding the rope commanded sternly, as he approached the young beast. He untied the rope and pulled it free from the shoulder blade. The blood-stained rope fell to the ground, and a gaping wound appeared on the young beast's side, blood gushing forth. Yet, neither he nor the orcs seemed to care. "Get over there," the orc ordered. The young beast shot a defiant glance at him but obediently ascended the stage. On the other side stood a white-haired beast whose condition was far superior to that of the round-eyed beast. At least his shoulder blade remained intact. After all, he was much more compliant. The two beasts ignited the audience's fervor, the orcs shouting, elevating the atmosphere to a new pinnacle of excitement. It was unclear who struck first, but soon the beasts were locked in a chaotic brawl. Devoid of elegance, characterized only by the visceral sounds of flesh colliding and the dull thuds of blows landing, which only served to incite the orcs further. The moment the white-haired beast appeared, a figure known as Black Snake recognized him immediately. He rose, scrutinizing the orc. White hair, blue eyes, topped with wolf-like ears, exuding a cunning characteristic unique to the wolf tribe. Contemplating this, Black Snake glanced down at his innocent little wolf cub and gently stroked her back. Of course, his little cub appeared utterly honest, devoid of any treacherous demeanor. There was no mistaking it. Black Snake settled down with Lingyu, though he had never seen the white wolf in human form. He felt certain it must be the same. Black Snake summoned an orc attendant from the arena and inquired about the price of the white-haired beast. The orc attendant maintained a smiling facade. Requesting a moment's pause, he quickly departed, returning shortly with an even more cunning-looking elder. It turns out that Chief Yuan wishes to purchase our beast," the elder said with a broad smile, adopting a very humble stance. "If Chief Yuan desires our beast, we would be more than happy to gift it to you." However, the tiresome however soon followed. Black Snake furrowed his brow, realizing the elder was about to engage in tedious discourse. A true nuisance. The elder displayed a look of regret, explaining that this beast was rather special and that their leader held a particular fondness for him, merely wishing to teach him a lesson and temper his pride. "Is there no chance your leader could part with him?" Black Snake asked directly, indicating that everything else was negotiable. He understood that this leader lacked a partner, yet had many male consorts, according to what the leader said. Her partner was not someone who could be easily replaced. "That won't do," the elder shook his head, insisting it wasn't a matter of price. This beast could not be sold, and he expressed his sincere apologies. "Let's negotiate further. Your leader surely doesn't lack a male consort," Black Snake said, scratching the back of the little cub, who rolled over contentedly. Oh dear, Black Snake sighed, patting the cub. You're going to see your father become someone else's consort. That won't do. Our leader has expressed a strong desire for this beast, wishing to keep him as her partner, the elder insisted, shaking his head vigorously, his squinting eyes fixed on Black Snake. However, the elder continued. Although this beast could not be relinquished, the other could be. He pointed to the round-eyed beast, stating, this beast, I represent our leader in offering it to you. How does that sound? Black Snake understood that a transaction was out of the question. No, the refusal lingered on his tongue, but what came out instead was incorrect. Very well then, please enjoy the show at your leisure, the elder remarked, his smile deepening as he took his leave, and no strings attached. Lingyu, Black Snake gently stroked the fur on her back. Would you like to know about your past? Lingyu tilted her head, pondering, and eventually nodded, replying with a soft, yes. Black Snake agreed, for as a father to a little cub, he must ensure her safety. He rested his chin on his hand, observing the fierce battle below. The combatants had transformed into their beast forms, and unexpectedly, both were wolves, one white and the other black. There were two beasts on stage, both wolves. As the two wolves clashed, one black and one white, they intertwined and separated. Black Snake was genuinely uninterested in the spectacle, crossing his legs, but inadvertently knocked the cub off his lap. Lingyu tumbled down, bewildered, and looked up at Black Snake with a hint of reproach in her eyes. She couldn't believe he would shift the blame onto her. Black Snake averted his gaze, feigning innocence. Ah, this chair is quite comfortable. However, this moment of distraction did not last long, as a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, drawing their attention. The wolf and the snake peered down to see the white wolf pinning the black wolf to the ground. Its sharp teeth poised against the black wolf's throat. Kill him! Kill him! Shouted the frenzied orcs, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Naturally, that was not permissible, for the black wolf belonged to Black Snake. The small orc exchanged a glance with the white wolf, who immediately lifted his head, releasing the black wolf and retreating a short distance away. Before long, several orcs ascended the stage to usher the two wolves off. Black Snake yawned, scooping up Lingyu as he stood. Since he now knew that his target was present, lingering further held little significance. The black wolf, not severely injured, barely had time to resist as several orcs restrained him, deftly binding his shoulder blade and tying his hands before securing a rope around his neck. They then respectfully handed the rope to Black Snake. Leading the obedient black wolf by the rope, Black Snake exited. The black wolf appeared to relish this rare moment of relative freedom, his eyes darting left and right. Lingyu had climbed from Black Snake's arms to his shoulder, cautiously peeking out to observe the black wolf. Beasts, of course, could not possess the winter clothing that orcs wore. Rather, the pelts on their bodies served merely to cover themselves, preventing excessive exposure. For instance, the black wolf donned a short skirt made of beast hide that barely covered his hips. If he bent over, one could nearly glimpse half of his posterior. Fortunately, his sizable tail provided some modesty. His scarred body was exposed to the cold wind, showcasing his chiseled abs, well-defined chest, and attractive spine, all prominently displayed. Fresh wounds still oozing blood went untreated, and he seemed accustomed to the pain, not uttering a single cry. Black Snake remained lost in thought, contemplating how to rescue the unfortunate wind. The strikingly handsome black-haired male, cradling a cub while leading a nearly naked black wolf, certainly drew the attention of passing orcs. Black Snake pondered deeply, glancing at the newly acquired slave. Soon, several orcs appeared, wrapping the black wolf in pelts as though preparing a handheld pancake, ensuring he was thoroughly bundled. Caught off guard, the black wolf had no chance to resist as several burly orcs lifted him away. His limbs bound, leaving him unable to move, resulting in a pitiful howl akin to that of a pig destined for slaughter. Lingyu recognized them as Black Snake's subordinates, so she merely nonchalantly rubbed her ears before climbing back into his embrace. The wolf and the snake continued their stroll. Not far off, a black-haired wolf orc was herding sheep, chatting and laughing with his companions, when he suddenly halted, gazing into the distance. "What's wrong, E?" his companion inquired. Puzzled. "Nothing, just saw something incorrectly," he replied, shaking his head. The throngs of people surged, and soon the black serpent and the white wolf vanished from sight. The wind stood upon the stage, transforming once more into his wolf form. His once pristine white fur was now stained crimson, rendering its original hue nearly unrecognizable. A low growl escaped Wind's throat, a remnant from the battle with the Black Wolf. During this time, Wind had entered the arena several more times, facing opponents of exceptional strength due to his own formidable prowess. Although he emerged victorious after a few rounds, his body bore the incessant marks of injury. At present, he was beginning to feel the strain. The orc fastened a rope around Wind's neck, and he still felt quite unaccustomed to such treatment. Tilting his head slightly, Wind evaded the noose, emitting a series of incoherent sounds, only to have the orc forcefully secure it around him. The orc then dragged Wind off the platform and confined him within a cage. Inside the cage were several other beasts, each keeping to their own corners, refraining from communication or interaction. They were all slaves in the arena, selected for their robust physiques and commendable strength, destined to entertain the audience with their blood and flesh. This existence was bleak, devoid of hope, characterized by monotonous and relentless battles. The beasts understood that their fate was likely to end in death upon the stage. Thus, why bother to converse? Death awaited them all, and forming attachments would only lead to sorrow and tears upon parting. Wind remained silent, casually retreating to his designated corner, leaning against the ground. The other beasts instinctively distanced themselves from him, for his strength instilled a sense of fear, and no one was foolish enough to provoke him. Wind closed his eyes, tugging at the rope around his neck. It felt tight, a strong constriction that he found distasteful today. He had caught a glimpse of you, recognizing the small white wolf as you. Though merely a fleeting glance, the little wolf had grown larger than before, yet Wind still identified her without hesitation, for she was his beloved cub, recognizable even in ashes, and the handsome orc with black hair. Though he had never seen the human form of the great black serpent, the scent was unmistakable. This striking orc was indeed the serpent he had known. The pain from his wounds was hard to overlook, causing Wind to furrow his brow. How painful that he pressed his pale, bloodless lips together, which were somewhat dry and cracking. With small beads of blood seeping from certain areas, he could not escape this place. How could he hope to find his cub? Wind coughed a few times, having observed that the great serpent looked after Ling Yu quite well. He touched the healing circular scar on his clavicle, aware that another similar mark existed on the opposite side. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Wind closed his eyes, thinking of his little cub. As long as she was alive, that was all that mattered. Chapter 69. Hungry, hungry, hungry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ling Yu nestled atop the black serpent's head, her wolf-tooth pendant swaying precariously above his brow. With each gentle sway of the pendant, the black serpent would shut one eye or the other, unable to withstand the rhythmic motion. Finally, he lifted a hand, tossing the pendant onto Ling Yu's back. "Come down, you, it's rather dangerous," he cautioned, balancing his head while supporting her rear to ensure she remained steady. Just as Ling Yu was about to tumble off, she utilized the serpent's support to push off with her hind legs, curling herself into a round, fluffy white ball. "Hiss," he muttered, feeling the impact. Ling Yu's strength was no trivial matter, akin to being struck by a firm blow. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Ling Yu's ears flopped comically, her blue eyes shifting to one side, revealing a hint of white. The black serpent, now with Ling Yu on his back, moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived home. Upon entering, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the crackling of the fire. With a joyous leap, Ling Yu sprang from the serpent's head and landed in the embrace of Tu Bai, who promptly held her close. "Yum, yum, yum." All right, Tu Bai interjected, preventing Ling Yu's dirty paws from reaching the bowl. He took a cloth and meticulously wiped her paws before serving her a bowl of meat broth, allowing it to cool slightly before placing it by her mouth for her to eat. Ling Yu devoured it like a little piglet. Tu Bai then offered a bowl of broth he had prepared earlier to the black serpent. Knowing that serpents were sensitive to temperature and despised anything too hot, this bowl was just right. The black serpent took it, finishing it in a few swift gulps. His desire to dine alongside his cub was the primary motivation for eating. The black serpent had a hearty appetite and would typically hunt for more after finishing this meal. Even now, with subordinates at his disposal, he preferred to rely on his own skills. The mealtime passed swiftly, and once they finished, Tu Bai efficiently tidied up before respectfully withdrawing. Now, too had become a favored figure before the black serpent, with lesser orcs addressing him with a respectful brother by. The fire was extinguished, and the black serpent led his well-fed cub outside for a stroll. Ling Yu was reluctant to move, yet she had grown accustomed to taking a post-meal walk under the serpent's guidance. Thus, with a pat on her belly, she rose like a ball and slowly followed behind the black serpent. I won't run. The freshly cleaned black wolf, clad in warm, clean animal hide, appeared quite uncomfortable in his current state, frequently tugging at his attire. His round eyes darted nervously around, gesturing to the large men before him. I won't run. The black wolf seemed utterly inept at communicating with the orcs, his words coming out in fragmented bursts. Not running? Who would believe that? One orc scoffed, flicking away a yellow booger from his nose. Stay here and wait for the chief's summons. Chief? The black wolf's feet were bound, and he wiggled them in confusion. Who is it? You'll find out soon enough, the orc replied impatiently, discreetly wiping his booger on the hide of his companion to prevent him from escaping. Actually, the black wolf began to speak, but several orcs had already closed the door, leaving him alone in the room. With his hands and feet bound, the black wolf stood, feeling a bit aggrieved. I'm a little hungry. The black wolf had gone a day without food, especially after the fight. He hopped from the bedside to the door and knocked his forehead against it. Is anyone there? Of course, there was no one outside at that moment. He knocked again. Is anyone there? A whoa! The black wolf howled in hunger. A whoa! This howl did not come from the black wolf, but from the young Ling Yu. Ling Yu had been walking along nicely when she suddenly heard the sound of a wolf howl. As a fellow member of the wolf clan, she instantly understood its meaning. Hungry, 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 hungry. How could someone be this hungry? Ling Yu immediately began to run towards the source of the sound. Where are you going? The black serpent called after her. The little wolf cub was quick on her feet, swiftly arriving at a small house. The wooden door was locked from the outside. Ling Yu scratched her head. A woo? The hungry howling ceased momentarily, giving way to excited calls. A woo. After a friendly exchange, the black serpent took the lead and opened the door. Suddenly, a figure bounded out, hopping past the serpent, who emitted a scent of snake, and landing before Ling Yu, another member of the wolf clan. With white fur and blue eyes, the black wolf tilted his head in confusion. Wind? You look so small. Ling Yu mimicked the gesture. Huh? Who is Wind? The black wolf blinked, his intelligent mind realizing that this was not Wind but a tiny cub. I'm hungry, the black wolf said. Ling Yu nodded enthusiastically. A woo. Soon, the black serpent arrived beside her, and Ling Yu patted the serpent's back with her little paws. Pointing to the hungry wolf before them, I'm hungry, the black wolf said, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a dimple in his cheek. The black serpent tilted his head slightly. Not long after, inside the small room, food was laid out before the black wolf, and his hands were freed. He immediately began to devour it voraciously. The black wolf mumbled with a mouthful of food. Thank you. At that moment, the wolf was clean, dressed in fresh clothes that concealed his muscular physique, with long black hair tied into a small bun at the back of his head. Ling Yu adored that little bun, eagerly pawing at it from behind the black wolf, who was too focused on his meal to pay her any heed. Do you have a name? The black serpent inquired, hoping to avoid the need to create one if he already had one. The black wolf swallowed a mouthful of meat, his lips glistening with grease. Yes, I do, Little Flower. The black serpent pinched his brow, struggling to associate such a name with the masculine figure before him. Yes, I am Little Flower, the black wolf confirmed, nodding, given by my mother. Chapter 70. Can't hear, can't hear, can't hear. Little Flower feasted until he was full. Thank you. Little Flower's round eyes crinkled with a shy smile as he awkwardly wiped the grease from his face and paws. Oh, where? Ling Yu seized Little Flower's bun. Got it, got it. Little Flower stood up, feeling a bit awkward, as soon after, an orc came to clear away the remnants of the meal. Thank you. The black-haired orc expressed his gratitude to the clearing orc. The orc smiled slightly, feeling a bit bashful, and quickly retreated. Little Flower stood in place, feeling uneasy as he fidgeted with his toes against the ground, while Ling Yu had already hopped down from his back. The little bun on Little Flower's back was slightly askew. The black serpent rubbed his temples. Rest well. I have some questions for you later. Okay. Little Hua Hua remained standing, and upon hearing the black snake's intention to depart, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. He waved farewell to the black snake. By this time, the sun, like an old man, had long since set to rest, and the sky was now shrouded in darkness. The black snake gestured to Lingyu, summoning the little wolf cub to his feet, and thus, the pair of wolf and snake set off into the moonlight. Little Huahua touched the bed, slowly lying down. But moments later, he rose again. Unable to adapt to sleep, little Huahua felt a tinge of frustration. He shifted positions on the bed, yet to no avail. Finally, he climbed out of bed, clutching a beast skin blanket, and moved to the corner, sitting down against the wall. A sense of familiar comfort washed over him as he closed his eyes. The night was deep and dark, and this was now a night several days later. The black snake had received news from little Huahua regarding the arena, and he was fully prepared, bringing along little Huahua and a few clever beastmen, ready to set out under the cover of darkness. The beastmen possessed remarkable recovery abilities, and little Huahua's wounds had nearly healed. At this moment, he waited with a few beastmen in the clearing for the black snake. The black snake rose quietly from beside Lingyu, tidied himself up, and prepared to leave. Such matters were naturally not for the little cub to involve himself in. The black snake wished to spare Lingyu any worry. The door was opened gently and closed just as softly. A small movement was felt on the bed, and soon, a little wolf head emerged, with Lingyu's eyes wide and bright, showing no signs of sleepiness. With a rustling sound, Lingyu nimbly climbed out of bed and scurried to the door. Pressing her body against it, ears perked to listen for any sounds. Outside, the black snake's voice mingled with those of several beastmen, soon followed by the rustling of clothing and footsteps fading into the distance. Lingyu quietly opened the door, peeking out to see that the figures outside had already departed, and immediately let out her own signal. The soft bark was not loud, yet in the stillness of the night, it felt quite jarring as the sound echoed. A bemused Rabbit White crept out. Rabbit White approached Lingyu, bending down to lift the chubby little cub. "Are we really going, you?" Rabbit White was reluctant to move, attempting to sway the little cub's resolute will, for the place the leader intended to go could be perilous. A woo. Lingyu's paw pressed against Rabbit White's rosy lips, shaking her head solemnly, and no words were needed. Her mind was made up. Lingyu patted Rabbit White's head, offering him comfort, indicating that they would merely observe from a distance and would not interfere with the black snake's actions. Lingyu nestled in Rabbit White's embrace, her wolfish face carrying a human-like worry, for she had long been aware of the black snake's intentions this time. After all, little Huahua was quite easy to talk to. A little food would reveal everything. A great white wolf, utterly ordinary. Why was the black snake intent on rescuing him? Lingyu pondered this for quite some time, ultimately arriving at a chilling conclusion. Blue eyes, white fur. She bore a striking resemblance to that white wolf. Perhaps due to the crossing of time and space, Lingyu was far more intelligent than the average cub. Beastmen cubs were naturally precocious, and Lingyu was even more so, though she was still a little cub who could not yet speak. Rabbit White's thoughts diverged from hers. He sighed, hoping that when the leader discovered her presence, he would spare the little cub due to Lingyu's influence. Thus, the large and small pair of naive creatures quietly followed the black snake. The arena remained lively under the night sky, ablaze with lights, torches affixed to the walls, tended by beastmen to prevent them from extinguishing for too long. The jubilant cheers, akin to crashing waves, echoed from the arena, where battle-loving beastmen continued to gather, with people departing and entering in a ceaseless flow. The black snake had already gathered intelligence. Today, the wind would only allow for battles during the day, and he had also discerned the resting places of the combatants. Naturally, he could not fully trust little Huahua's words. He dispatched several beastmen to verify, and only after mutual confirmation did he finally ascertain the location. What a hassle, the black snake sighed, for matters that could have been resolved with a mere expenditure of resources had compelled him to take this step. Nevertheless, tonight, the black snake waved his sleeve, taking nothing but the white wolf with him. He had initially intended to blend into the crowd for a stealthy approach, but suddenly, little Huahua tugged at his sleeve. "What is it?" The black snake turned to little Huahua. Little Huahua inhaled deeply, his nose detecting Lingyu's scent before his eyes did. "She's coming." "What? Damn it." The black snake frowned. Tonight was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. "Where is she?" Little Huahua pointed, and the black snake followed his gazed eye in the distance. Lingyu and Rabbit White were stealthily trailing behind, blissfully unaware that they had been discovered, believing themselves well hidden in truth. They had indeed concealed themselves effectively, but alas, they had encountered little Huahua. "You all go ahead. Wait for my signal," the black snake commanded. "Understood," little Huahua nodded. He and the other beastmen dispersed into the crowd. Entering the arena, the black snake's expression darkened as he turned towards Lingyu. The little cub remained oblivious, though Rabbit White was nearly terrified to collapse. "Awu?" Lingyu questioned, patting Rabbit White. "Why are you trembling?" Rabbit White remained silent. Suddenly left hanging, Lingyu felt a grip on the nape of her neck, and she was lifted entirely off the ground. "Awu!" Lingyu instinctively curled up, recognizing who had arrived at you. A sinister voice echoed from above, sending chills down Lingyu's spine. "What do you want?" Lingyu immediately flattened her ears, instinctively glancing at Rabbit White, but alas, the timid rabbit was too preoccupied with his own fears. "I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear." Chapter 71. Do not come out within the bustling arena. The black snake blended into the throng, with Lingyu peeking out from his arms, her little head darting about curiously, though not make a sound. The black snake cautioned the cub. Lingyu obediently nodded. Rabbit White had already been subdued by the black snake, who understood that the little white rabbit was cunning and treacherous, not wishing to offend either side. Thus, it was wiser for Lingyu to remain with him. Naturally, it was impossible to move about with the cub in tow, so the black snake planned to find a secure place for Lingyu to hide. The beastmen who had entered earlier had vanished without a trace, and the black snake carefully navigated along the route he had gleaned, evading one beastman after another until he reached a suitable hiding spot. In the gap between a rock and a large tree, the black snake showcased his adept digging skills, excavating a small pit in which he buried the wolf cub. The soil was sprinkled onto the little cub's white fur, gradually accumulating until only her face was visible, as the spring grass sprouted. The black snake uprooted some and placed them into the dirt atop Lingyu, completing a simple camouflage. "If you sneak out from here." The black snake made a threatening gesture, his expression bearing a hint of ferocity. "Then I shall feast on roasted wolf meat." The pair of bright, sparkling eyes emerged from the dirt as Lingyu nodded obediently, for she had merely wished to observe from outside the arena and had not anticipated being able to enter. Lingyu felt a surge of joy. Her wolf tail wagged uncontrollably, though the soil limited its movement. The black snake, pleased with the little cub's understanding, nodded slightly and turned to leave. He truly had to go now. Time was of the essence, and the little cub's unexpected appearance had cost him considerable time. The black snake followed the path in his mind, walking with caution and care. If he could not succeed tonight, rescuing later would prove difficult. The black snake ventured deeper into the arena, where the atmosphere was markedly different. Quiet and desolate, with only a few beastmen patrolling, creating echoes of sound. Not far off, several large cages were clustered together. Overhead, a massive pelt, stitched from various beast skins, covered the cages, sealing them tightly, allowing only a sliver of light to peek through to glimpse the captives within. The black snake squinted, his fingers resting on his lips, emitting a sound akin to a bird's call. Soon, distant commotion arose as several beastmen, patrolling the cages, approached to investigate, leaving one or two behind. But this was no longer a concern. A few ghostly hands emerged from the shadows, silently dragging the beastmen into the darkness before they could even cry out. Seizing this hard-earned opportunity, little Huahua gestured to the black snake from nearby, and the two navigated through the cages. Their movements startled the combatants within. Some of the creatures knelt on the ground, gazing at the beastmen moving freely outside. Hope ignited in their eyes, shimmering in the night like tiny light bulbs. Yet, they remained silent, with a few unable to contain their cries for help, only to quiet down swiftly. "Please, save me, save us," the combatants silently pleaded. However, many others remained indifferent to the commotion outside, their faces marked by a numbing lethargy, as if even moving required too much effort. "Not this one," the black snake frowned, moving past one cage, while little Huahua appeared somewhat lost, anxiously explaining, "Not possible, next door, the cage. It's this one." The black snake scrutinized once more. The cage housed a kaleidoscope of colors and fur, with several white-haired creatures, yet Feng was not among them. "Feng may not be in this cage. Boss, we brought someone," The white-haired beast-man was thrust forward. Struggling futilely against his captors, he had been thoroughly cleaned, his body wrapped in beast skins, exposing his shoulders and collarbone. A smile crept across Tasha's face as she stepped down from her bedding to approach the beast-man. Her fingers grazed over the beastman's handsome and delicate young face, but before her smile could fully blossom, the male swiftly turned his head away. I truly adore you just as you are. Tasha, unperturbed, resembling a cat that has caught its prey but chooses to toy with it instead, utterly captivating me. The white-haired orc, known as Fong, cast a disdainful glance at Tasha before turning away to ignore her. A blush crept across Tasha's cheeks as excitement bubbled within her, and she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Yes, it's precisely that look. Bind him to my bed." Tasha playfully patted the face of the large white wolf and rose to her feet, her spirits soaring as she declared tonight to be a night of joy. Thus, the tightly bound white wolf was placed upon the bed, and after the two orcs had prepared everything, they respectfully withdrew. The smile on Tasha's face was unmistakable as she stood by the bed, unfastening her outer garment to reveal a delicate inner layer, exposing her fair, smooth shoulders. With an alluring smile, Tasha casually gathered her long hair behind her. Garments fell away one after another, soon revealing a powerful female physique, sculpted by years of combat. Tasha caressed her abdominal muscles with satisfaction. Fong, unable to meet the gaze of the female beside the bed, felt his face flush crimson and began to struggle violently, but the ropes were tied too securely. All his efforts were in vain. How adorable! Tasha laughed heartily, sweeping her hair back as she gracefully climbed onto the bed. The mattress sank beneath her weight, and Fong grit his teeth, exclaiming, "Get away! I refuse." Tasha knelt upon the bed, resembling a beguiling enchantress, her fingers tracing Feng's Adam's apple. Oh, do not be deceived by my wolfish guise. The lambs grow plump for me, and the rabbits become more delectable. La la la. The crescent moon and twinkling stars. Lingyu lay in the earth, feeling drowsy as she yawned. Time had passed significantly, long enough for her to doze lightly before awakening. The sounds of orcs moving about nearby urged Lingyu to minimize her presence. Extending a paw from the earth, she chewed on a blade of grass. I cannot go out. I cannot go out. Lingyu understood her limitations. A small act of self-harm was permissible, but a grave one was not. La la la. Do not be fooled by my wolfish appearance. She hummed a little tune in her heart. Chapter 72. Tasha's soft fingers traced down the pronounced Adam's apple, a blush gracing Tasha's features as she let out a low sigh. Fong, my Fong. Her rosy lips glistened with moisture as Tasha leaned down, yearning to kiss her beloved male. However, her lips met the dry palm of his hand, and with a sudden force, she was unexpectedly shoved aside. How dare you? Tasha's tone turned incredulous, her beautiful face marked with surprise. Fong pinned Tasha to the bed, his eyes slightly reddened, tension evident in his expression. He knelt, pressing her down, his hand grasping her throat, the fur covering his body having slipped, barely concealing his abdomen to thigh. The orc's striking and robust physique lay exposed to the air, adorned with scars, some healed, others fresh. Overlapping one another, Iron Feng's other hand rested a small, sharpened stone knife, easily enveloped by his palm. The iron taste lingered in his mouth. An incessant sting, and he licked at the various cuts inflicted by the knife's sharp edge. These wounds were inevitable, yet worth it. Holding the knife, his grip hovered over the slender neck of the orc female. No, you cannot do this, Tasha gasped, her voice breaking as she pleaded. I saved you. I sent someone to dig you out of the snow. Thank you. Feng's voice was barely audible, his lips moving, but I have already repaid that debt. Outside the door, the orc guards continued their patrol, shadows flitting by, while Tasha's face began to sprout yellow fur, her teeth sharpening into formidable points. I cannot. Tasha's pupils turned completely black as she whimpered. I will not let you go. Her sharp claws sliced into Feng's arm, blood oozing forth, while the knife in Feng's grasp pressed against the orc's vulnerable throat. Soon, Fong, wrapped in a hastily bound piece of fur, glanced at the shadow lying on the bed, the scent of blood thick in the air around him. Avoiding the patrolling guards, he skillfully maneuvered through the shadows of the night and foliage, silently departing. After an indeterminate time, one of the patrolling guards caught a whiff of blood. He frowned and nudged his companion. Do you smell that blood? The orc inhaled deeply, the scent of blood becoming more pronounced. You smell it too? The two exchanged worried glances, their minds racing with ominous thoughts as their heartbeats quickened. Following the scent of blood, they arrived at Tasha's chamber, where the smell seeped through the cracks of the door. After all, it was the boss's room. The guards were hesitant as they knocked tentatively. "Boss, are you all right?" Silence enveloped the room. No response came for a lengthy while. The orcs exchanged glances, one of them's Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he slowly pushed the door open. The boss typically did not lock her door. After all, no one dared enter her quarters, as the door creaked open. The metallic tang of blood intensified, assaulting their senses. "Boss?" The shadow on the bed was obscured, wrapped in a fur blanket, making it difficult to discern. The orcs steeled their resolve and approached, stepping over the scattered garments strewn across the floor. One of them forcefully threw back the blanket with a loud thud. A half-transformed body tumbled from the bed to the floor. In the moonlight, they could clearly see the orc's features lying on the ground. "Boss!" A scream erupted, echoing through the air. Soon, the arena was on high alert. Heavy wooden doors slamming shut, guests bewildered and voicing their discontent, while attendants emerged to calm them. The news of the boss's demise could not be allowed to spread just yet. A battalion of guards mobilized. Flames flickering and shouts rang out. "The boss of the arena is dead. The murderer is that white wolf. It must be him. Capture him. Capture him." Everyone sprang into action. Nearby, the beasts in their cages were roused from slumber. Confusedly glancing around, Black Snake received urgent news from his subordinates. "Little Hua Hua," Black Snake decided swiftly, his golden eyes gleaming, "come with me." Little Hua Hua, obedient and adorable, twitched her black wolf ears. "Stir the waters a bit. Murky them, so we may fish in troubled waters." Black Snake, Little Hua Hua, and several subordinates swiftly opened the cages containing the beasts. The cage doors were not difficult to unlock. It was merely that guards had been present before, and the beasts had not considered rebellion. Black Snake wasted no time with words. They opened the cage doors and moved on, seizing the moment of chaos to locate Feng and bring him to safety. Some beasts sparkled with determination, rushing from the open doors like a flood that had burst its dam. Others hesitated, shrinking back, yet the rising spirits of their companions emboldened them. These beasts cautiously quickened their steps. Soon merging into the tide of escape, they had broken free. "This is bad. The beasts are escaping," a guard shouted. "How could they get out?" someone exclaimed. "Who let them out?" The chaos intensified further. Amidst the crevices of trees and stones, a small white wolf lay buried in the earth, idle. The shouts from outside piqued her interest, and Lingyu cautiously raised her head from the soil. A blade of grass perched atop her head. Black Snake had instructed Lingyu to hide in the earth to mask her scent, preventing detection by the keen-nosed orcs. Yet now, Lingyu felt a surge of anxiety. Soft footsteps approached nearby. She heard the heavy breathing of an orc exerting himself and caught sight of a pair of powerful, pale legs. The owner of those legs was barefoot, their soles caked in mud. Lingyu's heart raced as she silently prayed for the orc to move along. Yet, reality often diverged from one's desires. The orc halted beside Lingyu, seemingly having noticed something, stopping to search the area. "What is he looking for?" Lingyu's gaze fixated on him, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. The orc bent down, and Lingyu caught sight of white hair and a pair of striking blue eyes. Chapter 73. Chaos. As night descended, the temperature plummeted, the air carrying a biting chill that could raise goosebumps on one's skin. Yet the male orc before her seemed entirely unbothered by the cold. Clad only in a strip of fur around his waist, his upper body bare, revealing a tapestry of scars. Realizing she had been discovered, Lingyu immediately curled into a tight ball, desperately attempting to conceal herself within the earth. "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." The well-fed and slick little cub, raised by Black Snake, emitted a heart-wrenching sound. "Be quiet, you." The little cub's mouth was pinched shut. How could Lingyu possibly heed the words of this stranger? She squirmed and twisted in the male's embrace, a futile struggle, for the strength of an adult orc far surpassed that of a tiny cub. Lingyu was firmly held, the mud on her body falling away in clumps. No matter how she twisted, escape was impossible. Tears glistened in the eyes of the young cub, and a muffled whimper escaped her lips. "Why are you crying?" the white-haired beast man inquired, a look of confusion on his face. He hurriedly wiped away the cub's tears, saying, "Do not be afraid. It is I, your father." "Father?" The cub, who had initially squirmed like a pig ready for slaughter, immediately calmed at the sound of his voice. A sigh of relief escaped the wind. Thankfully, she still recognized me. "What commotion is that?" A shriek from Lingyu attracted several beastman guards, who rushed toward them with torches in hand. The beastmen, with their keen sense of smell, quickly picked up the scent. The wind glanced at the stones and trees behind him. There was no place to hide here. "I see him," one beastman shouted. "It's that white wolf beastman. Right there." "Don T, let him escape. Chase after him." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the flames flickered. The wind fled with the cub in his arms, moving swiftly despite the long-term abuse he had endured. His speed still surpassed that of his pursuers. After all, he was the most valiant warrior of the wolf tribe. "Damn it, stop, don't run." The shouts echoed behind him, but why would he stop? With each cry, the wind sprinted faster. Holding the cub tightly, he vowed to raise her into a beautiful female, teaching her the art of hunting, molding her into a warrior even greater than himself. "Run faster, I must go faster. Curse you and your mother, let me out." The patrons of the arena grew increasingly agitated, venting their frustrations. "I truly apologize. Curse your father. I want to listen." The beastman attendant wore a placating smile, but before he could finish his sentence, an irate guest seized his clothing, lifting him off the ground. "Let us out. Hurry, let us out." Suddenly, a shout rang out from afar. "The beasts have escaped. They're killing. The horrific screams grew louder, piercing the ears of all present. "What? The beasts have broken free!" The patrons began to shriek, panic spreading as they pushed and shoved, scrambling from their seats. Chaos ensued, with the sounds of running and the screams of beast men filling the arena. "Damn it, I've fallen. Stop pushing. Don't step on me. My hand. My hand." Beastmen tumbled over each other, unable to rise before being trampled by those behind them. The frantic footfalls made it impossible to discern friend from foe. In the midst of the turmoil, several frightened beastmen transformed into their beast forms, colliding with one another as anger permeated the air. They raced toward the exit, a scene of utter disarray. The beastman who had first raised the alarm smirked slightly, lowering his head, choosing not to join the crowd but instead heading deeper into the arena. "Damn, how can they run so fast?" The guards struggled to catch up, their faces contorted with rage. The wind was as agile as a monkey. Skillfully using obstacles to hinder the guards behind him, a few figures rushed toward him, causing the wind to startle, but upon closer inspection, he exhaled in relief. They were the combat beasts, a few of whom noticed the wind but paid him no mind. Rushing past in haste. Seeing the combat beasts, the guards displayed astonishment. "Combat beasts, quickly, prepare yourselves." The beasts, eager to escape, had no time to spare for the guards. Yet, some of the combat beasts, fueled by old grudges, turned on the guards, their claws becoming lethal as they struck them down before hastily departing. "Wind, run quickly. Ahead lies chaos. It's a prime opportunity to flee." One of the combat beasts recognized the white wolf and called out to him. "I understand. Thank you." The wind nodded, redirecting himself toward the great door ahead. Lingyu nestled in the wind's embrace, squinting her eyes to covertly observe the approaching beastmen. An unfamiliar yet strangely familiar sensation. She blinked her large eyes. Not far off, the black snake observed intently, bending down to scrutinize the gaps between the trees and stones. There, he spotted a small hole where a young cub had been hiding. "Who is it?" "This way." The black snake narrowed his elongated eyes, swiftly confirming the direction and sprinting toward it, with Xiaohua following behind in a daze. Not long after, the black snake halted, and Xiaohua stopped as well. Opposite them stood the white-haired beastman, clutching the cub while watching him warily. "Itsu." The black snake remained silent, fixated on the white-haired beastman, or more precisely, on the young cub in his arms. Upon seeing him, the cub visibly became agitated, nearly leaping from the wind-esque grasp toward him. "You." The black snake's throat tightened, and he irritably tossed his hair back, long strands floating like seaweed in water. Soft and shimmering, "Come with me," he said in a curt tone. Chapter 74. Unfamiliar faces. The cacophony around them intensified. The arena had descended into utter chaos. It was the perfect moment to escape. The white-haired beast-man holding the cub nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. The wind followed closely behind the black snake, his skin prickling in the cold breeze. Xiaohua, the black snake suddenly called to the nearby black wolf. "Where are the clothes I told you to bring?" "Here," Xiaohua responded quickly, deftly removing his beast skin garment and beginning to pull down his trousers. Xiaohua looked up, a bit confused. "I forgot to bring pants." The black snake face-palmed and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to take those off. Just leave it as it is, all right." Xiaohua adjusted his pants. He offered the clothing to the wind. "Should I hold it?" "You don't need to. I can manage," the wind replied, tightening his grip on the cub. With one arm cradling the cub, he swiftly donned the clothing, finding it only a minor inconvenience to hold her. He no longer wished for the cub to be separated from him. Once dressed, the garment fit him well, covering his thighs adequately. "It will have to do," the black snake remarked, glancing at the white-haired beast man. "Since you're not wearing shoes, it's fine," the wind said, trailing behind the black snake. They navigated through the chaos as nimbly as monkeys stealing bananas, deftly avoiding the guards and merging into the crowd. Finally making their escape. The bright flames danced on the ground as Rabbit White cautiously added kindling to the fire pit. Inside the dwelling, the wind had finished washing up. His hair dripped with water, droplets cascading down to the thick beast skin beneath, leaving a damp circular mark. "Does she not remember me?" the wind murmured, disbelief etched on his face. "Does she truly not remember me?" The black snake nodded, nudging the small cub beside him. "You. This is your father." They sat on the bed, with Lingyu curled up next to the black snake, hesitant to look at the white-haired beast-man sitting nearby. Despite the black snake's persistent nudging, she remained immobile. Lingyu had turned into a timid turtle. "Yes, all my fault," the wind lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the little wolf cub, tugging at his own hair. Had he been by US side back then, none of those tragedies would have occurred. They would still be living a peaceful life. It was all his fault. A silence enveloped him. Was you truly his cub? The wind felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was merely a foster father, having spent less time with her than the black snake. He was no different from the black snake. The wind was grateful that he and you bore a resemblance. He struggled to find words. Perhaps it would be better for the cub to be with the black snake. "I can go, too." The black snake bent his knee, resting one foot on the bed, his hand atop his knee. "But I must go with you." After all, he was Yu's father. The black snake gently patted the little wolf's head. "What are you hiding from? It's your father, not someone else." The black snake grasped the scruff of the little wolf's neck, lifting her into the air and tossing her into the wind's embrace. Lingyu let out a piercing scream, and the wind quickly caught her. She was small yet surprisingly heavy. "I want to go too," Xiaohua said quietly, raising his hand. "Yes, let us all go." The black snake nodded, glancing at the white wolf. "Is that all right?" "Yes," the wind affirmed. "Let her come." Lingyu nestled in the wind's arms, no longer struggling, instead quietly observing the beastmen above her. A white face, white fur, blue eyes, and red lips, so handsome. Lingyu unwittingly wagged her tail. "Then please rest well," the black snake said, casting a lingering glance at Lingyu. Though his slender golden eyes held reluctance, he spoke. You will sleep with your father tonight." Lingyu bolted from the wind's grasp, tugging at the black snake, her expression one of utter distress. "You?" The black snake patted the little wolf's head. "You will thank me later." The black snake stood and swiftly placed the little wolf in the wind's arms before quickly departing, leaving Lingyu with a cold, retreating figure. Rabbit White and Xiaohua discreetly withdrew, understanding the need for this father-daughter duo to bond. "Chief, I don't understand." Rabbit White furrowed his brow. "Why would you push you toward him? Aren't you worried?" Outside, the crescent moon hung in the sky, stars twinkling. The black snake walked ahead, his face obscured by shadows, making it difficult to discern his expression. "Push her toward him?" The black snake glanced at Rabbit White. "You must understand, he is Yu's father. She has the right to know and choose. Furthermore, the bond one share with you is by no means shallower than that which he has with her." Haisai gently caressed his long hair and murmured, "Let her come on her own." He could impede her momentarily, yet he could not halt her forever. What if one day you regained her memory and discovered that it was he, driven by his selfishness, who obstructed her reunion with her father? Haisai dared not envision such a scenario, nor did he wish to. Let her come on her own, he whispered softly. Chapter 75. Weaving a little wolf silence enveloped the night. Akin to the tranquil waters of Cambridge, the little wolf cub stood nervously in the corner of the bed, casting furtive glances at the white-haired beastman before her. Feng attempted to approach Lingyu, but Lingyu emitted soft growls, refusing to let him near. Don't come closer, oh Lingyu. Feng was undoubtedly a stranger at that moment. A hint of sorrow flickered across Feng's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. He engaged the little wolf cub, asking, "Does you like little rabbits?" Feng extracted a few strands of straw from beneath the bed, his fingers deftly manipulating the material. Soon, a lively straw rabbit took shape before him. "Here," he said, presenting the rabbit to Lingyu. The yellow rabbit nestled comfortably in the palm of his hand, small and adorable. Lingyu was captivated, her eyes fixated upon it. "Little rabbit, how delicious, how utterly charming," Lingyu exclaimed, inching closer with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Here," Feng smiled gently, relieved that he had learned this skill from the elder beastman of the tribe, initially to amuse Lingyu, never anticipating its practical application now. Lingyu cradled the rabbit tightly. "Does you like little grasshoppers?" Feng continued to coax her. "Little grasshoppers?" Lingyu tilted her head, her ears twitching. Feng knew he had piqued her interest. His smile broadened as he swiftly crafted a grasshopper, full of life and spirit. Here, he presented the grasshopper to Lingyu. Lingyu took a few steps forward, grasping the grasshopper with her mouth before retreating to her corner. "How marvelous," she whispered, curiously patting the woven rabbit, wondering how straw could transform into such a creature. As she played with the grasshopper and rabbit, she glanced up at Feng, her small eyes silently pleading for more. Feng remained still. Lingyu tilted her head, "Still wanting more?" she prompted, nudging him. Feng stayed motionless. "Humph," Lingyu huffed a few times. Feng stole a glance at her. Noticing his gaze, Lingyu's tail began to sway. "A woof," she emitted a soft sound. Feng, no longer looking at her, began to fashion more small creatures from the straw, placing them beside him, withholding them from Lingyu. Lingyu waited patiently, but no matter how long she stayed, Feng did not offer her any of the small animals. "A woof." She quietly scampered from her corner, her paw stealthily reaching out to swipe a straw creature. Feng ignored her, or perhaps he did so intentionally. Having succeeded in her endeavor, Lingyu felt a surge of delight and extended her paw once more. "What are you doing?" Feng caught hold of her tiny paw, amusement dancing in his eyes. "A woof," Lingyu squeaked, her spirit dampened, curling up into a ball and stealing glances at Feng from the corner of her eye. "Humph," Feng chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Would you like it?" Lingyu, still a naive little cub, nodded eagerly. "A woof, I want it." Feng handed the woven creature to Lingyu, who struggled to grasp it with her chubby little paws, finding it difficult to bite down on it. Nevertheless, she greedily pulled all the woven animals close to her side. "How did you do that?" she wondered aloud, her mouth filled with the damp straw, which, although soggy, still retained its charm. Lingyu cautiously tore open one woven piece, only to discover it could not be restored. Panic set in as she clutched the straw tightly in her paws, attempting to mend it. "What's wrong?" Feng, having observed her distress, leaned closer. "Is broken." "Isn't it?" "A woof." Lingyu nodded sheepishly, feeling a pang of guilt. Feng cleared his throat, sensing the opportune moment to entice her. "Would you like to make one yourself?" "Make one myself?" Lingyu's eyes instantly brightened. "A woof. Yes, yes, yes." Seeing her enthusiasm, Feng's hands flew into action, skillfully crafting another straw creature in the blink of an eye. "Lingyu?" she exclaimed, unable to comprehend the speed of his hands. "A woof." Her paws instinctively reached for Feng's arm, her excitement palpable. "Did you not see it?" Feng teased, and Lingyu, still innocent and inexperienced, bit down on the bait. "A woof? Yes." The distance was too great. Feng maintained his composure, his large white tail swaying slightly. "Would you like to come closer to see better?" Lingyu nodded, finding his reasoning sound. She dashed to Feng's side, settling down just as a beast-man enveloped her in his embrace. "A woof," she squeaked, feeling both vulnerable and secure. "Don't be afraid," Feng soothed. "This way, you can see better." Look. Feng's pace slowed considerably, and the little wolf cub, enchanted, obediently sat in his lap. "I can see much better now," Ling Yu exclaimed, her excitement surging as she attempted to weave the straw herself, though mostly pushing the material together while Feng completed the work. Cradling her newly crafted straw puppy, she cherished it dearly. "A woof." Ling Yu proudly presented the little dog to Feng, tail held high with pride. "I made this." "Wow," Feng exclaimed. "You are truly remarkable, Ling Yu. You are the most extraordinary little cub I have ever encountered." With a sense of accomplishment, Ling Yu tilted her head back, gazing at him through her nostrils. The exuberance of youth is fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Yu, cradling her special straw dog, began to doze off. Her eyelids growing heavy, Feng looked down at the little wolf cub, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly, carefully placing her in a cozy nook. He then tenderly arranged the woven animals nearby. Gently stroking the cub's forehead, he lay beside her, enveloping her warm little body in his embrace. "Everything is fine," Feng thought. "As long as the cub is safe." He softly patted her back. The moonlight cast a somber hue, and the little cub slept soundly in his arms. Despite his fatigue, marked by dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights, Feng found himself unable to close his eyes. He feared that if he did, the cub might vanish once more. Within the arena, a voice trembled. "Hurry, relay the news to the higher-ups. Choose a few quick-witted beastmen to report the news of Tasha's death immediately." Nearby, several beastmen nodded like quails, their heads bowed low. "Relay the information in full," a beastman instructed, "including the white wolf that we're doomed." Another beastman's face turned pale, murmuring to himself, "Silence." A fierce glare shot from the beastman. "Speak such words again, and I will tear you apart." "So be it." He surveyed the other beastmen around him. "You may disperse." The beastmen nodded and gradually retreated. Soon, only one beastman remained. "I cannot stay here to await my demise," he thought, his face ashen as he began to gather his belongings. "I must flee quickly, far away." Chapter 76. Take my fists. Days later, in the wolf tribe, Yi's homed at this moment. He was carrying a large bundle of straw to the little goat, which was the young goat Feng had previously cared for. After Feng's disappearance, he took over its care. Since Feng had gone missing, the little goat had been left unfed at home, unable to graze, and in desperate hunger. It had bleated pitifully until it could no longer bear it and ran onto the road, where it was captured by a beastman from the tribe. The beastman was overjoyed and sharpened his knife, intending to feast on the little goat. One after another. "None of you are obedient," he muttered. "You is dead, Feng is missing, and all that's left is you, this foolish goat." The little goat, having grown considerably over the past few months, was now an ordinary mountain goat, maturing far quicker than the beastman cub. Ling Yu, sensing Yi's displeasure, it began to bleat, and in the process, nibbled on Yi's hand, leaving it slick with saliva. "Stupid goat, be careful." He scattered the straw and narrowly withdrew his hand from the goat's mouth, which was now glistening with moisture. "What are you biting for? Haven't you learned your lesson?" He was not inclined to coddle the creature. He gave the little goat a sharp tap on the head, causing it to bleat in protest. "Why are you making such a racket?" he grimaced, wiping his hand on the goat's fur. Saliva smeared across his palm and the goat's coat. "Disgusting." He sniffed his hand, detecting the unmistakable odor of saliva. "I need to wash my hands." "Don't run off." The little goat gazed with wide, innocent eyes, exuding a somewhat daft demeanor. He found little to say to the simple-minded goat, shaking his head and instinctively running his fingers through his hair. Damn it. He was genuinely angry now, his handsome face contorted in frustration. "Why hair?" He turned toward the water trough, which he had fashioned from a large stone, hollowed out with tools over the years. Despite enduring the elements, it remained sturdy, though it required occasional cleaning to prevent algae growth. He scooped a ladle of water to wash his hands and prepared to cleanse his hair as well. The sound of splashing water filled the air as he closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of water flowing over him. Suddenly, a noise emerged from behind, and without glancing back, he rose to his feet, slightly bending his knees before delivering a swift kick that struck the oncoming lamb squarely on the head. A struggle ensued between a wolf and a lamb, but the cunning and seasoned black wolf proved to be more formidable. Pushing the lamb back several steps, with a cold chuckle, he remarked on its naivety. He bent down, brushed away the water from his eyes, and found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of bright blue eyes. He rubbed his eyes. His water dipper was half empty, and at that moment, he had spilled it all onto the ground. Once more, he rubbed his eyes. It was broad daylight, and he had not dozed off. How could he be daydreaming? The small round face before him blinked, its moist nose twitching slightly. This sight was far too familiar to eat. He tossed the water dipper behind him, combed his damp hair back with his fingers, revealing a smooth forehead, and hurriedly wiped his hands before tremblingly lifting the small creature before him. Ling Yu transformed into a white bun in his arms, emitting anxious sounds of distress. Ling Yu flailed her paws. Was it not said that this handsome beast man was gentle? He was overjoyed. He lifted Ling Yu for a closer inspection, then embraced her tightly and planted a heavy kiss on her. Ling Yu, startled, pushed against him, frightened. A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing him to rub his ears as the words settled. He turned his head. Days of sleeplessness had left dark circles under his eyes, and his irises were streaked with tiny blood vessels. After rubbing his eyes, he finally discerned the beastman before him. The white hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and the beastman stood behind him, his face more gaunt than he remembered, his demeanor colder and more hardened. As if he had matured significantly, he observed for a moment, then abruptly set Ling Yu down and patted her head at you. Close your eyes. Ling Yu, perplexed but perceptive, complied immediately. As he turned away, she stealthily opened one eye. Wind? He leaped forward, pinning Wind to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, his fists like boulders crashing into Wind's face. Each strike heavy and merciless. This amusing. He was consumed by rage. His former worries transformed into unbridled anger as he unleashed blow after blow. Wind did not defend himself. His cheeks swelled, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry, Wind murmured. I didn't expect you bastard. You bastard. Tears welled in the corners of Yi's eyes. Do you have any idea how long I've searched for you? Ling Yu, terrified in the background, had found it difficult to ignore the scene after her brief interactions with Wind. She rushed forward, leaping onto Wind's face. Stop it! A nearby figure, the Black Serpent, observing the young one's bravery, stepped forward, extending a hand to separate the frenzied beastman and Wind. Stop! Someone could get hurt. A powerful arm seized E. Halting his onslaught, E, eyes still aflame, looked up to find an unfamiliar beastman before him. Who are you? He narrowed his eyes, shaking off Black Serpent's grip and focusing intently on his eyes. Vertical pupils? E twitched his nose. A serpent? What do you want? Ask your Wind, Black Serpent replied, raising his chin. Quite the beating you've given. Where do I stay, Wind? Black Serpent positioned himself beside Wind, ignoring the rampaging Black Wolf, nudging the fallen beastman with his foot. Ahem, I'll take you there. Wind coughed a few times, her voice muffled beneath Ling Yu. All right then, Black Serpent lowered his head, prodding the little one with his toe. Come, want some jerky? Ling Yu, perched on Wind's face, shook her head. Chapter 77. Jump up and strike. He exhaled, rising from Wind. Ling Yu had been startled by his earlier actions. Now seeing his movement, she assumed he would strike Wind again. Woof! Ling Yu bared her teeth at E. Displaying a fierce expression, Hemph! He snorted through his nose, baring his teeth back at Ling Yu. You're quite loyal to your father. He raked his slightly disheveled hair, casting a few glances at the two unfamiliar beastmen before resting his gaze on Black Serpent for quite some time. Having vented his anger, he felt a twinge of regret. He pressed his lips together, his ears twitching slightly, then reached out to Wind, intending to help her up. Ling Yu, poised to jump and Sweaty's hand, was restrained by Wind, who coaxed the fierce little wolf away before grasping E's outstretched hand, using the leverage to rise from the ground. Wind's fur was now soiled from the earth, and she managed a weak smile at E. Having calmed down, he lifted Ling Yu, cradling her in his arms, the earlier blows forgotten. Ling Yu was fuming, ready to explode, but being an emotionally intelligent little wolf, she retracted her claws, opting instead to gently pat E's handsome face with her soft paw. She touched one side of his face, and E turned his head to present the other side. Humph! Ling Yu smacked his face, exerting all her strength, leaving a bright red paw print on E's cheek. I'll talk to you later. Wind licked the corner of her split lip, her face displaying hues of green and purple. resembling a large calico cat, unable to clarify the situation at the moment. The serpent named Yuan was Ling Yu's savior, while the wolf was his servant. Wind gestured towards Black Serpent, who, noticing the attention, waved slightly in greeting. The little flower, peeking curiously, followed suit, also greeting. The wolf and serpent stood side by side, mirroring each other's movements. The little lamb circled around eager to glimpse the little wolf cub in his embrace. Glancing left and right but unable to see, the lamb, frustrated, bleated in discontent before nudging his leg with its head. Go away, go away. He retreated a few steps, guiding the lamb to Wind, who promptly settled it beside her. The lamb protested with discontented bleats, but Wind produced some hay from somewhere, feeding it to the lamb. Wind, little flower had unknowingly approached her side, a hint of shyness coloring his cheeks. I'm hungry. Having delayed for so long, little flower was famished. His face broke into a smile, revealing adorable dimples, enhancing his charm, his expression still youthful. Hungry? He chimed in, recalling Wind's words about the serpent being Ling Yu's savior. Follow me, it's indeed time for a meal. All right, little flower nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for food. In the vast world, nothing surpassed the importance of a meal. Thus, the group followed into the house. Before long, they gathered around, holding roasted meat, while he had specially prepared a pot of meat soup, as the cold weather warranted something warm to fend off the chill. Come, he held out a small piece of meat towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu, recalling the earlier incident, glanced at the large-tailed wolf before furtively looking at Wind. Wind smiled at her. Eat, you, he means no harm. Only then did Ling Yu open her mouth, letting out a sound as she devoured the roasted meat. You, come. Black Serpent also offered Ling Yu a piece of roasted meat. Oh, I forgot to mention. Wind swallowed his mouthful of meat, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Why Yu has lost her memory. She doesn't recall anything from before. Lost her memory? He chuckled, feeding Ling Yu another small piece of meat, unable to believe that such a tiny creature could suffer from amnesia. It's true, Black Serpent interjected. You fell from a cliff and damaged her brain. Otherwise, I would have brought her back long ago. The beastmen continued to converse while handing Ling Yu pieces of meat. She munched eagerly, her mouth stuffed, but eventually, she could not take more. When another piece of meat was offered, Ling Yu hid behind little flower. Woo-woo. Ling Yu, with her mouth full, could only emit muffled sounds to express her refusal. The meat was offered by Black Serpent, who, seeing Ling Yu's mouth full, chuckled and popped the piece into his own mouth. Ling Yu chewed and chewed. Naturally, a young one's appetite was far smaller than that of an adult beastman. By the time Wind and the others were still chewing, Ling Yu had already had her fill. She swayed her tail and, with twinkling eyes, raised her paw, ready to head outside. Are you full, you? Wind inquired upon noticing Ling Yu had stopped eating. Ling Yu nodded, making soft sounds to indicate her desire to play outside. You can only play in the yard, Black Serpent cautioned. Don't wander too far. Stay safe, Wind added. If anything happens, call your father. Seeing them all speak up, chimed in, and remember not to eat dirt. MMHM. Ling Yu nodded vigorously, exhaling a puff of air before proudly strutting into the yard. An excited shout startled the little cub, and Ling Yu looked down to see a brown mouse clinging to her leg, its face a mixture of joy and tears. Who are you? Ling Yu pressed the noisy mouse down. A few shrieks echoed from nearby. Ling Yu looked up, only to see 6 identical mice charging towards her. Chapter 78. Tana Yu, one mouse exclaimed. You're the mouse relay. One, relay. Another joined in. Naughty little wolf, the relay mouse exclaimed. Then, in unison, several little mice cried out together, Brother, Ling Yu? The little field mice rushed to Ling Yu's claws, ready to rescue their poor brother, just like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Ling Yu tilted her head, and with a swift motion, she swatted them one by one, knocking them to the ground. So many mice. Ling Yu licked her nose. Suddenly, the first little mouse that had clung to her leg began to wail. You, it's me. I'm Xiaosu. Don't you remember me? Xiaosu gestured frantically beneath Ling Yu's claws. Hey, let me ride the wolf mouse. Still wish to ride me? Ling Yu glared down at Xiaosu, her sharp baby teeth gleaming menacingly. You little rat, you have quite the audacity. Xiaosu had come to find you with great courage, but Ling Yu's fright caused him to start crying uncontrollably. Ah, you has gone mad. You has gone mad. Xiaosu struggled wildly beneath Ling Yu's grip, his beady eyes brimming with tears. Brother, sister, help me, Mouse One. The eldest quietly raised his head, prepared to speak a few words of reason, only to be lightly thumped on the head by Mouse Two nearby. Understanding the cue, Mouse One immediately fell silent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.6 little field mice lay on the ground, playing dead, exchanging glances. Ah, brother, take care. The mice wept in their hearts. Ling Yu, however, did not truly bite. She turned the bewildered little field mouse over and over, poking and prodding. With each poke, Xiaosu let out a yelp. The commotion outside finally drew the beastmen inside. As Feng and the others stepped out, they spotted the little white wolf pinning a small field mouse under its paw. The field mice often came to play with Ling Yu, so Feng recognized them. Seeing the pitiful mouse trapped beneath Ling Yu, he immediately approached to rescue it. You spare the mouse, Feng called out, hastening to Ling Yu's side and freeing the little field mouse. Xiaosu was nearly frightened to death, sobbing in Feng's palm, tears streaming down his face. There, Feng soothed, gently wiping away Xiaosu's tears. Don't cry. Xiaosu sniffled, covering his eyes with his tiny paws. You, what's wrong? Doesn't she like me anymore? Does she hate me? That's not true, Feng reassured the little mouse. He lowered his arm, and the 6 little mice climbed up his arm, perching on his shoulder. They sat in AROW. Why, you has lost her memory. She doesn't remember you, Feng explained. Ling Yu sensed something amiss. She curled up, her ears swiveling back, cautiously observing Feng. Ah, the mice exclaimed in shock. Lost her memory? Xiaosu wiped his nose, realization dawning. Oh, that's it. I forgive her. A smile blossomed on Xiaosu's face. Feng, I want to talk to you. All right, Feng nodded, presenting Xiaosu before Ling Yu. The mice clung tightly to Feng's clothes. You, Xiaosu's heart raced, his voice trembling. Let us get to know each other again. I'm Xiaosu, and I want to play with you. Ling Yu's expression was filled with guilt. Her eyes flicked between Feng and the little field mouse before her. Oh woo. Ling Yu softly apologized to the little mouse. I'm sorry. Ling Yu extended her tongue and licked Xiaosu all over, causing him to topple into Feng's palm. Yet he felt the warmth of Ling Yu's goodwill and smiled with squinted eyes. You. Let us play together, Xiaosu chirped excitedly, his fur tousled by Ling Yu's licking. But he didn't mind at all. The 6 pairs of beady eyes on Feng's shoulder began to shine with anticipation, looking at Ling Yu. Did Ling Yu still remember them? She tilted her head, her gaze drifting. Oh woo, let us all play together. Thus, the wolf and the mice became good friends once more. Black Snake stood to the side, scrutinizing the surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of wolves. Why, you had lived here before. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, Black Snake watched the little ones play. These were Yu's old friends. Out of nowhere, curiosity struck him about what you had been like before her memory loss. The now larger little lamb chased after the mice, occasionally nudging a few, causing them to emit high-pitched squeaks of fright. Spare me, please, Lady Tana, I beg of you. The pale-faced fox beastman lay pinned to the ground, surrounded by towering beastmen who silently observed him. Why, sister is dead. How are you still alive? Tana's fox ears perked up atop her head, her soft locks cascading over her shoulders, her elongated eyes revealing an inscrutable expression. Tasha, Tana's twin sister, had come to this place years prior to manage the slave market, while Tana remained in their homeland, and they had been separated ever since, communicating only occasionally due to the distance. I sent you to be by Tasha's side, as I instructed. Where she is, you must be. Tana's fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. You failed at your task and even attempted to escape. I was wrong. The beast man on the ground wept, his face smeared with snot and tears. Spare me. It was that white wolf. That white wolf killed Lady Tasha. A white wolf? Tana scoffed. How could there possibly be a white wolf here? Kill him? Tana's expression turned cold as she propped her chin on her hand, lazily waving it. Her fluffy tail swayed gently behind her. Aw, spare me. The beast man was dragged away while screaming. Be respectful. Remember, do not startle the snake. Yes. After issuing her orders, Tana reclined in her chair, closing her eyes, her brow furrowed. Ever since the news of her sister's death arrived, Tana had hastily pushed aside her duties and traveled a great distance. Feeling exhausted, the white wolf, Tana tapped her chair, lost in thought. Could it be the snow wolf? Chapter 79. Dispelling bad luck in the shaman's dwelling, Feng brought Lingyu to meet the shaman. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, and the shaman appeared somewhat excited, rising to carefully examine the beastman before her. The old female looked kind and gentle, caressing Feng's face and then affectionately stroking Lingyu's little cheek. It's been so long. Lingyu knew instinctively that this female recognized her, so she immediately responded with a series of excited yips. It's been ages. Who are you? The shaman chatted with Feng for quite some time, enthusiastically pulling him in front of the beast god statue. Feng, pay your respects to the beast god. It will help you shake off your bad luck. The shaman reverently gazed at the statue and bowed first. All right, Feng nodded, leading Lingyu to bow before the beast god statue. The statue displayed a beast god with its head bowed, its face uncarved and blank. Only then did the shaman nod in satisfaction. Well, we shall take our leave now, shaman, Feng said. I'll see you off. The shaman beamed. No need. You should rest. Feng shook his head, guiding Lingyu outside. The beastmen in the tribe were busy with their own affairs, scattered about, and as they saw Feng pass by, concern and curiosity flickered across their faces. Feng, you've lost so much weight. Are you all right, Feng? Different voices echoed the same concern. Once he cradled Lingyu and reached a less crowded area, a loud voice suddenly called out to him. Feng, stop right there. The voice boomed with anger. You're still alive. The beastman took a few steps forward, attempting to grab Feng's collar, but Feng kicked him down to the ground. Don't touch me, Feng said, ignoring the beastman as he held the cub. You can't leave. The beastman was agitated, springing up from the ground. Feng, tell me, did you kill Li? Feng paused, assessing the beastman before him. Confusion etched on his face. Li? I recall she accidentally fell off a cliff while out. That was long ago. What does that have to do with me? Feng tilted his head. The beastman trembled with anger, having wanted to confront Feng for clarity, but Feng was always absent. Because you held a grudge against Li for not protecting your cub, you killed her. You took advantage of her being alone and pushed her off the cliff. The beastman ranted, growing more agitated. I will kill you to avenge Li. Lowering his head, he grew increasingly furious, eventually raising it to howl. I will definitely kill you. Feng, you are too much, the beastman shouted, pursuing Feng. How outrageous, how outrageous. He was completely disregarded. The beastman, blinded by rage, lunged at Feng but was swiftly kicked down by the white wolf, who paid him no mind, softly instructing the little cub in his arms. You, remember, when you encounter someone you don't wish to deal with, just walk away. If they persist, give them a good beating. Lingyu glanced at the beastman lying unconscious on the ground and nodded. Got it, but what if I can't win? The little cub pondered. Feng stroked the cub, a slight smile gracing his lips, seemingly quite pleased. I don't want to. Xiaohua protested softly. I am a wolf. A wolf, not a dog. A gust of wind stirred up dust. Moments later, a black wolf appeared before Yi, carrying a twig in its mouth. It dropped the drool-covered twig into Yi's arms, and with a flick of its tongue, a piece of jerky from Yi's hand found its way into Xiaohua's mouth. Catch it, Xiaohua! Yi threw it again, this time higher, and before it could fly far, Xiaohua leapt up and caught it. Jerky. Xiaohua clutched the twig, a muffled sound escaping its mouth. Impressive indeed. Xiaohua. Yi tossed a piece of jerky to Xiaohua. The towering black wolf consumed the morsel, then licked his moist nose and nudged Yi's head affectionately with his paw. The black wolf pulled a garment from the ground beside him, unashamedly transforming into a bare human form, utterly unencumbered. He then bent down to put on his trousers, revealing scars of various sizes scattered across his youthful body. Among them, a large, menacing scar marred his chest. He squinted, beckoning Xiaohua over. Hey, Xiaohua, come here. Xiaohua, having managed to slip one leg into his trousers, bounded over upon hearing Yi's call. What is it? He inquired, lifting his leg to pull up his pants. He reached out to touch Xiaohua's prominent scar, questioning, How did this happen? You truly have a remarkable life. Xiaohua scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I don't know. Indeed, Xiaohua had no recollection of how that scar came to be. It had always been there, perhaps a birthmark. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, Maybe I was born with it. He chuckled, playfully patting Zaiwawa's chest. You silly wolf. You're the silly one, Zaiwawa retorted, having just donned his top. He playfully wrapped it around his neck and pulled slightly. He yelped, Ah, you're really squeezing me. Let go, let go. You are the silly wolf, Zaiwawa insisted, anger flaring that I am. Indeed, he replied earnestly. Zaiwawa dressed himself fully. He spoke again. You haven't disappeared again, have you? I need to search. He was genuinely frightened. He feared Wind might vanish once more. Rising to his feet, he prepared to search for the white wolf and her daughter. Honestly, it's quite exhausting day after day. I'll go too. Zaiwawa followed closely behind. A wolf's howl echoed nearby. Before he could take more than a few steps, he spotted Wind approaching, cradling you in her arms. Why were you gone for so long? He asked, moving to take the little wolf cub. Ling Yu nestled comfortably in Yi's embrace. Wind rubbed her forehead, explaining, I encountered some issues along the way. Ling Yu squirmed in Yi's arms. Her gaze alighting on Zaiwawa, eager to join him in play. What are you doing? He asked, perplexed. Oh, whoa. Ling Yu pointed her tiny paw at Zaiwawa, pleading, I want to play. He released Ling Yu, who immediately bounded over to Zaiwawa. Were you hunting? He queried, pulling a piece of jerky from his pocket. Here, you, have some. Ling Yu swiftly grasped the jerky with her teeth. Oh, whoa, she exclaimed, lying back on the ground, clutching the treat, reveling in her delight. What about me? Zaiwawa tilted his head. None left, he said, popping the last piece into his mouth. This is the last one for me. Humph. Zaiwawa rolled his eyes, turning to coax the little cub. You have half. And I have half. Who are you? A black serpent stood over a beast man, his long hair loosely tied up, cascading down in midair as he moved. The beast man remained silent, eyes closed, trembling all over. In a words? The black serpent tilted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. He raised his foot, pressing it firmly against the beastman's arm, eliciting a sharp crack as bones splintered. Ugh! The beastman uttered a low, pained cry, his tail stiffening, fur bristling in response. Not mute, then, the black serpent noted, then inquired, Who are you? He had ventured out specifically to capture this little mouse, having detected the beastman's presence half a day prior. Only just now had he confirmed the beastman's location to apprehend him. Agonizing pain surged through the young fox beastman's arm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hissed in pain but remained silent. You've got guts, the black serpent remarked, growing weary. He plopped down on the beastman's soft belly, pressing down hard. The beastman had already been half dead from prior beatings. Now, with the black serpent sitting on him, he possessed no strength left to resist. Let me guess, the black serpent tugged at the beastman's ear. You are male. That much is evident. The black serpent clapped his hands. I was right. He plunged his hand into the soil, scooping a handful and pouring it into the beastman's mouth. For every correct guess. You take a bite of dirt. The black serpent pinched the beastman's cheeks, preventing him from spitting it out. Ugh. The beastman emitted sounds from his throat, his mouth nearly splitting from the pressure of the dirt. A gagging sensation rising from his stomach. Tears and snot streamed down his face, coating it entirely. You're crying, the black serpent observed, preparing to feed him more dirt, only to see the beastman frantically shaking his head. Fear written across his features. Will you confess? The black serpent held a handful of dirt. Tears glimmered in the beastman's eyes as he nodded. There are no beastmen who interrogate this way. The black serpent stood, stretching lazily and cracking his neck. The beastman knelt, one arm hanging limply, the pain unrelenting. Yet, he disregarded it entirely, desperately retching as the dirt fell to the ground, glistening with saliva. After a while, he slumped to the ground. Defeated. Who sent you? Lady Tana? Tana? The black serpent cleared his throat. Lady Tana was Lady Tasha's sister, the new master of the slave market. What did she send you here for? The black serpent rubbed his hands against a tree, plucking a few leaves and casually wiping his hands. Cough, cough. The beastman coughed violently, explaining, Lady Tana has just arrived here, and hearing about your consolidation of the wandering beastmen. She was quite curious, so she sent me to take a look. Unintentionally, cough, cough. I did not mean to offend you. The beastman knelt humbly before the black serpent, almost prostrating himself. Unintentionally offend? The black serpent chuckled darkly. Why didn't you leave sooner? You saw that white wolf, didn't you? Fear flickered across the beastman's face. I saw nothing. You've truly endured a hard journey to get here, the black serpent said, narrowing his eyes. It must have been quite taxing to know. Not at all. The beastman felt an ominous chill creep over him. You may rest now. The black serpent straightened his posture. Freshly sprouted leaves rustled in the wind. The black serpent plucked a few more leaves, methodically wiping his hands before discarding them. The leaves drifted down, covering the beastman's unblinking eyes. Rest in peace, the black serpent sighed softly. Chapter 81. 2 Snow Wolves 2. The female atop the high seat gently tapped her fingers, gazing down at the disheveled beastman. Lost in thought. 2 Snow Wolves? Indeed. The beastman appeared rather disheveled as he knelt, his face marred with scratches, still bearing the remnants of fear. His clothing was hastily donned, and he paid no mind to straighten it. Recounting his observations in detail, yes, my lady, I would not mistake it. There were 2 snow wolves, one an adult beastman, the other a cub. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the beastman recalled accompanying the slain beastman on a reconnaissance mission, his innate caution keeping him at a safe distance. Little did he know, that very caution had saved his life. The memory of his companion's lifeless form etched deeply in his mind. Terrifying, that snake? He thought, recalling the icy golden eyes that sent chills down his spine. Snow wolves. Tana leaned back against her chair, rubbing her forehead. How could there be snow wolves here? This thought plagued her, for the snow wolf clan resided in the eastern continent, rarely venturing to the west, and if they did, they would be accompanied by guards. Realizing this, Tana waved her hand dismissively. You've worked hard. You may leave and claim your reward. A smile of relief spread across the beastman's face as he expressed his gratitude before swiftly departing. Asher, Tana called, and from the shadows nearby emerged a tall beastman. His skin gleamed with a beautiful bronze hue, muscles taut, a prominent hawk-like nose and deep-set eyes that locked onto Tana with an aggressive intensity. Yet, he soon bowed his head, concealing his expression in the shadows. With a light laugh, Tana shifted her posture, surveying the male before her. Asher, you heard everything just now. Go investigate those 2 snow wolves, she instructed, delicately examining her long, slender nails. How curious it is that there are snow wolves wandering about. Tana mused. The snow wolf clan has never lost any cubs. How could there be 2 here? Yes, Asher replied, his neck adorned with faint black scales. By the way, it is said that these 2 snow wolves are mingling with a black serpent. Tana chuckled softly. Asher, he's like you, a black serpent. I await your good news. Tana smiled at Asher. Asher bowed respectfully to Tana before gradually exiting the room. The fox beastmen standing outside immediately greeted him with reverence, but Asher paid them no mind, striding purposefully away. How intriguing. Lingyu licked the tip of her nose and playfully patted the face of the black serpent, exclaiming, well done. The wind rustled as the black serpent approached Feng, casually resting a hand on Feng's shoulder. A little mouse scurried over, hinting that trouble might soon follow. I understand. Feng nodded, gently stroking Lingyu before moving towards Zaiwawa. Zaiwawa, let us head to the lakeside to deal with the rabbit. All right, Zaiwawa replied, grasping the rabbit's long ears and following Feng. Lingyu, the black serpent, pinched the chubby face of the cub. You should refrain from venturing out to play for a while. Do you understand? Lingyu, although confused, nodded in agreement. Got it. Just then, several little heads peeked out from a distance, their youthful voices calling for Lingyu. She and the black serpent turned to see the young cubs looking anxious, but upon noticing the 2 adults, friendly smiles broke across their faces. Lingyu transitioned from initial trepidation to a bashful eagerness to join the little ones in play, the shift occurring with remarkable swiftness. Turning to the black serpent with bright, sparkling eyes, she tilted her head. Can I go? The black serpent cleared his throat. What did I just say? Lingyu blinked, her gaze wandering. No? The black serpent shook his head. Ah, Lingyu elongated her tone, playfully coaxing the black serpent. Just a little way off to play, please. The black serpent remained resolute, shaking his head firmly. The young cubs, seeing his disapproval, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they quickly huddled together, playfully pushing each other forward to face the black serpent. We wish to play here with Lingyu. Is that acceptable? The bravest among them, a little female, stammered, her voice trembling despite her brave facade. A multitude of eager eyes looked up at the black serpent, and one cub piped up, "Please, please." Soon, a chorus of little voices joined in, "Please, please." The black serpent tilted his head, allowing Lingyu to descend, but stipulating that she could only play in the yard and must not sneak away. Lingyu nodded earnestly, patting her chest with her paw, producing a resounding thump. "Don't worry, I promise to behave." With that, she dashed off to join her friends. "Lingyu, when will you regain your memories?" Mu inquired, stroking the little wolf's head with a wistful expression. "We used to play together so well. I even helped you evade the great serpent." Lingyu tilted her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Chapter 82. The Mating Season. E. A male familiar with E playfully draped an arm around Yi's neck, a suggestive smile gracing his features. "The mating season has begun. Would you care to join me tonight? Perhaps a lovely female will take a liking to you. Tonight?" He scratched his head, contemplating. "I'm not particularly interested." "You should go." "My goodness," the male exclaimed, astonished. He glanced down at Yi's physique. "As a healthy, young male, do you not feel the fiery desire? Isn't a lonely night cold? Ah, the splendid night, it truly stirs one's passions." The male fidgeted beside Yi, adjusting his hair and flexing his muscles. Hoping the females would appreciate his toned physique, he shook his head, stealthily slipping away from the male, perhaps not so stealthily, as the male was too enraptured to notice. The tribe was alive with vibrant young beastmen transformed into wolves. Howling exuberantly, flirting in every secluded corner, he had always been solitary. Ever since the little lamb was taken away, his home felt even more desolate. Time passed, and he declared, "This won't do." Clapping his hands, he decided it was time to venture out. "Oh ho ho ho!" A small wolf cub brandished a flower, unable to contain a smile. "Tonight, I shall gather the most flowers." "Nonsense," another cub retorted, also clutching a beautiful flower. She flicked her hair dismissively. "It won't be you." While adult beastmen were restless during the mating season, yearning for the touch of the opposite sex, the innocent little cubs found their own means of entertainment. They would offer flowers to their favored cubs, and the most cherished ones would be elated for the entire day. This was a delightful game meant for the young. "Mu, just you wait. This year, I shall be the most popular cub," Chuan proclaimed proudly, his tail almost pointing to the heavens. "Suit yourself," Mu replied, a female uninterested in squabbling with a young male. She rolled her eyes skyward, clutching a carefully selected flower. "Regardless, my flower is destined for Lingyu," she stated, raising her flower. "I shan't waste time here. Lingyu, let us go." "Ah," Lingyu wagged her tail, earnestly patting Mu's leg, indicating her own flower was intended for Mu. A few little cubs trailed behind Mu, their gazes flitting to Chuan. Then they too wagged their tails, following Mu. Other young cubs, still too young to transform, scampered after Mu, glancing at Chuan and shaking their heads in unison. "Hey, wait for me," Chuan called out, hastily chasing after them, not wanting to be left behind. "Humph, how lively," Ashiel observed, his light brown vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Sitting on a tree trunk, one knee bent with a foot resting on the wood, his other arm draped casually across his knee, he swung his remaining leg in the air. Not far off, the wolf clan tribe buzzed with excitement, the air thick with the scent of hormones, punctuated by the howls of desire. Ashiel squinted, his gaze fixated on a beastman engaged in conversation with another. Occasionally smiling, his blue eyes resembling the clear surface of the sea. "Truly a snow wolf," Ashiel murmured. "I hear there's a little cub as well, but I wonder where it is to be so young and already a parent." How enviable, Ashiel thought bitterly, a single older male, secretly harboring feelings for his superior, Tana, while lamenting his own solitude. What is there to envy? A voice, ethereal and ghostly, interrupted from behind. Ashiel's pupils dilated in shock. "You too can transform back into a little cub." A thick tail swung toward him, and Ashiel nimbly dodged, morphing into serpent form and swiftly wrapping around the nearest tree, hissing as he flicked his tongue. Only then did he have the opportunity to observe closely. In the shadows, he discerned a pair of golden eyes, followed by the half-human, half-serpent black serpent, half-beast form. Ashiel's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Who are you, Yuan?" A wandering black serpent beast man, had fortuitously gathered a group of stray beastmen seeking warmth and companionship. Possessing formidable strength that required careful navigation, this was the intelligence Ashiel had acquired. However, no one had informed him that the black serpent could transform into half-beast form. Ashiel was no longer interested in fighting. His tongue flickered anxiously. "You are not a beast man from the western continent, are you? You hail from the eastern continent, correct? What does that matter to you?" The black serpent, possessing 2 additional arms, was more agile. Darting in like a specter, leaving a mark upon Ashiel's body. "Of course it matters." Ashiel assumed a defensive stance. "Within the entirety of the eastern and western continents, only our tribe has a portion of beastmen capable of transforming into half-beast form. The world is vast. Your confidence is amusing." The black serpent frowned, finding the beastman before him quite the slippery adversary. "How old are you this year?" Ashiel inquired, urgency in his tone, the massive serpent head inching closer for a better inspection. Yet wary of the black serpent's potential attack, "I don't know." The black serpent seized the opportunity, plunging a stone knife into Ashiel's side. Though the serpent's scales were tough, he managed to pierce through. "We can have a proper discussion. 20 years ago, our tribe—" Ashiel was abruptly interrupted. Lingyu and a throng of young cubs emerged from the bushes, their laughter still resonating in the air. Lingyu held a fresh wildflower in her mouth, glistening with dew. Both Ashiel and the black serpent turned their attention to the young cubs. "Quickly, depart." The black serpent's tail lashed toward Ashiel. "Snow wolf cubs! Snow wolf cubs!" Ashiel's expression grew more animated as he glanced at the pendant swinging from Lingyu's neck. Was that a snow wolf fang pendant? "High priest, what is your connection to the high priest?" Ignoring the black serpent's attack, he rushed toward Lingyu. "Where is the high priest?" The fierce expression startled the cubs into a cacophony of cries. "You fool!" A black wolf burst forth from behind the young cubs, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp teeth. Seizing Ashiel and dragging him away, he landed heavily on the ground. "The wolf!" Ashiel's gaze flickered. He knew he could not win against such overwhelming numbers and strength. "I shall return." He gritted his teeth, twisting his neck as a chunk of flesh was torn from him, blood gushing forth. Splattering the ground, enduring the excruciating pain, he hurled a broken branch toward the cubs. Seizing the moment while the black serpent and the wolf were preoccupied with the cubs, Ashiel swiftly made his escape. Upon witnessing the black serpent block the branch, he lowered his head, spitting out the serpent meat, then licked the red fur on his mouth. Chapter 83. The escape. A trail of blood extended behind, and at its end, a slender shadow could be faintly perceived, clumsily fleeing with unsteady steps. "Should we pursue?" Baring his teeth in a fierce grimace, bore dark crimson stains upon his face and body. Though they were somewhat obscured by his deep black fur, "I, too, have yet to find my favorite flower," another young cub expressed with a hint of disappointment. "Will you accompany us?" He had not lingered long at home before he ventured out to mingle with the cubs. No. He shook his head, sitting on the ground and raising his paw to sketch a large circle in the dirt. "You all saw it, that enormous snake." He herded the cubs towards the tribe, much like a shepherd driving sheep. The young ones emitted a chorus of lamentation, each cry louder than the last. Yet he remained cold and unyielding, feigning deafness to their pleas. The black snake lingered not far behind, choosing to coil upon the ground instead of pursuing. "Yuan, will you not come along?" He called back to the black snake while nudging the wolf cubs forward. "You may proceed without me." The black snake waved a hand. The night shrouding his expression in darkness, he paid him no mind, shaking off several small wolf cubs clinging to his paws. "Not even think about slipping away," he grunted, casting a sweeping glance at the surrounding cubs, particularly pausing on a few who seemed particularly sneaky. "I have consumed more grass than you have meat." The few restless cubs exchanged glances, their desire to sneak away extinguished. Lingyu, with a flower clutched in her mouth, absently pawed at her wolf tooth pendant, a look of confusion adorning her features. The wolf tooth of a snow wolf? Who was the snow wolf? Lingyu's mind was awash with questions, her pace slowing as she gradually fell behind the group. Walking alongside unable to resist, Lingyu turned to glance at the black snake, only to find, under the moonlight, that the broken trees lay silently upon the ground, the black snake having vanished without a trace. "What's wrong, you?" He nudged the little cub with his paw, his claws still stained with blood, leaving a red mark on her pristine white fur as he touched her. His gaze shifted, his paw instinctively wiping at the freshly stained area. Yet his own hand bore blood as well. The more he rubbed, the larger the red stain grew. Lingyu, oblivious to the mischief of the great black wolf beside her, felt a pang of worry as the black snake disappeared from view. "Where is Yuan?" Lingyu looked at Yi, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi, still grappling with guilt, chose not to respond to the little cub's inquiries. Asher, transformed into a black snake, slithered along the ground, his wounds bleeding profusely. The blood spilling with every movement, pain coursing through him unrelentingly, causing his pace to slow. How fierce these beast men are! Asher gritted his teeth. Yuan's purpose for coming here was evident. He bared his sharp fangs, sinking them into Asher's vital point, pinning him to the ground. Asher flicked his tongue, surrendering resistance as clarity dawned upon him. "I understand now." Asher suddenly chuckled softly, his form gradually shrinking as the black snake released its hold. Silently observing as the great serpent transformed into a towering humanoid figure, Asher, entirely naked, disregarding the blood pouring from his wounds, sat upright on the ground, one leg bent with his hand resting on his knee. "I remember. Your name is Yuan." A smile graced Asher's face, the terror that once adorned it dissipating. "Get to the point." The black snake squeezed Asher's face, delivering a sharp slap, impatience flashing across his visage. "You know what I wish to hear." A handprint blossomed on Asher's face as he coughed a few times. "Yuan, you are likely from the eastern continent." Upon finishing, Asher gestured towards the direction of the wolf tribe's settlement. "And that snow wolf, he must surely be from the eastern continent." "You are quite certain?" Yuan released his grip. Naturally, Asher rubbed his face. "After all, there may be tribesmen from our tribe who have settled in the western continent. But the Snow Wolf clan certainly has no members living outside. They reside solely in the eastern continent. If the Snow Wolf clan were to linger outside for too long, their lifespans would greatly diminish. Especially among the young snow wolves, their lifespans would diminish. The black snake, disinterested in delving into his own lineage, tightened his grip around Asher's neck. "You had best clarify. That snow wolf has always lived here, right?" Asher coughed again, a strong sensation of suffocation overwhelming him, rendering him nearly voiceless. His voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible to the black snake. "He will not live long, Yuan. Why stay with them?" Asher pleaded earnestly. "The wayward snow wolf is destined to grow weaker and will not last long. Not just him, but that cub as well, so pitiable. She is so young, likely unaware that her life will be brief." Suddenly, Asher's expression twisted into a grimace, a sharp stone glinting coldly in his hand, aimed at the black snake's eyes. "Die? Too close." The black snake instinctively closed his eyes, his eyelids covered in dark scales. The stone, though sharp, left only a long scratch across the black snake's face. Asher spat venom and swiftly fled into the distance. Remarkably, he still lives and has grown so large, Asher marveled inwardly. Those golden eyes, I must inform my father swiftly. The venom was corrosive. The black snake rapidly retreated from the toxic mist. Yet, despite parts of his beastly form being covered in scales, he still suffered corrosion. The scene before him blurred, and after a significant pause, his vision gradually cleared, allowing him to see. The myriad of aches across his body were inconsequential, for the black snake was immediately determined to continue pursuing Asher, though the latter had vanished without a trace. Chapter 84. Must die the following day. The black snake sat upon the bed, Lingyu and others nearby. Rub, 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 touch, touch, touch. Lingyu circled around the black snake, her tail drooping and her eyes glistening with tears. "How?" Lingyu patted the black snake's face with her paw, sniffing. "Does it hurt?" At that moment, the wolf tribe's shaman was tending to the black snake's wounds, grinding green, unknown herbs into a paste, which was then applied to his injuries. A bandage wrapped around his face, obscuring one of his eyes. The one-eyed snake, "I am fine. You." The black snake stroked Lingyu's head, his expression troubled, yet he endeavored to soften his demeanor as he gazed at her. Feng sat nearby, a serious expression on his face, tearing pieces of roasted meat and occasionally feeding them to Lingyu, until a whole piece was consumed. Feng cleaned his hands and then shifted Lingyu closer. "Little Hua Hua, take you out to play." "All right, little Hua Hua." who had been idly waiting nearby, perked up at Feng's invitation, his large tail wagging joyfully. Howl! Ling Yu protested, swatting at Feng's arm with her paw. I want to go play. I want to stay here. You, dear. Let us go have fun. The black snake pondered, reaching out to stroke Ling Yu's head. He was bare from the waist up, with no visible wounds, yet his hands and neck bore marks resembling burns. Ling Yu, ultimately trusting the black snake more, observed him speaking and, licking her nose, obediently followed little Hua Hua out to play. Cough, cough, cough. The shaman cleared her throat, clapping her hands. I shall head out as well. A nearby little lamb joyfully carried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 field mice, following little Hua Hua as they departed. The little field mice, ever perceptive, waved goodbye to the beastmen in soft voices. Once the little ones and their larger companion had left, the black snake sighed deeply, fixing his gaze upon Feng, sympathy evident in his eyes. What is the matter? Feng felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Yesterday, the black snake lightly touched the bandage on his face, his brow furrowed. I received news from that snake, Feng. The black snake suddenly grasped Feng's shoulder, leaning close to the white wolf. That snake said you are a snow wolf, destined only to live in the eastern continent. If you stay outside for too long, your life will be shortened. Is this true or false? The black snake inquired. You are a snow wolf and U.S. father. Surely you would not deceive me. Feng's face reflected confusion. I do not know. Feng genuinely did not know. He had lived in this tribe since childhood, as far back as his memory served. First with his mother, and after her passing. He had been alone. He is a snow wolf? This was news to him as well. You. Little Sue leapt onto Ling Yu's head, gently patting the little wolf's head with concern. Are you all right? Ling Yu shook her head. She was undoubtedly fine, yet her worry for the black snake weighed heavily upon her. Ling Yu lowered her head, feeling increasingly burdened, as if a great mountain were pressing down upon her. No, it seemed not merely the pressure she assumed, but a genuine weight. Suddenly, Ling Yu leapt up, causing the little field mice on her back to tumble down, each one hitting the ground and becoming a mouse pancake. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How did it come to this? Tana frowned, gazing at Asher before her, while the clever beastman had already summoned the accompanying shaman. Asher sat helplessly on the ground, devoid of shame, his bare body exposed before Tana. He struggled to breathe. Ha, Tana, we must slay that black serpent, the one named Yuan. What does that have to do with him? Tana furrowed her brow, her gaze unwavering as it fixated on Asher's face. What I wish to inquire about are those 2 snow wolves. You don't understand, Asher exclaimed, urgency etched across his face. His movements shifted. The wounds he had staunched began to reopen, fresh blood trickling forth. Yuan, he might be the offspring of our leader, Asher murmured, his voice dwindling to a whisper. He must be killed. He mingles with the snow wolves and will inevitably venture to the eastern continent. I do not wish for them to cross paths. Asher refrained from revealing that he had informed Yuan about the snow wolf's short lifespan. This cursed mouth of mine, he lamented. He had initially believed Yuan was merely a lost orc from the tribe, someone to be won over. Who could have foreseen he might be the leader's progeny? 20 years ago, their tribe had lost several cubs. Over the years, the leader's health had deteriorated, burdened with managing the tribe while searching for her lost offspring. Asher gritted his teeth. She was on the brink of collapse. And he, the tribe's finest warrior, was destined to inherit the leader's position. After years of scheming with his father, he could not afford to let this endeavor falter. Yuan must die at the very least. He could not be allowed to leave the western continent. Chapter 85. The fall Tana remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Very well, but that snow wolf must perish. My sister cannot die in vain. The snow wolves were noble creatures, but only in the eastern continent, in this western continent, where snow wolves seldom roamed, hardly anyone recognized them. Even those who had heard the name of the snow wolf would scarcely imagine encountering one in the east. Thus, if one were to slay a snow wolf, the western continent was undoubtedly the best locale. As long as it was done discreetly, unbeknownst to others, it could be achieved without a trace. Unlike in the eastern continent, where the disappearance of a snow wolf would raise an uproar. And then there was that snow wolf cub. Tana scoffed softly. It was likely that the only snow wolf here was the one named Feng. And that little cub was probably his illegitimate offspring. The snow wolf clan practiced intermarriage, deeming offspring born of unions with outsiders as base hybrids that would tarnish their bloodline, a sentiment well known among the orcs of the eastern continent. Then let us kill them together, Asher hissed, exhaling sharply. Beside him, the shaman, who had arrived unnoticed, began tending to his wounds. Tana and Asher fell silent, their eyes communicating unspoken words. Do not judge me merely as a mouse. The little field mice perched atop the back of a lamb, cheerfully singing a melody that floated through the air at you. Come play with us. Little Hua picked up a twig and tossed it far away. Look, a branch! The twig soared high, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing nearby, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lingyu glanced at little Hua, her expression caught between words unspoken, yet she prepared to join in the play. Her paws moving as she intended to fetch the twig. Oh, the childishness of little Hua. Lingyu sighed inwardly. But before she could act, the lamb began to bleat, pawing at the ground before suddenly dashing towards the direction of the twig. No, little Hua chased after the lamb, and they ran farther away. This is for you. The sudden sprint took the little field mice by surprise, eliciting cries as one after another tumbled off the lamb's back. Landing with a series of splats. Oh, it hurts! My heavens! Little Sue lay on the ground, wailing. Lingyu, momentarily distracted from her worries about the black serpent, gasped and rushed over. She first ran to little Sue, picking him up gently. But soon, more little mice called for her. You? I need your help too. Yes, I do. The little mice continued to relay their requests. Lingyu promptly set little Sue down and scurried over to assist her fellow mice. Her movements frantic. Ha. The commotion did not last long before a loud laugh approached, and she was suddenly lifted by the scruff of her neck. Startled, Lingyu opened her mouth, and unbeknownst to her, one of the little mice from her mouth dropped down. Plop! It landed on the makeshift cushion formed by its siblings. You villain! The mice glared angrily. The instigator, paid no mind, cradling Lingyu in his arms while making silly faces at the little field mice. Humph! The little mice trembled with indignation, while little Sue buried himself in the embrace of his siblings. You? Come, I'll take you to play. He ruffled the little wolf's head, the white fur becoming somewhat prickly to the touch. Ow! Lingyu shook her head. No, do not be disheartened. He pinched the little wolf's cheek. Yuan is so fragile. This minor injury will heal swiftly. Yet Lingyu remained profoundly melancholic. The conspicuous white cub, especially with the presence of several little field mice, drew the attention of passing orcs, who greeted the cubs before whispering amongst themselves as they walked further away. Isn't that the cub from Feng's family? I never expected to see him return. Indeed, what a plump little cub. Feng has taken good care of him. Another orc chimed in, a hint of envy in her voice. My cub barely grows fat at all. Feng was so thin in his youth. Who would have thought he had a knack for raising cubs? One orc reflected, recalling how Feng's mother had passed away early, leaving him young and a rare white wolf, earning him the tribe's disdain. He survived through it all. The orcs gradually distanced themselves, their voices fading until they were entirely inaudible. Lingyu perked her ears, listening intently, yet before she could catch the last of their words, the orcs had already moved on. Hee, why not come sit with me? The shaman glanced at the little cub, a gentle smile gracing her face, her eyes bright with warmth. Just keep this old bone company. Lingyu instinctively shook her head, eager to see what had become of the black serpent. I'll even tell you what you missed, the shaman continued. You can rest your head on my lap. Lingyu nodded immediately, then it settled. He bounced the little wolf cub, leading the way. With his long legs, he moved swiftly, leaving the little field mice trailing behind, unable to keep pace. Come to my place, the shaman chuckled. Lowering her arms, the little mice formed a line along her arm, climbing up to her shoulder, 3 at a time. With little Sue perched proudly atop her head, he felt invincible. Who among the mice could boast such prowess, befriending a wolf and even sitting atop the head of the tribe's shaman? He was truly remarkable, patting his head in self-congratulation. The shaman's abode. The little field mice sat in a row before 2 large bowls filled with warm water. The male mice shared one bowl while the females used another. It was an unfortunate necessity for the mice to share a bowl, given their diminutive size compared to the vast bowls of the wolf tribe. Before Lingyu lay a bowl as well, and she eagerly began to gulp down the water, her drinking style unlike that of other wolves. She preferred to plunge her mouth into the water and swallow eagerly. Slow down, he urged, tugging at the little cub. Lingyu wagged her tail in acknowledgement, but her drinking habits remained unchanged. Chapter 86. Immediately after finishing her water, Lingyu's tail wagged behind her as she scampered over to the shaman. Gently, she pawed at the shaman's side. Awo? Lingyu's eyes implored the shaman to elaborate on what the orcs had just discussed. The shaman chuckled, cradling Lingyu in her arms, enveloped in a faint scent of herbs that brought Lingyu comfort. Feng has always been a resilient child. Many years ago, on an ordinary day in the wolf tribe, gentle rain fell from the sky. The young shaman led a group of orcs to gather herbs. As some were difficult for the tribe to identify, it was during one such routine outing that the shaman discovered an unconscious female lying amidst the underbrush, her belly slightly swollen, eyes shut, her fate uncertain. Eventually, the female remained with the tribe and bore a male cub. Speaking of which, I was the one who named Feng, the shaman chuckled softly. After giving birth to Feng, the female joined the others in foraging for berries or hunting. Devotedly caring for Feng, she was tall and beautiful, with long, flowing white hair that she wore loosely tied back, swaying with her movements. Her blue eyes always carried a hint of sorrow, akin to the clear waters of a moonlit lake. She spoke little of her past, merely stating her name was Amelie, a white wolf. Despite the tribe's skepticism regarding her unusual coloration and her mysterious origins, many spirited young males were drawn to her. Amelie consistently rebuffed wave after wave of suitors, perpetually sporting a gentle smile, yet her rejections were unyielding and devoid of compassion. This state of affairs persisted until Feng's 7th year, when tragedy struck with Amelie's untimely demise. In truth, her physical decline had been gradual, yet alarming. By the 8th year of her residence in the tribe, she had begun to waste away, swathed in layers of blankets, perpetually chilled despite the warmth, and plagued by a persistent cough that expelled blood. Concerned for his mother's health, the young Feng ventured into the woods alone, determined to procure fresh game to bolster her frail constitution. However, as the day waned and darkness enveloped the forest, torrential rain fell, washing away any trace of scent, leaving Feng lost amidst the trees. The tribe's beastmen, upon realizing his absence, set out in search of him. Amelie, despite her weakened state, was compelled by maternal instinct to join the search. Braving the downpour that persisted throughout the night, days passed before a mournful wail echoed from Amelie's home, a sound that would forever mark Feng as an orphan. As the shaman recounted this tale, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Lingyu, climbing along her arm, felt the moisture on the shaman's cheek. What transpired next? Little Su collapsed in tears upon the back of a small sheep that had unknowingly followed them, while Xiaohua listened intently with perked ears. Subsequently, he interjected, revealing that Feng had long believed himself responsible for his mother's death, shunning the shaman's assistance. The other beastmen in the tribe regarded him with disdain, leading Feng, at such a tender age, to embark on a solitary existence. Thus, the young cub Feng stumbled through life, honing his hunting skills until he emerged as the bravest warrior of the tribe, consistently bringing home the most game, and he never again faced hunger. Why did Amelie fall ill? Little Su whimpered, prompting a heavy silence among the group. Moments later, a chorus of high-pitched cries erupted, the little field mice sobbing uncontrollably. Swaying in disarray, Feng and Amelie are so pitiable, they lamented. Lingyu, too, wept, her tiny body quaking as tears cascaded from her eyes, soaking the fur beneath them. Chapter 87. Sticky the High Priestess is most likely here. Tana mused, glancing up at the approaching lion chieftain, a smile suddenly gracing her face. After that moment, her whereabouts remained a mystery. Outsiders, what brings you here? The lion chieftain intoned, his eyes glinting with suspicion. I apologize. Tana replied, her smile warm and inviting. Might I inquire if Lady Camilla resides here? The lion chieftain furrowed his brow. Asher and Tana knelt beside one another, warm water placed before them, while the lion tribe's shaman, with a kind expression, bore a look of regret. I am truly sorry, she said, blowing gently on her hands, dispersing the steam that rose from the surface. My mother, Camilla, has been deceased for many years. We discovered a token of the high priestess upon a young cub, Tana stated, and we wonder if possessing a token of the high priestess signifies her endorsement of you, facilitating her entry into the Snow Wolf tribe. Pure bloodline? Tana frowned, addressing the shaman. To my knowledge, That cub is most likely a hybrid born of the snow wolf that remained here and an outsider. How can it be considered pure blood? Furthermore, Tana added, the snow wolf tribe places immense importance on bloodlines. Possessing that token may not bode well for her. So? The shaman's eyes scanned the youthful and cunning beastmen before her. The noble whom my tribe supports possesses a pure bloodline and is currently favored by the chieftain. In terms of character and capability, they are the undisputed choice for the chieftaincy, Tana asserted. Should we acquire this token, it would undoubtedly bolster our position, and we would surely present a substantial gift in return. Undisputed choice, the shaman chuckled softly. If your noble truly is as destined for the chieftaincy as you claim, then the presence of this token matters not. The shaman had encountered purebred snow wolves. Indeed, most of the snow wolves she had seen bore pure bloodlines, and having lived among the snow wolf tribe in her youth, she possessed profound insight into their nature. See them off, she commanded, and the surrounding beastmen immediately began to bid farewell to the guests with polite gestures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Little Sue perched atop Feng's head, while 3 small field mice clung to each shoulder, and a chubby little wolf nestled in his arms. Each cub bore the same expression, tears glistening in their eyes. What troubles you? Feng inquired, utterly baffled. The younglings remained silent, clinging to him like sticky rice cakes. Feng shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh, as he bore the little ones, creating a picturesque scene within the tribe. Passers-by couldn't help but smile at the sight. Chapter 88. Clingy. The day before was uneventful. Clingy to Feng. The day prior was similarly mundane. Clingy to Feng. Today, yet again, nothing happened. Clingy to Feng. Stopped by a certain snake? Lingyu curled up in Feng's embrace, refusing to emerge. Despite her diminutive size, she could not resist. Even as she clutched his clothing with her tiny claws, the black snake forcibly lifted her away. According to the black snake, it was necessary to allow them a bit of space. Lingyu squirmed in the black snake's grip, attempting to break free, but the snake's iron claws were far too powerful for a mere cub to escape. Despite her best efforts, she could not wriggle free. Woo! Lingyu voiced her discontent, baring her tiny teeth at the black snake, who showed no fear in return, presenting a finger for her to bite. However, Lingyu turned her head away, snorting in disdain. Humph! Angry. You are still upset? The black snake teased, tugging at the cub's ears and pinching her nose, prompting Lingyu to swat at his hand in irritation. Humph! Bad Guyt was understandable that the black snake would separate Lingyu from her father, for since she learned of Feng's story, she had become inseparable. Clinging to him constantly, when Feng ate, Lingyu was by his side. When Feng bathed, she followed suit. Naturally, for the sake of the little cub, Feng now donned shorts during his baths, unable to bask in the freedom he once enjoyed. Sweet troubles. Eventually, one day, a young cub who had yet to grasp the differences between genders attempted to stealthily follow Feng to the restroom, only to be caught in the act, with no other choice. Feng sought the black snake's assistance. The black snake began with a moralistic tone, gesturing emphatically. You are now a big cub. You must understand that your father has his own matters to attend to. A war? Lingyu protested, insisting she would not hinder Feng's activities. Really? The black snake questioned, chuckling as he tapped the little cub's forehead and pointed toward the horizon. But don't you want to go play? Ever since Lingyu began to cling to Feng, she had not ventured out to play, rejecting invitations from other cubs. This struck a chord with Lingyu, who tilted her head in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, she nodded, woo. I want to go play, as Lingyu swayed in the black snake's grasp. He set her down, casually brushing off the tufts of white fur on his hands, letting them scatter with the breeze. Feng suppressed a chuckle and nodded. Go ahead with that. Lingyu wagged her tail and merrily bounced off to find her little companions. The joy of young cubs is indeed so simple, damn it. They all deserve it. The young, despondent male, Ming, leaned against a tree, his hair in disarray, dark shadows under his eyes betraying his anguish. It must be Feng. That bastard, who killed Li Ming, a fervent admirer of Li, had his eyes red-rimmed, breathing heavily as if crushed by an unseen weight. I will avenge you, Li. After her death, Li's partner swiftly turned to embrace another female, leaving only Ming to dwell on avenging her. He felt a deep-seated disdain for his rival's betrayal, mourning for Li's fate. He clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face as he wept helplessly. His cries were filled with pain and sorrow, as if his heart might shatter from the intensity of his grief. What was he to do? How could he avenge Li? Leaning against the tree, Ming clutched his chest tightly. Li had been innocent and kind. She had simply failed to protect the cubs, leading to this tragic outcome. Ming's hatred for Feng and that accursed cub was palpable. Wishing he could consume them whole. Feng's formidable strength, coupled with the presence of several beastmen by his side, made him formidable, and now he guarded that once easy target, the cub, with utmost vigilance. A voice emerged from the tree. Young male, causing Ming to cease his weeping. Wiping his tears, he looked up, searching for the source. He found it. An enormous black snake coiled around the tree, its pale eyes coldly fixed on him, akin to a predator observing a dying struggle. "Who are you?" Ming asked, his voice quivering, quickly drying his tears in an attempt to mask his vulnerability. A chilling laugh echoed in response. "You, wolf tribe male, harbor a deep-seated hatred for that white wolf named Feng and his cub. Do you not? What does it matter to you?" Ming replied cautiously, instinctively wanting to flee, yet curious about the black snake's next words. "How do you know this? You need not concern yourself with that." The black snake's immense form loomed, nearly toppling the tree. Ming was taken aback that he had previously overlooked such a presence. "I share the same disdain for them." The black serpent extended its tongue, upon which rested a small, leaf-wrapped object, an exquisite item, indeed. Hee. Ashiel lured the male before him, having observed this place for an extended duration, and had naturally taken note of the orc's animosity towards the wind. "What is this?" Ming pondered, uncertainty flickering in his mind, as his hand involuntarily grasped the diminutive leaf pouch, which felt almost weightless in his palm, a mere fragment of something that could render one eternally unconscious. "Perhaps?" The serpent's forked tongue flicked out as it uttered venomous words. "I trust it shall serve its purpose in your hands." "Are you asking me to poison?" Ming asked, astonished, for he had never contemplated such treachery. In truth, he had always yearned to vanquish the wind with honor and to slay it as a tribute to the spirit of Li. "This is the most effective method." Ashiel's gaze reflected the male's astonishment. "What say you? Shall we give it a try?" Much like the serpent that tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden, Ashiel's words dripped with allure. "Of course, I have my own desires," he hissed, his long, bifurcated red tongue flicking in and out. "I require the wolf-tooth necklace from the neck of that cub. I need you to bring it to me." Ming fell into silence, his words caught in his throat. After a prolonged moment, Eve of Eden inevitably succumbed to the apple. Ming departed. Ashiel watched the orc's retreating form, a low chuckle escaping his lips, reverberating through the trunks of the trees. The black serpent coiled and slithered down from the branches, soon producing a rustling sound as its massive body wound away, leaving only trampled wild grass in its wake. Chapter 89. 7 little mice. Day in, day out, black and white, white and black, the wind, accompanied by Lingyu, lived within the orc tribe, hoping she would recall more memories of the past. Yet, it mattered not if she did not remember. After all, they still had many tomorrows ahead. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile graced the wind's face. "You, come." The wind held a piece of jerky in his hand, cut into small chunks, with a little bag of jerky beside him. Lingyu wagged her tail softly, her paws scratching the ground, her round little face adorned with seriousness, poised for action. The wind chuckled, tossing the jerky into the air in an arc, only for it to plunge swiftly downward. Lingyu's hind legs tensed, ready to leap high and catch it with her mouth. This was currently Lingyu's favorite game, as she reveled in the praise from those around her upon successfully catching the jerky. Gradually, she became lost in the adulation of the crowd. With a powerful push of her hind legs, she was about to leap, but suddenly, small holes erupted around her, and 7 little field mice popped their heads out, blinking their beady eyes. "Ha ha! We come to play with you." "Yes, indeed. I've missed you so much." "Do you miss me? I finally managed to come out and play with you today. I'm so happy." Lingyu tilted her head, hearing an ominous sound. Thunderous rumbling. The ground beneath her began to collapse, forming a not insignificant pit, dust swirling as the 7 mice tumbled out of the earth. Cough, cough. "Blame you. Blame you. Blame you." The mice clumsily pointed fingers at one another. However, it was little Sue who spoke most eloquently. "It's all your fault for burrowing so much. I told you, we should have just made one hole, But you insisted on being the first to come out, brother. You're to blame too. The mice turned on little Sue, launching into a scuffle, tugging ears, pinching noses, and spitting at each other. Pa, 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 pa. The chaos of the mice's brawl was soon interrupted by a wail, as all 7 little heads turned to Ling Yu in the pit, scrambling towards her. Ling Yu lay at the center of the pit, her face dusty, her white fur coated in grime, and tears streaming down her cheeks. Wah, my jerky has vanished. Tears fell in large drops onto the ground as she wailed uncontrollably. The wind observed the scene before him, veins throbbing on his forehead. He closed his eyes briefly, then approached to scoop Ling Yu into his arms, casting a menacing glance at the field mice below. The mice quivered, huddling together. The wind's voice held the promise of a tempest. The mice shrank into 7 little balls, invisible heads and feet, their round bodies trembling incessantly. It was over for them. They were doomed. The mice were beside themselves with fear. Little Hua Hua stood aside, chewing on jerky, watching the commotion unfold. This jerky is quite delectable. Chapter 90. Filling the whole hurry up, little Hua Hua sat cross-legged, one hand clutching jerky, the other gesturing emphatically. His finger pointed at a small orc. Quickly. The orc, draped in slightly oversized animal skin clothing, wore shoes that seemed on the verge of slipping off. I know, the orc replied. His round, chubby face punctuated by large, bright eyes, a blunt nose, and tightly sealed lips, though 2 prominent front teeth peeked out. Tea will be done shortly. As he spoke, 6 other similar yet distinct little faces emerged behind him, all sporting round heads and chubby cheeks, wearing expressions of concern. They were diligently filling in the large pit. The 7 little mice, now in humanoid form, donned makeshift clothes sourced by the wind, since they arrived without any attire. And given their numbers, the wind had scoured his dwelling but found no suitable garments to borrow from other orcs, as clothing was a precious resource. Ultimately, he resorted to providing his own clothing for them, along with hastily crafted grass shoes. Although the little mice had transformed into humanoid forms, they remained quite small, as they were still a bunch of young ones. Their round ears twitched as little Sue angrily brushed the dust off his hands and stomped his feet. But the shoes were too large, slipping off and landing in the dirt, kicking up dust. Balancing on one foot, little Sue ended up with a mouthful of dirt. How annoying! How vexing! I'm truly furious. The little mice had long reached the age where they could transform into humanoid shapes. And at that moment, their short hair tousled. They squatted on the ground, diligently digging to fill the hole. Good work. Little Hua Hua chewed on jerky, crunching away. We know. The mice's voices rang out loudly, their faces covered in dirt. Little Hua Hua quietly rubbed his ears. Meanwhile, in another clearing, a large wooden barrel stood, filled to the brim with water and housing a dirty little wolf cub. Raise your paw. The wind squatted beside the crudely fashioned wooden barrel, holding a piece of cloth as the little plump wolf thrashed in the water. Oh woo. Ling Yu floated up and down, the dust streaming off her in the ripples of water, revealing her white fur, now soaked against her body. Even with her fur clinging tightly, it was evident that she was a robust little she-wolf, a round bundle of fluff. After splashing around for a while, she finally steadied herself. Her paws resting on the edge of the barrel, sharp claws sinking into the wood as she strained to lift her hind legs. At that moment, she shook off and raised her left paw, only to have the wind seize it, causing Ling Yu to instantly flail her paws in protest. With practiced ease, the wind wiped Ling Yu's dirty paws clean with the cloth, then set her paw down and continued washing elsewhere. Oh woo! Ling Yu suddenly let out a few sounds, but this time, the wind noticed. He pulled Ling Yu from the water. The damp little cub closed her eyes. The wind smiled gently as he wrapped her in a large towel. Spring still bore a hint of chill, and the wind was cautious about Ling Yu washing in the lake, as the water remained quite cold. Being an adult orc, he could manage, but the cub could not. There had been instances in the tribe of cubs falling ill and perishing from the cold. Wrapped in the cloth, Ling Yu revealed her eyes, which twinkled as the wind carried her to the doorway, where she spotted several little field mice busily digging in the dirt. Oh woo! Ling Yu called out a few times, her voice soft yet unmistakable. Go, go! The wind passed by little Hua Hua, glancing down at the orc happily munching away, then deftly snagged the bag of jerky into his embrace. Little Hua Hua, this is mine. the wind declared. This bag belongs to you. You can fetch a new one. Little Huahua's face lit up with joy. Help me pour out the water. The wind pointed to the wooden barrel behind him. We can take another bag of jerky. The wind divided the jerky into numerous small packages to prevent Lingyu from being tempted to eat them all at once. With little Huahua, a voracious eater, in the mix, the wind prepared these to appease him. All right, little Huahua beamed, patting his backside before swiftly striding over to the barrel, as the wind led Lingyu into the house. The little field mice exchanged glances, quickening their pace. Ming, what are you doing here? A few young cubs in the tribe held hands, their large eyes blinking as they gazed at the somewhat flustered orc before them. Not far from this spot lay Feng's home, where a few small beastlings could be seen playing in the mud from a distance. The young cubs exchanged knowing glances, though they were small. They were not foolish and understood that Ming had become a source of annoyance for Feng. Upon noticing the young cubs, Ming immediately grew tense, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm leaving. How strange. The cubs watched as Ming's figure gradually faded away. They blinked and, hand in hand, made their way to Feng's house, followed closely by a few other young cubs who had yet to transform into their human forms. Upon arriving at Feng's abode, the young cubs greeted the little field mice before entering the house together. Inside, Feng was busy drying off Lingyu, who had just finished a bath, her fur half dry, appearing even fluffier. We come to play with you? The young cubs exclaimed joyfully, a woo. They chorused. Among them, one little wolf cub's bark stood out distinctly. Lingyu was equally delighted. Had it not been for Feng's hold, she would have dashed out of his grasp. Wait, Feng reassured her, gently holding her back. The young cubs found their spots and sat obediently. After a moment, one young cub spoke up, Feng, we just passed by outside and saw Ming lurking near your home. Yes, I saw him too, Feng replied, as the others eagerly chimed in, their voices a cacophony of chatter. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Feng listened attentively, a smile gracing his face. Is that so? I didn't see him. Gradually, the young cubs gathered around him, continuing their conversation while Feng finished drying Lingyu. He clapped his hands and produced several packets of jerky, distributing them among the young ones. Their joy was simple. Upon receiving the jerky, they cheered and then began to munch happily. Hee, this jerky is delicious. Lingyu protested with a whimper, and Feng, with a twinkle in his eye, slipped a piece of jerky into her mouth. Chapter 91. Caught you on a moonless night with a gusty wind. The orcs slept soundly. The tribe was enveloped in tranquility, save for a few watchful orcs wandering about. It was indeed the perfect time for mischief. Within a small cabin, a large animal hide blanket lay sprawled across a bed. With a small bump shifting intermittently, moving side to side and up and down, as time passed, the bump gradually inched toward the edge of the bed, followed by the sound of a loud thud. Accompanied by a few tiny whines, Lingyu's paws shuffled across the bed, groggy and disoriented. Yet she failed to find the familiar sensation she was accustomed to. Where is that big orc of mine? Lingyu exclaimed, searching left and right, up and down in despair. Are you under there? She called out to the space beneath the bed. Outside, the sky remained dark, and Lingyu gazed at the moonlight filtering through the window. Pondering for a moment, soon, the door creaked open. After she and Xiao Huahua arrived at the wolf tribe, they settled near Feng's home, having also carved out several large water tanks from stone for convenience. In the deep night, several large water tanks were stacked together, covered by wooden lids. Suddenly, a shadow approached stealthily from afar, cautiously glancing about. Ming swallowed hard. Although the temperature was not particularly high, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Trickling down to his chin, anxiety made him nearly crush the items in his hands. Ming approached one of the large tanks, slightly lifting the lid, then quickly unwrapping the pouch of medicine he held. I need to be quick, he thought, his hands trembling violently. A woo! A youthful wolf's howl pierced the air, and Ming turned to see a white cub watching him, its blue eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. It's that damned cub from Feng's. Ming's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's late. The cubs should be asleep. What is Feng thinking, letting them run around at this hour? Lost in thought, Ming soon made what he believed to be the best decision. To seize her with a swift motion, he concealed the pouch, revealing a sinister grin as he fixed his gaze on the unsuspecting young cub nearby. Yet, to his surprise, the distant cub showed no signs of fear, hardly glancing in his direction. What a bold little cub, Ming mused as he shifted his feet to leave the tank. He noticed an arm reaching out from the opening he had uncovered. What is that? Ming's face blanched with terror, his throat tightening, silencing his voice. What is this? The young cub behind him seemed more excited, running toward Ming's direction. Got you? The tank emitted a dull sound as the lid was abruptly flung aside, revealing a towering figure that blocked the moonlight, casting Ming into shadow. Ming's heart raced, his eyes widening in horror as he could barely manage a sound. Ah, it was the unfamiliar black wolf that had mingled with Feng's pack. How did you know? Ming asked, despair lacing his voice. Guess, came the reply as Xiao Huahua emerged from the tank, seizing the orc's hands and pinning him to the ground, raising a leg to further restrain him, reaching into Ming's embrace. Then, a small pouch was retrieved. No. Don't. Ming's words were cut short as he suddenly felt something cold at his feet, followed by a foul-smelling shoe being shoved into his mouth. Ugh! A wave of nausea washed over him, yet he dared not expel the shoe. Finally, gotcha. Xiao Huahua sighed in relief. Ever since that day when the young cubs informed Feng of Ming's suspicious behavior, Feng had been vigilant. He shared this concern with He Shi and the others, deciding to take turns keeping watch. Tonight, it happened to be Xiao Huahua's turn, though He Shi remained somewhat uneasy about leaving Xiao Huahua alone. So he accompanied him during the watch at tea that moment. Ling Yu had barely taken a few steps when a large hand grasped her, pulling her into an embrace. It was He Shi, who had not hidden away in the tank like Xiao Huahua. Call Feng out, He Shi commanded. We caught him. Xiao Huahua nodded, but soon they heard a commotion, and Feng emerged from the house. Dressed and alert, Feng showed no signs of having just awakened. He appeared as though he hadn't slept at all. Ming realized he had been discovered long ago. What shall we do with him? Xiao Huahua inquired. Holding Ming firmly, he casually produced the pouch of medicine, handing it over. Feng examined it, revealing that it contained a powder made from the roots of some toxic plant. After all, he's one of our tribe, Feng remarked, glancing at Ming. I cannot deal with him directly. Ling Yu nodded, though her gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene. He Shi approached Ming. By the way, Feng suddenly recalled. Tilting his head with a smile, Ming, I know why you came, he continued. In fact, I didn't kill Li. Ming's eyes widened, emitting a whimper of disbelief. How is that possible? Feng grinned, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I merely captured her and questioned her about a few matters, but she panicked and fled, not paying attention to where she was going, and fell off a cliff. Li's luck was nowhere near as fortunate as Ling Yu's. After all, when Li fell, there wasn't a large black snake below to cushion her fall. Moreover, what Feng did not mention was that he had also taken the opportunity to push several large stones down after her. Ming's eyes widened in horror as he began to struggle. Let us head inside. It's late, Feng suggested, turning to lead Ling Yu back into the house. We have no need for such things in our tribe. All right, He Shi nodded, moving toward Xiao Huahua. Let us go. Xiao Huahua agreed, exerting force on Ming's arm and breaking it, as there were no ropes to bind him, and it would be troublesome if he resisted. Ming let out a pitiful whine, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog, dragged along by Xiao Huahua. Chapter 92. Kill or skin? Your choice. Will you confess yourself, or should I assist you? He Shi took Ming from Xiao Huahua's grasp, tossing him onto the ground and placing a foot on his chest. Ming dared not resist, trembling as he removed the shoe from his mouth, then lay back, gagging, his eyes reddening with tears. You can kill or skin me. I don't care. Ming closed his eyes, realizing his fate was likely sealed, preferring a swift end to accompany He Shi. Seeing Ming's indifferent demeanor, suddenly chuckled. You're quite resilient. Having said that, he called over a nearby orc who had been pulling weeds. Xiao Huahua, give him some dirt to fill his stomach. He looks like he hasn't eaten in days. All right. Xiao Huahua tossed aside the grass he had been clutching and approached Ming. With his broad palm and strong fingers, he tugged at Ming's long hair, flipping him onto his back. As Xiao Huahua approached, He Shi raised his foot, standing aside to observe as Xiao Huahua toyed with Ming. Speak, Xiao Huahua commanded, sitting heavily on Ming's back, his weight pressing him into the ground, forcing Ming to tilt his head back, making it difficult for him to swallow. Yet, he remained silent, a look of defiance etched on his face. Xiao Huahua scratched his head, his fingers delving into the soil, sharp nails embedding deeply, and then he deftly scooped up a handful of dirt, shoving it into Ming's mouth. What the? Before Ming could finish his protest, Xiao Huahua mercilessly filled his mouth with earth, far more spilling out than what he managed to swallow. Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, the overwhelming urge to vomit surging from his throat, driving him to the brink of madness. Despite his desperate struggles, it was all in vain. His hands had long been crushed by the black serpent, now twisted and dangling helplessly at his sides, swaying uselessly as his mouth was stuffed with dirt, rendering him unable to scream. That moment, he could only shake his head in refusal, but Xiao Huahua yanked at his hair, the sharp pain preventing any substantial resistance. I abhor the sight of blood, the black serpent remarked with a hint of embarrassment. So I suppose I must treat you to a meal. Ming shot him a venomous glare, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the fabric around his neck, while scattered clumps of dirt clung to his clothing. The black serpent reached out, adjusting Ming's attire. Look at you, you're a mess. Tears streamed from Ming's eyes, his stomach unable to accommodate any more dirt, the excess now pressing against his throat. I know what you're thinking. The black serpent chuckled, his beautiful gold eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. I haven't wronged anyone, except perhaps that black serpent from a few days ago. Coincidentally, the black serpent caressed Ming's cheek. I've already uncovered some information, intending to give you a quick end, alas. According to his sources, Asher, a trusted subordinate of Tana, the new leader of the slave market, was in fact a black serpent. The black serpent inquired of Ming merely to confirm a few details, never expecting such ingratitude in return. He shook his head, dismissing him. Why bother? Why bother? Xiao Huahua nodded, shaking off the remaining mud from his hands onto the ground before wiping his saliva-stained palm against Ming's clothes. The figure of the black serpent gradually faded into the darkness. Xiao Huahua rose from Ming's back, and Ming immediately struggled to get up, uncontrollably retching as soil surged from his throat, spewing onto the ground. Let us go. Xiao Huahua tugged at Ming's hair, dragging him away. It needs to be cleaned up properly. What a hassle, Xiao Huahua remarked with a stiff expression. Ah, Ming cried bitterly, his mouth elongating, coarse hair beginning to sprout across his face. I command you to transform. Xiao Huahua kicked him down, knocking Ming unconscious. His eyes closed, and his mouth gradually reverted to that of a human, the hair receding. Xiao Huahua huffed, dragging Ming away as one would a dead dog. Chapter 93. Quietly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The stars twinkle. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ling Yu could not sleep. Tossing and turning, the little wolf cub rolled from the head of the bed to the foot, then from Feng's muscular chest to his abdomen. With fluffy white fur, Ling Yu transformed into a frizzy little ball, shedding tufts of hair as she was in the midst of her molting phase, capable of losing clumps of fur at any moment. Resembling a small dandelion. However, unlike a dandelion, the young cub Ling Yu, despite shedding fur profusely, showed no signs of thinning, her coat still abundant. Little wolf, you won't go bald. Ling Yu longed to go outside. Her thoughts lingered on the black serpent, and she glanced furtively at the sleeping Feng, an idea forming in her mind. Rubbing her eyes, she nimbly emerged from under the covers, her blue eyes darting about. Quietly, with a sudden slap, Ling Yu's paw landed on Feng's face, producing a crisp sound. Startled, she immediately toppled backward, her four paws in the air, tongue lolling out as she feigned death, her fluffy short fur flattened against her back, her little belly rising and falling. I'm asleep. After a while, Ling Yu opened one eye, observing Feng, who remained undisturbed, serene in slumber, even his sleeping posture unchanged. Seizing the moment, Ling Yu flipped over and sprang off the bed, tiptoeing past Feng's head. Gently, Ling Yu miscalculated and fell onto Feng's head, his soft hair enveloping her. Hair attack! Ling Yu struggled vigorously, writhing left and right for some time, eventually pulling out a few strands of fur with her claws. That was close. Ling Yu shook off the fur in her grasp, the soft white strands drifting onto the animal hide, contrasting starkly against the dark surface. Ling Yu felt a twinge of guilt as she blew away the fur. I need to take another route. With a cautious step, Ling Yu traversed Feng's chest, her tail tucked tightly, avoiding his gaze. You can't see me. Ling Yu leaped from Feng's chest, landing lightly on the ground, crawling low as she slowly made her way to the door. The door cracked open slightly, and Ling Yu squeezed through the gap, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Just as the door clicked shut, Feng stirred, rubbing his head as he rose. Such strength, Feng inhaled deeply, fingers massaging the spot where fur had shed, before rolling off the bed, his speed far surpassing Ling Yu's. Most likely still worried about Yuan, Feng walked towards the door, aware that this little cub was undeniably closer to Yuan. A hint of bitterness rising within him. Though the night was dark, the moonlight was cold, pure, and bright enough to reveal the surroundings. Feng spotted a small white figure hopping away in the distance. Growing fainter, a smile graced his face, but worry lingered in his brow. The snow wolf would perish if it left the eastern continent. Feng felt indifferent about his own fate, but not for Ling Yu. He hoped she would grow up healthy and strong, becoming a formidable beastman. Their current knowledge was painfully limited. They needed more information. The distant white figure continued to bounce away, but further down emerged a tall beastman with long hair, blocking the moonlight behind him and casting a large shadow. The distant beastman seemed to have noticed him, raising a hand in greeting as the moonlight spilled down, enveloping them in a hazy glow. The night had deepened. It was time to sleep. Let's go. The black serpent tossed Ling Yu into the air, his golden slit pupils fixed on the distant white-haired beastman, watching as he entered a building before leading Ling Yu away. At that moment, Ling Yu was entirely absorbed in thoughts of the black serpent, oblivious to everything else. She climbed from the serpent's arm to his shoulder, only to tumble down, caught by him. Ling Yu yelped joyfully. Let's go, let's go. At the edge of a cliff, Xiao Huahua grasped Ming's neck with one hand, his expression remarkably relaxed, while Ming's feet dangled precariously in the air, arms swaying on either side. Some appear to be alive. Yet, in truth, they are already dead. Ming's head hung at an unnatural angle, grotesquely distorted to one side. Yawning, Xiao Huahua's fingers opened, and Ming's lifeless body plummeted over the cliff, swallowed by darkness, obscured from view. After a night of chaos, he was exhausted. Xiao Huahua had deliberately chosen this cliff, as it required no digging to bury a body. Even if discovered, it could easily be claimed as an accident. How convenient. No need to concoct elaborate excuses. Chapter 94. Capturing the next morning. Ming is not at home. An orc announced, I've searched high and low, but there's no sign of him. That rascal. The leader shook his head. Sighing, most likely off somewhere slacking. Woof woof. The little cub stuck out its tongue, panting with excitement. Sigh. You? The orc hesitated, ultimately saying nothing further. Forget it. She set the little cub down, standing up to beckon the surrounding orcs. Let us go. The moment the little cub was released, it rolled into a bundle with Ling Yu, both round little figures bouncing joyfully away. In front of Feng's small house, a round hole quietly appeared. Several field mice huddled together, peeking out, squeezing through the same hole, their heads bobbing cautiously. Is Feng there? Is Feng there? Not seen, not seen. The little field mice exchanged anxious glances, fearful of Feng. They glanced around, spotting a clear-eyed black wolf lounging at the entrance. Clutching a bag of jerky, munching noisily. Wonderful. It's Xiao Huahua. We're saved. The field mice squeaked in delight. Xiao Huahua, is Feng at home? Little Su asked in a hushed tone, glancing around nervously. Xiao Huahua lazily lifted his eyelids, shifting his position slightly, eyeing the 7 little field mice with his cheeks stuffed full, and shook his head. Great news, great news. The field mice cheered. Feng isn't home. You? X7, we're here to play with you. Upon hearing their sudden increase in volume, Xiao Huahua shoved another piece of jerky into his mouth. Why is this so delicious to chew? Chew, chew. After swallowing the last of the jerky, he spoke. You isn't here. She went out to play. X7, the field mice drooped like frost-bitten eggplants, slipping back into their hole, but after a moment, a few emerged again, shuffling towards Xiao Huahua, forming a little pile. What are you doing? Xiao Huahua tilted his head, gazing curiously at the row of little mouse cakes beside him. The little field mice began. Very well. Xiaowawa produced some jerky and offered it to the little field mice. Would you like some? The little field mice all shook their heads in unison, pulling peanuts from their mouths, and began to munch away, the sound of crunching resonating through the air, interspersed with the occasional creak. The sunlight was just perfect, and the little mice lazily turned over. Let's move. Feng said, glancing at the black serpent, who nodded slightly in response. Over the past few days, they had thoroughly discerned Asher's movements and now awaited the opportune moment. Every fortnight, Asher would venture out to hunt and stretch his limbs. Although he was surrounded by numerous beastmen, he was still an easy target. Observing the lively crowd not far away, with Asher standing out amongst them, Feng crouched atop a tree and gazed up at the sky. "It's about time," he remarked. The black serpent nearby nodded in agreement. Asher, brimming with confidence, was surrounded by a throng of admirers, akin to the moon encircled by stars. Such prowess! Surely, Asher would capture the most prey. Asher was undoubtedly not to be compared with any ordinary beastman. The beastmen's boasting soon subsided, and they swiftly transformed into their beast forms, scattering in various directions. With many still trailing behind Asher, enclosing him in their midst, however, upon entering the forest, the beastmen separated, for their quarry was not foolish. A larger number would only create more noise. Asher's serpentine body coiled as he concealed himself behind cover. His eyes fixated on the prey before him, flicking his tongue in anticipation. In an instant, he lunged forth with blinding speed, binding and constricting his target until blood seeped from its features. Once Asher released his grip, the prey lay limp. Everything unfolded seamlessly. A chilling cackle echoed from above, causing Asher's eyes to widen in shock. He looked up, only to find a large hand grasping his serpent head, pressing it firmly to the ground. "Who is it?" Asher attempted to turn his head, yet the weight upon him grew heavier, and despite his writhing, it was futile. Glancing at the white wolf before him, he inhaled deeply, his form gradually shifting, shrinking until a naked male emerged. "Let us go." The black serpent transformed into a half-beast, shedding a piece of beast hide to wrap around Asher, then produced a pre-prepared rope. The black serpent bound Asher tightly, hoisting him over his shoulder, while Asher squirmed like a maggot, struggling incessantly. They hurriedly departed. Asher wished to cry for help, but Feng swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck, leaving him limp across the black serpent's shoulder. Chapter 95. Jump, jump, jump. The hunting beastmen remained fervently enthusiastic, entirely oblivious to Asher's disappearance. After all, the forest was vast enough for them to scatter. At he present, their primal instincts surged forth, transforming into their beast forms. Pursuing the panicked prey, wild grass was trampled underfoot, only to rise again resiliently. A few of them darted to a secluded spot, unceremoniously tossing Asher to the ground. Then, he adjusted his sleeves, straddled Asher, grasped him, and delivered several resounding slaps. Asher's cheeks swelled visibly, and he groggily awoke, tasting iron in his mouth as he moved his tongue against the soft tissue inside. "Who are you?" Asher's vision was hazy before sharpening, revealing the face of an unfamiliar man. "Yuan?" Asher frowned, confusion etched upon his swollen features. "What have you captured me for?" His eyes darted anxiously, and he quickly recalled the young male. It was likely that the matter had been exposed and they had come for him. "We have some questions," Feng smiled reassuringly. "Don't be nervous." Asher swallowed hard, enduring the pain on his face, his mind racing. He mustered a smile. "Whatever you wish to ask, I shall answer without reservation. Our little wolf cubs?" "The little wolves are mighty. Awoo, awoo, awoo," the little wolves sang with fervor, occasionally twirling and leaping, laughing even when they hit a wrong note. Then Lingyu hopped over to the little wolves, crouching down and howling at them. The little wolf understood, taking a few steps back before leaping over Lingyu's back. Lingyu was knocked to the ground with a thud, sprawling out like a little wolf pancake, yet still beamed with joy, her tail wagging as she sprang back up. The little wolf then approached, resting in front of Lingyu, wiggling its rear, making playful gestures. "Hurry, hurry!" Lingyu let out a few howls and leaped over the little wolf. Being a few years older, he merely gripped the ground tightly with his claws and, once Lingyu had leaped past, joyfully scampered to her side. "Ziawawa!" The little wolf wagged its tail, snatching a piece of jerky from Ziawawa's mouth and scampering away. Munching excitedly, the little wolf was blissful, eyes squinting in delight, his mouth full of jerky, mumbling incoherently. Ziawawa, unfazed by the theft, gently ruffled the little wolf's head and discreetly plucked a handful of fur, quietly shaking it off. The springtime little wolves were like dandelions, leaving Ziawawa's hands covered in fluff. Naturally, Ling Yu also acquired some jerky, retrieving a piece from Xiaowawa's pouch and bringing it to the little wolf, devouring it hungrily. The two little wolves, with their rears in the air, snorted and puffed like little piglets. You? X7 No wolves responded. You? X7 in a thunderous tone. Ling Yu looked up to see 7 little mice. Awoo! Ling Yu exclaimed in joy, panting excitedly as she quickly finished her jerky and began to nuzzle against each little mouse. Hello, hello, and you too, Ling Yu panted, her tongue lolling. The little mice eagerly surrounded her, unwilling to part for even a moment. Let us play together. We brought clothes this time, said Xiaosu, proudly shaking his little mouse head. We'll take you to the river to catch fish, I tell you. The fish I roast is no exaggeration. It is truly delightful. The other little field mice nodded in agreement. Really? So good, they chimed. Roasted fish? Ling Yu's mouth watered. Yes, yes, she playfully nudged one of the little mice. Let us go, let us go. Xiaowawa quietly tucked away his jerky, replacing it with fruit snacks, tangy and sweet. Delicious indeed, he rose, prepared to follow the little ones. After all, Yuan had repeatedly cautioned him to keep a close eye on little Ling Yu. The young ones bounced ahead, while Xiaowawa trailed behind, snacking. The sunlight was just right. Chapter 96. Worry. The Snow Wolf tribe was exceedingly exclusive, harboring a deep hatred for hybrids. Asher spoke candidly, revealing that only pure-blooded snow wolves could locate their tribe, which was quite mystical. Asher glanced at the black serpent's golden eyes before lowering his head. I am uncertain. On the eastern continent, there have long been rumors that if a snow wolf beastman leaves the tribe without receiving the blessing, they will meet an untimely demise. What is this blessing? Feng gripped Asher's collar, urgency evident in his demeanor. Tell me. Asher shook his head, his lips barely moving. I don't know. Aside from snow wolves, no one else is aware. Upon hearing this, Feng released his grip and stepped back, falling silent. After speaking, Asher attempted to wriggle away, but he plopped down on him, pinning him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Asher grit his teeth, casting a resentful glance at then lay still, not moving while Yu was still under a year-old. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. No matter how early one may perish, it won't be her time. Indeed, the black serpent nodded in agreement, but you are not young anymore. Feng shook his head, his expression unchanged, merely pressing his lips together. Why, mother passed away in her early 20s. I am already 19? Not many years left. Oh, not speak of such things, the black serpent sighed, fixing his gaze on Feng, shaking his head insistently. If you were to die, what would happen to you? You still has you. She ultimately trusts you more, Feng replied, his eyes drifting over to Asher, who lay on the ground. The journey to the eastern continent is perilous and distant. You is still young and cannot withstand such tribulations. Although you is young, she is robust. We can set off next year, the black serpent assured him, patting Feng's shoulder for comfort. You need not worry excessively, that's right, Feng. He adjusted his position atop Asher, tilting his head back with an expression of clear discontent, his eyes slightly bulging. You keep saying such things. It only serves to cause heartache. I apologize. I have been overthinking. Feng lowered his head, his complexion appearing increasingly pale. The color drained from his lips, a weight pressed heavily upon his heart. The early demise of the white wolf loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, preventing him from finding peace throughout the night. He feared spending too much time with you, dreading the thought that after developing feelings for one another, he might suddenly die, leaving her in profound sorrow. Asher lay on the ground, observing the idle chatter of the others, finding himself at a loss for words. Is there anything left to ask? If not, could you let me go? The towering trees around them grew exceedingly tall, their canopies overlapping, nearly obscuring the sunlight, leaving only shadows and scattered fragments of gold. The wind lingered in the shadows, with a few golden rays cascading upon him, bestowing a golden halo upon his white hair. No one could fathom the depths of his thoughts. In the river, Xiaohua held aloft a large fish with both hands. The fish's back shimmered a dark hue, the darkness gradually diffusing into a soft silver-gray eye. In that moment, Xiaohua's hands grasped the fish, rendering it powerless to do anything but weakly flick its tail. His black hair, dampened, clung closely to his face, while his eyes glistened with moisture, droplets trailing down his forehead. He flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Ling Yu and the little wolf cubs were forbidden from swimming in the shallow river. Thus they remained on the riverbank, watching as others fished. The two younglings, witnessing Xiaohua catch a large fish, leaped and shouted on the shore, their excitement palpable as if they had caught the fish themselves. "Oh, what?" Ling Yu howled loudly. "Wow, Xiaohua, you're amazing!" the little wolf cub exclaimed, twirling in place to express his exhilaration. Then, with a powerful flick, Xiaohua tossed the large fish onto the bank, severing its connection to the water, leaving it helplessly thrashing on the ground. The little wolf cub, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed forward, only to receive a few slaps from the fish. Smack, smack, ouch, that hurt, he whimpered, retreating in dismay to a corner. Yet, Ling Yu showed no fear. She chuckled at the little wolf cub, her tiny paws pattering as she approached the flopping fish. With a swift paw, she smacked the fish, then nimbly leaped onto it. Smack, smack, Ling Yu curled up beside the little wolf cub, transforming into a sorrowful little ball. Meanwhile, the field mice were busy in the river, splashing about and managing to catch quite a few fish. However, they left two behind on the bank, for it would be too arduous for the two little wolf cubs. With their mere paw pads to handle the fish, the field mice had clear divisions of labor. They constructed a rudimentary barbecue grill by the riverbank, now busily cleaning and preparing their catches on the other side. The air was filled with warmth and camaraderie, as the fire blazed and the scent of grilled fish wafted through the air. Xiaohua and the others emerged from the river, gathering around the fire to await their grilled fish while using its warmth to dry their clothes. The little cubs were still quite young, and Xiaohua, recognizing himself as the eldest among them, took it upon himself to care for the two younger cubs. He took a bite of the fish, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior, then meticulously tore off several pieces, carefully removing the bones, and placed them before the little cubs. So delicious! Ling Yu and the little wolf cub chewed contentedly. Chapter 97. The mystery of lineage. Axel lay on the ground, his expression surprisingly calm despite his hands and feet being tightly bound. "Kill him," Black Snake gestured towards the beastman on the ground. Having wandered since childhood, he held little attachment to finding his tribe, and thus regarded Axel with indifference. They had no intention of letting him leave alive, especially since Axel had once incited Ming to poison them. Black Snake's long hair was tied behind him, loosely braided into a side plate, cascading over his shoulder, its luster deep and fine. "Fine," Feng nodded, expressing no dissent. He naturally echoed the sentiment. "I have an objection." A voice suddenly emerged from the ground, drawing their gazes to Axel, who was writhing as his form transformed into slender shapes, tiny scales appearing on his face, reflecting fractured light. He acted swiftly, stepping forward to apprehend Axel and prevent his escape. Axel tilted his head back, flicking his tongue. "Beware of his venom," Black Snake kicked out, knocking Axel's serpentine head askew, causing the venom to splatter onto the soil nearby. Despite Black Snake's swift and forceful kick, his claws still caught a bit of the venom, corroding a small portion instantly. "Hiss," he gasped, retreating quickly. After failing to land a blow, he sought to flee. The ropes could not restrain him, falling limply as he shifted shape. "I advise you not to press too hard." Axel dodged Dee's claws, twisting aside with agility to evade the attack, but ultimately he was outnumbered in a short span. Numerous wounds appeared across Axel's form. "Don't run." He transformed into a wolf, his imposing stature nearly engulfing the two beastmen beside him, exhaling a gust of air that sent the nearby grass nearly toppling over. "Tana, why aren't you coming out yet?" Axel suddenly shouted, his voice urgent, almost piercing through the forest. "Tana, the new leader from the slave pen, is here." Feng and the others immediately heightened their vigilance, scanning the surroundings. The leaves rustled gently as the wind whispered through them. Axel seized the opportunity and swiftly made his escape. He was young and robust. It was impossible for him to perish here. Axel had deceived them. Tana was not present. Nevertheless, Feng and the others did not fully trust Axel's words, keeping a watchful eye on him. Seeing Axel attempt to flee, Feng took a few steps forward and seized his serpentine tail. The cold, coarse texture registered in his palm as he gripped tightly, using his waist strength to hold Axel in place, both parties locked in a standoff. Black Snake and witnessing this, rushed forward to assist. Yet, amidst the rustling leaves, A soft voice floated down from the trees, reaching their ears. Axel, you are truly useless. Tana. Upon hearing the feminine voice, Axel visibly stirred, twisting his massive serpentine body towards the tree with urgency. Hurry and save me. The she-beast atop the tree had a fluffy, large tail that swayed gently in the air, her upright ears forming sharp triangles, slightly rotating at this moment. Tana chuckled lightly, her oval pupils shimmering as she fixated on the beastmen below. Though she smiled, her eyes were icy. Yuan, it is an honor to meet you, Tana declared, leaping from the tall tree, landing effortlessly on the ground. Her tail swayed low as she approached slowly, unbeknownst to the newcomers. The three beastmen exchanged wary glances, hesitant to act rashly. Tana. Axel continued to call. Silence, Tana commanded, stifling his words. Why subordinate is ignorant. I hope Chief Yuan will not take offense, she said, inclining her body slightly, exposing her graceful neck to Black Snake's gaze. I apologize on behalf of Axel. I hope you can show mercy. Tana continued, there may be some misunderstandings between us, but I believe they can be resolved. Black Snake Yuan, leader of the Wandering Beastmen and a rising star, had quickly gained strength, now capable of contending with the arena. His followers included not only Wandering Beastmen but also several small tribes who had come to ally with him. Himph, Black Snake scoffed. A hint of derision in his tone. If you truly wish to apologize, then your people should withdraw. Suddenly, rustling emerged from the grass, followed by muffled groans. The commotion escalated but was quickly quelled by Tana's command. Everyone, retreat. The turmoil in the grass gradually subsided. A little lesson. Black Snake remarked. 2 Beastman corpses were tossed out, their faces exhibiting signs of beastification, for covering their features, prepared for battle. Not only could Tana bring her followers, but Black Snake could as well. His men lay hidden, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Tana smiled faintly. If Chief Yuan can temper his anger, then their deaths would not be in vain. Give me a reason not to kill him. Black Snake pressed down on Axel's head, as Axel hissed, his tongue flickering, yet he remained still, compliant. The secrets of the Snow Wolf clan, and, she glanced at Feng. The mystery of his lineage. It would be prudent to maintain good relations. Should that fail, she would take matters into her own hands. Yet her actions remained unknown within her clan. Foolish Axel, Tana mused. Ah, now I find myself thinking of you. Ha ha ha, so delicious. My heavens, the fish is simply too delectable. It's such a pity one cannot eat too much. Xiaosu chattered incessantly, unable to contain his excitement over the scrumptious fish. His fluffy, short tail swayed on the ground. Lingyu, you should eat more. It's so good. Lingyu, cheeks puffed up with food, responded with muffled sounds, her mouth tirelessly chewing. So delicious. The field mice had brought an abundance of nuts and other treats, primarily feasting on those, while the fish was mainly consumed by the wolves. At this moment, a towering pile of fish bones, devoured clean, stood beside them, even higher than the field mice, as the sun dipped low in the sky. They lay back on the riverbank, all in unison rubbing their bellies, although the little wolf cub and Lingyu, with their short paws, resorted to patting their faces instead. Sunlight poured down, bathing the world in a golden hue. The sun hung low and red, resembling a grand tomato. Suddenly, sounds echoed from afar. The beastmen rose, spotting Black Snake and his companions bearing freshly caught prey, their eyes twinkling with mirth. Lingyu darted towards Black Snake like a little cannonball. Filled with excitement. Chapter 98. Run, run, run. Verdant grass encircled a small mound of earth. Feng plucked the newly sprouted wild grass, adding fresh soil, while the towering trees around grew freely, yet left a patch of sunlight for this little area. In the clearing before Feng's abode, a gathering of beastmen congregated, their faces alight with joy and enthusiasm. Hey, you're truly amazing. Hee hee, you're just incredible. Hee hee hee, you are truly remarkable. Hee hee hee, you are indeed splendid. The field mice are competing in a race, with the Black Snake and others observing from the sidelines, cheering them on. However, little Huahua faces a dilemma. Although he remembers the words, his speech is always fragmented. For instance, when others exclaim, "Hee, you are amazing," little Huahua can only respond with, "Could you please repeat that for us?" Little Sue, not participating in the race, transforms into a field mouse and stands atop little Huahua's head. hands on hips. Hee hee hee, you are truly splendid, little Su sighs dramatically. Shaking his head, Hua Hua, perhaps it would be best if you only spoke a single word. Obediently, little Hua Hua nods, his round eyes narrowing slightly. All right, and thus, the competition resumes. Lingyu races against several field mice, while the little lamb bleats excitedly, its eyes blinking rapidly, indicating its desire to join. Ever since it grew a bit stronger, it has taken to playfully butting against others, whether it be a rear end or another rear end. Particularly, it has developed a fondness for nudging es behind, prompting E to instinctively cover his rear whenever he sees it. Yet, this little lamb dares not approach the black snake, for it appears quite formidable. Truly, it is a timid creature, bullying the weak while shying away from the strong. No, several field mice huddle together, gesturing vigorously at the little lamb. You are far too swift, they stand before the lamb. Waving their hands insistently, the little lamb, with its long legs, runs swiftly. Its arrival guarantees it a spot as the undisputed champion, for none of the other young ones can outrun it. Bah! The lamb tilts its head, somewhat perplexed by human speech. Let it be, he scratches his head, rummaging through little Hua Hua's belongings to produce a packet of jerky, allowing the lamb to accompany them. The little lamb cares little about winning or losing. It simply revels in the joy of running alongside the young ones. Thus, the lamb happily joins the fray. Little Su, still perched atop little Hua Hua's head, feels quite spirited, assuming the role of a temporary judge. The field mice, having lived longer than Lingyu, demonstrate their agility. Upon hearing the shouts, they dart away like arrows released from a bow, pigs scrambling for food, monkeys climbing trees, and fish plunging into water. Before long, they leave Lingyu far behind. Ha ha, you are ultimately a tad slower than us. The field mice cackle gleefully, throwing their heads back, their pink tongues protruding in laughter. He glances over, then gives a sideways look. Unable to resist the urge to catch one of the field mice in his palm, the field mouse squeals. Spitting and sputtering, the little mouse scurries away, seeking refuge, though the direction is inconsequential. What matters is staying far from that dreadful black wolf. As Lingyu crosses the finish line, she curls into a small ball, enveloped in an aura of sorrow, and it's all because of this uneven ground. The black snake had painstakingly filled in the little pits in the terrain and cleared away the stones. And it's all due to the glaring sun. The sun hangs low in the west, casting a dim, yellowish light upon the ground. It's all because little Su was too quiet. Little Su's voice cracked from the effort. Lingyu blames the world for her woes, feeling rejuvenated by the thought. Indeed, it is the world's fault, not hers. Thus, the ball transforms back into a little wolf cub, and Lingyu wags her tail, regaining her cheerfulness. Ow! The moment Lingyu catches sight of the wind, she dashes towards it as if a cat spotting a mouse, a snake spotting a mouse, or an owl spotting a mouse. The wind, holding a fish in one hand, lifts Lingyu off the ground with the other, as she clings to his shoulder, whining and complaining. Ow, ow! This time, I didn't perform well. Ow, ow! Next time, if you are there, I will surely come in first. Ow, ow! I am still quite impressive. The wind chuckles and nods, his heart melting at the sight of the little cub's lamentation. He envisions taking Lingyu to the Snow Wolf clan to receive blessings, and if she desires him as her father, he vows to take her away, no matter the cost. The wind's eyes glisten slightly. How is it that at such a tender age, you have lost your memory and do not remember your father? And why am I not a purebred Snow Wolf? The Snow Wolf clan is notoriously insular, ruthlessly eliminating those with impure bloodlines, banishing them to untraceable realms. The little cub clambers onto her shoulder, extending its tiny tongue to gently lick the tip of the wind's nose, a warm and moist sensation transmitted through the contact. The wind leans his face against the cub's head, suddenly bursting into laughter. Convinced that Lingyu will outrun them all in the future, Lingyu tilts her head to observe him, then licks the wind's face. The wind, with damp hair, shakes the little cub, lifting the fish in his hand. Signaling that it is time for dinner, I will go start the fire. He rises, rubbing the remaining bits of jerky on the little lamb. The lamb bleats in discontent, preparing to butt him again. But he is swift. One moment he is here, and the next he is far away. Bah! The lamb rushes after him to go and rest to recover. Tana sighs, gesturing for Axie to step back. Tana, Axie attempts to speak further. Shoo, Tana leans against her chair, resting her chin on one hand. You should venture out less in the future. Yes, Axie bows his head, his tall frame appearing slightly hunched as he slowly retreats. Tana sighs again. Recalling the purebred cub, if the wind is a hybrid, then where did the little wolf cub named you come from? Upon this thought, Tana straightens up, calling out, Come here. A beast man emerges from the shadows. Lady Tana, I have some news to relay to the clan leader. Tana rubs her brow. Select a few clever and swift individuals. Yes, my lady. Chapter 99. Learning to speak chitter-chatter. Chitter-chatter. Send it. Tana finds a comfortable position in her chair, resting her chin on one hand, one leg crossed over the other, leisurely listening to the reports from the beastmen below. The information conveyed by the clan leader leaves Tana in deep contemplation. She switches her chin from her left hand to her right, her index finger absently tapping the armrest of her chair. A tall beast man stands nearby, holding exquisite food, his stature imposing yet slightly bent in respectful submission. Tana's nails are sharp and painted, a vibrant red that draws attention. She waves her hand, and the beast man dutifully bows, exposing his neck. Is that all the chief had to say? Tana ponders for a moment, her fingers running through the beastman's smooth black hair, then gazes down at the beastman below. Yes, Lady Tana. The beastman bows, his build lean, yet his legs are sturdy and powerful, brimming with latent strength. This is troublesome. Tana thinks, recalling the beastmen surrounding the cub, feeling a significant headache. Although snow wolf cubs are precious, they rarely venture outside. Most snow wolves are not found wandering, and those that are often bear some taint. For instance, that mixed-breed snow wolf, her mother defied clan rules decades ago, falling in love with an outsider and giving birth to a bastard. Although the outsider was swiftly executed, Amelie managed to escape. This is a closely guarded secret within the Snow Wolf clan. Known only to a select FEW. Was once believed that Amelie had perished long ago. Yet here she is, having survived for years and even given birth to a bastard. Thus, while the Snow Wolf cub appears enticing, who knows if it is a delightful little wolf or a foul mess when consumed? Headaches can sometimes be more than just simple headaches. Tana furrows her brow, prompting the nearby beastman to step forward gently, beginning to massage her. The chief's orders cannot be ignored, and Tana contemplates suitable candidates. She did not bring many followers to this place, initially believing she could depart after dealing with the beastman who dared harm her sister. Alas, she has lingered here far too long. Mixed-breed snow wolves cannot be killed outright, but they can be eliminated discreetly. After all, the Snow Wolf clan believes it is only their kin that can slay one of their own. If outsiders do so, the consequences would be dire. Even if the wind is a mixed-breed snow wolf, the same applies. Tana taps the chair. Today we shall begin learning to speak, the black snake declares. Hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the obedient little rice ball seated on the ground. The diminutive Lingyu wears a serious expression, echoing the black snake. Owo, good. Little Huahua sits nearby, working on a half-finished pair of grass shoes. A new skill he has acquired on days when he does not hunt. He sits crafting shoes or playing with you. Little Huahua's fingers move swiftly, though his speed is still rather unrefined. I see no necessity for this. He whispers to little Huahua, what kind of good cub needs to learn to speak? I remember I suddenly knew how to talk when I was young. Too idle. Little Huahua nods, but notices the black snake glancing in their direction, quickly shifting his nod into a shake. As long as the leader is happy, that is all that matters. He scratches his head, hands behind his neck, slightly tilting his face upwards, eyes half closed, his high nose prominent. Lounging against the wall, his large tail swaying lazily. Come, repeat after me. The black snake points to his own mouth. Yuan. Lingyu is utterly focused. Owo. Yuan. Once more. Owo. Yuan. Owo. Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. It is quite delightful. The black serpent claps its hands, his eyes slightly bruised, yet his spirits remain buoyant. His skin glistens with a honeyed sheen reminiscent of sunlight streaming through flowing nectar. That sound was nearly perfect. Was it genuine? Ziawawa and he exchanged glances, as they discerned no distinction in the call. Both conveyed the essence of the Wolf clan's vocalizations, albeit not in the dialect commonly spoken across the continent. The black serpent belongs to the Serpent clan. Could it be that he has finally evolved into a wolf with a serpent's visage, possessing the ability to comprehend the language of the wolf tribe? Though the two bore expressions of inquiry, it did not hinder the black serpent's enjoyment. In recent days, he had been traversing between two locales, yet time always seemed insufficient, and opportunities to spend quality moments with Lingyu were rare. Upon hearing the black serpent affirm her, Lingyu's tail began to wag energetically, her head held high with pride. Indeed, one need only consider her identity. Lingyu continued to emit her characteristic howls. She had long been able to comprehend the continental lingua franca. Though articulation eluded her, observe, she had learned effortlessly today, mastering it with simplicity and ease. She truly was remarkable. In Chapter 100, Feasting, a group of young cubs congregated, each clutching an assortment of prey, rabbits, frogs, and even a bird captured by Mu. The largest catch was in Mu's possession, for she was the most adept. In her grasp lay a lifeless bird, its feathers disheveled and stained with blood at the neck, yet Mu's countenance radiated calm assurance. It is no small feat for a wolf to catch a bird that cannot fly, especially considering that Mu was still a juvenile wolf cub. This achievement was a source of immense pride. Thus, although Mu's prey was not the most substantial in size, the challenge of the hunt was unparalleled, leading the cubs to confer and ultimately declare Mu the victor of this round. Well done, Mu! The young ones cheered. Suddenly, a timid voice emerged from one of the cubs. The others turned to see a quiet cub frantically presenting her catch. Beneath her paws lay a small field mouse with bright black eyes. Despite trembling, the little mouse managed to speak with composure. May I be on my way? I have plans with a friend today. Is it Xiaosu? The cubs exchanged looks, for they were familiar with Xiaosu. They all turned their fluffy faces towards the timid cub, reminding her, didn't we say we must not catch beast men? One particularly temperamental cub promptly chastised her, causing tears to well in the timid cub's eyes as she whimpered. I couldn't catch anything else. He was the easiest to catch, and he didn't evade me. I was merely distracted, Xiaosu protested, daring to refute the fierce carnivorous beast men. His eyes narrowed as he avoided their gaze. As long as I can't see them, there are no carnivorous beast men present. The little cub cried, her fur bristling in distress. She was still but a small cub with nearly zero hunting ability. And this was the only prey she had managed to capture. No, I don't want to play with you, she sobbed, her words stumbling as she exclaimed, next time, I will definitely catch a real prey. Enough now, Mu consoled the little cub, gently stroking her head. Don't be sad. No one said they wouldn't play with you. The little cub hiccuped through her tears. Xiaosu, standing nearby, kicked at the dirt. Can I leave now? You is still waiting for me. Upon hearing this, the other cubs turned their gazes toward him, the overwhelming presence of the carnivorous creatures pressing down upon Xiaosu, nearly causing him to kneel as his legs trembled. What's wrong? His voice dwindled into a whisper, his eyes darting nervously among the cubs, his fur quivering. We want to go find you too. Several wolf cubs chimed in unison, tails wagging in excitement. We'll go with you. The wolf cubs, akin to rolling stones or frenzied cattle, dashed past Xiaosu, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Xiaosu coughed as he stood there, dodging the energetic cubs. His pace could not keep up with their exuberance, leaving him far behind. Wait for me, he called softly, his voice barely audible. The little wolves ahead were almost out of sight, prompting a sigh from Xiaosu. He rubbed his furry face, whispering encouragement to himself. Come on, Xiaosu, you can do it. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Looking up, Xiaosu beheld Mu, her features striking, eyes bright and lively. Her hair was styled into two braids, secured at the back of her head. As she leaned down to observe him, I've come to fetch you, Mu said with a smile that revealed her pearly white teeth, extending her hand to lift Xiaosu onto her shoulder. He clung tightly to her fur, curling up, worried about falling. Thank you, Mu, he said, offering a small smile as he rested against her shoulder, his round ears flopping about. Now, it was already summer, and Lingyu was persistently coaxed by the black serpent to learn to speak. Over time, she had managed to utter a few words, albeit one at a time. I recall the days when the black serpent would teach her tirelessly yet with little success, other than her mastering various tonal howls. Nevertheless, the black serpent indulged her. Even her random howls elicited applause. You're amazing. You're fantastic. Thus, Lingyu became lost in the sea of praise. She soon strutted before her friends, eager to showcase her newfound ability to speak. While her companions enthusiastically cheered, "You're great, you! So impressive!" Their smiles barely concealed their amusement. After a spirited performance of her howls, the young cubs could no longer contain themselves, erupting into raucous laughter that echoed loudly. Although Lingyu was young, she sensed something amiss. Amid the laughter, her ears drooped, her cheeks flushed. Thankfully, her fur masked her embarrassment. "Woe is me! Woe is me!" she lamented, burying her face in her paws, whining softly before fleeing in shame. The laughter behind her crashed over her like waves. Oh, the disgrace! Eventually, the wind consoled her, offering roasted fish to lift her spirits. Thereafter, the subject of teaching her to speak was never broached again. Yet one day, as he passed by Lingyu with roasted meat in hand, she clung to his leg, howling for a taste. He pretended not to hear, determinedly lifting his leg to depart. Thus, our adorable little Lingyu, having stifled her words for a time, finally uttered her very first word, "Eat, eat, eat." This declaration was nothing short of momentous. He abandoned the roasted meat entirely, scooping Lingyu up in excitement and racing towards the wind, not merely walking but sprinting as if propelled by a tempest. He lifted her high, and Lingyu, still fixated on the roasted meat, waved her paws frantically, straining to look back, drool nearly dripping to the ground, creating a long, glistening trail. "Eat, eat." On that day, Lingyu called out to various individuals, repeating her request for food, but ultimately, she did not get to savor the roasted meat. Lingyu felt quite dejected. What a bunch of rascals! In Chapter 101, Summer Slumber, spring had long since departed, ushering in the sweltering summer heat. A group of young wolf cubs arrived to play with Lingyu, but before long, they collapsed onto the ground, transformed into fluffy little balls. The summer was utterly unreasonable, despite a few rain showers and strong winds. The temperature had inexplicably soared. The cubs rolled about, leaving a trail of damp paw prints on the ground, which quickly faded away. The only sounds within the room were their labored breaths, tongues dangling from their lips. "It is so hot," Lingyu sighed. "So hot." Mu echoed, "It's unbearably hot," chorused the little wolf cubs. They all flipped over, leaving behind numerous wet paw prints. The atmosphere was filled with the sound of soft panting as the cubs struggled against the heat. Lingyu stealthily inched toward the black serpent's legs. The black serpent lounged lazily against the wall, his limbs twisted into a tangled mass, eyes half closed. His usual side braid had been twisted into a bun at the back of his head. Though the heat was oppressive, serpents, by nature, maintained a cooler body temperature compared to mammals. Gradually, the fluffy little creatures migrated to the black serpent's side, each extending a paw to rest against his cool scales. "Ah, how refreshing!" the cubs exclaimed in unison. The black serpent glanced down at the audacious little ones and shook his head in mild exasperation. Closing his eyes, the cubs observed him closely, exchanging glances of mischief. When he arrived, he was met with the sight of a large black serpent curled up like a dumpling, adorned with a multitude of young wolf cubs atop him. A harmonious scene unfolded, with the air infused with the scent of wolf cubs, prompting E to inhale deeply, unable to resist the charm of the moment. The black serpent opened one eye, revealing its immense and icy golden gaze, which flickered momentarily before it shut its eye once more. He instinctively softened his footsteps, glancing at the small cubs sprawled out in slumber. Suddenly, a gentle chuckle escaped him, but he quickly stifled it and quietly slipped outside. The sun was momentarily obscured by dark clouds, and he tousled his hair back, exposing his smooth forehead. The sweetness of sleep. He surveyed his surroundings, and behind him, a large tail swayed. Gradually, coarse black fur sprouted from his body. His muzzle elongated and widened. The beast hide fell to the ground, and with a swift motion of his massive paw, the black wolf cast it aside. Moments later, a great black wolf appeared, yawning and scratching its chest, sending tufts of black fur cascading to the floor. The large black wolf squeezed beside the black serpent, stretching languidly before lying down, transforming into an enormous fur ball. The already cramped room was now devoid of space to stand. The black serpent moved slowly, allowing part of its body to extend outside, granting the black wolf more room. A few small fur balls tumbled to the ground, rubbing their bottoms and eyes before slowly crawling back up. Curling into a ball once more. Zzz, sweet slumbered, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sky had unknowingly filled with dark clouds, and the light began to dim as raindrops descended from the heavens, one after another, converging into a torrential downpour. The roof emitted a muffled sound, leaves rustled in the wind, and the earth transformed from varying shades to a uniform hue, much like the field mice. This rain is pouring down hard. Hurry, dig. The little field mice busied themselves for quite some time before venturing out to find their forgotten younger sibling. Ah, Mouse 3 shouted. Water, water. Mouse 5 called. Get in here. Mouse 1 commanded. Quickly. 6 little mice joined forces, digging together. Heave-ho, heave-ho. The heavy rain cascaded down as the beast folk inside slumbered peacefully one by one. The drowsy cubs lay soft and pliable, emitting soft whimpers when picked up, but upon scenting their parents, they settled back down. Gradually, the number of cubs dwindled until only Lingyu and the small Su remained, nestled atop the black serpent's head. The 2 little cubs breathed in a steady rhythm, their bellies rising and falling, occasionally rolling from side to side. Yet, a large paw was always there to catch them, preventing any from falling. Outside, a tempest raged, while the inhabitants within the abode slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time. The wind had already prepared a meal, but it merely peeked inside before quietly retreating to a nearby small room, where the aroma of meat wafted through the air, bubbling in a rough stone pot. I can always eat later, Wind thought. After all, the food can be reheated. A little lamb approached, settling beside him, eyes closed. Leaning against Wind's leg, gurgle, gurgle. Little Hua Hua was also nearby, his mouth fixated on the food, devouring bowl after bowl. Ever since arriving here, Hua Hua's face had visibly rounded, and he had grown significantly taller. Why isn't he coming out? A few beast folk perched on a branch in the distance, their muscular torsos bare. It's hard to catch anything in the tribe. This sentiment was echoed by the others. Do you think a snow wolf cub would be found in this dilapidated place? One beast folk shook his head, truly rare. Indeed, ugh, this wretched rain. Another beast folk shielded his head with his hand. It's coming down quite hard. We need to devise a way to lure that little wolf cub out. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Keeping the snow wolf cub here is not sustainable. The voices of the beast folk gradually faded, swallowed by the rain, leaving only the sound of raindrops against leaves. The number of beast folk still roaming outside the tribe dwindled, as everyone hurried homeward. In the lion tribe, rain poured there as well. Lionlon was sorting through clothes when she unexpectedly stumbled upon a few tiny garments. She paused, gazing into the distance, where a small wolf cub's round face seemed to materialize in her mind. I wonder how you is doing now. Sigh. I truly wonder how you is faring. Nearby, a voice chimed in. Lionlon turned to see her companion emerging from the side, also gazing into the distance. Yes, Lionlon murmured, I miss her a little. Chapter 102. Everyone goes swimming you. Come down. Several little cubs called out to Lingyu from the water, their front and hind paws working in perfect harmony as they swam about like agile little fish. Their fluffy fur stretched freely in the water. The small wolves frolicked with abandon, while little Hua Hua sat on the shore, his legs dipping into the water, occasionally splashing about. After all, they were still mere cubs, requiring the supervision of adult beast folk. Though little Hua Hua was not much older, he was more than capable of watching over them. Lingyu lay at the water's edge, her paw grazing the surface, feeling a tinge of fear, as her memories of learning to swim were lost in fragments of forgotten recollections. The little wolf cubs called out to Lingyu from the water, diving in and popping their heads back up, while one cub, able to transform into human form, waved her soft arms and playfully shot a stream of water from her pouting lips. The cubs who were splashed erupted into laughter, retaliating with their own water jets, causing the surface to erupt in a flurry of splashes, their joyous laughter echoing all around. Come down, you. The water feels so refreshing, Moo Moo called, her damp hair glistening, her round eyes crescent-shaped as she beckoned Lingyu to join. Lingyu regarded her for several moments, then shook her rear and stood up. Splash! A massive splash erupted. The colossal wave drenched the little wolf cubs, who cheered in delight at you. What a huge splash! Laughter illuminated their faces. Yet Lingyu felt differently. Gurgle, gurgle, I'm going to drown a wolf. Little Huahua scooped up the cubs, allowing Lingyu to gasp for fresh air. Lingyu tilted her head back, inhaling deeply. Her fur was soaked, clinging to her skin, revealing the round contours of little Lingyu. She exhaled and began to paddle gently, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. Though she had just choked on water, she was no longer afraid. Her limbs moved rhythmically, and before long, she was swimming gracefully. Little Huahua quietly lowered his legs, and without support, Lingyu floundered momentarily, swallowing several mouthfuls of water before swiftly finding her rhythm in the water. Lingyu swam back and forth. This lake, near the wolf tribe, had been meticulously cleaned over generations to eliminate potential threats, leaving only edible fish within. The fish were delicious. Lingyu swam to her companions, where several little wolf cubs frolicked together. Bobbing up and down in the water, they stayed close to little Huahua, for the wilderness still posed dangers, and the fragile little cubs could not face these perils alone. They required the protection of adult beast folk. At this moment, tranquility reigned. The sound of wings flapping echoed from above, and little Huahua's previously half-closed eyes snapped open. He looked up to see a massive eagle soaring overhead, its enormous wings casting a vast shadow that enveloped little Huahua. "Come here," he called out, springing into action. The little wolf cubs were quick-witted, swiftly swimming over to his side. "Caw!" Little Huahua transformed into a colossal wolf, his sharp gaze fixated on the soaring eagle, which seemed to regard him with disdain. It emitted a series of mocking calls before diving toward little Huahua. Baring his teeth, little Huahua propelled himself upward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the eagle. The eagle soared high, while little Huahua had to remain vigilant of the cubs around him. Limiting his movements and accruing numerous wounds, the eagle's claws were sharp, drawing blood with each strike, droplets of crimson spattering the air. The eagle seemed reluctant to engage further, continuously shifting its position. Little Huahua discerned its intentions and steadfastly held his ground. Refusing to yield to the eagle's wishes, a piercing wolf howl erupted, traversing through the forest, riding the wind across the grassland, reaching the ears of the beastfolk left behind in the tribe. Upon hearing the howl, the beastfolk looked up in unison, recognizing the meaning behind the call, and collectively set aside their tasks. The eagle, hearing the howl, turned its head toward the source of the sound, but became distracted. Allowing little Huahua to exploit the opening. "Come down!" He clamped his jaws around a few of the eagle's feathers, yanking fiercely in an attempt to pull the creature down. Yet, the eagle was strong. Fighting to ascend, bloodied feathers tearing free. Little Huahua spat out a mouthful of feathers, fixating on the eagle above. The eagle appeared hesitant to descend further, yet it circled in the air, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. Little Huahua remained vigilant. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from the little wolf cubs behind him. The cubs, unwilling to sit idly by as they were hunted, recognized the intentions of the beastfolk and rushed forward to block their path. Urgency etched on the faces of the beastfolk. They had no intention of entangling themselves with the younglings. Instead, they casually seized one of the little ones and tossed it aside. However, the young ones capable of transformation possessed far more cunning. They extended their arms to ensnare the orcs, baring their sharp teeth. Blood stained the water's surface, only to be restored to its previous clarity moments later. Xiaohua leaped into the water, issuing a threatening roar towards the orcs as he surged swiftly towards them. Yet, the eagle above kept a vigilant watch, and Xiaohua struggled to muster his strength in the water. Seizing the opportunity, the giant eagle desperately clawed at Xiaohua, who did his utmost to evade any fatal blows. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he darted towards one of the orcs that was drawing near to Lingyu. Grasped by Xiaohua's bite on its throat, the orc was violently shaken before Xiaohua released his grip, causing the orc to sink into the depths, leaving behind a pool of crimson. Xiaohua shielded Lingyu, while the other wolf cubs approached him. "They are coming quickly. I can hear them," one of the orcs shouted. "Let us make this quick." In the distance, a great throng of figures could be faintly discerned, their running reverberating through the air. The orcs changed their strategy, launching attacks on the surrounding wolf cubs, who were naturally no match for them, scattering in all directions. Xiaohua charged in to rescue one of the captured cubs, which cried out and nestled close to him. It was a prime opportunity. The giant eagle swooped down from the sky, its claws poised to seize the little white wolf, flapping its wings as it prepared to ascend into the air. "Release her." a similarly white giant wolf descended from above. Its massive form pinning the eagle into the water. The eagle emitted a panicked cry before plunging beneath the surface. Its claws loosened, allowing Lingyu to swim to safety, where her kin soon gathered around her. "Let me go! Let me go!" Chapter 103. A Gentleman's Revenge. How audacious! To dare come to our tribe to steal the young. The towering wolf orcs surged forward, pinning the captured orcs to the ground. The orcs lay face down, too fearful to shift into their beast forms. They were fox orcs, unable to contend with the wolf clan, and thus remained obediently prone, not daring to move. Nearby, several corpses lay scattered. As the wolf clan had been merciless, inadvertently killing a few, Feng dragged the eagle ashore, which continued to struggle desperately, its massive wings stirring up a whirlwind that sent dust swirling, tousling the fur of several orcs. "Behave yourself," Feng commanded, stepping on the giant eagle, which continued to flap its wings wildly, blood smearing the ground beneath it. The wolf orcs advanced, deftly breaking the eagle's wings as if they were akin to the limbs of a wolf. The eagle let out a pained cry, ceasing its struggles, its beak issuing a continuous wail of anguish. These despicable beast traffickers. One orc spat venomously, her gaze fierce as she glared at the captive orcs. The approaching wolf orcs regarded these captives as mere traffickers, itching to exact immediate retribution. The little wolf cubs, still trembling with fear, clustered beside their mothers and fathers, peeking out cautiously with their round, glistening eyes. A few other cubs nearby shook off the water, their fur damp, as they frantically tried to dry themselves. These orcs were certainly not traffickers. Feng surmised they were likely sent by the orc known as Tana. "Fear not!" A small whimper arose beside him, prompting Feng to lower his head and lick the little cub gently, offering comfort. Truly, they know not the danger they invite. The remaining wolf orcs seized the captured orcs and began their march back to the tribe. The ground trembled beneath them. The lakeside bore remnants of feathers and splatters of blood, while the corpses of orcs were taken away by the wolf clan, necessitating proper handling, for they could not be left behind. That night, the slave arena was ablaze with light, bustling with orcs constantly coming and going. Ever since the previous incident of the beasts escaping, the guards within had increased significantly, although Feng and his companions remained at a distance. They could still hear the distant shouts echoing from within. "A gentleman's revenge may take a decade, but we are orcs, not gentlemen. Thus, we shall settle our scores tonight." The orcs dispersed, taking positions in the trees, their eyes glimmering in the darkness. "Let us proceed. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion." The black serpent hissed, pinching the bridge of his nose, fatigue etched on his face, the dark shadows beneath his eyes more pronounced. "Agreed," Feng nodded, his azure eyes clear yet now glinting with a hint of malice. Under the cover of night, several shadows slipped into the throng, infiltrating the slave arena. The torches within the arena burned as though they would never extinguish. Akin to the sun in the sky, crackling and illuminating their surroundings. The crowd surged, the sounds of beasts clashing filled the air, blood splattering onto the ground, merging with the soil. Each time a beast emerged victorious. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, the orcs' eyes gleaming crimson, their faces flushed with excitement, utterly engrossed in the spectacle. Some orcs reveled in ecstasy while others were left despondent. A few even rushed towards the combat area, only to be intercepted and dragged away by the guards. The guards patrolled diligently, weapons in hand, their expressions stern. One orc's ears perked up at a faint sound, turning to inspect, only to be reprimanded by the captain. "Focus on your patrol." Hidden in the shadows, ES eyes flickered as he exhaled a sigh of relief before continuing forward. Tana reclined against the bed, attended by two males who were washing her feet. Their skilled massage techniques made her sigh in contentment, yet her brow remained furrowed with unease. "You may leave," Tana instructed, rubbing her temples, a sense of disquiet gnawing at her, rendering her unable to enjoy the moment. "Yes, my lady," the two males acquiesced, one removing the basin while the other meticulously dried her feet. Soon, Tana found herself alone in the room. She sighed deeply, rising to stretch her body. A noise at the door caused her to frown. "Didn't I say?" A familiar scent wafted in, and Tana quickly tilted her head to evade an attack, several strands of her hair drifting through the air before landing on the ground. Tana's eyes widened in realization. "What do you want?" she retorted, feigning ignorance. The black serpent's voice was cold as he responded, "Your chamber is spacious enough for my purposes." Suddenly, his form grew taller, and a serpent's tail lashed out toward Tana. She narrowly evaded, her gaze darting to the orcs before her, understanding dawning upon her. Feng surrounded her like a predator, blocking her escape route. The commotion from their struggle attracted the guards, who were quickly converging on the scene. "The guards are coming," he called out, glancing back at the room. "I'll draw them away." With swift movements, he vanished after a few leaps, diverting a portion of the guards. "Let us make this quick." The black serpent's expression turned icy as he swiftly coiled around Tana, dragging her along as they burst forth. At that moment, the guards had not yet fully arrived. Under the cover of the moonlight, they began their escape. Soon, shouts rang out, "This is bad. The arena is on fire." Flames erupted throughout the combat area, the bright yellow flames spreading rapidly, plunging the scene into chaos as the guards struggled to manage the mayhem. "Lord Asher!" The brilliant light of the fire illuminated Asher as he burst forth from the flames, the cries of orcs echoing around him, yet he could afford no distractions. Suddenly, faint cries emerged, and Asher's expression shifted as he sprinted toward the source. "Lord Asher, help me!" An orc, engulfed in flames, reached out desperately, only to be sent flying by Asher's powerful kick. "Stay out of my way!" Asher gritted his teeth, his speed accelerating to the point of near invisibility. Chapter 104. Murder. The inky blackness of night was shattered by the brilliant flames erupting from the slave arena, as numerous orcs streamed out, their terrified cries echoing as they fled in all directions. Cursed be this fate! Tana found herself ensnared tightly by the serpent's tail, her arms bound securely, leaving her with little more than futilely thrashing her legs. Distant shouts grew louder, causing Tana's fox ears to twitch with agitation. Yet Feng and his companions were not deaf. Aware of Asher's calls, they quickened their pace. "Tana!" Asher called, the flames roaring behind him as orcs rushed in and out, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire with water. But to no avail. The flames raged fiercely, the dry conditions exacerbating the situation, and the wooden structures became perfect kindling, igniting the thatch roofs above. The dry straw blackened and crumbled, disintegrating into the air at the slightest breath. Yet, the master of this arena was already beyond salvation, while another with some authority was not present, but rather pursuing the master of the arena in a frantic dash. "Asher!" Tana cried out desperately. "You must leave. I will save you." Asher transformed into his serpent form, his speed increasing, his forked tongue flicking as he hissed, "Tana, do not fear. Hurry." Feng shook his head, after asking, "It is time to strike. Do they truly believe us to be easy prey?" Very well. The few individuals sprinted swiftly, soon vanishing from sight of the slave pin behind them, leaving only a faint glimmer of light that shone brilliantly against the night backdrop. Before long, they came to a halt. The massive serpent transformed by Ossiel gradually reduced its speed, its piercing gaze fixated on the group before it, rising alertly. "Take him down," as the words fell. Several figures immediately dashed toward Ossiel with astonishing speed. Ossiel widened his eyes slightly. His strength was formidable, and instinctively he reacted. "Damn it." Ossiel gritted his teeth, acknowledging that although he was outmatched, they dared to pursue him. He chuckled softly. Tana lay on the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, her body twisted grotesquely, her bones having been crushed by the black serpent. "Confess." Feng looked down at Tana, his expression icy, devoid of the gentleness he had displayed before Lingyu. "You might as well die painlessly." Tana spat out blood, opening her mouth to reveal a set of blood-red teeth. "Kill me, bring her here," Feng commanded without even glancing at her, waving his hand behind him. He promptly dragged the enormous serpent closer. Ossiel emitted a wretched scream, blood seeping from his mouth. Feng tossed a massive fong onto Tana, followed by another agonizing shriek as the scales on Ossiel were brutally stripped away. "Do you think this can intimidate me?" Tana clenched her teeth, a mocking smile gracing her face. "You certainly won't spare him." Feng ignored her, hastening his task of peeling the serpent's scales, while the black serpent averted its gaze. Unable to bear the sight, Ossiel's mouth twisted into a grotesque arc, his eyes bulging as if they might burst. His entire form writhed in agony, blood flowing from him like a small river. "Ossiel," Tana sighed, Helplessness etched across her features. Stop tearing him apart. I have something to say. Feng halted immediately. You know what I am going to ask. Hearing this, Tana forced a bitter smile. I know. She glanced at Asiel. You is a pure-blooded snow wolf. You, a mere hybrid, cannot produce offspring. Who dares to harm this cub? Should it involve any secrets of the Snow Wolf clan, they would truly die with their eyes wide open. Yet at this moment, Tana continued, the Snow Wolf cub is unfit for life in the outside world. The Snow Wolf clan is her kin, her ultimate refuge. Nonsense, he interjected. We take excellent care of you. Humph. Tana turned her head. Regardless, the Snow Wolf clan is already aware of this cub's existence. What do you mean? Feng grasped her chin. You know, Tana laughed. They will come to take that cub away, and you? A mere mongrel will be eliminated. Why you was picked up by me? Feng smiled, blood still staining his hands. When I found her, she was this small. Feng gestured with his hands to indicate her size. I raised her for quite a while before she grew. Then how? The black serpent's words trailed off, but Feng understood his implication. That was an accident, Feng replied, forcing a smile. That night of despair. The Snow Wolf clan would inevitably come to know of U.S. existence, and their arrival was only a matter of time. Feng's heart raced violently. He did not want you to leave with the Snow Wolf clan. What are your thoughts on the Snow Wolf clan? Feng pondered, tilting his head to look at the black serpent. What do you think? The black serpent shook his head. I stand by and observe. Let us take it one step at a time. The black serpent suggested. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and the gentle moonlight enveloped the few beast men on the ground, creating a moment of silence. The night had grown deep. Tonight, Ling Yu had gone to sleep with Xiaohua. Xiaohua had a habit of leaving the door wide open while sleeping. At this moment, he lay sprawled across the bed, one leg dangling off the edge, while Ling Yu was half on the verge of falling off. Feng quietly entered. Feng nodded, reaching out to push Ling Yu back into the bed, but the little cub woke up. Ling Yu rubbed her eyes, sleepily reaching out towards Feng. Hugged. Go ahead, Xiaohua said. I will sleep by myself. Feng nodded and cradled the little cub in his arms. Chapter 105. The Snow Wolves are coming. The Snow Wolves are coming. Yi's voice echoed from an unknown direction. Feng, who had been lost in thought leaning against the doorframe, suddenly became alert upon hearing Yi's voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where? Feng searched around but found nothing. He rubbed his nose, hoping to catch a clearer scent of the Snow Wolves. Here. He picked up a small wolf pup that had been dozing on the ground and brought it close to Feng's face. Right here. Ling Yu tilted her head, her large, round eyes glistening, her wet little nose nudging forward until it touched Feng's. Me? Feng suddenly smiled, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he embraced Ling Yu, pressing their foreheads together and ruffling the little wolf's head. Yes, you are a snow wolf. A deep voice resonated, as he rubbed his head in place. The weather was hot. Ling Yu, covered in white fur, began to pant heavily after being held in Feng's arms for a short while. Her paws raised in discomfort, so hot. This was a special basin Feng had prepared for her, a large one filled with crystal-clear water. Feng blew across the surface, causing ripples to form. Ling Yu playfully pawed at the water a few times before leaping in, splashing water everywhere, causing the water level to drop significantly. However, with the addition of a chubby little wolf cub, the water level rose again. The origin of this basin was quite a tale. Ever since they had encountered danger by the lake, the little cubs had been prohibited from approaching the water, and they had to wait some time before they could play in it again. During the scorching summer days, the little cubs could only come out in the early morning and evening. No foolhardy beast man would venture out under the blazing sun. Even hunting was avoided during the peak hours of sunlight. No one would dare to venture out under the sun. T-bears repeating. The small lake was a rare sanctuary from the heat, shaded by trees that cast shadows over the water's surface. Once in the water, all the heat dissipated, making it a favored spot for the beastmen. During the hot afternoons, the little cubs could not go to the lakeside and were confined indoors. Yet the indoors were hot as well. Ling Yu lay on the bed, leaving behind several damp paw prints. And when she lay on the floor, she left more wet paw marks. Ling Yu was hot. Ling Yu frowned. Ling Yu began to roll around the several beastmen, and thus she earned the privilege of the large bathing basin. So comfortable, Ling Yu buried her face in the water, leaving only her eyes and moist little nose visible, the latter twitching adorably. Don't soak too long, the black serpent warned as he passed by, glancing at the little cub with a careful admonition. Got it, got it. Once the black serpent walked away, he emerged from nowhere. Lingyu, what are you doing? He looked around. Seeing no one else, a grin spreading across his face as he extended his paw to swiftly stir the surface of the water, causing Lingyu to spin around in delight. Bad. Lingyu grasped Yi's paw, but soon let go, swirling along with Yi's movements. The magic of love spins around. Yi, a stern voice called from a distance. Yi did not even lift his head, nimbly getting to his feet and fleeing. He, this is so fun. Worth it, Yuan. Don't you dare use your tail, he shouted from afar, his ears flopping like airplane wings as he approached. Moments later, Lingyu relaxed in the water, her feet sticking up, while Yi fed her fruits and water from the side. He was behaving. The black serpent watched for a while, seeing that he was genuinely behaving, nodded in approval, and left. After the black serpent departed, he quietly raised his head, ensuring no one was around, then rolled his eyes before lowering his head again. You? Come, he offered a piece of fruit to you. Lingyu chewed eagerly. He fed himself 2 pieces of fruit. He chewed too. A little lamb tilted its head nearby, bleating a few times before starting to lick the water in the basin. The little lamb slurped contentedly. 2 wolves and a lamb, a harmonious scene. The slave pen is on fire. The handsome beast man frowned. Didn't Tana go there? Lady Tana has been captured. Her fate is now unknown. The beast man below lowered his head, his voice dwindling. What about Asiel? The beast man recalled the infatuated black serpent that had initially intended to accompany Tana, but Asiel had stubbornly insisted on joining. Yet one could not fault him. After all, females were scarce, and Tana was particularly enchanting. Lord Asiel has pursued the beastmen who abducted Lady Tana. Currently, it is uncertain how he fares. Please, my lord, forgive me. The beastman bent low, sweat beading on his forehead, trickling down to his chin and falling to the ground. The sweat clouded his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them, yet he dared not raise his head to wipe them. After a prolonged silence, the seated beastman finally spoke. Sigh, you may go. The beastman pinched his brow, his expression far from pleasant. Yes, the beastman replied, as if granted a reprieve. The slave pen on the western continent was a business of their Fox clan. The people of the eastern continent detested slave pens, prompting their clan to establish one in the west. For many years, it had prospered, and in recent years they had even formed partnerships with some black serpent beastmen, leading to the thriving operations of the slave pen. Little did they anticipate such a devastating blow. 1 Must consult the clan leader. The orc, cradling his face in thought, also needed to assess the losses and determine the next course of action. The slave market would undoubtedly reopen. Tana and Tasha, those 2 sisters, are truly unreliable. The orc rose to his feet and made his way toward the entrance, for time was of the essence. He needed to speak with the clan leader before the latter retired for the evening. As he walked, most of the orcs along the way bowed their heads in greeting, to which he responded with a slight nod and a gentle smile. Lord Colin is indeed handsome. At such a young age, he has already become the clan leader's trusted aide. Some orcs nearby whispered among themselves, if only Lord Colin were a female, I would do anything to become his mate. Dream on, ha ha ha. The tribal orcs of the eastern continent possess a strong sense of hierarchy. They laugh and jest, yet when orcs of higher status approach, they respectfully lower their heads in greeting. Chapter 106. The slave trader. Ever since Tana mentioned that the Snow Wolf clan was aware of Lingyu's existence, Feng had been consumed by suspicion for several days. Whenever someone called out for Lingyu outside, Feng felt compelled to investigate. Even when Lingyu and the other young wolf cubs ventured out to play, Feng stealthily followed behind. Much like at this moment, Yu glanced back at the sneaky Feng and began whispering with the little cubs beside her. Leaning slightly, she pointed discreetly at Feng and quietly asked Lingyu, has he always been like this? Lingyu turned to look and inadvertently met Feng's gaze, causing both wolves to quickly avert their eyes. Lingyu, oh whoa, this has been going on for more than a day or 2. The 2 young maidens exchanged glances, smiles blossoming on their faces, and they burst into laughter. The other cubs, witnessing the sudden merriment of the 2 wolves, exchanged puzzled looks, their expressions clearly conveying a single sentiment. What on earth? The little female cubs, grinning, refused to leave, their heads nestled closely together, one fluffy white, the other soft gray. As Mu squatted beside Lingyu, engrossed in conversation. I in the distance. Feng quietly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he felt somewhat perplexed. Do you know? Another fluffy little head popped in, bearing a mysteriously eager expression. I heard from my mother that recently, there is a group of slave traders in the tribe, and they say they have all sorts of slaves. Yes, another cub piped up. This one was still a cub unable to transform, but at that moment, his little wolf face donned a serious demeanor. I also know some things. I heard that the slaves in those orcs' hands are all quite robust, capable of taking down 10 wild boars with just a bit of jerky. 10 boars, wow. The little wolf cubs mustered together, expressing their astonishment, their tiny minds racing to envision the scene of taking down 10 wild boars. 10 wild boars? That's incredible. I want my mother to buy a slave. Me too. The little cubs chattered excitedly. Have you all gone mad? Chuan, with one hand behind his back and the other pointing at the group of little wolf cubs, lamented. Do you even know where slaves come from? They are all poor orcs who were abducted. Do you understand what it means to be abducted? The little cubs shook their heads in unison, a series of confused expressions adorning their faces. You patted Lingyu and smiled at Chuan. Being abducted means being taken away from your mother and father, not given any food, and being beaten every day to work. Chuan mimicked a punching motion. One little wolf cub, frightened, rolled backward and ended up in Mu's embrace. Mu helped her up and held her close. The little cubs all shrank back, resembling quails. How terrible, they exclaimed. How could they be so wicked? Lingyu jumped up, shouting wicked. Feng quietly leaped up onto a tree, sitting on a branch, his legs swinging lazily. A large white tail dangled down like a slender white branch sprouting from the tree. The cubs could only play near the tribe. After all, the outside world was fraught with dangers, and fragile little cubs venturing out would only lead to disaster. Their daily activities consisted of wandering around the tribe, searching for tasty morsels as they were still quite young, the oldest among them not yet 10 years old. Today was just another day for a group of rambunctious little cubs. Boss, how much longer do we have to walk? An orc, sweating profusely, with a shiny forehead, led a line of orcs bound by their hands behind him. The mouths of these orcs were crudely sewn shut, blood having already congealed around the wounds. This group of orcs had originally been slaves in the market. Seizing the opportunity during the fire and chaos, they rescued the slaves inside, hoping to make a fortune and live a carefree life. Over the past few days, they had traded for quite a bit of food, hiding it in a concealed location, preparing to take off with the provisions once they had successfully sold this batch of slaves. His subordinates could not help but chuckle. The boss feeds these orcs every 3 days and still complains they eat too much. What a miser! What are you laughing at? The boss shot a glare. And the orcs immediately fell silent, resembling quails once more, their eyes exchanging unspoken words. The slaves were gaunt, their cheekbones protruding, their eyes vacant, and their feet bound by ropes, struggling to keep up. Suddenly, one of the slaves collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sun-baked ground was scorching, and the slave struggled desperately but could not rise. You old fool! The boss rushed over, a fierce expression on his face as he delivered a brutal kick to the old slave. Can't even walk properly. The slave, with his mouth sewn shut, could only emit weak whimpers, tears welling in his eyes and sliding down his rough cheeks, quickly evaporated by the relentless sun. Trembling, he stood up, disregarding his injuries, and continued to follow the group. None of them wore straw sandals, their soles blistering and bleeding from the hot ground. All right, just in time for a drink, the boss nodded. Let's go point one more thing. The orc continued. I saw a rabbit by the river, a beautiful one, a rabbit. The boss frowned. If you want to eat rabbit, catch one yourself. No, no. The orc waved his hands. It was a remarkably handsome male orc, drinking at the river with a bundle on his back. I didn't startle him. I asked that true? The boss squinted, then turned to point at several orcs. You, come with me to take a look. The beautiful rabbit the orc described was indeed at the riverbank, drinking water. His skin was fair, and under the sun, his red eyes sparkled like exquisite rubies. Some of his snow-white hair was damp, clinging to his face. It was rabbit by. He splashed some water on his face, feeling refreshed as the coolness washed away the heat. Having not seen Lingyu for many days, Rabbit Bai had sent word through the orcs, expressing his desire to visit. Along the way, he had cautiously avoided dangers and finally arrived near the wolf tribe. Rabbit patted the bundle beside him, feeling reassured. It contained many delicious treats he had brought for Lingyu. His ears perked up slightly as Rabbit's eyes widened. He glanced back and, without hesitation, sprinted into the distance, moving so swiftly that he left the bundle behind. Almost in the next instant, several orcs arrived at the riverbank, spotting the abandoned bundle and the white figure not far away. "After him!" the boss shouted, and the orcs bolted forward like arrows from a bow. Catch him. Chapter 107. Not a white dog, but a wolf got him. An orc adept at speed tackled Rabbit to the ground, pinning his arm down, with a bent knee pressing against Rabbit's back, rendering him immobile. "What do you want?" Rabbit's face pressed against the ground, maintaining a semblance of composure, his soft, long ears glistening. The orc held his head down, exposing a portion of his pristine neck. "Be still." It wasn't long before the other orcs caught up, with the leading boss wiping the sweat from his brow. Nearly blinded by it. "Show me your face in this heat," the boss commanded, pointing at Rabbit before looking up at the sun, which shone brightly and cloudlessly. The scorching rays beat down upon the ground, making the orcs exposed to it feel equally hot. The orc holding Rabbit complied, tugging at his silky white hair, forcing him to look up, eliciting a low cry of pain from Rabbit. The rabbit orc was compelled to tilt his head back, his long neck arching, and perhaps due to the tension, his throat bobbed up and down, his round eyes narrowing slightly, and his pale pink lips pressed together. To be frank, the orc before him was indeed strikingly handsome, or rather, exceptionally so. The boss's eyes, previously narrowed from sweat, suddenly widened, and he strode forward, gripping Rabbit's chin for a closer inspection. His vocabulary faltered, and after a prolonged gaze, he reached a conclusion. "This is an extraordinarily beautiful ORCMY heavens." The boss's face flushed with excitement. "You are bound to bring me unexpected gains." With a sweeping gesture, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, he commanded, "Bring him to me. I'll carry him myself." As soon as he finished speaking, several quick-witted orcs sprang into action, producing ropes from who knows where and deftly binding Rabbit securely before hoisting him onto the boss's shoulder. The boss weighed Rabbit a few times, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, let's go." He strode forward with remarkable speed. What a string of fortunate events recently. Ha ha ha. The trees by the riverside flourished abundantly, casting vast shadows that shielded passers-by from the scorching sun, providing a respite for weary travelers. The slaves were driven beneath the boughs, finally granted a moment's reprieve. The orc immediately bent slightly as he approached the leader, sweat dripping incessantly from his brow. "Leader, take care of this orc." He gestured towards the rabbit on the ground. "If he needs water, let him drink. Don't let him suffer in this sweltering heat." "Rise, rise." On the other side, the slaves were urged to get up, their expressions blank, lips cracked, only to be herded back to the river's edge point one by one. The slaves knelt by the water, their mouths sewn shut, forced to bury their faces in the river, desperately sipping through the tiny gaps. Red hues floated briefly, only to be swiftly dispersed by the turbulent waters. The slaves cherished this hard-won opportunity to drink. Yet, this moment was fleeting, as the orc's impatient voice rang out once more. Get up, enough drinking." The orc chastised the slaves to rise, compelling them all to their feet. The slaves' hair was damp, clinging to their faces, and the blood that had dried on their lips was washed away, turning into a stream of crimson that flowed down their necks. A frail old slave leaned against a tree, his eyes barely closed, his chest rising and falling with great difficulty. A few young slaves stared vacantly ahead, oblivious to their surroundings. Soon, as the sunlight began to wane, the orc's voice beckoned again. "Hurry up. Prepare to move out." Thus, the slaves sluggishly rose, following the procession. The rabbit was hoisted by a robust orc, trailing at the end of the line, so hot, a few little cubs lay in the shade. Some sprawled on the ground panting, while others lay on their backs, tongues lolling out. Outside the shade was the blistering sun, prompting the little cubs to roll over. "Shall we go play by the lake?" Chuan suggested, peering curiously at the wind. "The wind is following us. We have nothing to fear." "No," Moo shook her head. "The adults said we cannot go. Let us sneak away, that won't work. How about the little grove a distance from the lake?" Chuan proposed, retreating slightly. It's filled with trees. It'll be cool there, Mu pondered for a moment and whispered a few words to Lingyu. Lingyu perked up her ears, nodded, and lifted her head to howl. Her voice carrying far, a few little cubs beamed, cheering loudly as they marched towards the grove. The wind silently followed behind. The slaves trudged slowly, but the orcs moved briskly, compelling the slaves to hasten their pace. I am dying from the heat. The leader shielded his face with his hand, his nose twitching as he sensed the surrounding scents, from foxes, rabbits, and predominantly wolves. There must be a wolf tribe nearby. Let us go inquire if they need slaves. Carnivorous orcs are always generous. The group continued forward, parting through low shrubs and passing beneath towering trees, soon coming face to face with a few little cubs. Leader, where did these little ones come from? The scents were unfamiliar to them. The little cubs? They bore resemblance to beast traders. The cubs glanced behind the orcs, spotting a group of emaciated orcs bound tightly to Mu narrowed her eyes. There was no mistaking it. They were indeed beast traders. Ah, beast traders! The cubs shrieked, beginning to scamper away. The wind rushed towards them at the very moment of their encounter, causing the panicked cubs to cluster behind him in no time. A throng of little cubs peeked out from behind the wind, who slightly spread his arms, resembling a protective mother hen, his gaze vigilant. Who are you? Do you not realize this is our territory? The leader, ever astute, quickly grasped the situation, a smile blossoming upon his face. This is a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The leader rubbed his hands together. We come from afar, with a few young orcs in hand, seeking to pave a path for them. Beast traders? The wind inquired. Such words cannot be spoken. The leader shot a disapproving glance at the wind, shaking his head vehemently. The wind lifted his gaze, his hand shielding his brow, spotting a familiar silhouette within their ranks. He raised an eyebrow. Very well, he nodded, turning to Mu and Chuan, whispering to them before addressing the leader. Our tribe can indeed provide a way for those young orcs. Follow me, Mu and Chuan dashed ahead. I'll have them notify the chief, the wind stated, his gaze landing on Lingyu. And there's that white dog too. Lingyu huffed. A wolf. Chapter 108. A simple refuge with the wind by her side. Lingyu bared her teeth at the leader, her expression fierce, and then settled down at the wind's feet, casting a disdainful look at the group of orcs. Such a little wolf cub, quite impressive, the leader remarked with a smile. Seemingly unfazed by Lingyu's demeanor. Our tribe lies just ahead. The wind pointed in the direction of the tribe, beckoning them. Come with me. As the wind strode forward, he scooped Lingyu into his arms, the soft little wolf cub growing larger by the day. Soon, he wouldn't be able to hold her as easily. The wind ruffled her fur, plump and adorable. Cubs should indeed be plump. The little cubs let out a few excited yips before scampering away. Vanishing from sight, the group made their way towards the tribe. Though the journey was not long, it consumed a fair amount of time. The leader continuously sought conversation with the wind, discussing trivial matters like how adorable the little wolf cub was. Where did you capture these orcs? The leader cast a disapproving glance at the wind, shaking his head. Captured? I'm a kind-hearted man. I took these orcs in. Had it not been for me, they would have starved long ago. Upon hearing this, the wind cast a silent glance at the emaciated orcs trailing behind. You are indeed benevolent. The wind fell into silence, quickening his pace. The leader continued to seek conversation, but suddenly, his expression shifted. The leader halted, his countenance darkening. Wait, why does this scent seem different? As the aroma of wolves intensified in the air, the leader initially thought it was merely proximity to the tribe, but his instincts warned him that something was amiss. What's wrong? The wind turned. A look of confusion etched on his face. After speaking, he quickly urged the orcs behind him to hasten their steps. The underlings, though bewildered, complied with their leader's command, hastening the slaves along. Now that we're here, don't rush off. A massive black wolf descended from above, its sharp claws aiming for the leader, accompanied by a gust of wind. Having anticipated this, the leader transformed into his beast form, a striking leopard, adorned with beautiful patterns, sleek and brimming with power. He deftly dodged the attack, even finding time to taunt, "Your speed is lacking." The black wolf, upon hearing his words, did not respond with the expected rage. Instead, it revealed a rather cunning smile. The leader, caught off guard, heard a whoosh behind him and barely turned to catch a glimpse of black. His speed was indeed insufficient. As a black serpent's tail struck him down, leaving him sprawled beneath it. His expression remained calm, arms crossed, yet he retorted, "But my speed is still quite adequate." The leopard struggled beneath the serpent's tail, extending a paw weakly in a futile gesture. Meanwhile, the slaves appeared dazed, staring blankly at the unfolding chaos, as if separated from the world. Only when the wolf orc prodded them did their eyes flicker slightly, and they began to follow the orcs ahead, forming a long line, as tightly knit as a string of candied hawthorns or a brood of ducklings blindly following a figure in front. When the rabbit white was brought before the black serpent, he was still covering his face, ears drooping, his cheeks flushed, unwilling to meet the gaze of the orcs before him. So embarrassing. Chapter 109. The wind chills the eggs. The leopard, crushed beneath the black serpent, bore a dark crimson stain at the corner of his mouth, gasping like a deflated bellows. The wolf orcs brought the leader before the wind. The leopard's bones seemed to have shattered, rendering him a mere puddle of flesh, resting helplessly on the orc's grasp. "What shall we do with this one?" The orc holding the leopard wore a conflicted expression, as if he were about to perish in his hands. The wind lowered his gaze, leaning closer to the leopard. "Let me take a look." He reached out a hand, gently prodding the leopard's head. Noticing the creature struggle to raise its head, he then patted the orc reassuringly. "It's nothing. He won't die, just why is that so?" The orc exhaled in relief, patting his chest and hoisting the leopard onto his back. "Seems I was just scaring myself," the leopard whimpered, tears welling in his eyes, still maintaining his leopard form, his tail drooping limply. After all, he was laden with a bounty of treats meant for Lingyu, an assortment packed into a large bundle. Initially, he intended to bring a small bag for a lighter journey. Aware of the dangers outside, a smaller bag would facilitate a swift escape. However, while packing, he thought, Lingyu would like this, and Lingyu hasn't tried that, and so he loaded everything he could find. The white rabbit weighed the parcel in his hands, his lips curling downwards in disdain. That damned leopard had consumed quite a bit along the way. Eat, eat, eat. Why doesn't he just eat himself to death? At that moment, the hefty package was being carried by E, whose muscular, carnivorous frame let out a pained groan upon shouldering the load. It was rather heavy. He lifted the parcel higher, surveying the handsome stranger before him, marveling at the hidden strength of this seemingly delicate rabbit. The bundle resembled a small mountain, nearly engulfing E entirely. The white rabbit offered a sweet smile, feeling a tad bashful. "Hold me." Lingyu suddenly recalled the white rabbit, her heart fluttering with excitement after such a long separation. You can talk now?" the white rabbit exclaimed in delight. Although the black snake occasionally visited, he had been too timid to inquire about Ling Yu's condition. Thus, he had been completely unaware of her newfound ability to speak. "Hold me," Ling Yu called out again, her voice sweetly innocent, melting hearts all around. She placed her tiny paws on Feng's arm, gazing at the little rabbit with eager anticipation. "All right, hold on." The white rabbit's crimson eyes crinkled with joy as he gingerly took Ling Yu from Feng's grasp. Though he had met Feng, they were still not well acquainted. As soon as Ling Yu nestled into his embrace, she began to wag her tail happily, letting it drape over the white rabbit's arm. The weather was sweltering, and the beastmen mostly wore only a single hide skirt, exposing large swathes of skin that glistened under the sun in the summer. Many beastmen had darkened to a charcoal hue. Yet, the white rabbit remained luminescent, with rosy lips that stood out among the darker figures. Ling Yu pressed against the white rabbit's chest, cherishing the softness of his white fur. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, filled with affection. The black snake emerged from the nearby thicket, his hide skirt securely fastened around his waist, meticulously concealing his most private areas. His long, seaweed-like black hair was still braided into a side plait. Cascading over his shoulder, the thick, glossy locks appeared soft and vibrant. Under the sunlight, his honey-hued skin radiated vitality and health, exuding a primal wildness. His golden vertical pupils shone with intensity, casting a sharp gaze upon the white rabbit, yet softened entirely upon seeing the innocent little wolf cub in his arms. "Greetings, Chief." The white rabbit bowed slightly, acknowledging the black snake. Having previously relayed his intention to come, the black snake displayed no other expression upon seeing him there. Merely responding with a grunt, Lingyu, spotting the black snake, greeted him with a few enthusiastic yips. The black snake extended his long arm, affectionately ruffling the little wolf's head. Suddenly, commotion erupted from the direction of the slaves. A few individuals turned to see one beast man unexpectedly tossing something towards one of the wolves. The wolves were transformed from the tribe's beast men, and at that moment, caught off guard by the sudden sprinkle. A large portion of the substance landed upon them. Despite their quick reflexes, they inhaled quite a bit. "What is this?" The beast man coughed a few times, his eyes widening as he noticed he had shrunk considerably, needing to tilt his head upwards to see the other beast men. "What is happening?" "Get dressed," shouted another beast man, tossing him a piece of hide. "Dressed?" The beast man glanced down, finally realizing he had reverted to human form. No wonder the wind felt so chilly on his exposed skin. Clutching the hide tightly to cover himself, he hurriedly sought refuge among the thicket. Meanwhile, the beast man who had taken the opportunity to escape was swiftly apprehended by the other wolves. "Behave yourself." One of the beastmen searched the captive thoroughly, soon discovering a small pouch. Lingyu huffed in dissatisfaction, batting away the large hand that obscured her view. She saw nothing more than a beastman pinned to the ground. Deeming it quite unremarkable, and she let out a heavy sigh towards the white rabbit. She had just glimpsed a beastman in his birthday suit, but regrettably, the details had escaped her. "How annoying! How dare they hide such things from me? The white rabbit is a villain. Feng, come look." The beastman beckoned, and Feng immediately complied, rushing over. "Let me see." Feng took a look, then kicked the down beastman, asking, "What is this?" The beastman groaned in response, meekly replying, "I don't know. This is something our leader brought." "Did that leopard bring it?" The procession of beastmen heading towards the tribe had halted due to the unexpected event. Feng gestured towards the beastman carrying the leopard. The beastman promptly brought the leopard over. "What is this?" Feng inquired. I don't know. I stole it from the slave market." The leopard coughed a few times. There was only one slave market in the vicinity, and Feng nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Only in this way, the beastman agreed. The forcibly transformed beastman emerged from behind the thicket, his face flushed crimson, lowering his head as he joined the other beastmen. Upon seeing him, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 110. The slave beastman's transformation into a humiliating state was a common occurrence, often leaving them naked before their companions. The older beastmen had grown accustomed to it, but the younger ones still felt a sense of shame. "Tree, your backside is quite pale," one of Tree's companions teased, slapping his back playfully. The young beastman's smooth, tawny back was adorned with attractive muscle lines. A delight to the touched. "Dio, you want to fight?" Tree immediately flushed, swinging his fist towards his companion, who laughed heartily and dashed away, with Tree in hot pursuit. The older beastmen watched with smiles, finding amusement in the youthful antics. The brief interlude soon concluded. The group resumed their march, the slaves walking in a daze, one after another. The white rabbit, cradling Lingyu, walked alongside the line of slaves. Lingyu nestled against the white rabbit, her large eyes peeking curiously. Beside them was an extremely old slave, his hair a patchy white, and his bronze face etched with the marks of time. The corners of his mouth naturally drooped, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Sparse whiskers adorned his lips, and due to prolonged hunger, his cheeks were deeply sunken, with his ribs prominently visible and his thighs thinner than his calves. Noticing Lingyu's gaze upon him, the old slave attempted to draw out a smile, but the lines of his mouth held firm, and any movement caused small beads of blood to seep from his wounds, further distorting his features. To be frank, the old slave's visage was quite terrifying, startling the little wolf cub, who promptly buried her head into the white rabbit's embrace, exposing only her tiny behind. The old slave blinked in surprise, then lowered his head, continuing on his way in silence. But soon, he felt a soft, warm touch on his arm, and when he looked over, he saw the little wolf cub peering out from the white rabbit's embrace, tentatively reaching out a paw to touch him. She was still a bit frightened, having nearly exhausted her courage in that moment. The old slave blinked, his eyes softening, before he again lowered his head and followed the beastmen ahead. "Don't move," Wu instructed, carefully untying the stitches from the beastman's mouth in front of her. Behind him, many more beastmen were queuing. All done, Wu washed her hands, and the beastman immediately shifted to the next in line. The slave beastmen obediently sat, one after another. Such a pity, Wu sighed. Her hands stained crimson, the basin beside her now filled with blood. Once the slaves had their stitches removed, they were taken outside. They squatted outside, gulping down water, drinking several bowls in one go, and afterward, they sat there blankly, clutching their bowls. Feng, remember not to feed them too much meat, Wu's voice called from inside. It will upset their stomachs. Understood, Wu, Feng replied. With so many beast men, their tribe could not sustain them all. They needed a way to disperse them. Smoke had been rising from the tribe for quite some time. Chapter 111. Phyllis. The day slipped away like sand through fingers. The sun quietly setting as the moon yawned and took over. The slaves were assigned to various beastmen's homes to rest, a necessary measure due to their overwhelming numbers. The wolf tribe lacked sufficient vacant dwellings. The moon cast a gentle glow, illuminating a small patch of ground before the house, where sparse weeds grew around a tiny hole. Inside the small dwelling, silence reigned, save for the soft breaths of the sleeping wolf cub and the young beastman beside her, who lay on the outer side, creating a protective circle around the little wolf to prevent her from falling during the night. Lingyu, although a small wolf, sprawled grandly in her sleep, her head on one side, her paws resting on the black snake's arm, legs up in the air, already snoring softly. A light cough echoed from outside, and the black snake opened one eye slightly, glancing towards the door before closing it again. He recognized the voice. It was Feng. Standing at the entrance, Feng's gaze burned with intensity, as though he wished to scorch a hole through the door to glimpse the slumbering wolf cub within. There was indeed a degree of estrangement. Feng pondered. For so many days, Lingyu had not called him father, placing her trust in the black snake over him. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ground. Although it was already deep into the night, sleep eluded him. In truth, he had not had a restful night since the day Lingyu had been lost. The great white wolf thought of the little white wolf, wagging his tail as he hung his head and walked away. Inside, the black snake opened one eye, shaking his head as he nudged the little cub's paw off his head before closing his eyes once more. Sivia, my beloved little Sivia, with her delicate features framed by beautiful white hair, possesses a crown of lovely short locks. Her brows are striking, and the azure depths of her eyes reflect the shadow of the object cradled in her arms. It is a crudely crafted doll, sewn from white beast hide, with a slender strip of hide stitched at its rear, serving as a tail. As Sivia tends to her fur, the female gently caresses the small doll nestled in her embrace. Seated at the edge of the bed, a smile gracing her lips, is there still no improvement? The elder female shook her head, her back slightly hunched, exuding an air of authority that was both commanding and serene. The female beside her, imbued with the scent of herbs, gently shook her head. No, Lady Phyllis has not shown any signs of recovery. What of the CUBTO? We have any leads? The elder female remained silent for a moment, her sharp, eagle-like gaze fixed intently on Phyllis, yet tinged with sorrow. I have heard whispers from the direction of Oral, but the information remains uncertain, spoke another young female, also a white-haired beastkin, her cascading locks resembling a waterfall. Tall and with musculature that radiated vigor. Oral. The elder female pondered for a moment. From where did this news originate? Send a few individuals to investigate. Indeed, Chief. The young female bowed her head. Oral. The elder female scoffed. Cunning old fox. You may leave now. The elder female wearily waved her hand. Yes, Chief. Only Phyllis and the elder female remained in the room. Phyllis still held her doll, a tender expression adorning her face. As the surrounding light dimmed, she lifted her gaze, revealing a sweet smile. Come and see, she said with a smile, showcasing the small doll in her arms. Look at our cub, how adorable, so small and white. The chief closed her eyes momentarily, raising a hand to stroke the head of her cub, the touch in her palm smooth. Phyllis nuzzled against the elder female's hand. Phyllis, my dear little cub. The chief caressed Phyllis's soft hair, the sorrow within her nearly overflowing. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she let out a deep sigh. A gentle finger brushed against her cheek, as the beautiful and tender female wiped away her tears. Her eyes filled with confusion. Abul, why are you crying? The female gently set the doll aside, enveloping the chief in her embrace, softly patting her back. Oh, not be sad, Abul, for both Sivia and I are here with you.